A desperate scream rips across the battlefield, carrying the weight of a man whose face is streaked with blood and terror. From the darkness behind him, monstrous figures surge forward, their scarlet eyes burning like live embers. They move fast, too fast, merciless shadows closing in with suffocating pressure. The earth trembles beneath their charge. Civilians scatter in blind panic, their cries swallowed by the roar of chaos. Fear spreads like wildfire, and then, a deafening blast erupts at the heart of the battlefield. The explosion tears through the ranks, bodies flung aside as shockwaves rip across the ruined streets. Smoke billows upward, swallowing the world in swirling gray. From within that haze, a lone warrior steps forward. Crimson light burns in his eyes, fierce and unwavering. With his sword raised, he charges into the swarm. Each swing detonates with raw energy, sending creatures flying as if the air itself had turned into a weapon. Sparks explode with every clash, flashes of brilliant light tearing through the darkness while the ground quakes beneath their feet. When the storm finally begins to calm, the warrior plunges his sword into the ground, using it to steady himself. His fading voice carries one last acknowledgement. This power, truly worthy of a knight of hell. Radiant light begins to consume him. His form dissolves, scattering like embers on the wind. The truth settles over the battlefield. The fallen warrior was Eos, the Empire's strongest swordsman. Across from the fading glow, his monstrous opponent begins to move. The Death Knight, encased in blackened armor, rises despite the crushing blow it endured. Cracks spiderweb across its helm before the mask breaks apart, crashing to the ground. Beneath it, blazing red eyes stare defiantly into the smoke. And then everything shifts. The creature's body reshapes, armor melting away until a human form remains. Confusion floods his expression as he stares at the devastation around him. Fires consuming the ruins, imperial banners reduced to ash, nothing left but a graveyard of what once was. A slow, deliberate clap breaks the silence. Footsteps approach. A new figure emerges, savoring every drifting ember of destruction. His voice drips with twisted satisfaction as he speaks. Vengeance tastes far sweeter when aged over 1,000 years. After so long, his promise, fulfilled at last. The illusion falls away. Arch-Lich Dorgo steps forward, skeletal frame wrapped in dread, crimson eyes blazing with ancient hatred. Across from him stands Emperor Helios, trembling with fury, his voice cracking through the wasteland as he rages at the massacre of his people. But Dorgo only laughs softly, as if mocking a trivial insult. He dismisses the Emperor's anger with a cold smirk and declares the end of meaningless words. Now, he announces, is the time for his coronation. Helios, bruised and shaking yet still refusing to bow, roars back with raw defiance. He will never accept that a creature like Dorgo could sit upon a throne. But Dorgo only smiles, basking in his triumph. He declares that the entire continent now kneels under his rule, united for the first time in history. And for that victory, he claims the title of emperor as if it were carved for him alone. Helios' strength finally gives out. His body sinks to the ground, knees striking the dirt as despair washes over him. Dorgo turns his back on the fallen emperor, addressing his commanders with chilling pride. He praises the Demon Kings and the Death Knight, crediting their loyalty for the conquest he now revels in. Then he raises a hand and commands a royal crown to be brought forward for his coronation. His followers approach, steps heavy with reverence. Among them, the Death Knight emerges, holding the crown with unshakable poise. Dorgo's gaze softens with a twisted gratitude. He praises the knight endlessly, wondering aloud how he could ever hope to repay such unwavering devotion. But the Death Knight remains silent. A hesitation clings to him, thick, deliberate. Dorgo's expression twists, his tone sharpening into cruel mockery as he laughs at his own question. Repay him? How foolish. The Death Knight, he sneers, is nothing more than a slave. Serving him is reward enough. The knight lifts the crown forward. But before Dorgo can even reach for it, the jewel of sovereignty shatters. A single, brutal strike from the Death Knight's blade destroys it in an instant. The explosion of fragments sends gasps rippling through the Lich's army, their faces draining of color as the symbol of their victory disintegrates before them. Dorgo stumbles back, panic flaring across his skeletal frame. Crimson magic erupts from his hands, creating a barrier around him. The Demon Kings leap forward to protect him, but the damage is done. Dorgo himself is shaken, wounded by the betrayal he never saw coming. He glazes at the Death Knight, voice cracking with disbelief. He demands an explanation, shouting that he never issued such an order. But the Death Knight finally speaks, his voice heavy, trembling with fury that has been caged for centuries. Finally, he breathes. He steps forward, eyes blazing with newfound resolve. He declares that the chains are broken. He is no longer bound by anyone's will, no longer a pawn, no longer a slave. For the first time, he moves by his own choice, his body, his fate, his future. Dorgo recoils, outrage twisting his voice. He screams, demanding to know how the knight can even speak. He is certain, absolutely, undeniably certain, that he erased that man's will long ago. Yet here he stands, and he is done obeying. But the Death Knight answers with a voice as cold as the grave. His will was never destroyed, only buried, chained beneath layers of dark magic, forced into silence while his body obeyed commands he could not resist. He explains that he has been trapped inside himself all along, a prisoner watching his own hands slaughter and conquer at Dorgo's whim. Every moment, every breath, he remained awake, unable to scream, unable to fight back. Dorgo's face tightens with fear, but he hides it behind a brittle smile. He softens his tone, calling the Death Knight his greatest masterpiece. With feigned mercy, he offers him a chance to release his anger, just for today. With a flick of his hand, the Demon Kings leap forward, their combined assault crashing down like a tidal wave meant to smother the Knight's rebellion. But their attack ends the instant it begins. The Death Knight steps into their path, unleashing a catastrophic burst of power. The impact detonates like a star collapsing, sending every Demon King hurtling into the air as if the world itself had rejected them. In a single strike, Dorgo's elite warriors, his pride, his trophies, are erased. The Lich staggers, a chill piercing his ancient bones. Cornered, Dorgo turns to a darker power. He murmurs a forbidden incantation, and the ground splits apart. From the cracks rise legions of undead and phantom soldiers, their hollow eyes burning with cursed fire. The stench of rot floods the battlefield as thousands of abominations surge forward, an ocean of death crashing toward the lone knight. Yet the knight does not move. His gaze remains steady, unblinking. His voice cuts through the roar like a blade drawn in absolute authority. Stop. The entire horde freezes mid-charge. Not one creature dares take another step. Dorgo's expression twists in disbelief as the knight issues a second command, one that seals the army's fate. Self-destruct. Obedience is immediate. One by one, the undead ignite, bursting apart in violent explosions. The chain reaction spreads like wildfire, tearing the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Firestorms roar outward, consuming everything in sight. Even the ground trembles under the sheer force. Dorgo watches in horror as the army he summoned with sacred death magic destroys itself on the knight's word alone. His voice trembles as he whispers the truth he never meant to acknowledge. Had he created something that surpassed even an overlord? Clinging to his composure, he tries reason. He tells the knight he understands the anger, claiming he would feel the same if their positions were reversed. Inside, however, Dorgo comforts himself with a single thought. Even if this body perishes, he can slip away. His soul will flee into a new vessel, and he will survive. But the Death Knight shatters that hope instantly. He reveals that through every agonizing second of his centuries-long imprisonment, he focused on one purpose, perfecting a way to kill Dorgo so completely that not even a soul could escape. Energy gathers around him like a storm swallowing the sky. Cracks of raw power spread through the air as his voice echoes with icy certainty. He has forged a technique meant for one purpose, to tear Dorgo's soul into nothingness. True terror finally grips the Lich. He refuses to believe such a thing is possible. Yet the crushing force building before him leaves no room for doubt. Panic explodes through him. Without another word, Dorgo turns and flees, racing across the battlefield in a frantic, desperate bid for survival. But the Death Knight closes the distance as if space itself bends for him. In an instant, he rises above the fleeing Lich, descending with a strike so immense it seems to split the sky apart. The heavens shake under the impact, the world pausing in stunned silence. For a moment, Dorgo forces a twisted grin onto his face. He convinces himself it was nothing, an illusion, a trick of the light. Mocking laughter spills from him. But then reality hits. The laughter snaps into a scream. The Death Knights blow tears through him, ripping his essence apart. Dorgo is flung upward, swallowed by a spiraling vortex of dark energy, before his broken form slams back into the ground. The earth erupts upon impact, a violent explosion tearing through what remains of the battlefield. From the smoking crater, a fragment of Dorgo's shattered skull rolls across the dirt. The Death Knight steps toward it, expression unchanged, voice low and final as he tells him to go to hell. Then he crushes the fragment beneath his boot, ending the Arch-Lich once and for all. From afar, Emperor Aelios watches, stunned beyond reason. His voice barely escapes him as he tries to understand what he has just witnessed. The Death Knight's knees buckle. Exhaustion claims him, dragging him to the ground. In that heavy silence, he breathes out the words. It's over. Finally, over. But one final duty still binds his heart. He longs to see the people he lost, even if only in death. To apologize for the countless sins committed through his enslaved hands. Memories flash, of lifting an innocent soul into the air, their body trembling as his blade pierced them, powerless to resist. The memory sees him, forcing tears to spill as he whispers apology after apology into the void. At last, he lifts his sword one final time. With steady resolve, he plunges the blade into his own chest. This, he believes, is the only atonement left to him. And then, a gentle voice drifts into his fading consciousness. Damien. His eyes widen. He knows that voice. Louise. She appears before him, young, radiant, smiling softly as she asks why he's lying in such a strange place. Peace washes over him for the first time in centuries, yet confusion prickles at his thoughts. She looks younger than he remembers. He stares at her, stunned, finally managing to ask why. Louise simply laughs, teasing him lightly. She wonders if he's trying to flatter her so she'll defend him when their father scolds him again. Then she urges him to hurry home before the rain starts. Damien blinks, and suddenly, he's standing in front of his family home. The sight steals his breath. Louise runs toward the door, alive and carefree, her figure so vivid it makes his heart ache. But shock follows closely behind. He destroyed the palace with his own hands. How could any of this exist? He looks down at his hands, trembling. His mind swirls in confusion. Was everything under Dorgo's control the illusion? Or is this peaceful scene the lie? The doubt gnaws deeper and deeper, until he decides the only way forward is to test the truth himself. He picks up a simple wooden stick from the ground, its weight light and harmless in his hand. Without overthinking, he steps toward a massive rock towering before him. Fixing his gaze on it, he gathers every ounce of strength and charges. The moment the stick meets stone, a sharp boom rings out. A small shockwave ripples across the ground. The stick snaps instantly, splintering apart in his grip. Damien freezes mid-motion, staring wide-eyed. He doesn't move, not even to breathe. Then a slow, disbelieving smile twists across his face. "This is insane," he whispers. The rock cracks. A heartbeat later, it explodes outward in a violent burst, fragments scattering across the rain-soaked field. Damien's laughter erupts, soft at first, shaky, almost uncertain, then louder, rising into wild, uncontrollable hysterics. His voice echoes with the falling rain as reality crashes over him. The absurd, impossible power coursing through his veins refusing to be ignored. Finally, he collapses to his knees, trembling. His breathing comes uneven, his fists digging into the wet earth as pain, disbelief, and overwhelming truth settle in. This is real. All of it. Every moment. Every memory. Every horror. Every loss. A deep smile spreads across his rain-drenched face as the truth settles in his soul. He has returned to the past. Memory crashes over him like a flood. He remembers the reckless boy he once was. Loud, impulsive, always stirring trouble. His family used to call him crazy. He sees his father's furious face, voice booming as he scolded him for getting thrown out of a public gathering, humiliating their family name. He remembers his brother's rage when he struck the son of Leon Bloom March, igniting a scandal that dragged their lineage through the mud. Worst of all, he sees Louise, his little sister crying helplessly as she was taken away, her bright future crushed under the weight of his stupidity. More memories stab their way through. His mother weeping as she begged him to explain why he had mortgaged their lands, why he kept borrowing recklessly, driving their family deeper into ruin. He remembers how he burned through every scrap of wealth they had until, finally, his father cast him out, banishing him forever. But one memory burns brighter than all the rest. The day of his exile. Louise ran after him, pressing money into his hand, pleading with him to find happiness despite everything. Her smile trembled with love and hope as she whispered two words that carved themselves into his heart. "Be happy." And he pushed her away. Shame had seized him so fiercely that he couldn't bear to face her kindness. He turned his back, pretending indifference, while guilt devoured him for the first time in his life. Back in the present, sitting among the lush green fields, Damien lowers his head, drowning in thought. How had he returned to this moment in time? His mind drifts back to the last thing he remembered. His dying wish, to apologize to his family. He never imagined he would be given the chance. Lifting his gaze toward the sky, he wonders quietly. Was this miracle granted by the divine? Then something catches his eye, something resting in his hand that shouldn't be there. The sight makes him pause, breath hitching as doubt creeps back in. Is this truly reality, or just another illusion? He sits in silence, letting his thoughts drift. Memories surface, hard, frustrating years when he struggled to wield even the simplest combat techniques. No matter how much he trained, his body refused to cooperate. One technique, in particular, returns to him with startling clarity. The shattering wave. He can almost feel it, the overwhelming force, the explosive energy, the sheer destructive might that made mountains tremble. He once dreamed of mastering it, but never could. Now, that memory burns brighter, sharper. Damien mutters to himself about the technique he has mastered, one that magnifies the strength behind a single strike, turning it into devastating power. He recalls a battle long ago, when a knight unleashed it with such ferocity that people nicknamed it the Wallbreaker. And Damien remembers gaining that very technique, only after killing that knight. Just then, a voice calls out across the fields. "Young master." Damien turns calmly. A servant sprints toward him from the house, breathless but determined. Damien narrows his eyes, digging through old memories for a name. "Victor? Was it Victor?" "Victor?" he asks, unsure. The servant stiffens immediately and confirms it. Then, panicked, he explains that Lady Louise is searching for Damien, and the head of the family is furious. Shocked to see Damien still outside, he adds with trembling urgency that the Viscount is beyond angry. Damien pauses. "Did I do something wrong?" The servant stares at him, stunned. "Young master, You don't know what you did. He truly doesn't. But before he can question anything further, a thunderous roar shakes the house. You scoundrel! The voice belongs to his father, the Viscount of House Haxon. Damien steps inside just as a fist swings at him. His body moves instinctively, slipping past the strike with effortless precision. His father stumbles forward, crashing to the floor, eyes wide with disbelief at his son's sudden agility. From the ground, the Viscount snarls, "You really are insane." Pushing himself up, his rage only grows. He shouts that Damien was thrown out of a tavern for starting a massive brawl, humiliating their family in front of half the city. His mother and sister rush into the room, trying to restrain him, begging him to calm down before he does something he regrets. Damien stands quietly, watching. He remembers this scene. He has lived this moment before. His mother cries out, "Do you truly mean to kill your own son?" Louise clings to their father's arm, pleading for him to stop. In the midst of the chaos, Damien lowers his gaze. Not in fear this time, but in a heavy, aching sadness. As he looks at the three of them, his father Paul Osborne Haxon, his mother Marilda Haxon, and his sister Louise, he sees them with a clarity he never had in his first life. The family falls silent as they notice his expression, stunned by the shift in him. Even the Viscount forces himself to breathe, to rein in his anger. Damien stands there quietly, swallowed by a wave of remorse he can't put into words. I've missed this, he thinks, holding on to the moment as if it might slip away again. The warmth of his family, once taken for granted, hits him with such force that his eyes begin to sting. Tears roll down his cheeks before he even realizes it. His family stays, stunned. Louise whispers, voice trembling, "Are you crying?" His mother's expression softens into heartbreak. "Oh, my poor child, perhaps everything has overwhelmed him." But the gentleness shatters when his father growls, "Enough. What excuse have you prepared this time? Speak." Damien lifts his head. His voice, steady and calm, cuts through the tension. "I have no excuses." His father freezes, eyes widening as if he's been struck. "No excuses. You." He scoffs in disbelief. "You always twist your nonsense into excuses." Damien meets his glare without wavering. "I tarnish the honor of House Haxon through my recklessness. I won't deny it. I take full responsibility." Suspicion narrows the Viscount's eyes. Trying to dodge punishment now. "Don't think I'm falling for this." Instead of retreating, Damien bows deeply. "I'll take care of it." His father blinks, stunned by the sincerity. Damien straightens, then turns toward the door. "I'll resolve this myself. Once it's done, I will return for whatever punishment you decide." At the threshold, he glances back. Confidence flickers gently in his eyes. "I'll come back to accept your judgment, father." A quiet smile touches his lips, and he steps out. Silence consumes the room. No one speaks. No one even breathes. His family simply stands there, unable to understand the transformation. Finally, the Viscount mutters, "Did the boy hit his head?" Later, Damien enters the bustling heart of the commercial district. The towering buildings, shouting vendors, and churning crowds all feel strangely familiar after so many years. Victor walks beside him, though fear radiates off him with every step. At last, Victor swallows and whispers, "Young master, this is the place. But are you truly going inside? People say it's backed by a criminal syndicate. If things go wrong." His voice shakes. Damien glances at him with calm confidence. "If you're afraid, return home." But Victor clenches his fists. "No, I'll stay with you." Damien offers him a small, reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I only intend to offer a polite apology. Nothing more." Then, more softly, "I'll resolve everything this time." With steady steps, Damien walks toward his destination. But beneath the calm exterior, questions churn. Why was he brought back? Why now? Whether by fate or divine mercy, this chance is his, and he won't waste it. He vows never again to disgrace his family. Every mistake, every sin, every wound he caused, he will fix them all. As he pushes through the busy crowd, two rough-looking men spot him. Recognition flashes across their faces. One sneers. Well, you've got some nerve showing up again." Damien studies them quietly, trying to place their faces. Something about them pulls at an old memory, but he can't quite grasp it. Still, Damien's voice remains calm. "I'm only here to offer the owner a sincere apology for the trouble I caused before." For a heartbeat, both men pause, thrown off by the lack of anger, the lack of fear. Then laughter spills out of them. One sneers, "I'll make sure the boss gets your apology." The other eyes Damien more closely, his expression shifting. "You're the eldest son of that disgrace of a household, right? I expected a loudmouth brat, but you're different." Their words turn sharper, uglier. "But your sister, now she's worth talking about." They trade filthy remarks back and forth, their voices dripping with indecency. Then one of them reaches out and grabs Damien's face, squeezing hard as he leans in. "If you want forgiveness, offer us your pretty sister. That'll be enough." A cold fury snaps awake inside Damien. The man's smirk cracks. In a blur, Damien's hand moves, faster than their eyes can follow. He plucks the knife from the thug's grip with effortless precision. He twirls it lightly between his fingers, voice quiet but chilling. I thought this would end quickly, but it seems I overestimated you. The second man lunges forward, roaring, weapon raised high. But before he can bring it down, a sharp, explosive crack splits the air. His hand flies off his arm, spiraling through the air before landing on the ground with a sickening thud. For a moment, the man only blinks, staring dumbly. Then the blood pours, and the pain catches up. His scream tears through the street, raw and horrible. Damien stands unmoving, calm, ice cold. You wanted trouble, he says softly. Allow me to show you what it means to face the eldest son of House Haxon. Dread spreads across the men's faces as they finally grasp the danger before them. From the shadows, Victor watches, shaking violently, tears well in his eyes. How? How could this be the same young master who said he'd resolve things peacefully? The man who lost his hand finally understands what just happened. His scream echoes across the street, sharp enough to make the onlookers wince. A crowd gathers, some amused, others cautious. Come on, let's watch. Looks like it's getting good. No thanks. I'm not trying to die today, another mutters, backing away. Victor stays hidden, clutching his chest, fear twisting painfully inside him. Out on the street, Damien stands firm. The remaining man points a blade at him, trembling with rage while his partner writhes on the ground. Do you even know who we are? He spits. Damien's response is calm, almost bored. I don't care. If you're going to strike, then strike. But the man isn't done. His voice rises, fury and desperation mixing together. We're with the Black Snake. Nobody in this city touches us without paying for it with their life. The name hits Damien like a spark to dry tinder. The Black Snake. He remembers them well. An organization that strangled the city from the inside, ruling through violence, fear, and corruption. He remembers their cruelty, their influence, their crimes. He remembers everything. He remembers them. The same men who once beat him without mercy, laughing as they forced him to kneel, humiliating him over a simple protest inside one of their filthy establishments. The pain, the helplessness, the shame of bowing his head because he had no strength to resist. But this time, everything is different. A shadow crosses Damien's face, and a slow, chilling smile forms. An apology. Huh, no, you're the ones who owe me one. The gangster bares his teeth and raises his weapon. Don't think I'll go easy just because you're some pampered noble. This time, I'm cutting you down for good. He charges with full force, swinging his blade with murderous intent. Damien doesn't flinch. He sidesteps with graceful ease, moving so fast the thug's eyes can't even track him. Before the man understands what happened, Damien hooks his foot sharply against the thug's ankle, breaking his balance completely. The gangster pitches forward, and his face slams into the stone road with a brutal crack. The crowd recoils. Gasps ripple through the onlookers as the man groans, coughing, clutching his shattered nose. Damien approaches him slowly, calm, controlled, terrifying. Even if I killed every last member of your Black Snake, he says, voice cold enough to freeze bone, it still wouldn't repay what you did. He lifts the weapon high, ready to crush the man's skull. But at the final second, he stops. For his family's sake, he restrains himself. Instead, he brings the weapon down with a devastating blow that avoids lethal force but destroys the man's ability to ever fight again. The thug collapses, screaming, his limbs twisting unnaturally. Beside him, his partner writhes on the ground, both now broken and powerless. From the edge of the street, a furious voice shouts, "Who the hell is this guy?" A new group of Black Snake enforcers storms forward. Their leader steps out front, muscles rigid, eyes narrowed as he studies Damien. "You're strong," he says slowly. "Too strong to be wandering around alone. Tell me, what organization do you belong to?" Damien meets his gaze without hesitation. "I belong to no faction. I came here to apologize. But after all this," his eyes narrow, sharp as a blade. "It's your boss who owes me the apology." The gang bursts into mocking laughter. The leader's expression hardens. "Enough nonsense. If you won't come quietly, we'll drag you instead. Attack." At his command, the enforcers rush forward with blinding speed. Damien stands his ground. His breath is already heavy. Fatigue from the earlier clashes clings to him like chains. But he draws a deep breath, steels himself, and shifts his stance. Then he moves. Swift, sharp, unrelenting. Each strike is an explosion, cutting down an attacker before the next even understands what's happening. Bones shatter. Blades fly from stunned hands. Screams fill the street as man after man collapses, clutching broken limbs and crumpled bodies. The leader can only stare, frozen. His mind refuses to accept the sight. His elite fighters falling like children before a single young man. But beneath Damien's composed exterior, the truth gnaws at him. His chest burns. His breath grows thinner. Every movement feels heavier than the last. This skirmish, this short, savage fight, has already pushed his exhausted body to its limit. Damien fixes his eyes on the gang leader, his voice steady and cold. "Do you still want to continue?" The man, who moments earlier barked orders with confidence, staggers back, trembling violently. His swagger collapses into pure terror. Please, forgive me. Spare me, he cries, hands shaking as he tries to shield himself. But Damien is done offering mercy. In a blur of movement, he charges forward. The leader's face drains of color. He whirls around and bolts down the street, screaming in panic as he tries to outrun the inevitable. His terrified shrieks echo through the alleyways, but Damien's footsteps thunder behind him. Faster, closer, relentless. The leader glances back. Damien is already at his neck. Crack! The sound of breaking bones splits the air. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere had been lively. Laughter, clinking mugs, drunken boasts. But the sudden noise rolling in from outside makes everyone freeze. The room goes still as they listen. Then the doors slam open. The gang leader stumbles inside, wild-eyed and trembling, barely holding himself upright. But he isn't walking on his own. A blade rests against his throat, guiding him forward like a puppet. Gasps ripple through the tavern as Damien steps in behind him, calm and composed, holding the knife with chilling ease. In one motion, he releases the leader and lets him collapse onto the floor like a discarded sack. You should have listened, Damien says quietly, when I was being nice. The tavern erupts into silence so complete it feels unreal. Then chaos explodes. Guests leap from their seats, screaming, overturning tables and chairs as they scramble for the exits. A killer. Run. Get out. Get out. Mugs shatter. Boots pound against wood. The entire tavern dissolves into frantic disorder. When it all settles, Damien stands alone at the center of the room, knife lowered, breath steady. He thinks the worst has already passed. But then, a voice slices through the chaos. What is the meaning of this? A man descends the stairs, every step heavy with authority. Anderson Holm, the tavern owner. Fury contorts his face as his eyes sweep over the fallen gang members, rage boiling under his skin. Damien looks up at him with quiet confidence. Your guards are no longer a problem. I handled them. Anderson's jaw clenches. His men, elite enforcers of the Black Serpent gang, defeated so completely. Impossible. Who are you? He roars. Who dares cause this kind of trouble in my establishment? Damien straightens, voice firm and proud. Damien Haxon, eldest son of House Haxon. The name hits Anderson like a blow. His anger flickers into shock, then confusion. A noble. Heh. Damien raises his voice slightly, letting his word carry through the wrecked tavern. I didn't come here to cause chaos. I came for an apology. From you, the owner. Anderson blinks, stunned. An apology. Damien steps closer, his expression hardening. Years ago, your tavern rubbed its guests with outrageous prices. When I protested, your men beat me senseless and left me in the street. His voice sharpens. That humiliation branded me a drunken fool in this city, ruining my reputation, staining my family's name. His gaze pierces Anderson like a blade. And that, Anderson Holm, is the apology I've come to collect. For a moment, Damien's mind drifts. Back to that bitter, humiliating day when his father cast him out. Back to the weight of disgrace that crushed his family because of one night. This night. Even now, the memory coils tight around his heart. His voice hardens. That single night cost my family dearly. And you dare laugh. Anderson does laugh. Mocking, unrestrained, shameless. So this is it. You've come to mourn your broken honor. His grin widens cruelly. How adorable. But tell me, does House Haxon even have honor left to lose? The words hit like a blade. But Anderson isn't finished. He leans forward, sneering. I will never apologize. Instead, you'll pay for the damage you caused today. Damien goes silent. Slowly, a smile creeps across his lips. A quiet, unsettling smile, cold as winter steel. Had he simply apologized, I may have spared him. But now, the air tightens. Damien steps forward. One single step, sharp enough to slice through fear itself. Anderson jerks backward, trembling as Damien's energy spikes. His posture lowers, body coiling like a spring ready to unleash. Then you'll pay dearly, Damien says, voice dropping to a deadly calm. His eyes gleam with sharp intent. Knife in hand, he surges toward Anderson like a storm breaking loose. But before he can reach him, clang, a violent blur cuts across his attack. Steel crashes against steel, releasing a shockwave that blasts through the tavern, toppling chairs and rattling windows. The aura is immense, blinding, overwhelming. Damien is hurled backward, crashing onto the floor. For the first time since he returned to the past, his confidence wavers. The force behind that clash, it was monstrous. As the ringing fades, a figure steps fully into view, standing protectively before Anderson. Armor gleams beneath the dim lights, radiating an oppressive presence. Anderson exhales like a drowning man finally breaking the surface. Lord Ted, thank the heavens you arrived. Damien forces himself upright, eyes narrowed. A knight. Hey. The realization strikes deep. A knight. An actual knight. Working in a place like this. Why? Before getting back to the action, the story takes a moment to explain what knights actually are. Warriors who dedicate their entire lives to martial arts, progressing through a strict hierarchy that begins with trainee, advances to apprentice knight, and ultimately culminates in becoming an official knight once their abilities are deemed sufficient. At that stage, they are acknowledged as fighters capable of wielding aura, elevating them to mountain-level power where they can mow down dozens of enemies in front of them and even slice through castle walls without the slightest strain, making it clear that the knights in this story aren't just strong. They are considered transcendent beings. That very reputation is exactly why the bar owner is standing there laughing like a madman, utterly convinced that victory is already his, because even though Ted is only an apprentice knight, he serves under the leader of the Black Snake organization, and with Ted involved, the owner is certain that our boy won't be walking out of this place in one piece. And yes, the one piece is real. Damien, completely unfazed, stands his ground and directly questions Ted about his rank, finally understanding why he sensed a trace of aura during their earlier clash. Yet this realization shocks Ted, who cannot believe that someone he considers insignificant was able to detect his aura despite his deliberate effort to conceal it. After thinking it over, Damien quickly pieces together why Ted would even bother working in such a run-down place, concluding that Ted must have failed to qualify as an official knight and been cast out, leaving him with nowhere else to go. And this verbal jab begins to crack the knight's composure just as the bar owner hurriedly tries to steer things back on track by bringing up payment. But the moment Ted hears the word apprentice tied to his rank, his blood boils over, and in a flash of rage he bursts forward with explosive speed, swinging his blade to slice open the arrogant noble's mouth as punishment for the disrespect. Yet our boy shows no fear at all, remaining perfectly still until the last possible instant before slipping past the heavy strike, an attack that would have cleanly cut him in half if it had landed. Without hesitation, Ted prepares a follow-up and launches into another series of attacks, his blade cutting through the air as he relentlessly targets Damien. But while our boy avoids each strike with relative ease, he's also carefully analyzing his opponent, recognizing that Ted is far from an ordinary apprentice knight, as shown by the precision and control in his swordsmanship. Frustration boiling over, Ted releases a powerful wide slash, only for the young master to evade it just as effortlessly. Yet despite retaining fragments of his future combat experience, Damien is still forced to contend with the limitations of his current body, making it difficult to fully utilize his skills and forcing him to learn, in real time, that managing his stamina is now a priority. Growing increasingly irritated that none of his strikes are landing, the apprentice knight finally snaps and pours a flicker of aura into his body. And the moment Damien senses the shift, he immediately recognizes what's coming and predicts the hidden technique his opponent is about to unleash. In the next instant, Ted drives forward with a straight, power-loaded thrust, the blade surging ahead with overwhelming force as it aims to pierce straight through him. Yet even with death closing in, Damien steadies himself instead of panicking, choosing in that critical moment to answer with a technique of his own, one capable of countering the attack, his mind drifting back to the grim days when he lived as a Death Knight, recalling the time he stood face-to-face with the infamous killer known as the Blade of Death, an assassin feared and revered like a natural disaster given human form. Back then, the Death Knight had sought him out, only for the phantom assassin to casually raise his sword and point it forward, warning that he would kill him if he didn't leave. But when it became clear that the Death Knight had no intention of backing down, something dark awakened within the assassin, a twisted excitement surfacing as he found yet another victim, even deciding to showcase his secret technique in a performance meant to surpass all others. With unnerving precision, the assassin used his keen perception to read the vital points within a human body, manipulating the flow of water inside it, and then executed his ultimate technique, one that sliced cleanly through the Death Knight's body, delivering a devastating cut. And what made it even more absurd was that he accomplished all of this with nothing more than a simple wooden sword, highlighting just how refined and terrifying his skill truly was. The Death Knight's body fell apart and collapsed onto the ground while the phantom assassin reveled in his victory, completely unaware that his opponent was far from finished, because the moment he turned around, he was met with a horrifying sight. The severed body knitting itself back together as flesh and organs reconnected into a single form, restoring itself despite having been cut clean in half. That was because the Death Knight had just used a countermeasure, the so-called anti-split technique, and once fully restored, the assassin finally understood the mistake he had made in targeting something that wasn't truly alive. But the worst part was yet to come, because after experiencing that technique firsthand, Damien had instantly grasped its mechanics, using his own perceptive ability to identify the assassin's vital points and replicate the same method. Before the phantom assassin could even process what was happening, the Death Knight turned the technique back on him, cutting him down in the exact same fashion, swift, merciless, and without even using a sword, leaving the crazed killer writhing in unbearable pain as he failed to comprehend how his secret technique had been copied so effortlessly. And with that memory, the story snaps back to the present, where Ted now wears that same look of despair and defeat, lying on the ground. Unlike the assassin, he hasn't been grotesquely split in two, but a deep, decisive slash across his body tells the outcome all the same. Our so-called glorious protagonist explains that every opponent he has ever faced never even understood what happened until they were already groveling on the ground, because every single one of his battles followed the exact same pattern, all thanks to his innate ability as the Death Knight, the power to absorb his enemy's skills and wield them as his own. So in simple terms, He's out here giving Kakashi, the copy ninja, real competition. Watching Ted collapse like that completely shatters the bar owner's confidence, leaving him scared out of his mind, sweating profusely as the realization hits that he might be next. His face twisted into pure desperation like Vegeta on his last legs, and within seconds he drops to his knees in front of Damien, frantically apologizing for bringing disgrace to the Hax INV County while also offering a hefty sum of gold as compensation for all the trouble caused. Meanwhile, Damien is celebrating internally, because he only came here expecting a simple apology yet somehow ends up getting easy money on top of it, so he decides to let everything slide and briefly looks toward his servant Victor, who has been silently watching the entire exchange unfold, before Victor steps forward to collect the payment, still questioning his own senses after witnessing how the young master dismantled the knight with an unbelievable technique at the final moment, unable to understand how Damien suddenly came into possession of such powerful abilities. In the next scene, the two of them leave the bar, with Victor remarking that he has never carried this much money in his life, although it's clear the bar owner isn't done yet, because that scumbag is already thinking about revenge and plans to report everything to the leader of the Black Snake organization. However, just as he's plotting his next move, Damien suddenly returns and humbles him by cleanly slicing off his right ear. The bar owner lets out a scream of agony while Damien calmly reminds him that he couldn't simply leave without delivering proper punishment, adding that he already knows the man intends to run to the organization, and is more than willing to pass along a message. If they dare to target his family, he will wipe them out completely. Even after experiencing that firsthand, the bar owner still clings to his desire for revenge and plans to report the incident. But that's left for later, because as Damien continues walking away, he begins to fully confront the weight of his past life, a history soaked in blood, filled with murder and nothing but sin. Yet instead of running from it, he accepts it and makes a firm vow that this time he will not fail his family and will remain by their side, declaring that it's time to head home. The scene then shifts to the Lion Bloom March, where a man speaks to his brother about the idea that pain always follows love, leaving his brother confused and assuming he's preparing for another battle, only for the man to deny it and clarify that he's actually setting out on a journey to find love. Though with that expression on his face, it's hard to take his words at face value. By the time Damien and Victor return to the Haxon Baron estate, the atmosphere has softened. Damien stretches lazily, remarking to Victor that he hasn't slept that deeply in ages. Victor glances at him with quiet envy, thinking how Damien managed peaceful sleep while he spent the entire night anxious and wide awake. Damien chuckles, admitting that nothing went according to plan yesterday. Still, they walked away with more money than expected. And more importantly, he says with steady conviction, word will spread fast. Soon, no one will dare ridicule House Haxon again. Victor nods, seeing something different in Damien now. For the first time, he senses a sharp intelligence behind his master's calm eyes, a clarity he had never noticed before. Yet worry continues to tug at him. He brings up the Black Serpent Gang, reminding Damien that they left behind a wounded trainee knight and several severely injured members. Damien shrugs off the concern with absolute certainty. The gang may be bold, but even they wouldn't recklessly challenge a noble house. And if they ever do, he'll crush them himself. Victor can't help admiring him. And at last, he blurts out the question that's been burning in his mind. Where and when had Damien learned swordsmanship so terrifying that it defied belief? Damien answers with a nervous smile, scratching his cheek as he claims he only trained here and there, whenever he found the chance. But the moment barely settles before a thunderous roar shatters the calm, his name echoing across the courtyard. His father charges toward him, face flushed with fury and panic tangled together. He grabs Damien by the shoulders, shaking him slightly as he demands to know where he's been all day. His voice trembles with fear more than anger. Had Damien caused even more chaos? Damien meets him with steady confidence, offering a relaxed smile as he assures him that everything has already been taken care of, exactly as he promised. Then he gestures at Victor. Victor steps forward and opens the bag. Gold and treasures spill into view, shimmering in the sunlight. Both parents gasp at once, shouting, "Our money!" Damien explains smoothly that he returned to the tavern where the trouble began and resolved the misunderstanding. A simple billing error, he claims, and as compensation, the tavern owner surrendered all the treasure. His father stares at the glittering piles, disbelief flickering in his eyes. But before he can question it, Damien's mother speaks up, insisting that no other explanation makes sense. Where else could such riches come from? Damien holds his smile, subtly nudging his father's doubts aside. If he really questions it, he should ask Victor. After all, Victor was with him the entire time. Damien turns to him gently, urging him to confirm the story. Victor freezes for a heartbeat before awkwardly stammering out the confirmation. His hesitant words seal the lie in place, and Damien's parents immediately accept it, flooding him with praise and relief. But deep inside Victor's chest, a quiet realization forms. Damien can't seem to utter a single sentence without twisting it. Yet somehow everything still works out in his favor. The thought leaves him both impressed and slightly terrified. Outside, Damien steps into the open air and lets out a long breath, the tension finally slipping from his shoulders. With the situation neatly tied up, he slips into the forest and sprints, pushing his body as hard as he can. The thrill lasts only moments. Soon his lungs burn, his legs grow heavy, and exhaustion drags him to a halt. Panting, he acknowledges the truth. This body is still too weak. It won't be enough for the future he's aiming for. But instead of frustration, a grin spreads across his face. He reaches into his cloak and pulls out a small vial, calling himself lucky for acquiring something so precious. His thoughts drift back to the moment he first questioned the tavern owner about it. Curiosity had led him to ask what the vial contained. The man explained that it held a ray tonic crafted by the Dan School of Alchemy, a potion known to boost stamina and restore energy. Damien had pressed him further, intrigued by the unfamiliar name. The tavern owner had clarified with pride that the Dan School was a famed group of alchemists who specialized in potent tonics and miraculous elixirs. And as the memory resurfaces, Damien recalls hearing of them, masters of alchemy, their creation so valuable they were traded for gemstones by weight. With that thought, a wave of relief washes through him. This vial isn't just rare, it's a treasure beyond price. Damien tilts his head back and drinks it all in a single motion. Heat rushes through him instantly. A sharp breath escapes as a vibrant aura detonates from within, spreading like fire through every muscle and vein. Strength wells up, raw and fresh, filling him from the inside out. His determination hardens. If he truly wants power, he must rebuild his stamina from the ground up, to reclaim the might he once held in his past life, especially if he intends to face Dorgo. This is the only path forward. The memory of Dorgo surfaces, the monster's horrifying visage carved deep into his mind. Damien knows the truth. In just a few years, the undead army will return to this world. And when that day comes, he vows he will possess the strength to kill Dorgo with his own hands. He exhales slowly, eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Only by regaining his former strength can he protect his family's happiness. With that promise burning inside his chest, he launches forward again, sprinting with renewed power. His vow echoes like thunder. This time, Dorgo, I will kill you for sure. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of the moon, a hidden fortress lies shrouded in darkness. The Black Serpent Gang's secret base. Inside, their leader eats with lazy indifference, his voice icy as he speaks. The one who failed, he declares, is useless now. Losing one of their finest men changes nothing. A few gang members mutter that Ted should at least be given medical attention. But Cedric Walker cuts them short with a chilling order. Leave him. Throw him away. He no longer matters. One man dares to question him. But Cedric's voice sharpens, cruel and absolute. Ted is nothing more than a broken tool, and tools can always be replaced. Suddenly, movement stays the room. Ted begins to lift himself, trembling violently as he rises despite his shattered state. The gang gasps. Cedric's eyes narrow. Then a mocking laugh spills out. So he still has enough strength to crawl, he sneers. With a twisted grin, he adds that he'll give Ted one more chance, accept treatment, and perhaps he'll be hired again. Ted snarls back, refusing the insult, yelling that he doesn't need Cedric's pity. He rushes forward with everything he has left, but freezes mid-charge. His entire body locks rigid, suspended unnaturally in the air. A sinister shadow ripples behind him, swallowing the room in dread. Ted's expression twists in terror as he cries out, demanding to know what is happening. Then the dark aura lashes out, slamming into him with brutal force, his screams echoing through the hall. From that swirling darkness, a cloaked figure steps forward. He turns his head towards Cedric and speaks in a calm, deadly tone, asking whether this display is sufficient as a first demonstration. Cedric's lips twist into a pleased smile. Of course, he replies coldly. Now, show me the rest of your strength. Ted thrashes wildly, rage spilling out in broken shouts as he begs to be released. But the cloaked man pays him no mind. He begins chanting, harsh, ancient words that scrape against the air like claws. Each syllable deepens the suffocating dread, and Ted's panic explodes, his body trembling uncontrollably beneath the rising storm of dark power. A violent surge of shadow erupts around him. Ted screams, a raw, horrifying sound, as the energy coils and tears at him. From within the swirling darkness, distorted shapes crawl into view. Red eyes gleam through the haze, and jagged fangs glisten in the gloom. The sight shatters Ted's sanity. He begs, pleads, cries for mercy, but the monsters only draw closer. The darkness thickens, swallowing him whole. His screams echo through the hall as the aura rips into him, tearing him apart piece by piece. Then, an explosion of dark energy bursts outward. His body shreds in the blast, limbs devoured by the abyss until only a single leg remains, tumbling to the floor with a wet thud. The severed limb lands at Cedric's feet. Disgust flickers across his face as he covers his nose, muttering that the scene is sickening. The cloaked man turns to him calmly and asks if the demonstration has met expectations. Cedric nods, though his voice remains icy as he adds that next time, it should be cleaner. The cloaked figure smiles, a thin, chilling curve. He asks for his next assignment. Cedric leans forward, a cold grin stretching across his face. A certain noble has crossed the Black Serpents, he explains, damaged their organization. He wants revenge from the shadows. The harsher the devastation, the greater the payment. He slides over in advance. The cloaked man picks it up without hesitation, bowing slightly in gratitude. His smile sharpens into something predatory as he assures Cedric the job will be done. He is someone who never fails. Elsewhere, Damien drives his body mercilessly through training. Sweat drips, muscles burn, but his determination never wavers. The tonic's effects are unmistakable. His stamina has already grown significantly. Yet his heart remains unsettled. Days have passed without retaliation. The Black Serpent should have struck by now. But they haven't. That silence feels wrong. A sudden rustle behind him snaps every instinct awake. He pivots sharply, muttering under his breath, just as I expected. Without hesitation, he lunges forward at full speed, cursing those Black Serpent bastards as he drives a crushing blow into the figure hiding in the bushes. A cry of pain bursts from the shadows. Damien freezes. His eyes widen as the figure's face comes into view. Ew. He breathes in shock. Sitting in the date, wincing from the strike, is his younger brother, Abel Haxon. Abel looks up at him, startled eyes softening as he whispers, "Big brother." Still trembling from the blow, Abel pushes himself upright with a wince before letting out a short, strained laugh. "You've gotten stronger since the last time I saw you. For a moment, I thought you almost snapped my neck." Damien freezes. Those words stab into him, dragging up a memory he can never forget. Abel's lifeless body from his past life. His breath falters. Slowly, he extends a hand toward his brother, his voice low and sincere. "I didn't mean to. It wasn't intentional." Abel stares at the offered hand, hesitation clouding his eyes. His expression hardens. "Father said you went to the tavern to talk things out. But then we hear a fight broke out. People were injured. Tell me the truth, Damien. You didn't cause it, right? You wouldn't lie. To the family, would you?" Damien doesn't even blink. His reply is calm, unwavering. "No, I was the one who caused it." Abel's anger ignites instantly. "Liar. You expect me to believe that? Did you hire someone to fight for you? You've never been the type to handle battles yourself." He jabs a finger toward Damien, voice sharp with frustration. "Stop disgracing this family. I'm always the one cleaning up after you." Instead of responding with hostility, Damien slowly places a gentle hand atop Abel's head. His voice softens, warm and steady. "Abel, you've always put the family first. But listen to me. There's nothing to worry about anymore. I won't let anything bad happen again." Before Abel can reply, a frantic shout rips across the courtyard. "Young masters." A servant rushes toward them, breathless and pale with panic. There's a serious problem. The brothers exchange stunned looks before sprinting back toward the house. Tension coils tightly around them. Damien flings the door open, Abel hovering anxiously behind him. The moment they step inside, their father's furious voice cuts through the air. "Damien!" Before he can respond, another voice, smooth, unhurried, and dripping with false politeness, echoes from deeper within the room. "So, you finally come." Erwin Leon Bloom stands there with a sly smile, acting as though his presence is the most natural thing in the world. He turns to Damien's father with feigned humility. "I was simply explaining what happened at the party," he says lightly. "Please forgive my unexpected visit." Damien's eyes narrow into slits. This again. He has lived this moment once before. He knows this man, Erwin. Memories from his previous life flare sharply, every detail of that night returning with painful clarity. Without holding back, he roars, "What the hell did you just say?" Erwin raises his hands, pretending innocence. Wait, I didn't mean to offend anyone." But Damien steps closer, fury radiating from him. "Drop the act. You mocked me, and you tried to lay hands on my sister." Erwin tilts his head, smirking as if amused. "You must be confused. Maybe you were drunk. I don't recall anything like that." He leans in, his voice dropping to a taunting whisper. "And even if I did, what then?" With a cruel smile, he pushes further. "If I admitted it right now, what exactly could you do to me?" Rage surges through Damien, boiling over in an instant. Damien remembers all too well how, in his past life, he always swallowed his anger at moments like this. But not this time. Without a shred of hesitation, his fist slams into Erwin's face. The impact cracks like thunder. Erwin flies backward, crashing onto the floor as blood spills down his nose. He groans, reeling in pain. Yet Damien's eyes sharpen. Erwin isn't weak. He's a trained knight. He could have blocked the punch. Instead, he chose to take it. He wanted this outcome. Erwin rises slowly, holding his blooded face with a twisted smile. Then, like a man with no shame, he unveils his true move. "Actually," he says boldly, "I must confess, I admire Louise. Deeply. That's why I want your permission, Viscount, to marry her." He settles into the sofa as if nothing has happened, his tone smooth, deliberate, calculated. "Yes, I wish to marry Louise. I ask for your approval." Silence crashes over the room. Everyone stays at him, stunned. Damien's fists clench. This was the same scheme Erwin had used before, the same trap that destroyed their family. With fake humility and venom beneath every word, Erwin adds, "Let's treat tonight as a misunderstanding. if you agree to the marriage. But Louise's father responds instantly, voice firm and unwavering. Impossible. It will never happen. Erwin's pleasant smile melts into a cold stare. Then tell me, how much can the Haxon family endure when mine brings its wrath? Someone must pay for this insult. His voice hardens, offering only two choices. Either pay the price, or give me Louise. Inside, Louise's father feels the crushing pressure. The Leon Bloom family is powerful enough to ruin them. But even knowing the danger, he refuses to sacrifice his daughter to someone as vile as Erwin. At that moment, Louise appears in the doorway. She steps forward with quiet grace, her gaze calm but heavy with something deeper. And then, to everyone's shock, she speaks. I will accept the marriage. The room erupts. Her father shouts in horror. Abel freezes, trembling with fury as he begs her to take it back. Damien feels something inside him collapse. This is the same nightmare repeating again. Louise only offers them a gentle, fragile smile. It's all right, she whispers. I'll go with Sir Owen. But Damien sees past that smile. He sees the despair she's trying to hide, the pain she's swallowing for their sake. And he feels the old regret choke him again. Because of him, she is being pushed to this cliff once more. Meanwhile, Erwin savors the moment, his expression dripping with triumph. He believes he's cornered them completely. Excellent choice, Lady Louise, he pairs. He walks forward, boasting that he'll send an official request soon and discuss wedding arrangements immediately. Just as he steps past, Damien moves. He blocks Erwin's path, his gaze sharp and lethal. Murderous intent radiates from him like heat. Erwin doesn't flinch. He sneers, convinced Damien is still the same powerless fool he was before. He pats Damien's shoulder mockingly, a poisonous grin twisting his face. Well then, he jizz, should I start calling you brother-in-law now? Inside, Damien curses him with burning hatred. This man, this parasite, is trying to destroy his sister's life again. Damien doesn't answer. His silence alone radiates fury. A low whisper escapes him, too soft for anyone to make out. Louise notices instantly, the storm rising behind his eyes, and calls his name gently, trying to soothe him before he erupts. But Erwin, blind with arrogance, leans in with a mocking grin. What was that? Say it again. That was the final spark. Damien's fist crashes into Erwin's face with explosive force. The blow sends him flying, his nose bursting open as blood erupts like a broken fountain. For the first time, Erwin's vile tongue falls silent. Even as Erwin hits the floor, Damien curses himself inwardly. He shouldn't have let that trash provoke him. Not when his family's peace and his sister's safety were at stake. But as Louise gasps and covers her mouth, Damien looks down at Erwin's crumpled body, his voice cold and steady. No, you bastard. And in that breath, he embraces it fully. There will be no holding back anymore. His mind flashes back to the moment everything spiraled. After a servant told him that Louise and Erwin had returned, Damien rushed with pounding urgency, his heart hammered with anticipation. After all this time, he would finally see his sister again. He sprinted toward the door. But then, a scream cut through the air. A roar. Terrified cry. His hand froze on the door. Cold dread crawled over him. When the door creaked open, the world stopped. Erwin had Louise by the hair, dragging her as she cried out in pain. Owen berated her harshly, scolding her as though she were a nuisance. Erwin stepped forward, venom dripping from every word as he spat insults at her, mocking her, degrading her, sneering at the Haxon name. Louise collapsed to the floor, shaking, and Erwin towered above her with a twisted grin. Ah, dear Louise, he muttered darkly, raising his fist. Let me teach you a lesson you will never forget. Damien's blood turned to ice. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Guilt smothered him. This was because of him, because he had dragged his sister into this hell. His knees hit the ground. His fingers dug into the floor. But as Erwin prepared to strike, something inside Damien shattered. Rage exploded. No, he roared. The room froze. Everyone stared at him, shocked at the audacity, the fury. Erwin's guards rushed forward, swords drawn. How dare you raise your voice at our young lord? Steel glinted in the air, pointed at Damien's heart. But Erwin simply wiped the blood from his mouth, rising slowly with a chilling smile. Sword in hand, he stepped closer, savoring every second. Twice, he hissed. You struck my face twice. He leaned in, eyes burning with cruel delight. Tell me, brother-in-law, is it a death wish you're carrying? The guards tried desperately to restrain him, pleading for calm. But Erwin shoved them aside, rage twisting his face. Back off, he roared. His murderous gaze locked on Damien. He would deal with him personally. One of the guards stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Allow me to handle this insolent fool, he offered. But Erwin shoved the request aside without hesitation. This was his moment. His aura flared violently, a wave of raw force blasting the guards backward as he barked at them to stand down. His glare locked onto Damien, cold and merciless. He would handle this himself. Abel and Louise stood frozen, dread sinking into their bones as the tension tightened like a noose. Erwin lifted his sword, approaching slowly, each step deliberate. Tell me, he hissed. How do you plan to resolve this? Louise's heart clenched. She knew exactly what Erwin intended. Her fear overwhelmed her, and she cried out desperately, "Please, stop." Her voice shook, terrified of what would happen if this rage-fueled clash continued. But Damien stepped forward, placing himself between her and danger. He held his arm out protectively, his stance steady, his smile gentle. "Don't worry," he whispered. "I'll handle this." He prayed silently that she would never again be forced to sacrifice herself because of him. Then he faced Erwin and declared boldly, "Let's settle this with a duel." Erwin blinked, taken aback. "A duel?" Damien nodded, unwavering. "If you defeat me, I'll accept your conditions. But if I win, everything ends here, permanently." Erwin scoffed. "Why would I agree to that? Louise already accepted my proposal." Damien's smile sharpened. "Why are you dodging the question? Unless, of course, you're afraid." The taunt struck deep. Fury flashed in Erwin's eyes. "This worm dares speak to me like this." He clenched his sword, hatred boiling. "I'll crush him, and then I'll take Louise, no matter what." Raising his blade high, Erwin growled, "Fine. I accept your challenge." Word of the duel spread like wildfire. Soon, the estate's courtyard filled with anxious spectators. Tension hung thick in the air. Damien's mother trembled, wringing her hands. "Should we stop them?" she whispered. But his father, though worried, shook his head. "Look at him. Damien's acting with purpose. He has something in mind." All they could do now was hope. Some prayed for a miracle. Abel did not. Unlike the others, he knew miracles wouldn't decide this. Erwin was a trained knight, confident and lethal. His blade gleamed as he prepared, every movement precise. Across from him, Damien stood empty-handed. Erwin smirked. "How will you fight without a weapon?" Damien answered calmly, pulling out a small dining fork. "No need to worry," he said, twirling it lightly between his fingers. A confident grin spread across his face. "This will do just fine." Gasps erupted from the crowd. A fork? Was he insane? Erwin burst into laughter, openly mocking him. "What's wrong? Has fear finally made you lose your mind?" Erwin mocked. Without waiting for a reply, he lunged forward with the lethal speed of a trained knight. His sword sliced through the air as he shouted, "I won't hold back." But Damien moved like water, effortless, fluid, slipping past the strike as though it were nothing more than a breeze. Erwin's eyes widened. He hadn't even seen the movement. Frustration twisted his face. With a furious roar, he summoned the full force of the lion's raw combat style. Aura exploded around him, forming a massive, glowing lion that charged across the courtyard, ripping through stone and sending dust into the sky. The explosion shook the ground. When the dust cleared, Damien still stood exactly where he had been. Unscathed, calm, fork in hand. A wave of shocked whispers swept through the crowd. How is he still standing? He blocked the lion's roar, without a sword. Even the guards stared, stunned senseless. For the first time, unease crawled up Erwin's spine. Not a single strike had landed. Every swing, dodged with impossible precision. Damien's lips curved slightly. Inside, he felt the truth settle in. His training had paid off. He had mastered the Leon Bloom family's combat style, something Erwin could barely wield. Memories flickered. His fight against Michael Leon Bloom in his previous life. Compared to Michael's polished skill, Erwin's technique was full of holes. Fury overtook Erwin. He unleashed another massive wave of aura, stronger than anything before. A crushing attack. One Damien knew he couldn't simply sidestep with a fork. His eyes narrowed. "Then I'll use it," the hero saint technique. Power surged through him. The clash between their attacks erupted into a violent blast, shaking the ground and sending cracks across the courtyard. Louise and Abel watched in terror, barely able to breathe. Steel rang sharply. Erwin's sword collided with Damien's fork. The impact echoed. Erwin froze, shock spreading across his face. With surgical precision, Damien twisted the fork, diverting the blade exactly where he wanted. Then he shifted. It was small, subtle, almost invisible, and deadly. Secret move, countless thunder, shadow revelation. His body shot forward like lightning. "Goodbye," he whispered in his heart. In an instant, the fork's prongs pressed against Erwin's neck, locking him in place with absolute dominance. The crowd gasped as one. Erwin's eyes bulged with terror. A dining fork had defeated him. Even Abel, Louise, and Damien's parents stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sight. Oven stumbled backward in horror. The fork was at his young master's throat. Humiliation washed over him, and he collapsed with a broken cry. Damien stood firm, calm but burning with restrained fury. He could end Erwin right now, but for his family's sake, he would go no further. He looked down at the fallen knight and spoke, voice steady and unyielding. "It's clear now. I've won. Any complaints?" Damien's voice held the weight of absolute authority. He stepped closer, gaze cold and unwavering. "As I told you, you will leave this place. Now." Erwin, pale and shaking, could only stagger backward. Defeat wrapped around him like chains as he fled the courtyard he once strutted through with arrogance. Later, the family gathered at the dining table. A suffocating silence hung over them. No one dared speak freely, not after everything that had happened. When the meal finally ended, Damien stood. "I'll be resuming my training." That was all he said before walking away, leaving the others staring after him. His mother watched him with worry clouding her eyes. She turned to her husband. "Shouldn't you talk to him about yesterday?" she whispered. Before the father could answer, Abel burst in, voice frantic and disbelieving. He rambled about how much Damien had changed, how unrecognizable he'd become from the brother he once knew. Their mother leaned toward her husband again, anxiety trembling in her voice. Abel seemed shaken too. "Please, talk to him." But the father raised a firm hand. "Enough. Let him be. He'll speak when he's ready." His tone allowed no argument, and the room fell silent again. The mother rested a gentle hand on her husband's arm, offering reassurance, urging him quietly to stay strong. But inside, the father wrestled with a fear he wouldn't admit. He wanted to ask Damien many things. He wanted to understand him, but a voice deep inside warned him to stay silent. This was his son. Yet now, something about him was terrifying. Far away, Damien knelt in the hallway, fastening heavy sandbags around his legs. His movements were calm, focused, training already pulling him back into its quiet rhythm. Then a clear voice called out, "Damien!" Louise hurried toward him, and he turned, waiting patiently. She smiled softly. "I'm glad you're still here. I wanted to talk about yesterday." Before she could continue, Damien bowed his head slightly. He remembered, and he knew what he owed her. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I acted rashly. I may have embarrassed you." But Louise shook her head immediately. "No, don't say that. Don't blame yourself." She stepped closer, eyes warm with sincerity. "Thank you for everything you did for me." Her voice trembled as she admitted the truth. When she agreed to go with Erwin, she had been terrified. In her heart, she had never wanted to leave. Hearing this, Damien felt a tight ache in his chest. "I knew it," he thought, and her words struck deeper than she could ever know. Louise's memories flooded back. Damien stepping forward against Erwin, shielding her, fighting for her. She smiled, light and heartfelt, and whispered again, "Truly, thank you." For a moment Damien said nothing. Then, slowly, a faint smile touched his lips. "No," he replied gently. "I should be the one thanking you. I've always been grateful to you." Louise blinked, surprised and touched. As Damien turned to leave, she reached out quickly. "Wait," she said softly. "I have something important to give you." From behind her, she revealed a sword, distinctive, carefully cared for. With a gentle smile, she offered it forward. "Father set this one aside just for you. He told me to give it to you so you could use it in your training." Her voice softened as she added, "Even if he doesn't show it well, he does love you. He values you more than you think. He wanted you to know that." Then she straightened, imitating their father's stern tone. "And as heir to the Viscount, you are never allowed to choose a fork over a sword again." Damien wrapped his fingers around the hilt and lifted the blade with pride. The weight wasn't just steel, it was acknowledgement, trust made tangible. His chest swelled with confidence as he admired the blade now in his hands. Somewhere across the manor, his father suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose with a puzzled frown. A chill crawled over him for no reason he could name. Outside, the night changed. A dark, oppressive force began to seep through the air, drifting closer to the estate. At the gate, the guards leaned lazily on their spears, unaware of the danger slipping toward them. One frowned suddenly. The air felt heavy, wrong. But before he could speak, his eyelids dropped like lead. Both guards collapsed as a thick shadow rolled over them, dragging them into a deep, unnatural sleep. The darkness pushed open the gate with eerie ease. From the swirling fog, a figure stepped out, cloaked in shadow, silent as death, as he headed for the manor. Inside, the household slept peacefully. No one sensed the phantom weaving through their halls until he stopped at Louise's room. She slept quietly, helpless under the moonlight. His twisted smile grew as he whispered, well, I came for other matters on behalf of the Black Serpent Gang, but finding you here is quite the bonus." His hand stretched toward her, fingers curling with intent to harm. "Hey." The single word sliced the silence. The man jerked around. Damien stood in the doorway, calm, steady, eyes fixed on him with unwavering focus. "What are you doing here?" Damien asked, voice even. A faint smirk touched his lips. "I sense something strange tonight. Tell me, should I expect some stranger wandering around my home?" The intruder froze. "Impossible. Everyone should be asleep under my spell. How is this brat awake?" Snarling, he snapped his hand forward, launching a surge of dark magic at Damien. But Damien slipped aside effortlessly, the spell shattering against the wall in a burst of sparks. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. Damien's reply came steady and sharp. "That's the question you should be asking yourself." He stepped forward, gaze unwavering. "This is my home. So tell me, who are you, and what exactly were you planning to do to my sister?" The intruder's smirk twitched into annoyance. From down the hallway came hurried voices, guards rushing toward Louise's room after hearing the commotion. The man clicked his tongue in irritation. Troublesome. If they saw him, Escaping would be a nightmare. With a flick of his hand, shadows coiled around him. Dark magic wrapped his form, and he dissolved into black mist, slipping out the window with inhuman speed. Only a faint, poisonous aura hung in the air where he'd been standing. Damien lunged toward the window, scanning the night. Did I lose him? But before he could lean further, a cold shiver ran across his skin, an eerie pulse of energy brushing past him like a whisper of death. Outside the manor, unease began to ripple through the estate. Stable hands clustered together, pale with shock as they stumbled upon a grim sight. The Viscount's prized horse lay lifeless on the ground. How is this possible? It was fine yesterday. What will the Viscount say? Fear tangled their voices as they hovered helplessly around the body. Damien stepped through them, calm overshadowing their panic. This isn't misfortune, he said firmly. And I'm not here to blame anyone. Move aside, I'll take care of this. They obeyed immediately, clearing space as Damien knelt beside the fallen horse. His eyes narrowed, tracing the faint residue clinging to its body. He placed a hand against its side, feeling the malicious hum still lingering beneath the surface. His thoughts hardened. The same power. It was unmistakable. This was the same aura he sensed from the intruder last night. A vile, suffocating energy steeped in malice. Black magic. Damien rose slowly, certainty settling like a stone in his chest. The man he had confronted wasn't just a criminal. He was a dark sorcerer. And while the rest of the Haxon family slept, unaware of the danger threading its way around them, Damien felt the weight of their lives press firmly onto his shoulders. Their safety was his to protect now. Meanwhile, the trail of shadowy energy slithered away from the stables, weaving deep into the forest. It wound toward a hidden cave swallowed by darkness. Inside, the sorcerer muttered to himself, relishing the night's results. He let out a cruel laugh, mocking the Black Serpent Gang's leader. Idiots, so easy to fool. They thought I'd crafted some powerful curse for them. It was nothing but leftovers. Bitterness clung to his voice, but pride glimmered beneath it. With the resources he had taken, he wouldn't need to collect more for a while. Yet resentment gnawed at him, reduced to scavenging, hiding, running from the organization that now hunted him like prey. For now, he would remain in the shadows. It was the only way to survive. But just as the sorcerer prepared to leave, a voice drifted through the cave. Calm, steady, yet sharp enough to slice through stone. What a disgusting smell. Like an old man rotting away in here, living alone without even knowing how to air out his own cave. The sorcerer froze. His breath hitched. Slowly, he turned. Damien stood at the entrance, poised, unshaken, his presence cutting through the gloom like cold steel. A faint smile touched Damien's lips. Yes, I am Damien, eldest son of Viscount Haxon, the same person you met last night. The sorcerer stumbled back, disbelief swirling in his eyes. How did he find me here? Damien tilted his head, as if answering the unspoken question, a smirk tugging at his mouth. I simply followed the stench you left behind. Not exactly subtle. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes, forcing composure into his voice. So you're the one who dared oppose the Black Serpent Gang. I misjudged you. You're no mere reckless brat. Damien's smile deepened. Calm, mocking, effortless. Good thing I was alert. Tell me, were you the one they hired? The sorcerer straightened proudly. Yes, they asked me to crush your family, to make the Haxons bleed. Damien's voice turned icy, every word heavy with contempt. Pathetic. You sold yourself to garbage. And because you accepted their mission, you'll die here. The sorcerer flinched, rage erupting across his face. What did you just say? His aura burst outward, crackling with fury. Bold little wretch. I'll capture you, break you, and make you my pet. You'll keep me entertained for a very long time. Damien tightened his grip on his sword, stance solid, eyes burning cold. His voice didn't waver. I swore not to kill in this life. But scum like you, his gaze hardened, dripping venom. I'll gladly make the exception. Menace rippled off him in waves. I despise your kind. Dark sorcerers who play with human lives like worthless toys. The sorcerer faltered, startled that Damien had read him so effortlessly. Still, a wicked grin twisted his mouth. You are unusual. Not an ordinary child at all. With a furious roar, he hurled a massive surge of black energy at Damien, the cavern trembling from the sheer force. You won't escape me. You'll die here. But Damien had already moved. He shot forward like a streak of light, sliding past the attack with fluid precision. The sorcerer's eyes went wide as the boy closed in faster than any human should. Steel crashed down. Damien's blade slammed into him with overwhelming strength. The dark mage staggered, his arms trembling as he barely managed to block. Pain twisted his face as he stumbled back, only for dark energy to whirl through his flesh, instantly knitting his wounds together. Damien paused for a heartbeat, recognition flashing in his eyes. That regeneration, it's the same ability I saw at the palace. The sorcerer's grin returned, stretched and poisonous. Surprised. Your little strike is meaningless. You can't kill me that easily. Damien's grip tightened around his sword, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Then I'll carve you apart, piece by piece, until there's nothing left of you but dust. With a burst of fury he launched forward, his blade tearing through the air in a relentless storm. Each strike hammered into the sorcerer, driving him back step by step. The dark mage's body jolted from every impact. Yet he only laughed, grinning through the pain. Interesting, he hissed, amusement dripping from his voice. Your skill is remarkable, but still, not enough to kill me. He suddenly stopped retreating. His tone sank into a whisper thick with malice. From the moment you walked into this cave, your fate was sealed. Damien's eyes narrowed, then a shock tore through him. All around the cavern, glowing symbols burst to life. Dozens of magical traps lit up, each radiating a crushing, murderous pressure. The sorcerer smirked, basking in Damien's reaction. These wards were prepared long before you showed up. Insurance, in case the organization ever tried to hunt me down. And now look at you, standing right in the middle of them. Damien braced his sword, instantly understanding the threat. These weren't ordinary traps. The oppressive force pouring from them made the air feel heavy enough to break bones. The sorcerer lifted his hand, voice echoing like a curse. You will regret crossing me, to challenge someone of my rank in dark magic. That was the last mistake you'll ever make. Darkness surged, gathering into a rotting, swirling torrent. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Die slowly, die screaming, boy, as your body decays. Black energy crashed toward Damien, flooding the cave with suffocating pressure. The air itself trembled under the force. But Damien didn't move. His eyes burned with cold defiance as he steadied himself, refusing to give an inch. The sorcerer cackled as the attack swallowed its target. Arrogant brat, you ran straight into your death. The more damage I deal, the higher the Black Serpent Gang's payment. And now, with you gone, his grin twisted. I'll return for that girl. He turned. Decay magic, huh? Damien's voice cut through the darkness, sharp and mocking. So that's what you used. The sorcerer froze. He whipped around, disbelief turning his face pale. Damien stood there, unbroken, unmoved, his sword still at his side. Impossible, the mage rasped. How are you still alive? And how do you even know what decay magic is? Damien only gave a faint smile, unreadable and calm. Who knows? But inside, lightning struck his heart. So it's still here, that power. The authority I thought I'd lost when I returned to this time. A memory surfaced, so vivid it made his chest tighten. The towering, dreadful silhouette of Dorgo. His voice, deep and merciless, echoed from the depths of Damien's soul. Beloved Knight of Death. The weight of that title settled onto him again, along with the truth of what he still possessed. The authority of the rulers. And in that moment, Damien understood. This battle was far more dangerous than anything he had imagined. Damien knelt before the towering figure in his memory, listening as the sorcerer spoke of forging him a powerful body and unrivaled magic. But the sorcerer insisted those gifts alone were insufficient. His voice deepened, declaring that he had given Damien something far greater, an additional force meant to shape him into the ultimate weapon, the purest incarnation of darkness itself. In that memory, Dorgu forced wave after wave of overwhelming power into him, obsessed with molding Damien into the deadliest creation imaginable. A sinister laugh echoed through the void as the sorcerer admired the result of his ritual. Suddenly, torrents of black energy exploded outward, immense and unstoppable, sweeping across the world like a divine calamity. Standing tall, Dorgu boasted that this strength did not come from mortals, it came from the gods. He poured out the energy with absolute focus, determined to complete the ritual he had sacrificed everything for. The air trembled violently as the black force spread, devouring anything in its reach. Madness gleamed in Dorgu's eyes as he watched the destructive power he had unleashed. The energy crashed into Damien's body, burning through him with unbearable agony. Damien screamed as the torrent ripped through his very soul. Darkness erupted, shaking the world as Damien became the vessel of this monstrous power. Dorgu roared with twisted triumph, his voice trembling with pride. His dream had finally taken shape. The nightmare he long sought now rested inside Damien. Around him, the dreadful energy swirled and solidified, wrapping Damien in an awe-inspiring, terrifying aura. Staring at himself, Damien felt a chill. How could this power still exist within him, even after turning back time? Before he could process the thought, a sudden blast of enormous energy tore across the memoryscape. Damien reacted instantly, slipping past the crushing strike with flawless speed. The attack launched by the very sorcerer who had given him this power. Shocked, the sorcerer barked out, demanding to know how Damien survived his spell. But Damien answered coolly, almost amused. Doesn't everyone keep a trump card hidden for moments like this? And then a realization hit him. The sorcerer had once claimed he was a high-ranking member of the Yolan group. Memories flashed. Damien recalled the Yolan group clearly, a secretive organization infamous for assassination and forbidden dark arts. With that knowledge, he understood the truth. The man before him wasn't merely skilled. He was an elite whose power eclipsed ordinary mags entirely. The sorcerer's energy surged, radiating through the cavern as he narrowed his gaze. He began to suspect Damien possessed a hidden weapon, something dangerous enough to overturn the battle. If this continued, the fight would only tilt further out of his control. He had to end it now. Slowly, He lifted his hand, revealing a gleaming bracelet. He admitted it was forged for a far greater purpose, meant to be used against the church itself. But tonight, circumstances demanded he use it here. The moment his words died away, the bracelet erupted with a brilliant green glow, its energy racing up his arm and flooding into his body like a rising storm. A violent surge of magic erupted from the sorcerer, rattling the earth as his form shifted, confidence flooding back into his posture. The bracelet pulsed like a living heart, and from it burst an overwhelming torrent of dark power that morphed into a monstrous silhouette. Damien stood frozen for a moment, stunned by the sheer volume of energy roaring into existence. He understood instantly. This wasn't some enchanted trinket. The bracelet was an artifact, forged to hide impossible reserves of magic, and now, every last drop was unleashed. The sorcerer grinned with absolute certainty. His voice thundered through the cavern as he boasted that this power was unmatchable. With a roar of fury, he hurled his deadliest spell at Damien, willing him to be devoured by hellfire and erased completely. The blast tore across the land, ripping the ground open and leaving behind a crater swallowing itself in raging dark flames. The sorcerer straightened proudly, convinced the battle was over. A wicked smile spread across his face as he proclaimed Damien trapped, condemned to burn forever within the inferno. But then, a voice rose from within the darkness. Calm, steady, unshaken. Damien's voice. The sorcerer's head snapped around as Damien stepped out of the shadows, unharmed, wrapped in an aura that radiated dominance. The air trembled as his energy surged outward, devouring every particle of dark magic and wiping it from existence. Damien's voice echoed with unbreakable certainty. The authority of greed, he said, was not just protection against magic. It was a force that consumed all dark power completely. The sorcerer's arrogance shattered. His eyes shook with terror as panic constricted his breath. He couldn't understand what stood before him, nor how Damien possessed such overwhelming might. Damien answered with a mocking ease. It didn't matter how he acquired it, he said. If the sorcerer needed an explanation, he could pretend Damien simply had superior equipment. Yet Damien's expression hardened, frustration flickering beneath the surface. Fate had forced him to wield the power of the one he hated most. But for an enemy like this, he had no choice. To win, he needed the strength of the Knight of Death. The sorcerer recalled the moment he realized what Damien was preparing. Energy surged along Damien's blade, forming a glowing aura, an aura blade, a technique reserved only for true masters of the sword. Horror flashed across the sorcerer's face. His breath trembled as he stammered, begging Damien to stop. But Damien didn't slow. He exploded forward, pouring everything he had into the strike. The blade roared with lethal energy as he unleashed his secret technique, Soul Severance. The dark mage could only stare, paralyzed by terror, as the attack descended upon him. He had no time to flee, no chance to defend. The strike landed, detonating with catastrophic force. The earth ruptured beneath them, the battlefield swallowed by destruction. When the dust finally settled, Damien stood tall, his sword still glowing with the residue of his aura. The victory was his. Beneath the collapsed debris, the sorcerer lay half-buried, coughing violently as he clung desperately to life. Damien approached slowly, each step controlled, each breath steady. He lowered his sword until its cold edge hovered inches above the fallen sorcerer's throat. His voice was ice. If the man spoke before dying, Damien said, he would at least grant him a painless end. Then, in a firm, uncompromising tone, Damien demanded the location of the Black Serpent Gang's hideout. The story shifted to the next morning. A carriage rolled smoothly into the bustling heart of Trade City, its wheels carrying a calm stillness that contrasted the chaos inside Victor's mind. Sitting across from Damien, his loyal servant watched him with a mixture of curiosity and unease. He finally asked, what business did his master have at the city's landmark again? Damien only smiled, a quiet, precise smile. If Victor intended to follow him, he should do so without unnecessary questions. A chill crept down Victor's spine. Though Damien's expression remained serene, the book in his hands radiated a sinister pressure, like a coiled serpent waiting to strike. Unable to restrain himself, Victor asked what exactly Damien was reading so intently. Damien closed the book halfway, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. It's a very special book, he said. He revealed that it was a tome of dark magic, taken as spoils from the mage he had defeated the night before. Victor's face went pale. His knowledge was limited, but even he understood how forbidden such books were. Dark magic tomes were rare, dangerous, almost impossible to obtain. Before he could voice another concern, Victor suddenly stiffened. A foul, rotten stench drifted in through the carriage window, sharp enough to sting his nose. Alarm flickered across his face as he scanned the surroundings, wondering what nightmare could smell so wretched. Damien broke the silence. They had arrived. He stepped out of the carriage carrying a sealed sack, his tone sharp and commanding as he told Victor there was something important he must do. Then he placed the sack into Victor's hands. Unsettled, Victor asked what was inside. Damien didn't hesitate. His voice was calm, almost casual. A human head. Victor froze. His breath caught painfully in his throat. With trembling hands he slowly checked the sack, and the moment he saw the truth, He let out a strangled scream and hurled the sack away in horror. Damien moved swiftly, retrieving it with the same composure he always carried. He urged Victor to calm himself, reminding him they were in public, surrounded by countless onlookers. Explanations would come later. For now, the task took priority. He pressed the sack back into Victor's trembling hands, instructing him to deliver it to the location he had described earlier. Meanwhile, Damien walked onward, eventually arriving at the headquarters of the Black Serpent Gang. The massive building loomed arrogantly in the center of the city, far too bold for an organization thriving on secrecy. Damien scoffed under his breath, mocking their audacity. To set up such a den of crime in the open like this. How laughably overconfident they were. As Damien approached the headquarters, he took in the lavish architecture with a dry, unimpressed look. For criminals, the Black Serpent Gang seemed to live quite comfortably. His bold stride immediately drew the attention of the guards stationed outside. They glared at him, barking demands. Who dared walk so confidently toward their base? Damien answered with calm certainty. I am Damien Haxon, of the Viscount Haxon family. One guard burst out laughing, mocking the name. He sneered that Haxon sounded more like pig's feet and ridiculed Damien for announcing himself so formally. But before the laughter could spread, another guard suddenly stiffened. A warning, a message from their leader resurfaced in his memory. Damien smiled with quiet confidence. I see you already know who I am. He stated plainly that he had urgent business with their leader and ordered them to step aside. To his mild surprise, the guards obeyed instantly, stepping back and clearing the path for him. But then, a sharp hiss broke the air. One of the guards fired a signal flare straight into the sky. The streak of light exploded above the headquarters, a blazing beacon summoning everyone inside. Damien tilted his head slightly, watching the flare burn overhead, fully aware of the storm he had just stepped into. A smirk curled over the guard's lips. He taunted Damien, admitting he never planned to let him pass so easily. Within seconds, gang members flooded the courtyard, sprinting toward Damien from every direction. Damien's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting into something cold and lethal. He demanded to know what they had just done. The mocking guard laughed. It was nothing, he said, just a welcome gift from their boss. Surrounded on all sides, Damien stood tall, unwavering as a ring of enemies tightened around him. His voice cut through the tension like steel. You will regret this. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Trade City, Governor Sebastian Baker lounged comfortably at a banquet, raising his glass as he thanked Cedric, the leader of the Black Serpent Gang, for his generous hospitality. Laughter filled the hall, the atmosphere warm and indulgent. Sir Robert, a knight of the city guard, leaned back with flushed cheeks, slurring for more wine as he drank without restraint. The governor beamed at his guests, expressing how pleased he was to see them enjoying themselves. Turning to Cedric, he praised the gang openly, declaring full confidence in their ability to manage the city's operations. With a proud smile, he added that he would love to see them take over the entire entertainment district, and promised to silence anyone who dared oppose them. Sir Robert, wobbling and red-faced, gazed at Cedric with drunken sincerity, apologizing for not being able to do more. Cedric, still wearing his polite, courteous mask, addressed him as Sir Robert, assuring him that his service in protecting the city was already more than enough. With a deceptive smile, Cedric showered Robert with flattering words, praising how difficult it must be to maintain order in a city as vast and chaotic as Landwork. He insisted Robert was simply too modest and that there was no reason for him to belittle himself. The knight's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, clearly delighted by the praise. Leaning in, he promised Cedric that if the gang ever needed anything at all, he would make it happen. Cedric continued smiling politely, offering gracious nods and warm acknowledgments. But beneath that refined exterior, his thoughts twisted with disdain. Every courteous word he spoke dripped with contempt for the fools gathered around him. Inside the banquet hall, Cedric hid his scheming behind polished manners. But in the depths of his mind, his true ambition surged. Once the Black Serpent Gang seized full control of the city, everyone, governor, knights, merchants, citizens, would fall beneath his rule. His smile warped inwardly into something dark, deranged. Sooner or later, he whispered to himself, they would all kneel. The moment shattered when the doors burst open. Boss, a man shouted breathlessly. The sudden interruption silenced the hall. Cedric's eyes snapped with fury, anger flaring at the disrespect. He demanded an explanation. The man bowed, stammering an apology. But Cedric didn't wait. He stormed out of the hall, commanding the messenger to speak. In a trembling whisper, the man delivered the name. Damien Haxon. Cedric's eyes widened. For a moment, disbelief seized him. What had that useless dark sorcerer been doing all this time? Still, Cedric managed to swallow his frustration. At least he had prepared for this outcome. Regaining his composure, he waved the messenger off, insisting there was no need for concern. Damien, he claimed, had already dug his own grave. Outside, Damien stood surrounded on all sides by the gang. They closed in confidently, convinced the young Viscount had walked straight into his doom. But Damien didn't flinch. He uncorked a vial, downed its contents in one sharp motion, and smashed the glass under his heel. Power exploded inside him. His energy surged like a storm awakening, his muscles tightening in preparation for the oncoming battle. His eyes blazed with brilliant light. Then he moved. In an instant, he tore through the mob. His strikes were merciless, clean, precise, devastating. Each blow sent enemies flying, his movement a blur as he carved through the crowd with sheer, overwhelming strength. As bodies hit the ground and chaos raged around him, a cloaked figure stepped into view. Draped in dark robes, the stranger advanced with slow, deliberate steps. In a steady, composed voice, the figure declared, "There is no need to worry. He is someone to rely on at this moment." Back inside, Cedric's face drained of all color. Panic crawled up his spine as he sensed the shift outside. He rushed to the balcony, expecting perhaps a minor disturbance, a fool causing trouble. But the sight that met him stole the breath from his lungs. Below the balcony, Cedric's men lay strewn across the ground, writhing, groaning, completely defeated. And at the center of that ruin stood Damien, untouched, unshaken, commanding the battlefield with an aura that felt far too heavy for someone so young. Cedric's breath caught in his throat. Disbelief carved deep lines across his face. His voice trembled as he turned to the nearest subordinate, demanding confirmation. Was that young man truly Damien Haxon? The man nodded with anxious certainty. Cedric froze. He remembered the rumors. Damien, the worthless heir, talentless, harmless, irrelevant. Yet now, staring at the devastation below, panic surged through him. Could it be? The dark sorcerer he hired had been defeated. By Damien Haxon of all people. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cedric rushed back inside, scrambling to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Damien's instinct sharpened. Something was wrong. Something was coming. His eyes flicked upward just as a magic-charged object streaked through the air toward him. 3 of Cedric's men appeared on a rooftop, gripping a massive enchanted weapon. Their voices boomed as they declared their challenge, aiming to crush Damien beneath a devastating spell. A blazing torrent erupted from the weapon, flames devouring everything in their path before exploding outward in a violent blast. But when the smoke cleared, Damien still stood there, unscathed, sword raised, eyes steady. One gang member scoffed, mocking him for believing a single sword could block a fire strike of that magnitude. Damien didn't reply. Instead, he stepped forward and activated his secret technique, Infinite Insight. The flames twisted unnaturally, reversing direction with terrifying speed. Horror filled the men's faces as their own spell hurtled back toward them, detonating in a thunderous explosion that ripped apart half the structure. When the flames died, Damien remained standing, calm, resolute. He surveyed the destruction with a sharp, almost mocking glint in his eyes. Cold determination filled his voice as he muttered, "It's time to drag Cedric, the leader of the Black Serpent Gang, into the light." But before he could move, a crushing, sinister force pressed down from above. Instinct snapped through him as he threw himself back. Just in time, a towering figure slammed into the ground with brutal force, the impact shaking the earth where Damien had stood moments earlier. Damien retreated a safe distance, eyes narrowing as he assessed his opponent. The man radiated a suffocating aura, so dense and oppressive it burned against Damien's skin. Dust billowed around them as the stranger straightened, voice deep and taunting. "So you're the one causing all this chaos. I've been curious to see who it was." As the haze settled, Damien quickly understood. This wasn't just another thug. This was an official knight. Skilled. Dangerous. The stakes had just escalated. Suddenly, armored soldiers poured into the area, surrounding Damien with weapons raised. Their boots thundered against the stone as they closed the circle. From their midst, a furious shout split the air. Sebastian Baker stormed forward, pointing an accusing finger at Damien. His voice rang with indignation as he declared himself the governor of Landwork. He vowed he would personally punish Damien for disturbing the peace. But Damien remained perfectly composed. He looked at Sebastian with cool indifference and asked, "Why would you punish me?" As though the accusation was nothing but a joke. Provoked by Damien's calm defiance, Sebastian erupted into a furious tirade. Sebastian's glare sharpened as he hurled accusations at Damien, claiming he had assaulted Cedric, a supposedly respected businessman, and endangered innocent citizens. From the shadows, Cedric watched with thinly veiled amusement, delight flickering across his face as Sebastian painted Damien as a criminal deserving the harshest punishment. But Damien only shifted his gaze towards Cedric, the true leader of the Black Serpent Gang. A slow, mocking smile curled at his lips. "So, I finally found you," he said lightly. "Let's start our conversation with a punch, shall we?" His eyes gleamed as he added with biting sarcasm, "I suspected the gang was tied to city officials, but I didn't expect the connection to be this weak. Hiding behind the title of honest merchant suits you perfectly." Sebastian turned bright red with fury. He shouted that if Damien begged for forgiveness now, he might lessen the punishment. Damien dismissed it instantly. "Forgiveness only matters if I've done something wrong." That single sentence snapped the governor's restraint. He spun toward the knight beside him. "Sir Robert, I tried to reason with him because of his youth. But since he refuses, he has only himself to blame for what comes next." Sir Robert stepped forward, weapon raised high, towering with authority. Damien remained utterly unfazed. Robert frowned at the young man's bold composure and declared himself the Knight Protector of the city. He ordered Damien to drop his sword and surrender immediately. But Damien didn't move. Calm, steady, unyielding. Robert studied him carefully. Was this confidence or delusion? Damien answered with certainty. He was neither foolish nor reckless. He simply trusted his own strength. That reply ignited a spark of excitement in Robert's eyes. With explosive force, Robert charged. His massive weapon sliced through the air like thunder. Damien dodged, but the strike slammed into the ground, tearing it open, cracks splintering beneath their feet. The shockwave alone made Damien's expression tighten. He had expected Robert to be strong, but feeling that raw power firsthand was something else entirely. Before he could recover, Robert was already upon him. A crushing fist shot forward, too fast to escape. Damien barely managed to raise his arm in time. The blow connected with devastating force, launching him backward and shaking the battlefield. But even mid-air, Damien refused to fall helplessly. He twisted, landing on one knee and one foot, steady but strained. A sharp jolt of pain shot through his arm. He glanced at it, already throbbing, his muscles screaming under the pressure of Robert's punch. Even while blocking, the attack still broke through. How long could he endure a barrage like that? The battle pressed on relentlessly. Suddenly, Robert vanished into a blur and reappeared in front of him. A strike tore past Damien's cheek, missing by inches. The wind alone stung like a blade. Robert sneered, voice dripping with mockery. What's wrong? What's got you so distracted that you're getting blindsided in a fight? Damien grits his teeth, realizing his opponent isn't just brutally strong. He's fast enough to push him right to the edge. Robert steps in again, ready to overwhelm him. But before the blow can land, another presence cuts through the chaos. A single flash of raw strength sends Robert's weapon spiraling away as a newcomer intercepts the strike and counters with a force that rattles the ground itself. Cedric and his men stare, their smug confidence collapsing into wide-eyed dread. The shift in the air is undeniable. The battle's momentum has just been torn out of their hands. Robert freezes, stunned that anyone would dare disrupt his attack. Rage explodes from him as he demands to know who intrudes. But then a radiant aura washes over the field, silencing even his fury. A paladin steps forward, holy light blazing around her, her stance unshakably firm. Robert's voice trembles as he stammers out a question. Why would a knight of the church appear in a place like this? Before he can get an answer, Damien hears someone shouting from behind him. Young master. He turns, spotting Victor sprinting toward him. Damien lets out a breathless smirk and asks why he decided to show up so late. Victor practically vibrates with excitement as he reaches him, shouting again and again with overflowing pride. I've arrived. Young master. I'm here. Cedric's composure crumbles the instant he sees the paladin step onto the battlefield with her attendants. A cold spike of terror drives into him. If the church has discovered his ties to a dark sorcerer, his entire web of influence will burn to ash. Victor rushes up beside Damien, panic giving way to concern as he asks if Damien is unharmed. Damien fires back dryly, saying he almost became a skeleton waiting for Victor to finally show up. Then his gaze shifts toward the paladin, and a quiet certainty settles in his eyes. Everything is moving exactly according to his plan. With her here, the board is tilted entirely toward his side. Victor beams with pride, declaring that while he may not be the best at everything, nobody can beat him when it comes to completing missions fast. Hours earlier, beneath a sky so calm it seemed sacred, the great church stood in serene silence, unaware that destiny was already sprinting toward its gates. Inside, rows of gray-cloaked believers knelt in deep prayer, filling the hall with quiet reverence. But in the shadows behind them lingered a presence that didn't belong. Among the worshippers, a young paladin prayed with unwavering focus, until a sudden uneasiness rippled across her senses. She opened her eyes and looked over her shoulder, alert. The next moment, the doors slammed open. Victor stumbled inside, gasping for breath, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Struggling to steady his voice, he asked if this place was truly the sacred branch of the church. The paladin answered calmly that it was. Her gaze swept over him, sharp and discerning, as she asked what matter could drive him here in such a frantic state. Victor held up the sealed evidence with trembling hands. Breathless yet determined, he explained that his young master had entrusted him with something crucial, proof that someone in the city was colluding with a dark sorcerer. The paladin's calm facade cracked. Alarm surged across her face as she realized the weight of the message he carried. Her eyes widened as Victor revealed more. Evidence tied to dark magic was no minor discovery. It could upend an entire city. Urgency sharpened her tone as she demanded to see the notebook, already sensing danger resting within its pages. The moment it touched her hands, the truth hit her like a cold blade. A faint, sinister pulse of dark energy clung to the cover, and the symbol etched across it made her expression tighten further. Before Victor could even blink, she tore the bag from his grip and reached inside without fear. Victor froze, horrified, as she drew out something he never imagined she'd find so easily. The severed head of the dark mage the church had hunted for years. The instant her eyes confirmed it, her face hardened with pure fury. She declared in a voice filled with conviction that one of the leaders of Yulon Agito had finally been exposed. Righteous anger burned in her gaze, but so did unwavering resolve. Rising to her feet, she demanded to know who brought this evidence forward. Moments later, she arrived at the battlefield, her holy aura cutting through the chaos. Her eyes locked onto Damien at once. With a firm voice, she asked if he truly was Damien Haxon. Damien answered calmly, standing beside Victor with unshaken composure. She informed him that the church had received his evidence and that, from this moment on, the matter would be handled entirely by the church. Damien replied immediately, assuring her he had no desire to interfere. Whatever judgment they passed, especially regarding Cedric and Sebastian, he would fully accept. The paladin dipped her head slightly, thanking him with sincere respect. In that quiet moment, Damien and Victor exchanged a look. Everything was unfolding exactly as they had planned. With a paladin on the field, their victory was nearly guaranteed. The Holy Church, beloved by the people for its mercy, held another face, one forged for righteous punishment. When dealing with heretics and demons, they did not hesitate, and among all their warriors, none were more feared or revered than the paladins, knights who carried judgment in their blades. Damien felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With paladins on his side, the darkness surrounding the city no longer felt overwhelming. The paladin lifted her voice, addressing the soldiers and onlookers gathered around them. She announced that the church had received undeniable proof. Someone within the city had been collaborating with a dark sorcerer. Shock rippled through the crowd in frantic whispers, fear rising as they wondered who among them could betray the city so deeply. With solemn disgust, she proclaimed that the church would take direct control of the city's governance until every traitor was found and punished. Sebastian, rattled and growing pale, tried to protest. He insisted that as governor, authority should remain with him. But the paladin silenced him instantly, her voice ringing with divine force. Cleansing the land of heresy, she declared, was not a mere responsibility, it was a sacred command. Her words strike with absolute authority, leaving no room for doubt or defiance. She reminds everyone that the church's mandate stands above even the kingdom itself. Before Sebastian can squeeze in another protest, she cuts him off sharply. This is not a moment for argument. It is the moment the guilty must face judgment. She stands tall, holy light sharpening her presence as she announces that Governor Sebastian and the royal soldiers under him are among the prime suspects. A wave of stunned murmurs ripples through the crowd, unease spreading like wildfire. But she isn't done. Her gaze snaps towards Cedric, and she points directly at him, accusing him of harboring and aiding a dark sorcerer within the city. Her attention returns to Sebastian, her tone unmoving as she states that his open support of Cedric draws suspicion upon him as well. Sebastian reels back, disbelief twisting his features. He shouts, demanding to know if Cedric truly aligned himself with a sorcerer. Cedric, cornered, lashes out defensively, calling the accusations absurd slander meant to ruin him. But the paladin remains untouched by their protests. With an icy calm, she tells him he may deny it 1,000 times. It changes nothing. Then she raises the final, irrefutable blow. She holds up a small notebook, announcing that it contains detailed accounts of Cedric's dealings with the sorcerer, the suppliers, the payments, the locations, everything. At the sight of the book, Cedric's face drains of all color. Quiet curses slip from his lips as he damns the sorcerer's stupidity for writing anything down. Desperation claws at him as he turns to those around him, begging them to believe him. He insists he is innocent, that everything is a misunderstanding, that it can still be settled without violence. The paladin ends his plea with a single order. Her voice rings out like steel striking stone as she commands the soldiers to seize every person involved. No exceptions. Chaos erupts instantly. Cries echo through the air as Cedric, Sebastian, and their supporters are dragged away, some fighting wildly, others collapsing into frantic pleas that fall on deaf ears. From the background, Damien watches it all unfold, expression unreadable. As Sebastian is forced past him, their eyes meet. Suspicion gnaws at the governor's mind. Could Damien have planned this from the beginning? A cold panic spreads through him. If he falls into the church's hands, he may never see daylight again. Meanwhile, Cedric is shoved forward by soldiers, yet he still leans toward Robert with a grim whisper. He warns that the church won't stop at a simple arrest. They'll bury him in charges until execution becomes inevitable, trial or not. Before Robert can respond, a shout cuts through the air, calling his name with fierce urgency. He freezes, breath suspended. Then, with a furious roar, he erupts. Blue energy surges around him, crackling like a storm as he gathers every ounce of strength. With blazing resolve, he declares that he will not be captured. If the church wants him, they will have to earn it. He will fight to the very end. Cedric bursts into manic laughter as he watches the chaos unfold, convinced the real battle is finally beginning. But Damien remains still, his gaze cold and steady, as if he had anticipated every step that was now spiraling into motion. Robert hoists his massive sword high, veins bulging with power, and brings it crashing down with earth-splitting force. The impact thunders across the battlefield, but the knight before him doesn't move. Not an inch. Her stance is solid as stone, her expression unchanged. Robert's eyes widen in disbelief. How could anyone withstand that without even flinching? Before the shock can settle, She moves. Her counter-strike flashes like lightning. So fast Robert doesn't even register it until his defenses explode apart. Cedric's triumphant grin shatters instantly, his jaw dropping as if his soul nearly escaped him. Damien simply watches, the faintest curve forming at the corner of his lips, silent satisfaction. The knight lifts her hand, and blue flames roar to life around her arm, burning with divine fury. Her voice echoes like a decree from the heavens as she warns that anyone who dares defy the lords will be met with nothing but annihilation. Blood sprays as a deep wound tears across Robert's body. His massive frame collapses violently, the ground shaking beneath him. She stands over him like an executioner chosen by the heavens, her holy aura blazing bright enough to bane fear into every heart watching. Her voice rings out again, steady, unshakable, absolute. Punishment will be delivered here and now. No rank, title, or influence will shield the corrupt. Before her, all are judged equally. This is the Lord's ruling, she declares, and no mercy will be shown to those stained by corruption. Cedric lies bound and defeated, slumped in humiliation. His schemes, his power, his pride, everything lies in ruins at his feet. Not far away, Sebastian thrashes like a madman, screaming curses as knights drag him through the dirt. He begs, demands, and bargains for freedom, but none of it matters. Damien and Victor watch the scene quietly from a distance. Their smiles are small but unmistakably satisfied. To see the supposed leader of the Black Serpent gang reduced to this trembling wreck, it's almost hard to believe he ever inspired fear. But Cedric is not broken inside. His fury burns hotter than ever. He glazes at Damien with eyes full of hatred, knowing exactly who orchestrated this downfall. Every broken piece of his ruined world points back to one person, Damien Haxon. Damien turns calmly to the Holy Knight and expresses his gratitude, saying her intervention allowed the mission to proceed perfectly. As he looks at her more closely, he senses something deeper in her aura, something rare. The purity and intensity of her blue flames make everything clear. She is a knight of the Azure Flame Division. His mind flicks to the tales surrounding them. One of the 5 most feared units of the entire church, executioners wrapped in holy fire. Their name alone is enough to make cities tremble. They purge heresy without hesitation, and once suspicion falls on a target, escape is impossible. Their history is written in blood and divine flames. The knight meets his gaze and calls his name with composed authority. She commends him for striking down one of the senior officers of the Yolan organization. Damien responds humbly, no arrogance in his voice. He simply says he did what he believed was right. The knight shakes her head gently, telling him his actions are far more significant than he is willing to admit. Because of what he accomplished today, she continues, he will not be held accountable for anything that happened within the city's walls. Damien lets a quiet smile form, feigning innocent confusion, as if he doesn't understand the weight of her words. But she sees right through him. Her gaze sharpens as she speaks plainly. She knows he orchestrated everything, drawing the church into the conflict, using their arrival as the perfect cover, shaping the battlefield until every move fell in his favor. None of it was coincidence. Damien offers a respectful apology if his plan has caused her any inconvenience. He explains that he acted this way only because a dark sorcerer had targeted his family. That revelation shakes her. For the first time, her composed demeanor cracks, concern flickering across her face as the meaning settles in. After a long moment of reflection, she declares that under such circumstances, Damien will face no punishment of any kind. In fact, she adds, the bounty placed on the dark sorcerer's head will be rewarded to him in full. Damien blinks in genuine surprise. He hadn't known there was a bounty at all. He asks how much it is, and she answers without hesitation, 1,000 gold. Victor almost explodes. His eyes nearly pop out of his skull as he shouts that such an amount could buy a small castle. He shakes with excitement, unable to contain himself. Damien, however, isn't moved by gold. Wealth is fleeting, power is not. With a mild smile, he asks the paladin if he may request something else instead of the bounty. Victor nearly chokes on air. The young master, after recklessly burning through so much money already, now dares to refuse 1,000 gold. His mind spirals in outrage. The knight presses him, wanting to know what he truly seeks. Damien answers instantly. He wants the mana cultivation technique used by the church's knights. The request surprises her deeply. Someone capable of slaying a dark sorcerer shouldn't be asking for something so basic, or so she had assumed. Inwardly, Damien thinks back to the battle. He knows it wasn't his own ability that secured victory. It was divine intervention. That kind of miracle won't save him again. Miracles aren't a foundation he can stand on. If stronger enemies appear, and they will, he must rely on himself. The crude mana technique he learned in his mercenary days carried him this far, but it's a dead end. It can't guide him past the beginner's stage. To grow, to survive, he needs a true method, something powerful enough to match his ambition. The Holy Knight studies him quietly. The fact that he's reached this level with only the most basic manual astonishes her. She concentrates on his aura and immediately senses it. His body already holds far more energy than most people his age. His talent isn't just strength, it's relentless will. Then, instead of answering his request, she offers something far beyond what he asked for. Something greater. With a calm, almost luminous smile, she extends her hand toward him, offering not a reward, not a token, but a destiny few mortals ever even imagine. She offers him the chance to become a holy knight. The world seems to freeze. Damien meets her eyes without blinking, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Victor goes rigid, too stunned to even breathe. But Damien breaks the silence with a sharp, unwavering refusal. He steps back and rejects her offer outright. Victor is struck speechless. He leans in immediately, whispering frantically, demanding how his master could possibly tame down such an honor, especially after defeating an enemy of that magnitude. The knight's expression tightens. Becoming a holy knight, she explains, isn't just about title or prestige. It is a sacred oath, a divine authority granted only to those willing to bear the weight of justice. It is a calling that demands lifelong loyalty and unwavering obedience to the will of God. It is never offered lightly, and almost never refused. Damien listens, but a quiet unease stays beneath his composure. He knows the truth. He will never bind himself to the church's leash. He refuses to live a life dictated by someone else's doctrine. But he can't say that aloud. Not here. Not now. So he straightens his posture, clears his throat, and delivers a carefully crafted excuse. He claims he is unworthy. He states, with solemn humility, that he does not yet deserve God's love. Inwardly, he congratulates himself on the elegance of the lie. He imagines he must look positively holy. Meanwhile, Victor watches in disbelief, wondering how his master expects such a ridiculous excuse to work twice. The knight lowers her head, considering his words, and then, to Damien's shock, her face brightens. She clasps both of his hands with sudden enthusiasm, declaring that his words are sacred and pure. She seems genuinely moved. Damien, trapped in her fervor, silently wonders if his gamble truly succeeded, or if he just dug himself deeper. Still, she honors her promise. Instead of the 1,000 gold, she grants him a mana cultivation technique. With a gentle smile, she adds that if he ever changes his mind, she will welcome him without hesitation. Before leaving, she makes a personal request of him. Damien accepts it with a courteous smile, while quietly apologizing to himself, swearing he'll avoid being dragged into such trouble again. Only then does she realize they never introduced themselves. She gives her name, Agnes, top disciple of the Azure Flame Brigade. Damien's eyes widen for a heartbeat. A figure of her rank is practically legendary, but he quickly masks his surprise. He tells her it is an honor to meet her, then politely requests to take his leave, explaining he has personal matters to tend to. Agnes agrees, though her curiosity slips through as she asks what exactly he plans to do. Nearby, Cedric stiffens. His body shifts nervously, dread creeping up his spine. When Damien turns and locks eyes with him, cold, stern, and unyielding, panic erupts inside him and instantly twists into fury. He starts shouting, spitting curses and insults with every breath. Damien doesn't even blink. He steps forward and drives a clean, punishing punch straight into Cedric's stomach. The impact folds him instantly, his body crashing to the ground as he curls up, choking on pain. Damien looks down with a mocking smile, remarking that Cedric's thick layer of fat probably saved his bones from breaking. Without waiting for a response, he draws back his fist and drives it straight into Cedric's face. The impact cracks through the air, sending Cedric tumbling across the ground before he collapses, groaning helplessly, all strength stripped from him. Damien exhales slowly, letting the last of his irritation bane out. He presses a hand to his chest, savoring the quiet satisfaction settling over him. Victor steps closer, voice low and uncertain, and asks if this is truly the end. Damien doesn't break his gaze from the horizon. Calm, resolved, he answers, yes, it's over. Meanwhile, chaos unfolds at the Leon Bloom estate. Marquis Holland storms through the halls, shouting for his son with frantic desperation. When he finally finds Erwin hiding in his room, the sight freezes him. Erwin is trembling violently, scrambling backward like a terrified animal. And the moment he sees his father, his panic intensifies. Holland grabs his son by the shoulders, torn between fury and disbelief, demanding to know what could have reduced him to such a state. Through ragged breaths, Erwin stammers out the truth. Someone tried to kill him. His whole body shakes as he blurts out that the attacker didn't even use a knife, but a fork. Holland stays, stunned at the absurdity. His composure snaps. He whirls on the nearest guard, roaring for an explanation. The guard hesitates, sweating under the Marquis's glare, until Holland's furious shout forces the truth out of him. The guard finally confesses. The attacker was Damien Haxon, son of Viscount Haxon. The name is like oil thrown onto fire. Holland's rage explodes. He snatches a vase and hurls it to the floor, shattering it into pieces. His voice trembles with fury as he curses Damien's name, denouncing him for daring to harm his son with such disgraceful methods. Overcome by wrath, he orders messengers to ride immediately to the Haxon estate. Damien must be dragged before him like a wild beast. The next morning, the Haxon estate is wrapped in tension. At the entrance, Agnes steps forward, introducing herself formally as a paladin of the Holy Church. Two knights stand behind her, their posture rigid and authoritative. Damien's parents approach, uneasy but polite, greeting her with careful respect. Viscount Haxon feels dread settling deep in his gut, knowing all too well the storms his son has stirred inside and outside their home. Trying to steady the moment, he explains that Damien mentioned she would be staying with them for a while. Agnes confirms this, stating that her presence is tied to an official investigation into heresy, and that she hopes the family will fully cooperate. With clear hesitation, the Viscount admits their home is modest and may not offer accommodations worthy of his status. But Agnes smiles softly, offering him a symbolic gift from the church, a token of gratitude for their hospitality. He accepts it with visible relief, though the weight on his shoulders only grows heavier. Agnes offers her gratitude once again, thanking the Viscount for granting permission to conduct her investigation within their estate. Damien, however, shifts uncomfortably. He admits he hadn't expected her duties to actually require staying inside their home. With a gentle voice, Agnes turns to him and asks if she may look into something beyond her official mission. Curious, Damien asks what she means. Her smile softens as she tells him it's a personal matter, one concerning him directly. Both his parents freeze. Their eyes widen, and they exchange a look overflowing with pride and excitement. His father even gives a discreet thumbs up, as if congratulating Damien on securing a romantic interest. Damien's soul nearly leaves his body. Mortified, he leans toward his father and whispers urgently that it's not what they think. Agnes then presents him with 2 books. She explains that these are the mana cultivation techniques he requested, carefully selected with him in mind. Damien, startled, blurts out the obvious question, why 2 books when he had only asked for 1? Agnes clarifies with a warm smile. The first is a sword technique. The second is a cultivation method. Giving just one wouldn't have been sufficient, she explains, so she brought both. The titles gleam under the light, Destructive Sword Technique and Destructive Energy Technique. She tells him obtaining them was not easy. She faced resistance within the church, fierce opposition, before finally securing permission. Damien accepts the books with genuine gratitude, recognizing that she had gone far beyond what he asked. Then Agnes reveals the final truth. She invoked her teacher's authority to make it possible. When she had described Damien to her master, he declared that Damien was exactly the kind of chosen one the church sought. Taking his hands once more, Agnes asks softly if, after all of this, he might reconsider becoming a paladin. Damien gently pulls away, apologizing. Agnes simply smiles and releases him, promising she won't push the matter. She reminds him that he is free to choose his own path, and that if he ever changes his mind, she will welcome him with open arms. Once she walks away, Damien's expression tightens. A heavy tension settles over him. His thoughts sharpen, and a cold realization takes root. Agnes is not simply a devoted knight. She is a true fanatic of the church, a zealot in faith, the kind whose conviction burns so hot it becomes frightening. Far away, deep within a remote forest, a hidden cave stretches like an open maw. Its shadows swallow the light. 2 cloaked figures stand within, speaking in low voices. One addresses the other as senior, unease trembling in his tone. Something is wrong, he says. Terribly wrong. He questions how Agito, one of the leaders of the Yolan organization, could have been defeated so easily. Agito may not have been the strongest in close combat, but to fall at the hands of a minor noble from some small country, the thought is ridiculous. Impossible. His companion nods. He shares the same doubts. Yet Agnes herself has remained silent about the matter. That alone is unsettling. The junior insists they should bring up their concerns at least once. But the senior shakes his head, advising restraint. For now, he says, they must focus on their investigation. Only that. Before the argument can deepen, Agnes steps into the cave with footsteps so light they barely echo. Yet her presence silences everything. Her voice is steady, commanding without raising the volume. She tells them that Damien Haxon is someone they can trust without doubt. Startled, the 2 cloaked men turn sharply toward her. The authority in her tone leaves no room for questions. But still, they listen as she acknowledges their concerns. Even so, she insists Damien has never once lied to them. Not about the sorcerer, not about the battle, not about anything. One of the men still can't accept it. He asks again, how could Damien possibly have killed Agito? Agnes lifts her brows, almost surprised by the repeated question. She reminds them she already explained it. According to her, Damien dodged Agito's spell and ended him with a clean strike to the throat. Her calm explanation bleeds into a memory. She recalls hearing the story initially from Damien's servant. Skeptical, uncertain, doubtful. Instead of interfering, she chose to observe. She waited, watching the city from afar, and what she witnessed swept away her doubts entirely. She saw Damien standing alone against countless foes, yet not a single blow pierced him. He walked through enemies like a blade through wind, untouched, unmarked, unstoppable. She even watched him take a fireball spell head-on, blocking it with nothing but his strength and emerging without a burn. The 2 men stare at her as if she's recounting a myth. They whisper in disbelief. Could anyone defend against a spell barehanded? Agnes responds firmly. A true swordmaster can deflect anything, even magic. Damien is not yet a swordmaster, she admits, but his raw talent is undeniable. His ability far surpasses ordinary limits. and it must not be underestimated. Shifting the matter back to her mission, Agnes explains that while she is tracking the Yulin organization, she also intends to bring Damien to her teacher. She urges the two men to abandon their doubts and focus on their current assignment. Her conviction is infectious. Moved, they bow their heads and return to their work deeper in the cave. The scene shifts. Hooves drum across a dusty road, rhythmic and relentless, shaking loose dirt into the air. A formation of knights rides beneath the banner of House Leon Bloom, orderly and disciplined, a display of noble authority. Among them, a trainee named Olpus raises his arms in excitement, announcing that they've finally arrived. One knight wrinkles his nose, commenting on a strange smell drifting toward them. Their companion Lavender smirks and jokes that it must be the scent of peasant picnics, something they commoners understand but nobles do not. Their laughter is cut short when the leading knight growls at them to be quiet. He irritably asks if anyone has perfume to drown out the unpleasant odor. The man at the front is revealed, Garrick of House Leon Bloom. His expression is carved from stone, filled with stern resolve. When the company halts before the Haxon estate, Garrick narrows his eyes at the manor. Is this truly the home of Viscount Haxon? He asks. A knight confirms it. Garrick's gaze sharpens. And now a mission from the Marquis. The knight answers firmly. To capture Damien Haxon, sir. Garrick's lips tighten into a cold, merciless line. His voice drops into a tone sharp enough to cut steel as he declares that capturing Damien will be easy, but that alone will not wipe away the humiliation dealt to young Owen, nor the insult spat upon House Leon Bloom. At that moment, an elderly man approaches, shuffling slowly with the help of his cane. Garrick's eyes follow him with the stillness of a predator. One of the knights steps forward with a sneer, barking, "Hey, old man." Startled, the elder turns, fear draining the color from his face. He stammers, asking who they are. The knights loom over him, their shadows long and unforgiving, as one demands to know whether he is a resident of the Haxon estate. Trembling, he nods and asks why they want to know. He never gets an answer. Another knight grabs him by the head and slams him into the dirt with brutal force. Blood sprays onto the stones. Garrick's voice follows, trembling with fury. He berates the old man, roaring that a mere villager under a viscount's rule dared not bow before the emblem of House Leon Bloom. He declares that failing to show respect to the Leon Bloom family is a grave offense, one that demands harsh punishment. Turning to two of his men, Lavender and Olpus, he calls their names. They snap to attention with immediate, unwavering obedience. A sly grin spreads across Garrick's face as he tells them he already has a plan. His gaze shifts toward the distant Haxon mansion. With cold certainty, he announces that when they arrive, they will drag Damien Haxon out themselves. Victor's face twists in shock. He can't believe the madness of what he's hearing. Garrick pays him no mind. His tone grows iron-hard as he adds that anyone who dares to resist will be cut down without a moment's hesitation. Far from the tension brewing at the estate, three cloaked figures step out of the collapsed cave they just finished investigating. One of them sighs in frustration, lamenting that the collapse prevented them from gaining the information they needed. Still, she concedes that their efforts have been sufficient for now. Suddenly, one of the knights halts, sensing something strange. All eyes shift toward Damien. He sits silently, entirely immersed in his training. A vivid blue aura wraps around him, swirling and pulsing like a living flame as he cultivates mana through the technique Agnes gifted him only recently. Agnes's eyes widen, shock rippling through her. She knows exactly how difficult that technique is, how violently it pushes a person to their limits. It wasn't meant to be mastered quickly. It wasn't meant to be easy. And yet, what she sees before her defies every expectation. Damien is progressing at a pace that borders on impossible. Eventually, Damien opens his eyes and notices the group staring at him, their faces filled with stunned admiration. Turning toward Agnes, he asks if their investigation is complete. She answers with a hesitant nod. Then, meeting his gaze, she remarks on how quickly he seems to be advancing. Damien responds with a small, humble smile, saying it's only a little. His attention drifts back to the book lying beside him. Its pages heavy, its presence weighty. Agnes hadn't lied. The technique was difficult to obtain. Painfully so. To Damien, sword techniques hold no meaning anymore. In his past life, he had already climbed that mountain. He had reached the peak of the blade, mastered every form, every motion, every killing arc. There is nothing left for him to learn from a sword manual. But this cultivation method, this is different. The destructive energy technique was crafted to counterbalance the monstrous mana consumption of the destructive sword style. Because of that, it pulls in mana faster than ordinary methods and even draws energy directly from the surrounding environment. To Damien, this alone is worth more than any fortune. Standing before Paladin Agnes, he meets her gaze in silence. Neither speaks. Their eyes lock in a moment that stretches too long, too still. The awkwardness finally settles into Damien's bones, and he clears his throat lightly, breaking the tension. He comments that it's getting late, dinner should be ready by now. He suggests they return together, but before Agnes can respond, a ripple of murderous intent washes over him. Faint, but unmistakable, coming from the direction of his home. Damien's expression darkens. Vermin have arrived, he mutters. Agnes blinks, confused, asking what he means. Damien apologizes briskly, saying he has urgent business to attend to, and urges her to follow at her own pace. Then he vanishes. One instant he's there, the next, he's nothing but an afterimage ripping across the field. Agnes stands frozen, stunned by the impossible speed. The knight beside her voices her thoughts aloud, unable to comprehend how Damien moved like that with such little mana expenditure. Agnes wonders the same. How can he control mana with such precision? Then another question sinks its claws into her mind. Just how high is the ceiling of his abilities? Meanwhile, the Haxon estate is in chaos. A knight of House Leon Bloom slams his fist into Victor with brutal force, sending him crashing into the ground. Victor coughs blood, his body trembling from the impact. The knight stands over him, smug and towering, arrogance dripping from every movement. He stomps on Victor again, and again, and again. He calls him a filthy dog, demands to know how he dares defy a Leon Bloom knight, and orders him to drag Damien Hashin out immediately. Despite the agony, Victor roars back with defiance. He refuses, shouting that these knights only seek to harm his young master. A servant screams for help, yelling for Viscount Paul Haxon and pointing toward the violent scene. The Viscount rushes forward, anger and fear battling across his face. He shouts for everything to stop at once, his voice cutting through the air. He kneels beside Victor, pulling the wounded man into his arms, fury burning in his eyes as he demands to know how these knights dare brutalize a mere civilian. But Garrick steps forward. His tone is cold, unfeeling, deadly. He scoffs that this small act of violence is nothing compared to the insult suffered by House Leon Bloom. Then he fixes his gaze on the Viscount and delivers his order. Hand over Damien Hashin, by decree of Marquis Leon Bloom. If they surrender the boy peacefully, he says, their land will remain untouched. Inside, the Viscount burns with fury, disgusted by the Bloom family's vile tactics. Garrick, meanwhile, was a crooked snare, already convinced his promise of safety is nothing but bait. Even if Damien were handed over, he thinks, he'd still reduce the entire estate to ashes. Paul Haxon rises, resolve solid as iron, and declares that no threat, no matter how dire, will ever make him surrender his son. Garrick narrows his eyes, voice dripping with menace as he asks if the Viscount is truly certain. Paul doesn't waver for a heartbeat. His answer is firm, yes. Garrick snarls and gives the order, tear everything down until Damien crawls out. The Viscount roars back in outrage, shouting for them to stop, panic and fury twisting his expression. But before anyone can advance, the ground is suddenly sliced by a rushing shadow. Something, someone, closing in with terrifying speed. The knights freeze, their instincts screaming. Garrick whirls around, sensing the incoming force, confusion flickering across his face. Within seconds, Damien steps forward, calm and steady. Garrick spins again, rage erupting, demanding to know who dares stand before him. But the moment his eyes lock onto that familiar figure, the words die. His breath catches. His entire body stiffens. He knows exactly who has arrived. Garrick stands paralyzed, unable to move, staring at Damien as the young man plants himself firmly between danger and his family. Damien drops to one knee beside his father, voice softened with worry as he asks if he's unharmed. The Viscount assures him he's fine, though his eyes drift anxiously toward Victor. Damien follows that gaze, and his expression darkens. Victor lies there, wounded, and something cold burns behind Damien's eyes. He turns to the knights, his voice dropping into something sharp enough to cut. They don't even understand how lucky they are, he says. If Victor hadn't been strong enough to survive that beating, Damien would have crushed every one of them where they stood. Garrick snaps back with scorn, calling him nothing more than the Viscount's useless son. He mocks him further, claiming Damien's win against Erwin was nothing but a cheap trick. Damien smirks, repeating the word slowly, a cheap trick. Like he's tasting the insult and finding it laughable. With a roar, Garrick orders his men to break Damien's legs and force him to kneel. The knights charge, but Damien doesn't flinch. He moves with eerie calm. At the precise moment a blade comes for him, he slips aside effortlessly, murmuring to himself that this is the perfect chance to test the mana technique he just mastered. He grabs the knight's arm, crushing bone beneath his grip, and follows with a devastating punch infused with raw energy. The knight screams. Before another can even blink, Damien unleashes a lightning-fast kick that slams into the man's ribs. The knight's body sails through the air and crashes to the ground, already unconscious before it hits the date. Garrick's eyes flicker with a spark of surprise at the overwhelming force Damien just displayed, but pride won't let him back down. He pushes forward regardless, clinging to the belief that he can still control the situation. Nearby, Victor stays. Barely conscious, he forces his eyes open and glances weakly toward Damien. His voice trembles as he asks if his young master is unharmed. Damien instantly looks his way, worry tightening his tone as he asks if Victor can hold on. Despite the bruises and blood, Victor manages the faintest smile and raises his thumb, determined to reassure him. Damien allows a quiet smile to form as he turns back ahead. Even now, Victor exceeds every expectation. Remarkable, through and through. Garrick steps closer, stopping right in front of Damien. For the first time, A fracture of doubt cracks his confidence. Was Erwin's defeat really just a cheap trick? His eyes fall on the knight Damien crushed moments ago, disbelief dripping into his voice as he mutters how someone labeled a failure could possess such frightening skill. Damien meets his confusion with an icy tone, stating flatly that Garrick doesn't need to know the answer. A sly grin twists across Garrick's face. Suddenly, he lifts his finger and points straight at Damien, proclaiming triumphantly that he's solved it. This man before him isn't the real Damien at all. Victor and the Viscount stare in bafflement, while Damien narrows his eyes, unsure whether Garrick has lost his mind completely. Garrick bursts into a shouting frenzy, calling Damien an imposter, a fraud planted to humiliate Erwin and disgrace House Leonblum. He rants that this is the work of those who despise the Marquis, a conspiracy meant to dishonor their noble name. He labels Damien a substitute and vows that he will pay dearly for daring to insult his house. Damien thinks with cold disdain that Garrick is even more foolish than he imagined, utterly hopeless. One knight still sprawled on the ground decides survival is wiser than bravery and pretends to remain unconscious, terrified of being dragged back into the fight. The Viscount, still seated but unwavering, calls out with determination, urging his son to prevail. Garrick tightens his grip on his sword and prepares to face Damien head-on. Damien doesn't move an inch. He stands firm, composed, eyes fixed on the man before him. Garrick convinces himself that Damien's victories so far were nothing but fortune. But right now, his luck ends. The moment Damien enters striking distance, he swears he'll finish it. With a sound like thunder ripping the air apart, Garrick launches forward, intent on slicing Damien in half with one decisive blow. His sword cleaves through the air, only to be stopped cold by Damien's blade. Steel sings as Damien blocks effortlessly, barely shifting under the force. A confident smile touches his lips. So, House Leonblum has finally sent a true knight. Garrick grits his teeth and charges again, pouring every ounce of strength into a ferocious strike. But Damien stands there with unsettling calm, waiting, almost inviting the attack. Garrick's eyes widen as Damien effortlessly turns aside the blow. Enraged, he roars and forces his blade down with even greater power, daring Damien to stop him a second time. Damien blocks again just as easily, his voice cutting through the clash. Garrick is simply too slow. Shock warps Garrick's face. He can't understand it. The sudden speed, the overwhelming power Damien now shows. Before he can gather his thoughts, Damien steps forward, declaring that it's his turn. In the blink of an eye, he moves with lightning speed and lands a crushing punch that makes Garrick howl. The knight stumbles back, stunned. He didn't even see it happen. Damien doesn't give him a moment. A brutal kick crashes into Garrick's body, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into the ground. He groans, helpless against the assault. Damien stands over him, voice cold as ice, stating that the blow is repayment for what Garrick did to Victor. Shaking with fury and humiliation, Garrick forces himself upright. He lets out a blood-curdling scream and charges again, swearing he'll rip Damien apart. Damien, however, stays perfectly composed, and quietly announces it's time for his secret technique. Garrick unleashes his own trump card first, shouting the name of his technique, Great Lion's Rapid Blade, as he becomes a whirlwind of slashing steel. The ground trembles under the force of his assault, but Damien brushes it aside with a cold, dismissive remark, nothing but noise. With precise, effortless movements, he deflects each furious strike, then shatters Garrick's sword into fragments. Garrick's eyes stretch wide with despair. Before he can even register what's happening, Damien strikes with blinding speed. His sword pierces into Garrick's shoulder, and in the next heartbeat, Garrick's right arm is severed. His scream rips through the air as he collapses, writhing in agony. The Viscount can only stare, speechless. Victor, battered but burning with pride, pumps his fist into the air and shouts Damien's victory. Damien turns toward Garrick, his gaze sharp with killing intent. Garrick clutches at the bleeding stump, trembling, cursing in agony, begging for someone to apply pressure to stop the blood. A sword tip lowers in front of his face, so close he feels the cold steel kiss his skin. Terror floods him. His voice breaks as he starts pleading desperately for mercy. He claims he doesn't even know who Damien really is and begs for forgiveness. Damien's reply is icy and absolute. He states once more that he is Damien Haxon, and calls Garrick a fool. Looking down on him with pure disdain, Damien tells him that if he intended to beg, he should have done so long ago. Now, it's already far too late. His tone sharpens further, every word a blade as he accuses Garrick of daring to lay a hand on his family, of humiliating Victor by striking an already battered face. And now, after committing all of that, Damien mocks him coldly, asking if Garrick truly believes he still has the right to beg for mercy. Garrick stares up at him, stunned by the merciless words. His pleas grow weaker, more frantic, his voice breaking again and again as he begs for forgiveness. But Damien's gaze doesn't soften. He tells him flatly that Garrick doesn't even understand who he should be apologizing to. Footsteps echo across the courtyard. Garrick's body locks up in dread. To his horror, Victor appears, bruised, blooded, but still on his feet, walking alongside Viscount Paul Haxon. Both men stared down at him with cold intensity, surrounding him like executioners waiting for the command. Victor doesn't hesitate. He unleashes his fury with several hard strikes. Each one a piece of the rage is held inside. Even the Viscount steps in, delivering his own bitter justice. Soon, Garrick is left sprawled on the ground with his remaining knights, all of them beaten, broken, and drowning in terror. Victor turns to Damien, breath heavy, asking if he should hit Garrick a few more times. Damien lifts a hand, ordering him to stop, saying calmly that if they continued, Garrick might not survive the beating. Then, with dark humor curling at the edge of his voice, he adds that cutting off another limb would also be an option, words that make Garrick shiver violently. The Viscount steps beside Damien, placing a steady hand on his shoulder. He tells his son that he has already done more than enough. Garrick collapses fully, pride shattered into dust. He grovels, crawling on the ground, begging for his life. His voice is cracked and hoarse as he apologizes again and again to Damien and the Viscount. But Paul Haxon rejects the apology with righteous fury, shouting that no apology can erase what happened. If Damien hadn't possessed the strength he did today, their home would have been destroyed, and Damien would have been dragged like a criminal into the Bloom estate. Crushed beyond recognition, Garrick lowers himself further until his forehead presses into the date, begging once more for mercy and pardon. The Viscount stares down at him, his expression unreadable as silence stretches across the courtyard. After a long moment, he turns toward Damien, the unspoken question clear in his eyes. What should be done with them? Damien stands quietly behind his father, composed on the outside while his thoughts churn. He admits inwardly that killing Garrick was never his intention. Slaughtering knights of House Leon Bloom here would drag their relationship with the Marquis into complete ruin. Damien is confident he could take on anything they brought, but the consequences would fall on his family, not just him. Yet letting them leave freely sits wrong with him. He knows too well the type of men they are, men who would return with revenge burning in their veins. The dilemma tightens around him. Then, cutting through the tension like a clean breath of air, a familiar voice calls out firmly. Agnes. Her voice alone pulls Damien's attention instantly. Turning, Damien sees her rushing toward him, and a wave of relief sweeps across his chest. Agnes arriving now. It might be exactly what he needs to untangle this mess. He quickly explains everything that happened. Agnes listens quietly, absorbing every detail before offering a calm, confident smile. She tells him she already knows the perfect solution. Stepping closer, she expresses her gratitude. Because of the Viscount and his family, she says, they have succeeded for the first time in defeating one of the leaders of the Yulin organization. Damien's eyes widen. The weight of her words hits him harder than any blow. This victory means far more than he expected. Agnes straightens and declares that, thanks to this cooperation, the Haxon family will now be officially recognized as partners of the church. Behind them, Victor turns to the Viscount, his voice trembling with hope. He asks if this means their family might finally escape the crisis hanging over them. Both father and servant show renewed light in their tired eyes. Damien steps closer to Agnes, seizing the moment, and politely asks if he may request one more favor. Inside, a quiet smile forms. This is exactly what he had planned from the beginning, securing the church's protection. Agnes, startled by his sudden closeness, flusters and takes a small step back with an apologetic bow. Damien turns toward the defeated knights, his expression hardening into something unyielding. His voice rings clear as he asks whether they understood what Agnes just said. House Haxon is now under the protection of the church. Garrick, trembling and pale, mutters that Damien should go tell Marquis Leon Bloom that himself. But Damien isn't finished. His tone turns icy, warning them that if House Leon Bloom dares to use force again, they will face the church's wrath. With unwavering authority, he orders them to leave immediately. Panic explodes through the knights. They scramble to their feet, bowing repeatedly and stammering their thanks as they flee the estate like men escaping death itself. Victor scoffs loudly, mocking how they ran like frightened dogs. But before he can get carried away, the Viscount cuts in, reminding everyone that their troubles aren't solved just because those cowards ran. Their real problems are still ahead. He insists they gather for a formal discussion immediately. Soon, the family assembles in the manor's conference room. The air is heavy with urgency as Viscount Paul Haxon officially begins the meeting. Louise speaks first, stating that the only agenda is how to handle the escalating conflict with House Leon Bloom. Abel, still confused, asks why they even need to worry when the church is protecting them. Louise corrects him at once, explaining that the church won't intervene directly in a feud between nobles. The Viscount supports her, emphasizing that the church never meddles in political disputes, and House Leon Blom's influence isn't just military. It's overwhelming. If they wished, they could wipe out smaller houses like theirs without a second thought. Agnes steps forward, outlining their choices with calm clarity. They can either pay reparations, or they must seek protection by forming an alliance with a stronger noble house. Agnes lifts her hand before anyone can choose between reparations or alliances. With a spark of excitement, she offers a third path. Damien should become a holy knight of the church. The room goes completely still. Then Damien refuses immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Viscount Paul closes the matter at once, saying that if Damien does not agree, the discussion ends here. But Abel shoots to his feet, shouting in raw frustration. When his father demands to know what he wants, Abel's anger erupts, How could the Viscount dismiss such an opportunity so casually? Why aren't they taking it seriously when becoming a holy knight could solve everything? Abel wheels toward Damien with a mocking grin, laughing that all Damien has to do is agree. His laughter barely fills the room before it cuts short. An overwhelming pressure rises behind him, freezing him in place. He spins around, eyes wide in terror. The Viscount's calm voice follows, reminding Abel that they have guests and ordering him to behave. Abel sinks back into his chair with a grunt, sulking as the meeting continues. Damien's father clears his throat and addresses the room, admitting that Abel is not entirely wrong. Damien's actions did play a part in provoking the conflict with the Mars family. But he continues firmly, saying the blame does not rest solely on Damien. Damien's mother steps in next, explaining that the Mars family's second son had always been targeting Louise. Even if Damien had stayed silent, that man would never have stopped pursuing her. Viscount Paul adds that Damien protected his sister from a scheme even he, as her father, couldn't prevent. He turns his eyes to Damien, calling his name in a steady, measured tone. Yes, father, Damien answers respectfully, unsure where this is going. To his surprise, the Viscount praises him. He tells Damien he did well today. He defended the family when they were insulted and stood tall when they needed him most. For a moment, Damien is stunned. He never expected such words from his father. Regaining his composure, he replies that he only acted as he believed he should. His father nods, assuring him that from here on, he will personally handle the matter. Damien tries to argue, but his father cuts him off gently yet firmly, asking him to allow him this one chance, to act as a proper father, even if only once. Suddenly, a servant bursts into the room, bowing deeply as he apologizes. He announces that someone from the ducal house of Gold Pixie has arrived and is requesting an audience. The Viscount's eyes widen. Why would someone from such a powerful house seek them out? The envoy steps forward, visibly nervous, and reveals the reason. It concerns Damien. He borrowed money and used the Viscount's wheat fields as collateral, and the repayment deadline has already passed. Damien's heart sinks, dread rushing through him like ice. Did they already take the fields? Did he doom his family without even realizing it? Before he can gather his thoughts, his father's furious voice cuts through the air. The Viscount explodes, shouting Damien's name with such rage that it echoes through the manor. Moments ago, he praised Damien, but now he unleashes everything, calling him a damn brat loud enough for the whole estate to hear. Damien stands frozen, unable to breathe. The envoy removes his hat and turns to Damien with a warm, polite smile. Ah, so Damien, he greets, a good day to you. Damien stays, unable to fully recognize him, until the memory clicks. Olin Dinisher, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, offers him a composed smile, remarking how long it's been since their last meeting. He reminds Damien that today is the repayment date they agreed upon. As Olin speaks, the memories flood back, how he nudged Damien into putting the family's land as collateral. He said it was the only way to borrow a larger amount, insisted it was nothing but a harmless formality, even laughed lightly as he promised. How could someone like me ever take land from a noble like you? Every word had been dipped in false sincerity. Damien clenches his teeth, cursing his past self and the naive trust he handed out so easily. Why had he ever given Olin the deed? He shoves aside his self-loathing long enough to ask, flatly, how much he owes. Olin grins, a mocking, triumphant curl of the lips. The loan was 200 gold coins. With interest, it now totals 300. Damien goes still. 300. His mind blanks. He can't even remember why he needed so much, only that no one in his family could ever gather that amount. A suffocating dread presses down on him as he imagines his loved ones thrown from their home, their lives destroyed because of his mistake. Olin continues coldly. If the money isn't paid today, the collateral will be seized. The land will legally belong to House Gold Pixie. Damien snaps, demanding to know why Olin told him the collateral was just a formality. But Olin simply smirks, shrugging as if the line meant nothing. Orders from House Gold Pixie are absolute, he says. All debts must be collected, noble or not. Then he leans forward slightly, eyes sharp, pressing Damien to hand over the money, though his tone implies he already knows Damien can't. He asks outright if Damien can pay. Damien answers evenly. He hasn't been able to raise the amount. Olin's lips curve again, pretending sympathy even as his eyes shine with cruelty. Of course you haven't, he says smoothly. Then he strolls over to the sofa and sits down without invitation, lounging comfortably like the manor already belongs to him. His gaze drips with disdain as he lectures Damien for borrowing money he couldn't repay. Finally, with a smirk, he snaps his fingers. His guards respond immediately, stepping forward in a tight formation, ready to seize everything the moment Olin commands it. Since you can't pay, Olin sneers, I'll just use the method I know best to collect. The two guards step forward, their heavy footsteps thudding behind Damien. Their presence is meant to crush him, to force fear into his spine. Olin watches with dark satisfaction. He never expected Damien to repay the debt. Repayment was never the point. What he truly wanted was this moment. A noble cornered, pride shattered, begging for mercy. Just imagining Damien's expression sends a thrill through him. Elsewhere in the manor, Count Haxon sits frozen, struck speechless by the news. In another wing, the rest of the family waits in a suffocating silence. The Viscount paces in frantic circles, unable to stop worrying, while Abel stands rigid in the corner, lost in thought. Damien's mother urges her husband to sit, warning that he'll collapse if he keeps this up. Louise joins in, pleading with Abel to calm down as well. But the Viscount grows even more agitated. He refuses to sit. How could he, when their family stands on the edge of ruin? Abel's voice rises with his father's, echoing the fear, insisting there's no way they can remain calm while disaster threatens to swallow them whole. Damien's mother, however, tells them both to breathe and place their faith in Damien. She reminds them that he has always found a way out of every crisis he faced. The Viscount shakes his head, worry etched in every line of his face. Damien's victories so far, he insists, were because of strength, not negotiation. In this situation, this is completely different. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shakes the entire manor. The family whirls toward the sound, eyes wide with shock. Back in the room, Damien stands over the fallen body of one of the guards. Olin Dinishar is struck speechless, his jaw hanging open. Damien looks down at the unconscious guard and mutters wryly that his father will definitely scold him again for using violence. The remaining guard erupts in fury and charges, weapon raised high. But Damien moves like lightning, blocking the attack before the guard can blink. He grabs him by the face, his grip so crushing the man screams in pure agony. Lifting him effortlessly off the ground, Damien remarks coldly that when a guard dares raise a weapon against a noble, defending oneself is only proper. A chilling smile curves across Damien's lips as he turns toward Olin. The envoy's composure shatters. He lets out a panicked scream and scrambles backward onto the sofa, trying to retreat as Damien approaches with slow, deliberate steps that only magnify his terror. When Damien finally speaks, his voice is steady, almost calm. He orders the envoy to get on his knees. Olin obeys instantly, dropping down without hesitation, trembling violently. Damien then tells him he cannot repay the debt in coin, making the envoy's face twist with dread. But Damien isn't finished. His tone deepens as he adds that he intends to repay the debt in another way, with a bright, almost cheerful smile, utterly at odds with the menace underneath. Damien asks if it would be acceptable to settle the debt by some method other than money. The envoy, trembling and completely thrown off by Damien's unpredictable tone, nods rapidly, agreeing to anything as long as it avoids further violence. The next morning dawns clear, sunlight spilling across the manor like the beginning of a new chapter. Inside, Abel speaks to his father, his voice weighed down with sorrow. Concerned, the Viscount asks what troubles him. Abel answers bitterly that once again, justice has been won by violence, something that gnaws at his conscience. Elsewhere, Damien's mother and sister offer him gentle warnings as he prepares to leave. Damien reassures them with quiet confidence, promising he will return safely and telling them not to worry. Abel suddenly buys in with a protest, but his father snaps at him immediately, ordering him to stop speaking nonsense and instead cheer for his brother on the road ahead. Inwardly, the Viscount admits to himself that he has little choice but to trust in the plan, even if he remains uncertain whether it will truly work. Agnes steps forward to address Damien next. She apologizes softly for the abrupt farewell. Damien thanks her for everything she has done, but she insists she only fulfilled her duty. She explains that her investigation is almost complete and she'll be returning to her post tomorrow. Before stepping back, she wishes him a safe journey. Damien returns her kindness with a warm, gentle smile. Just before parting, Agnes adds that if he ever changes his mind about joining the church, he need only say the word. But Damien's answer is firm. His decision will not change. Finally, Damien turns to Victor and asks if his luggage is ready. Victor confirms with crisp enthusiasm. Damien steps into the travel carriage, settling into the surprisingly spacious interior, only to blink in surprise when he notices the envoy from House Gold Pixie already seated inside. Wearing a polite, overly formal smile, the envoy explains that he is there to ensure Damien's comfort throughout the long journey. Damien responds with a calm smile of his own, thanking him for such considerate care. Leaning back comfortably, Damien casually mentions that he would very much like a luxurious crab dish for lunch. The envoy freezes, blinking in confusion at the strange request. Damien ignores him and turns instead to Victor. "Yes, young master." Victor answers instantly, voice bright with excitement. Raising his voice proudly, he declares the official start of their journey. The horses lurch forward, the carriage gaining speed. Damien sits tall, gaze unwavering, determination solid as steel. Their destination, the ducal estate of House Gold Pixie. Upon arrival, the sheer grandeur of the mansion leaves Damien quietly impressed. Standing before the vast estate with Victor and the envoy beside him, he admits inwardly that the residence of House Gold Pixie truly lives up to its reputation. Damien thanks the envoy smoothly for guiding him, and the envoy, stiff and formal, responds that the Duke has already been informed of Damien's arrival and that he is permitted to enter at once. But once they return to the carriage, the envoy's polite mask cracks. He sulks in silence, simmering with resentment. Inside, he curses Damien for dragging him away from his comfortable routine and into this troublesome ordeal. He hopes everything ends without bloodshed, And yet, a small, bitter part of him wishes Damien would get what's coming to him. Before stepping into the mansion, Damien turns to Victor with a calm smile, assuring him he'll return soon. Yes, young master. Victor answers brightly, full of his usual enthusiasm. Inside the estate, Damien is met with suspicion. One attendant asks if he is truly Damien Haxon. Moments later, Duke Adam Gold Pixie himself steps forward, eyes sharp as he examines Damien. He asks directly if this is the son of House Haxon is heard so much about. Damien responds with polite composure, thanking the Duke for recognizing him. Though inwardly, he mutters that all nobles act the same. Still, he swallows the irritation. He is here for one purpose only, and he won't be distracted. The Duke mentions that Dimitri informed him Damien sought an audience, and he asks for the reason. Damien answers calmly. He borrowed money from the Duke's loan office, and the repayment date has passed. Is that so? The Duke replies, interest sharpening in his voice. Then that makes you my customer. Damien nods and explains that while he cannot repay the gold, he intends to settle the debt through another method. Intrigued, the Duke leans forward and asks him to clarify. Damien's answer is bold and unwavering. He will defeat House Leon Blum, and that victory, he declares, will be his repayment. The room falls silent. The Duke and his men stare at him, caught off guard by the audacity of the claim. But instead of outrage, Duke Adam breaks into hearty laughter, noting that Damien must already know the latest developments. Sir Gale Heimlich nods, agreeing that it certainly seems that way. Damien grows thoughtful. In truth, the whole Apple Kingdom is buzzing with the news. A massive gold mine discovered along the border. Now House Leon Bloom and House Gold Pixie are locked in a brutal struggle for control. Their conflict has spilled into the streets, where even their lower-ranked knights duel to determine ownership. The entire region is bracing for war, but Damien already knows how it ends. In the original flow of events, House Leon Bloom wins. Their dominance spreads, and House Gold Pixie's power gradually crumbles. Yet amidst that, he sees opportunity. If he can disrupt the path of fate, if he can tilt the balance and give Duke Adam the advantage, he can repay his debt and gain leverage over House Leon Bloom in one decisive stroke. The Duke studies him closely, intrigued. He asks if Damien truly possesses the courage to challenge the mighty Leon Bloom family, and to crush one of their principal forces. With a faint smile, Damien thanks the envoy, telling him he won't forget how smoothly things have gone thanks to his help. Damien then turns to the Duke and answers with calm assurance, saying the possibility of victory is not far-fetched at all. The Duke admits he has been struggling to find a knight capable of representing him in the duel. Without hesitation, Damien steps forward and declares himself the ideal choice. No knight of lower rank, he says, can hope to rival Lion Bloom's eldest son, except him. The Duke raises an eyebrow, studying him carefully. Does Damien truly believe he can defeat Michael Leon Bloom, a man renowned for dominating duels across the kingdom? Damien's confidence never wavers. He replies that he knows Michael's abilities better than anyone, and he will never lose to him. At that moment, Knight Ernst Hovitz cuts in. He warns the Duke not to be swayed by bold claims. Rumors, he insists, often exaggerated. He adds that Lady Chelsea is already searching for a worthy duelist, and she will undoubtedly return soon with someone exceptional. Hubbets chimes in as well, assuring the Duke that Lady Chelsea will find a knight of unmatched skill. Ernst and the others smile with certainty, while the Duke nods thoughtfully. Damien immediately understands what's happening. Hovitz is intentionally blocking him. Nothing but a hollow, petty obstacle in Damien's eyes, like a chewed-up bone left by a gowl. The Duke leans back in his chair, musing aloud about the difficulty of choosing a knight in such uncertain circumstances. Damien senses the hidden test beneath those words. This isn't something he can win through talk alone. He must demonstrate his strength. With unwavering conviction, Damien declares that everyone is making a mistake. Turning directly to Hubbets, he states clearly, if the Duke truly wants victory, he has no choice but to select him. No other knight can stand against their opponent. Hubbets bristles with fury at Damien's boldness. He demands to know if Damien has any idea whom Lady Chelsea is bringing back. Damien, calm and sharp, offers a chilling proposal. If Hubbets doubts him, he is welcome to try striking him once. If he can. The whole falls silent. Hubbets' face contorts with outrage and disbelief at such audacity. Unable to hold back, he demands permission to test Damien. Intrigued, the Duke grants it immediately. The atmosphere shifts, electric, expectant. The stage is set. Soon, Damien and Hovitz stand opposite each other on the dueling grounds. From the sidelines, Victor watches with wide eyes, whispering to himself in disbelief at what Damien has stepped into. But Damien simply answers that this is how things turned out. Nothing more. Victor's anxiety grows as he sees the assembled knights surrounding the field, their auras blazing like drawn blades, the entire training hall charged with anticipation. A suffocating pressure rolls through the air as Duke Gold Pixie lifts a hand, his voice sharp and controlled, ordering Hovitz to begin. Hovitz steps forward with a cold sneer, his gaze fixed on Damien as if he's already won. He mocks him lightly, promising that if Damien starts begging now, he might consider sparing him. Damien answers with a slow, bored yawn, an insult sharper than any blade. Hurry up, he mutters, before I fall asleep. The remark hits Hovitz like a slap. Rage bursts across his face. Clenching his fists, Hovitz floods his weapon with aura until the energy surges over his entire body. A violent shockwave erupts from him, shaking the ground beneath their feet. He glazes at Damien one last time, snarling. This is the final technique you wanted, isn't it? Damien stays perfectly calm, though a tiny flicker of thought crosses his mind. Maybe he pushed Hovitz a little too far this time. With a furious roar, Hovitz kicks off the ground, lightning fast. I'll crush your face with one strike, he howls, hurling himself forward at full speed, weapon aimed straight for the kill. Damien studies the incoming attack, unbothered by the crushing pressure. This is nothing more than a mid-tier knight's strength. If he can read the point of impact, dodging or countering will be simple enough. Then he sees it. The spear is locked directly onto his chest. Hovitz thrusts with everything he has. Damien steps into it, catching the strike on the flat of his blade. The force is monstrous. Cracks web across Damien's sword, trembling under the blow. A vicious grin spreads across Hovitz's face. Inwardly, he mocks Damien as the perfect fool, walking straight into his trap. His laughter rises, wild and triumphant, just as blood bursts from Damien's chest and the young man collapses. Gasps explode around the arena. Victor's voice cracks as he shouts Damien's name. Even Duke Gold Pixie jolts in shock, unable to hide the horror on his face. And then, everything changes. Damien moves. With terrifying speed, he surges forward, a blur that leaves the crowd frozen mid-breath. Hovitz's smug expression shatters into confusion, then fear. Did Damien truly endure that strike, and still stand? One of the Duke's knights leans toward him as Gold Pixie addresses him as protector, awaiting orders. But Damien doesn't give them time. He steps ahead, points straight at the Duke, and announces in an unwavering voice that the position of the Duke's representative now belongs to him. Victor rushes to his side, nearly stumbling as he grabs Damien in a tight embrace. "Young master," he cries, trembling. Damien blinks, startled by the sudden display, and gently asks if Victor is hurt. But Victor refuses to let go. His voice breaks as he demands to know how Damien survived such a lethal strike without injury. Damien simply smiles, calm and certain. He reminds him, "I told you, I wouldn't be harmed." The Duke approaches slowly, his expression shifting from suspicion to genuine admiration. He admits he hadn't been entirely convinced before. But now, after witnessing this spectacle, he has no doubts left. With a proud smile, he declares Damien a true asset, one worthy of standing at his side. Standing tall before his knights, Duke Gold Pixie raises his voice, letting it echo across the courtyard. In front of every guard present, he declares that Damien Haxon has proven himself beyond all doubt. From this moment on, and exactly as promised, Damien will serve as the Duke's appointed representative. Hovitz, still trembling from earlier, tries to muster a protest. "But, Your Grace." The Duke cuts him off instantly, his tone sharp enough to slice through steel. He orders him to stop, warning that he will not allow his good mood to be spoiled by pointless objections. The reprimand drains the color from Hovitz's face. Bowing his head, he murmurs that he understands and will speak no further. Damien stands quietly amid the tension, calm as ever, while Hovitz clenches his fists, unable to comprehend what happened. He knows his strike landed. He felt it. Damien turns toward him, offering only a cool, steady look. He reminds Hovitz that he is being scolded by the Duke and should accept it. Then, with quiet finality, he adds that Hovitz's skills aren't bad, but he picked the wrong opponent. Damien's voice stays composed as he states that he has long surpassed the level of a mid-tier knight. As he speaks, Damien reflects inwardly. Revealing this much strength is necessary, especially when the duel is restricted to mid-tier nobles. And truthfully, had he not used mana at the last moment, things could have gone very differently. The Duke steps closer, studying Damien with sharp, thoughtful eyes. He can see the faint signs of strain beneath Damien's composed facade, the internal injuries that even Damien can't fully hide. Then, without warning, the Duke draws out a strange ring, surprising Damien. A storage artifact. Damien wonders. From the ring, the Duke retrieves a small ornate box and hands it directly to Damien. He calls it a personal gift. When Damien opens it, a ripple of magical energy spills into the air. Inside are small, glowing spheres, balance orbs. The Duke explains they are commonly used by knights during training, and just as effective for treating internal wounds. Damien accepts the gift with genuine gratitude, thanking the Duke for something so precious. The Duke smiles warmly, assuring him that from now on, he will be relying on him. Damien answers with a confident smile of his own, promising that he won't let him down. Morning sunlight spills across the Gold Pixie estate, setting the walls aglow. Damien walks through the courtyard with a hand pressed lightly to his chest. To his surprise, most of his injuries have nearly vanished. The orbs work far better than expected. As he surveys the estate's impressive training grounds, he resolves to use every resource available in the coming days. Just then, a voice cuts through the quiet. "Are you Damien Haxon?" Damien turns calmly toward the speaker, answering that he is. His gaze sharpens slightly as he asks the stranger to reveal his identity. The man steps forward with confident energy, introducing himself as Pavel Burund and gesturing proudly to the two knights beside him, his trusted comrades. He announces that they, too, will be joining the upcoming duel. Damien blinks, a little surprised by the sudden introduction, and asks if they are also participants. Pavel answers with a sharp edge in his voice, yes, they are. He explains that Damien is lucky they have been away for external training yesterday. Had they been present, the duel wouldn't have fallen to him at all, but to them instead. With unwavering confidence, Pavel warns Damien that the contest with House Leon Bloom is far too important to be handled by unworthy hands. He tells him bluntly not to interfere with his weak skills and, if he understands the situation's weight, to step aside so they can train. Damien moves quietly aside, choosing not to respond. But inside, a spark of curiosity ignites. He wants to see exactly what the Duke's knights are capable of. Without hesitation, one knight launches into motion, shouting the name of his technique, High Rise of the Bird, as he charges forward with sharp, soaring momentum. At the same time, the second knight mirrors him, his energy rising with equal ferocity. One of them shouts boldly that this will be his victory in their 98th match. His opponent scoffs right back, demanding to know who decided that outcome. Their clash intensifies. Steel rings across the courtyard. One knight takes a clean hit and staggers back, pain flashing across his face. But before the rhythm settles, Pavel springs forward. His strike is swift, precise, and overwhelmingly strong. His opponent reels, stunned by the sudden impact, unable to make sense of a blow so flawlessly delivered. Yet instead of collapsing, the knight steadies himself with a breath and even allows a faint, incredulous smile. He acknowledges Pavel's strength, remarking that such a clean defense is exactly what he expected. Pavel had read his move completely, and blocked it using nothing but his forehead. The bout slows, and Pavel suggests they call it a draw, praising the improvement his opponent has shown. The knight responds with a respectful bow, saying he has learned much from the exchange. But the floor barely has time to settle before a massive knight steps forward, eyes blazing with excitement. His booming voice shakes the air as he demands to face Pavel next, his two fired up to hold back. In the background, two knights speak quietly, their expressions serious. With this level of intensity, they agree. Their preparations for the duel against House Leon Bloom look more promising by the minute. The towering knight lifts his sword, nodding firmly. Together, he declares, they will defeat House Leon Bloom and bring glory to the Duke's family. The three knights raise their blades high, voices echoing through the courtyard as they shout with unbreakable unity. All for one, and one for all. Their cry rings across the training grounds, filling the air with fierce determination for the battle to come. From a distance, Damien and Victor watch the scene unfold in silence. Victor leans closer, confusion written all over his face, and whispers, asking why Damien is just standing there without saying a single word, and who these overly fired-up knights even are. Damien replies in a low voice, disappointment dripping from every syllable. To him, it already looks as though the duel is lost. Victor stiffens, eyes widening in panic as he quickly asks what he means. Damien answers calmly, almost casually. He doesn't believe those knights, no matter how spirited, have the strength needed to win. Just then, Duke Gold Pixie strolls in, laughter booming through the courtyard. He praises his knights for their impressive enthusiasm, though he can't resist poking fun at how wildly they've let their excitement run. Turning to the towering knight beside him, he tells him to speak freely. The man obeys without hesitation. He admits bluntly that such displays mean nothing to him. The scene shifts to the night before. Damien had stood respectfully before the Duke, politely refusing his offer to train together. He explained that he preferred training alone. The Duke had laughed heartily at that, calling Damien a truly fascinating man, especially after turning down training from someone as seasoned as Knight Heinrich. Curious, the Duke asked Heinrich for his opinion. The veteran knight answered immediately. Damien was remarkable. Few could summon a magical barrier instantly to deflect a fatal strike, but Damien had done exactly that. Later that same night, Duke Gold Pixie sat behind his broad desk and turned to another knight. In a direct tone, he asked what the man expected from the upcoming duel, and whether victory over House Leon Bloom was realistic. The knight, choosing his words carefully, admitted he couldn't give a definite answer. The duel would put 3 fighters from each house against each other, and victory would go to whichever side won 2 out of 3 matches. Even if Damien delivered an exceptional performance, he said, that alone wouldn't guarantee success. The Duke nodded in agreement. He acknowledged that Damien's power wouldn't be enough on its own. The others would need to prove themselves as well. Then he asked about their progress under mid-tier knight Vincenzo. This time, a knight answered with feigned confidence, assuring the Duke there was nothing to worry about on that front. Outside, Damien stood quietly, wrestling with a new problem he hadn't expected. Watching the knights spar, he couldn't hide his frustration. Aside from their foolish bravado, he muttered, their condition was pitiful. With that level of skill, losing was guaranteed. He sighed, hesitated for a brief moment, and resigned himself to the inevitable. He needed to step in and train them properly. His voice cut through the courtyard. You 3, over there. Startled, the knights turned toward him. Damien offered a faint smile and challenged them to a spar. Have Berman smirked, amused at Damien's nerve. Bold words, he said, especially after seeing what we can do. Damien answered their challenge without the slightest hesitation. His voice carried absolute confidence as he accepted, then added, almost casually, that he would fight all three of them at once. The knights froze, stunned by the sheer boldness of his declaration. Pavel erupted first, shouting in outrage, demanding to know how a fool like Damien dared challenge all of them together. But Damien stepped forward with unshakable calm, his tone sharp enough to draw blood. You're right, he said. Taking on 3 knights at once goes against chivalric rules. But those rules don't apply to stray dogs. That single line ignited the knights. Rage twisting their expressions, they lunged at him all at once. Swinging with every ounce of strength they possessed, their curses filled the air as steel cut through wind. Damien didn't move. He stood perfectly still, calm, relaxed, unshaken. And then, in a blink, the world vanished beneath them. Pavel crashed to the ground first, utterly bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened. A heartbeat later, all 3 knights lay sprawled across the courtyard, dazed, battered, and speechless. When Pavel slowly opened his eyes again, Damien's voice greeted him, quiet, crisp, and merciless. So, you're finally awake. Pavel looked up, stunned, and saw Damien standing over him. Damien didn't bother hiding the mockery in his voice as he remarked that Pavel was just as weak as ever. Then Damien's tone dropped, cold as steel. Cause another scene like this, and what follows will be far worse. Pavel's breath caught. As he struggled to rise, scattered fragments of memory returned, each one more terrifying than the last. Damien's voice continued, steady and composed. This wasn't an incident. This was the lesson I intended for the Duke's Knights. Piece by piece, Pavel remembered. He and his comrades had charged Damien together, and in the very next heartbeat, their attacks had been brushed aside like dust. Damien had overwhelmed them with effortless precision, knocking them down in rapid succession. Pavel remembered the sting, the sharp blow to his face, the world spinning as he was sent flying, consciousness fading as he hit the ground. Now, trembling in disbelief, Pavel stared at Damien. Could one man truly defeat all 3 of them so easily? Behind him, his comrades were pale, their spirits crushed. But Pavel felt something even heavier, a deep, shuddering fear. Damien showed no fatigue. Not a single breath was out of rhythm. He looked as if he hadn't even warmed up. His voice cut through the thick silence. Tell me, he asked, who's in charge of your training? Still kneeling, Pavel stammered out the answer, that their instructor was a mid-ranked knight named Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien repeated the name slowly, disbelief dripping from his voice. Sebastian Vincenzo, he trained you. When Pavel nodded weakly, Damien's expression darkened. He questioned aloud how Vincenzo could possibly have produced knights so poorly prepared. With a weary sigh, Damien admitted he would love to tell Vincenzo to stop entirely, but stirring unnecessary trouble wasn't his goal. Instead, his voice hardened with authority as he issued his order. After your lessons with Vincenzo each day, you will come straight to the courtyard. From now on, you train under me. The 3 knights bowed their heads, shaken to their core, knowing they had just been claimed by a monster far beyond anything they'd imagined. Pavel hesitated, fear twisting in his gut. If they trained under Damien, what if they were injured? What would Vincenzo say when he saw them blooded and broken? But Damien cut through his spiraling worries with calm certainty. You don't need to concern yourself with that. No matter how many blows you take, you won't walk away with even a scratch. Startled, Pavel looked down at himself, running his hands over his arms and chest. Damien had hit him, hard enough to send him flying. Yet there wasn't a bruise, not a welt, not a trace of damage. His confusion only grew. Damien stepped closer, his expression turning cold. It's because I learned long ago how to strike in a professional, precise way. His mind wandered back to a distant memory of a man feared across the continent, known simply as the personal corrector, a wanderer who traveled from town to town, disciplining criminals with merciless efficiency. He broke them down, reshaped them, forced them into new lives through pure, relentless brutality. His methods were cruel in their simplicity. He would beat a criminal for a full hour. If that didn't change them, he'd double it, sometimes triple it. There were days when the corrector's punishment stretched on endlessly, but over time, pity found its way into the old man's heart. Criminal after criminal fell beneath his fists, battered, broken, unable to function afterward. The corrector didn't want to destroy lives entirely, so he searched for a solution, something that let him continue his punishment without leaving lasting harm. And eventually, he perfected it, a technique so refined, so devastating, it became infamous under a chilling name: pretend death kill. A method that inflicted agonizing pain while leaving no mark behind. Damien quietly admitted to himself that this was the very technique he had just used on the 3 knights. Turning back to them, his voice hardened. Now you should clearly understand just how weak you are. A heavy wave of shame swept over Pavel. Lowering his head, he reluctantly confessed that Damien was right. They were exactly as weak as he claimed. Damien's lips curled into a sharp, mocking smile. Don't despair too much. You still have 1 full month before the duel. In that short time, I'll reshape you. From useless insects into tolerable ones. The knights froze, stunned speechless by Damien's blunt cruelty, staring at him as if he were a force of nature. Before the silence could settle, a clear voice echoed across the courtyard, calling Damien's name. Damien turned, eyes narrowing slightly as a servant hurried toward him. For a moment he wondered, was this truly a messenger from the Marquis? The servant bowed deeply. The Marquis has summoned you at once. Damien asked calmly why the summons had come now. The servant answered swiftly. Princess Chelsea had returned. Inside the palace, Princess Chelsea Gold Pixie made her entrance with regal poise. Every step carried authority, her presence bright and commanding as she formally announced her return. Approaching the Duke, she bowed with practiced elegance. Father, it has been a long time. I have finally returned from my mission. Hubbards's face lit with joy at the sight of his daughter. The Duke welcomed her warmly, reminding her that a full month had passed since she left. Then he asked the question lingering in everyone's mind. Had she succeeded in finding a knight worthy of the duel? With unwavering confidence, Chelsea turned slightly and gestured to her side. I have indeed found him. A knight stepped forward, his presence alone enough to shift the air in the hall. His aura was fierce, wild, untamed, suffocating in its intensity. When he spoke, his voice thundered through the chamber. I am Guillermo Blackwing, the wild beast. A murmur rippled through the assembled knights. Recognition spread like wildfire. They whispered of the Eclairin kingdom and the brutal conflict where Guillermo had carved his name in blood. They spoke of the countless lower-ranked knights he had cut down, of the battlefield trails littered with bodies, evidence of a man whose notoriety had no equal among mid-tier knights. Duke Gold Pixie regarded him with steady interest and admitted he had already heard much about Guillermo's exploits. Guillermo smirked proudly, confirming that even the distant Apple Kingdom spoke his name. Princess Chelsea stepped forward, addressing her father directly. She announced that Sir Guillermo Blackwing had sworn loyalty to her and would stand in the upcoming duel. With full confidence, she declared that he would have no trouble subduing Michael Leon Bloom. Nearby knights exchanged hushed comments, agreeing that based on reputation alone, Guillermo vastly surpassed Michael. Michael Leon Bloom, after all, was still a rising star. Guillermo was already a forged and seasoned monster. The Duke nodded slowly. Good news indeed, he admitted. Yet, this is also becoming something of a headache. Chelsea blinked, puzzled, and asked him what he meant. The Duke replied with calm finality. He had not yet introduced his chosen representative for the duel. Both Chelsea and Guillermo shifted their gazes toward the entrance. The Duke's voice rang out clearly. Damien Haxon. Chelsea's expression hardened instantly, sharp hostility blazing in her eyes as she turned on Damien. Shock and anger twisted her voice as she demanded an explanation, reminding her father that she had told him to wait for her return. The Duke acknowledged it with a nod, but calmly reminded her that he had never promised he would wait. Chelsea pressed again, insisting that even now he could still change his representative. Her father's reply was firm. The decision is mine alone. Frustration flared through her words as she protested that she had never even heard the name Damien Haxon before. Why would he choose an unknown knight over someone as proven, as obvious, as Sir Guillermo Blackwing? Guillermo's lips curled into a triumphant smile, clearly savoring the comparison. Damien met Guillermo's stare for a brief moment, wondering quietly if this was the opponent he had been expecting. Finally, Duke Gold Pixie explained his reasoning. While Sir Guillermo's reputation was undeniably impressive, Damien Haxon had already demonstrated exceptional ability. He had successfully blocked HET's strike. Chelsea released a sharp, irritated exhale. Father, you always have such convenient excuses to dismiss my judgment. She pressed on, accusing him of contradicting himself again and again, his words and actions never aligning, especially concerning her and her mother. The Duke's patience snapped. His voice cut like a blade as he warned her to watch her tongue in front of their guests. Startled, Chelsea stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened, then quickly dropped to the floor as she bowed her head. She apologized at once, claiming the fatigue of travel had clouded her judgment, that she wasn't in her right mind when she spoke. From a short distance away, Damien watched it all in quiet silence. To anyone else, it might look like a simple argument. But to him, it was obvious. Whatever lay between father and daughter was far deeper and uglier than it appeared on the surface. The Duke brought the matter to a close with a single, firm decision. Any changes to the representative, he declared, would be made only after consulting the other officials. Until then, the matter was not up for debate. He ordered Chelsea to stop arguing and leave the chamber immediately. Before the tension could settle, laughter split the air, loud, raw, and unsettling. It was Guillermo. His sudden outburst drew every eye in the hall. A few knights stared in confusion. Others watched with thinly veiled annoyance. Guillermo turned to the Duke, dismissing all formal courtesy with a single sentence. There's no need for discussion, he said. We're men. The strongest one should represent you. Chelsea's face went rigid with alarm at his words. The knight beside the Duke sneered openly, clearly disgusted by Guillermo's lack of respect. But Guillermo wasn't finished. His eyes locked onto Damien, sharp and unblinking. Don't you agree? He asked. Shouldn't the strongest be chosen? Then he dropped all pretense. You and I should fight. The winner becomes the representative. Chelsea shot to her feet, voice rising with anger. What are you doing? I told you to stay calm and avoid reckless behavior. Before she could say more, Duke Gold Pixie cut in, his tone calm and composed. What he said isn't entirely wrong. Chelsea's expression darkened, frustration boiling beneath her controlled facade. The Duke turned his attention to Damien. And you? What do you think? Damien stayed quiet for a moment, weighing the situation. He could see it clearly. This was another test. If he wanted to secure his place, he'd have to show his strength. But he also knew there was no need for a full, drawn-out fight. A simple, decisive display of power would be enough. With that in mind, he stepped toward Guillermo and extended his hand. Let's settle this with a test of strength, he said. It's the quickest way to end the argument. Guillermo's lips twisted into a mocking grin. Careful, he sneered. If your arm gets dislocated, don't blame me. Damien's answer came with a cold, faint smile. If that happens, I'll just dislocate your shoulder in return. The line hit Guillermo like a slap. His face twisted, rage rising to the surface as he clenched his teeth. In the next instant, he lunged. Guillermo grabbed for Damien's hand with all his strength, aiming to crush his grip and overwhelm him in one motion. But Damien moved first. His body shifted smoothly, effortlessly. He slipped past Guillermo's force, twisted his arm with surgical precision, and in one clean motion, Guillermo's feet left the ground. His massive frame flipped through the air before slamming into the floor with a brutal crash. The hall went dead silent. Every pair of eyes watched in stunned disbelief. Senior Knight Heinrich stood frozen for a heartbeat, unable to hide the shock in his expression. Then, almost despite himself, he began to speak, breaking down the exchange like a seasoned instructor. Guillermo had tried to seize Damien's hand and overpower him, but Damien had redirected that strength, turned it back on him, and executed a perfect throw, flawless in timing, angle, and control. The Duke nodded in agreement, noting that Damien's technique displayed not only overwhelming strength but a level of refined mastery none of them had expected. Guillermo's glare burned with violent fury. How dare he humiliate me like this? Damien simply smiled, calm and unruffled. You're stronger than I expected, he said lightly. Honestly, I only meant to dislocate your shoulder. The mocking words detonated inside Guillermo like a bomb. His face twisted with madness. With a feral scream, he raised his weapon high, his entire body shaking with rage. I'll crush your skull with one strike. Chelsea's voice rang out in panic. Sir Guillermo, stop. Stop immediately. But Guillermo was beyond reason. His fury drowned out everything. Just as his weapon descended, a thunderous voice shattered the air. Enough. Senior Knight Heinrich stepped forward, his presence flooding the chamber like a storm. His glare locked onto Guillermo with lethal force. You dare draw a weapon in the Duke's presence, he roared. Do you have a death wish? A crushing aura erupted from him, suffocating the room. Even Damien stiffened, his eyes widening. Inwardly, he acknowledged the truth. This was the power of a true high-ranking knight. And still, Heinrich held himself back, for Chelsea's sake alone. I will overlook this once, he growled, his voice cold as steel. But if anything like this happens again, there will not be a second chance. Breath shaking, Guillermo slowly lowered his weapon. Sweat clung to his brow. His pride was shattered, but the fear in his eyes showed he understood the warning. The Duke broke the tension with a dismissive clap, brushing off the chaos as though it were nothing more than an inconvenience. A minor disturbance, he said calmly. Nothing to trouble ourselves with. Then, with decisive authority, he announced that Damien would remain the Dutch's official representative in the duel. But Hubbets immediately stepped forward, frustration tightening his voice. He argued that this entire exchange had been unfair. He pressed his point. Sir Guillermo Blackwing had not recovered from the exhaustion of travel, giving Damien an unfair advantage. Before he could finish, Knight Vincenzo cut in, insisting the decision was invalid because Guillermo always fought with weapons, and it was unreasonable to judge his ability barehanded. Chelsea seized on his argument at once, declaring that the only fair solution was an official duel. The Duke's patience frayed. He ordered her to stop, but Chelsea refused to let go, speaking again, more forcefully. The Duke's temper snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, voice exploding through the hall. Quit flaunting your incompetence. Chelsea froze, mortified, her cheeks draining of color. With a trembling voice, she admitted she had crossed the line. The sight of her humiliation ignited Hubbets's anger. But before things could worsen, Damien stepped forward. He raised his hand politely. A faint, calm smile touched his lips. Your Grace, he said, may I speak? The Duke granted the request. Damien's next words stunned the entire hall. I would like to accept Lady Chelsea's proposal for a duel. Silence crashed down. Even Chelsea stared at him, speechless. The Duke blinked in surprise, his expression turning grave as he weighed Damien's unexpected declaration. Once the meeting finally dispersed, Victor hurried to Damien's side, confusion etched across his face. He couldn't understand why Damien had accepted the duel when he had absolutely nothing to gain from it. But Damien's reply was calm, almost casual. Every action has its reason. They continued walking until Damien's eyes landed on a particular building, the workshop the Duke had mentioned earlier. Victor confirmed it with a nod. Damien recalled the Duke explaining that his sword had broken during his fight with hobbits. To remedy that, the Duke had commissioned a special blade from the Dutch's finest blacksmith. Ordinary knights would simply replace their weapon with any sturdy training sword, but a weapon requested by the Duke himself was never ordinary. Even within the duchy, such items were rare treasures. Inside the workshop, a blacksmith greeted them warmly. He had already been informed of Damien's arrival and invited them deeper into the forge. Damien's gaze swept across the room. Hundreds of expertly crafted weapons lined the walls, each one a testament to extraordinary skill. He commented on their quality, earning an enthusiastic grin from Victor. Then Damien saw it, a single blade set apart from the rest, its design unusual and striking. His thoughts sharpened instantly. Is this the sword forged for me? The blacksmith noticed Damien's unwavering stare and approached with interest. He explained that the blade's design was completely unique. The knight who commissioned it had sworn to name it, but vanished before he ever could. Damien quietly remarked that it must have been a personally commissioned weapon. The blacksmith froze, startled that Damien could guess something so obscure. Inwardly, Damien understood the truth. Its form resembled a sword once wielded by the notorious evil swordmaster. And with that realization, his decision was made. I'll take this one, Damien declared. The blacksmith blinked in shock and tried to caution him. The materials used to craft the blade were rare, unnatural, even. But Damien didn't flinch. He already felt the subtle pulse within the metal. This wasn't just a ray sword. It was a weapon capable of amplifying magic itself. He asked whether the blade already had a name. The blacksmith nodded, recalling the knight's intention to call it the Sword of 1,000 Miles. Standing before the sword, Damien repeated the name quietly, letting it settle on his tongue. The Sword of 1,000 Miles, he murmured, accepting it as his own. The blacksmith bowed respectfully, asking if he had truly found a weapon to his liking. Damien didn't answer. He only studied the blade with a sharp, thoughtful gaze. Just then, the workshop door opened and a young maid stepped inside. She moved with practiced grace and introduced herself as Rebecca, a servant of Princess Chelsea. She informed Damien she had come to escort him. The princess wished to speak with him personally. Damien responded coolly, admitting he saw little reason to meet her. Rebecca, however, smiled gently. Things may not be as simple as you think, she said, her tone soft but knowing. She suggested that Princess Chelsea likely had her own intentions, and that accepting the invitation would be wiser. After a moment of silence, Damien nodded. Very well. Rebecca led him through winding palace halls and across elegant gardens. As they walked, she explained that their meeting place was a restaurant personally overseen by Princess Chelsea herself. It was a prestigious venue, accessible only to nobles. But today, she added with a faint smile, the entire establishment had been emptied, prepared solely for Damien. As they neared the elegant restaurant, Rebecca gestured toward it and informed Damien that the princess was already waiting inside. Damien gave her a quiet nod. I understand. I'll go in now. Standing before the ornate doors, he paused for a moment, wondering what Princess Chelsea planned to propose. Then a strange scent drifted out from within. Sharp, unfamiliar. It instantly sharpened his senses. When he stepped inside, Princess Chelsea greeted him smoothly from her seat. You're a little late, she said, her voice calm and deliberate. She gestured toward the chair across from her. Sit, quickly. With a faint, knowing smile, she addressed him fully by name. Damien didn't bother with pleasantries. His voice was steady and direct. Why did you summon me here in secret? Chelsea kept her composure, suggesting they discuss it over dinner once the meal arrived. Damien cut her off without hesitation. I'm not interested in idle talk. Tell me your purpose. Seeing he had no patience for games, Chelsea spoke plainly. She had only one request. She wanted Damien to step down as House Gold Pix's representative in the duel. Damien asked if she doubted Guillermo's ability. Chelsea shook her head slightly. Don't misunderstand. With his axe, Sir Guillermo could easily overwhelm someone like you. Her expression cooled as she continued. She wasn't worried about Guillermo losing. She wanted to preserve their strength for the duel against the Marquis's faction. She didn't want unnecessary fights, minor injuries, or anything that might weaken them. That was why she wanted Damien gone. Then she leaned back and added something more. If he agreed, she would give him whatever he desired. Damien studied her calmly. And why, he asked, should I yield to such a demand? Chelsea smiled, confident and patronizing. Nobles like him, poor nobles, always wanted predictable things. Money, status, influence. Whatever he wanted, she could provide. Damien's gaze hardened. Arrogant, he thought. She judged him without knowing a single thing about him. Aloud, he asked whether she truly believed he couldn't gain far more from the Duke himself. Chelsea answered smoothly, her voice softening into persuasion. Perhaps, for now, but think carefully. With a sly smile, she leaned closer. Wouldn't it be wiser to side with the future Duke? As she spoke, her eyes flickered toward an hourglass beside her. Only a few grains of sand remained. The scent she'd prepared earlier was now reaching its peak, seeping through the air like invisible venom. Her voice sharpened into command. If you understand me, Go to my father now and declare your resignation as Household Pix's representative. The hourglass emptied. A sinister aura erupted around her, thick and suffocating. Go, she ordered, her voice low and cold. Tell him you'll step down. The room fell into a crushing silence. Damien remained motionless, eyes lowered, unmoving, as if the princess's influence had already ensnared him. Damien slowly lifted his head, clear-eyed, steady, utterly unaffected, and rejected her demand without hesitation. Chelsea froze. Her confidence shattered instantly, her voice cracking as she stammered in disbelief. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. Damien's faint smile told her everything. He knew exactly why she was panicking. Her charm fragrance had failed. Inside, he recalled what such magic truly was. Charm fragrance. Dark magic meant to twist the will, smother judgment, and drown the mind in illusion. To most people, it was irresistible. Exposure for even an hour could turn a proud knight into a drooling servant. And he had recognized its scent the moment he stepped inside. But what Chelsea didn't know, what she couldn't know, was that his authority of greed devoured the spell completely. Not a single tendril of her magic could touch him. While she sat trembling, Damien asked calmly, "What do you mean it isn't how it's supposed to go?" Chelsea's shock twisted into fury. She slammed her palms against the table, screaming, demanding why he would refuse her when she offered him everything. Damien didn't flinch. "I don't need anything you can offer," he said, voice steady as stone. "What I want is far beyond your reach." His answer sent Chelsea reeling. She shouted, shaking with rage, demanding to know what he meant. "What could you possibly want?" Damien's reply came softly, almost gently, yet with a weight that cut deeper than any blade. "My family's happiness. That is all." Chelsea stayed, dumbfounded. His words left her stunned, her voice trembling as she tried to ask what he meant. But Damien didn't bother answering. He simply stood to leave. "Make sure Sir Guillermo Blackwing is prepared," he said calmly. "The duel is approaching." Her shock hardened into pure venom. "You value your family too much," she hissed. Her tone dropped into a chilling threat. "If you refuse to step down, I will destroy the entire Hashin household. I'll send my forces to grind them beneath my feet." She never finished. Damien moved. In a single explosive step, he crossed the distance. His hand clamped around her throat, slamming her to the floor with such force the room shook. Chelsea crumpled beneath him, paralyzed, eyes wide with terror as she screamed, "How dare you!" Damien didn't answer. His fury spoke for him. His grip tightened, her scream twisting into a choked cry as she writhed helplessly beneath the pressure. The commotion drew her knights bursting into the room, shouting in horror, "Princess! Let her go!" One knight lunged at Damien in desperation, but Damien's movement blurred. In the blink of an eye, he had struck. The knight crashed into the wall. Another rushed him. Damien pivoted, slammed a palm into his chest, and sent him sprawling. A third tried to flank him. Damien's foot swept out, dropping him before he even completed the swing. Every motion was effortless. Every counter was instantaneous. Every knight fell without ever grasping how he moved. In moments, the room was filled with groans and the thud of armored bodies collapsing to the floor. The knights lay scattered, trembling, staring in horrified disbelief at the overwhelming power Damien had unleashed. A power none of them had even imagined he possessed. Cold and unrelenting, Damien stared down at the fallen knights. The air around him was thick with murderous intent, heavy enough to choke. His voice was flat, merciless. "The cuts to your ears are shallow. Use potion now, and you'll live." They froze beneath his gaze, shivering. Then he turned to the princess. Chelsea Goldpixie. Her full name fell from his lips like a blade. "If I followed my instincts, I would slit your throat where you sit." He leaned in slightly, his eyes burning with a quiet, terrifying fury. "But death would be far too merciful for someone like you." Chelsea's breath hitched. She stared at him with wide, trembling eyes. Damien straightened, turning to leave. His voice cut through the silence one final time. "Await the punishment you deserve." He glanced back over his shoulder just enough for her to see the faint, chilling smile on his lips, an unspoken promise of what was coming. Chelsea's body shook violently, fear and humiliation twisting across her face. At that moment, Rebecca burst through the doorway. Her eyes widened at the devastation, the scattered knights, the shattered dignity of her mistress, Damien's retreating figure. She hurried to Chelsea's side. "Princess, are you hurt?" But Chelsea's fear erupted into rage. Her nails dug into her palms as she growled through clenched teeth. "I'll kill him. I'll kill Damien Haxon." Her scream echoed through the chamber. "Mustang!" A man appeared instantly, loudly announcing himself. "Yes, Princess. Mustang. Reporting." Chelsea spun on him with feral fury. "Why did the perfume fail? You promised it would control him." Mustang flinched under her glare. He swallowed hard and admitted, voice trembling, that he wasn't certain. Some people simply had strong resistance to dark magic. Her response was a sharp crack across his face. "Useless fool." Mustang yelped, clutching his cheek as she pressed forward, demanding the whereabouts of Sir Guillermo Blackwing. Quivering, Mustang explained that Guillermo had gone to a tavern to drown his frustration in alcohol. Chelsea screamed in outrage, furious that he would waste even a moment when such a monumental duel loomed ahead. By the next morning, her fury had only sharpened. She cornered Mustang the moment she saw him, shouting in his face, "Are you certain Sir Guillermo can defeat Damien Haxon?" Mustang managed to regain a sliver of composure. He straightened and answered with confidence, "Princess, rest assured, Sir Guillermo is our strongest knight. His skill, his dark magic, none can match him. Please be patient. Victory will soon place the duchy firmly under your control." But Chelsea's glare only grew darker. "If you fail," she spat, voice dripping with venom, "you will be the first to die." Mustang's face turned ghost pale. He stammered, shaking violently, "Why yes, princess. I understand. I won't forget." Far above, hidden among the high corridors, Damien watched it all calmly, unmoved, unreadable, his focus sharp as steel. The blacksmith shop glowed softly in the night, the forge long cool but still exhaling faint warmth. Inside, Victor lay sprawled across the floor, fast asleep with weapons scattered around him, hugging them like oversized metal pillows. His gentle snores filled the quiet workshop, utterly carefree, untouched by the storm that was brewing outside. Damien stays awake long after the others have drifted off, sitting in silence with a new sword resting across his knees. With a light tap of his finger, he strikes the blade and quietly speaks a single name, Yulon. The sword hums in response, releasing a strange vibration that ripples through the air. The sound pulls an old, dangerous memory to the surface. Damien's eyes narrow, his jaw tightening. Yulon, Dark Mags. He curses under his breath, the suspicion he'd carried finally taking shape. Princess Chelsea Gold Pixie. She must be connected to them. The energy he sensed from Gaim earlier had been the same unmistakable darkness. He flicks the blade again. This time the echo is heavier, deeper. He hits it once more, harder, and a shockwave bursts outward. The walls tremble. Dust scatters. A chunk of stone detaches from the ceiling and smacks Victor on the head. Yet the fool keeps snoring, completely unaware he's under attack. A crooked smile tugs at Damien's lips. Maybe instead of trying to explain all of this to the Duke, he should simply show him. Far easier, far quicker. He nods to himself, amused by his own brilliance. Night fades quietly into dawn. At first light, Guillermo stomps onto the sparring grounds, each step booming as his armor rattles around him. He paces with heavy breaths, letting out guttural roars, trying to summon courage and intimidate everyone watching. The crowd stays, eyes widening as they recognize him. That's Guillermo. Their whispers carry a mix of awe and dread as they take in his massive build and suffocating presence. More murmurs spread, layering his already fearsome reputation. Someone turns to Pable and asks who he expects to win. Pable freezes, conflicted, his expression tightening with discomfort. After a long moment, he finally admits that if reputation alone decided the outcome, then Guillermo Blackwing should be the clear victor. A low-ranked knight beside him brightens immediately, excitement shaking his voice. He asks if this means they'll finally be free from that demon-like Damien Harshin, a resentment born from the humiliations Damien dealt them over the past 2 days. His bitterness makes another knight flinch. The memory of their sparring session, the brutal beating Damien gave them, the cold amusement in his eyes, sends a shiver down his spine. Pell remembers it too, the helplessness of being completely overpowered. He wants to see Damien fall, yet even as he says it, he admits he can't picture such a thing happening. And then Damien walks onto the grounds. His presence crackles with sharp, focused energy. He stretches with an easy, eager smile, completely out of place among the tense and anxious knights. From the sidelines, Victor leaps up, shouting encouragement with all the enthusiasm in the world, urging his young master to win. Hitz watches Damien step onto the field with that same bold confidence, his lip curling in contempt. He can't understand how someone can walk in so casually, so fearlessly, as if the entire duel were nothing more than a morning stroll. Now the two duelists stand face to face, Damien and Guillermo. The crowd falls silent, tension weighing down on every spectator. Guillermo speaks first, his voice thick with arrogance, sneering that his shocked Damien didn't run away. Damien brushes the jab aside with a bawd tone, asking what nonsense Guillermo is babbling. Then his eyes flick to Guillermo's shoulder, and he casually remarks that it seems stiff. Maybe he didn't sleep well. Guillermo scoffs, telling him to enjoy pretending to be calm while he still can. At that moment, Duke Gold Pixie arrives, seating himself with quiet authority. He remarks that he seems to be the last one here. Without delay, he declares that whoever wins today will become the official representative. Before giving the signal, his tone hardens. He expects everyone to accept the result without objection. His gaze locks onto Chelsea. She meets his warning head-on with a smug smile. Inwardly, she laughs at him, completely convinced that victory is already Guillermo's. Let her father talk. Soon enough, Sir Guillermo will deliver the outcome she desires. The Duke lifts a white cloth high into the air. When it falls, his voice carries across the field. The duel begins. Guillermo moves first, drawing 2 axes while Damien's hand stays resting on the hilt of his still-sheathed sword. Twirling both axes with effortless skill, Guillermo closes in with steady, confident strides. He calls Damien's name, warning him that accepting this duel was the worst mistake of his life. Damien doesn't react. Not a single step back. Guillermo hunkers down, tightening his grip as mana floods through him. He growls that he'll show Damien why they call him the Wild Beast. Then, like a charging bull, he rockets forward, tearing across the distance in a blink. His axe swings downward, its blade inches from Damien's skull. But Damien remains calm. Just before the strike lands, he draws his sword in a smooth, almost lazy motion, exactly as he had the night before. A sharp wave of sound bursts from the blade, clashing against the incoming axe. Guillermo's eyes flare wide. He jerks back instantly, avoiding a direct hit, but the force of the sound wave still sends him stumbling far past where he began. Breathless and shaken, he snarls, "What the hell was that?" The entire crowd freezes. Chelsea and her maid are struck speechless. Even the Duke looks shaken, muttering that such a technique is highly unusual. Only one knight seems to grasp what he just witnessed, and the tension in his expression tightens as the truth dawns on him. Humiliation sees through Guillermo, hotter than any wound. His face contorts with rage as he roars at Damien, spitting curses and calling him a bastard knight. He demands answers, screaming to know what kind of foul sorcery this is. Damien gives him none. Instead, he releases another wave from his blade, then another, and another, each one slicing through the air in rapid succession. A storm of sound crashes toward Guillermo, but Guillermo refuses to yield. Driven mad by fury, he charges straight into the barrage, unwilling to take even a single step back. The waves tear into his flesh, drawing blood, shaking his stance. He staggers, chest heaving, pain ripping through him. He barely manages to choke out, "You." But Damien doesn't let him finish. Another wave fires off. Bam! It slams into Guillermo's face. Before he can raise his head, another blast hits him again. Bam! His skull snaps back, blood pouring from his broken nose, his movements slow and uncoordinated. Damien pauses only long enough to let him gasp for air. Guillermo spits blood, wipes his trembling mouth, and glares up at him with pure hatred. Through clenched teeth, he rasps out another insult, calling Damien a little bastard. Damien answers by lifting his sword high. Mana floods the blade, its aura intensifying until the air itself vibrates with pressure. His voice cuts through the stillness. He's done wasting time. He points the blade downward and slams it into the ground. Bam! A massive shockwave explodes outward, far stronger than anything before. It tears across the arena, crashing into Guillermo with devastating force. His body convulses as the dark mana inside him is ripped apart, shredded from the inside out. A scream bursts from his throat, raw and agonizing. The crowd can only stare. Not one person understands what they are seeing. Shock spreads across every face. Chelsea's, her maid's, the Duke's, even the knight beside him. Guillermo clutches his stomach, his body twisting violently. A horrible sound gurgles out of his throat. Then he vomits. A thick, putrid stream of black sludge spills from his mouth. And it doesn't stop. It keeps pouring out. A revolting torrent that seems endless. Damien watches without flinching, his expression unchanged. The Duke recoils, demanding to know what is happening. His knight narrows his eyes, muttering that his suspicion might have been correct all along. Chelsea stands frozen, whispering in disbelief that something like this shouldn't exist. Still, the sludge keeps flowing. Guillermo's body trembles uncontrollably as smoke begins rising from his skin. His hand shrivels, the flesh collapsing into itself as if drained dry. Damien finally steps forward. He stands over Guillermo's collapsing form, a faint smile touching his lips. His voice is cold when he speaks. Finally, Guillermo's true form is exposed. Guillermo makes a final, futile attempt to resist, but his voice breaks into a pathetic whimper, the dying cry of a cornered beast. Then he collapses completely, his strength gone, his body wasted away. He lies crumpled on the ground, utterly destroyed. Damien stands over the fallen man, unshaken, his voice slicing through the stunned silence as he calls Guillermo what he truly is, a fake knight. The words fall like a verdict, heavy and impossible to ignore. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. A fake knight. Gasps erupt as every eye widens in disbelief. Even the 3 gold-ranked pixie knights and Victor stare as if the world has tilted beneath them. With calm, practiced ease, Damien spins his sword once before sliding it back into its sheath. His tone remains steady as he repeats the truth. Guillermo was never a knight. He reveals that the man had been strengthening himself with dark magic, a filthy trick that strips him of any honor. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Damien waves him off as though the matter isn't worth another breath. Guillermo lies trembling on the ground, helpless and ruined. His strength is gone, his body shaking in humiliation. Unease ripples among the Duke's vassals. Whispers spread, dark magic. Some refuse to believe it. Het can only stare blankly, unable to grasp any of it. Chelsea's maid alone remains expressionless, watching everything in eerie stillness. The murmurs grow louder. If the church learned of this, consequences would be catastrophic. Someone insists they must uncover Guillermo's true identity first. Others nod quickly, their panic leaking into hurried whispers. In the middle of the chaos, Chelsea's maid quietly slips away, unnoticed by the rest. The Duke, meanwhile, trembles with fury. His composure buckles under the weight of betrayal. His eyes burn as he finally erupts, voice shaking with rage. Damien, did you already know who he was? Damien bows slightly, answering with steady respect. Yes. He apologizes for keeping it hidden, but makes it clear he did so intentionally. I wanted to learn who orchestrated this. Who allowed such corruption to exist inside your own household? The Duke's face drains of color. His stomach twists as dread settles over him. His voice quivers. The perpetrators. Damien's gaze hardens. Yes. Then he delivers the truth without hesitation. Dark mags have infiltrated the Duke's home. To unmask the one responsible, he speaks the name without flinching. The one connected to this dark magic is your daughter, Lady Chelsea. The revelation crashes down like a thunderclap. Chelsea's eyes fly open, shock freezing her in place as her name hangs in the air like a blade. Cornered, she breaks, shouting in panic, her voice sharp and frantic. Father, it's not me. I didn't know anything about this. But the Duke only lowers his face into his hands. His shoulders tremble. The weight of disappointment crushes the fight out of him as he struggles between denial and fury, unable to speak without breaking. I can't deny it. Not when I look closely. The Duke's voice cracks as he forces the words out. I don't want to believe it. But the fury swelling inside him finally breaks its chains. He lifts his head, eyes burning with betrayal as he stares straight at Chelsea. How dare you bring such filth into my house? His roar cuts through every whisper. Don't just stand there. He thrusts a trembling hand toward her, his authority absolute. Lock her up, her and every person involved. Find out who they really are. Chelsea's face drains of color. Father, please, I'm innocent, she cries, voice breaking. But no one listens. Guards rush in, lifting the broken body of Guillermo and surrounding Chelsea. They ask her to surrender peacefully. Panic shatters whatever composure she had left. Her teeth clench. If she's taken now, everything she's hidden will be exposed, and she knows it. In a desperate gamble, she snaps at her loyal men. What are you doing? Protect me. Her soldiers instantly obey. They raise their blades and shout, Yes, my lady, before recklessly attacking the Duke's guards. The Duke watches their defiance with a long, weary exhale. It wounds him more than rage ever could. At last, his voice turns cold. Sir Gale. His knight steps forward, posture sharp, presence overwhelming. The Duke doesn't blink. Apprehend Chelsea Goldpixie at once. Sir Gale bows, voice forged in iron. As you command. Then he walks forward, each step heavy with dominance, his cloak flowing like the shadow of judgment itself. Chelsea's soldiers freeze. The aura descending upon them is suffocating, crushing their spirits, threatening to wrench the breath from their lungs. Their bodies shake uncontrollably as Sir Gale's killing intent washes over them. His words land like a death sentence. Step aside. But they don't move. They can't. Trembling and terrified, they grit their teeth anyway, refusing to abandon their lady. Please, run, my lady. We'll hold them off. Chelsea's eyes widen. Fear overwhelms her, but she turns and bolts. Okay. Sir Gale lets out a slow, regretful breath. How unfortunate, he murmurs. His hand moves. Steel sings. In one smooth, almost effortless motion, he draws his blade, and the world seems to split. A deafening slash tears through the air. Chelsea glances back mid-run, and her heart stops. A wave of mana, bright and merciless, has already carved through her soldiers and is racing toward her. She screams, ducking instinctively. The force grazes her, slicing strands of her hair clean off. She collapses forward, panting hard, realizing she's still alive. Relief rushes through her as she looks up and sees her loyal soldiers still standing. For a heartbeat, she believes they survived it. But she doesn't see it yet. The faint, perfect line drawn across each of their bodies. A line that should never exist on the living. A single heartbeat passes, and then their bodies split apart. Chelsea watches in frozen horror as her soldiers collapse in clean, terrifying pieces, sliced exactly where Sir Gale's attack had passed. Weapons clatter beside them. Blood erupts outward, warm and violent, splashing across her face. Her scream never makes it out. It dies inside her chest, swallowed by terror. Two lifeless corpses lie at her feet, their blood pooling like a curse spreading across the ground. Sir Gale steps forward. To her, he's no longer a knight. He's a demon, a walking executioner whose presence crushes the air itself. Chelsea staggers back, trembling violently. Don't come any closer, she cries, her voice cracking apart as her eyes dart desperately around for rescue. And then she sees him. Sir Ernst. Her gaze snaps to him like a drowning woman reaching for the surface. Sir Ernst, she screams. He jolts at the sound of his name, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Blood and tears streak down her face as she pleads, voice shivering with raw desperation. Please, Help me. Save me. Her cry tears through him. He knows he should remain silent. He knows the truth. But her voice, her desperation, it destroys his resolve. She calls to him again, sorrow pouring from her words, and he breaks. So Ernst steps forward. He draws his weapon and places himself between Chelsea and Sir Gale. Even if it costs him everything, he cannot ignore the woman he cherishes. From the sidelines, Damien watches with icy disdain. One word flickers through his mind. Idiot. Sir Gale doesn't waver. His gaze settles on Sir Ernst. His voice controlled, heavy, and absolute. Sir Ernst hovers. He begins, tone respectful yet unyielding. As a mid-class knight, you have strengthened this household greatly. His grace holds you in the highest esteem. Then his voice sharpens like a blade. But if you insist on shielding Lady Chelsea, I will execute you where you stand. The threat hits like a hammer. Ernst trembles despite his efforts to stay firm. Mana swirls desperately around him as he forces out a defiant shout, but it's useless. The weight of Sir Gale's killing intent suffocates him. This is no bluff. This is a sentence. He fights the truth with everything he has, but the reality is undeniable. He cannot win. He cannot protect her. His breaths grow rough, his spirit buckling under the pressure. Finally, broken, he lowers his head. His weapon slips from his fingers. His knees hit the ground, and he bows, surrendering completely. Behind him, Chelsea whispers his name, barely audible. So Ernst. Her voice cracks, fragile and full of heartbreak. Guards move quickly. They seize her arms, locking her in place despite her frantic thrashing. She twists, screams, fights to slip free, but nothing works. Her eyes dart to the Duke, desperate, drowning in fear. Father, please, I'm innocent. If you just let me explore. Silence, you worthless thing, the Duke thunders. The words hit harder than any blade. His glare burns with raw disgust as he continues, each word striking with the weight of betrayal. Because of you, this family nearly faced ruin. You dragged us into disgrace, into filth. His voice shakes, not from doubt, but from the pain of realizing that the daughter he raised has become the source of his greatest shame. Chelsea tries to speak, her voice cracked and trembling. Father. But he doesn't even look at her. His words slice deeper than any blade. Even now, all you think about is yourself, your safety. Bringing you into this family was the greatest mistake of my life. Her eyes stretch wide, blood mixing with her tears as she shakes her head violently. No, I had nothing to do with this. Please, let me go. But the Duke is done. His expression hardens into stone. I will hear no more of your lies. Guards, silence her. Remove her from my sight. Chelsea thrashes as they seize her, screaming, Father, Father. But her cries are crushed the moment a guard clamps a hand over her mouth. Her voice dissolves into muffled, helpless hums as she's dragged across the floor, kicking and twisting, desperate and terrified. The crowd watches her fall apart. Some look at her with pity, others watch with cold satisfaction, as if justice is finally being served. But Chelsea's gaze locks onto Damien. That single moment ignites her. Her eyes twist with fury, burning red with hatred. She tries to scream curses at him, tries to pour all her venom into one final attack, but the hand covering her mouth steals every word. She disappears down the hall, swallowed by the shadows. Damien doesn't move. He simply watches her struggle fade into the distance. No emotion, no sympathy. Her rage washes over him like wind against stone, irrelevant. And then, slowly, a faint, wicked smile curves across his lips. A dark satisfaction glimmers in his eyes as she's dragged away like the disgrace she is. No one dares comment. The others watch in silence, their faces unreadable. A few days later, horrifying screams echo through the prison beneath the Gold Pixie estate. Thick stone walls tremble with each tortured cry, the sound clawing through the cold air. In the depths of the chamber, one of Chelsea's accomplices writhes in agony, bound by heavy chains. His flesh is charred, smoke rising from where a glowing iron presses into his skin again and again. His screams rip out, raw and animalistic. Sir Gale stands with his back turned, silent. Yet each scream sends a faint tremor through him, a tiny crack in an otherwise unbreakable man. The prisoner gasps, barely conscious, words spilling from his lips in broken fragments. That's all. I know. It makes you fall, for Lady Chelsea. The torturer lifts the iron again, ready to burn deeper. But Sir Gale's voice cuts through the chamber. Cold, flat, final. Enough. Stop. Everything freezes. The torturer lowers the iron immediately. Yes, sir. The prisoner slumps into unconsciousness, too shattered to endure further punishment. Sir Gale exhales slowly, bitterness lingering at the edge of his breath. His voice is quiet, heavy with confirmation. Just as I thought. The truth settles like a dark fog. Lady Chelsea, guided by the shadows of dark mags, had dug her claws far deeper into the Duke's household than anyone had ever imagined. Sir Gale turns toward the unconscious, broken accomplice on the floor. One question burns through his mind, cold and relentless. How far has this corruption spread? Lady Chelsea, why would you do such a thing? His words hang unanswered, drifting through the stone corridors until they reach the heart of the prison where she is held. Her cell is a suffocating box of darkness. Damp, cold air clings to the walls, and a thin beam of light pushes weakly through the barred window, barely touching the cracked floor. There, curled in that dim corner, lies Chelsea, bruised, blooded, her breath shallow from the torment she's endured. For a moment, she looks like a shattered doll, fragile, defeated. But then something stays. A twitch, a shiver, a spark of raw hatred awakening deep within her. Slowly, agonizingly, she pushes herself up. Her limbs tremble violently, every movement scraping against pain. Her head lifts from the shadows, and her eyes, once bright and soft, open as burning crimson. Blood-red, vengeful, unbroken. A guttural cry tears from her throat, ragged and feral, overflowing with rage and despair. Her fists clench as she kneels upright, the trembling of her body fueled not by weakness, but by fury barely contained. The Duke's face flashes before her, cold, merciless, unmoved as he condemned her. Her jaw locks so tightly the muscle twitches. Whose fault do you think this is, Duke? Whose? The words scream through her mind, venom dripping from every syllable. All she ever wanted was acknowledgement. A memory slices through her fury. She is small again, a girl with chubby hands and hopeful eyes. She holds a flower crown she made herself, weaving every petal with love. She runs to him with a smile, offering it with all the innocence she possessed. But his hand strikes. The crown is knocked from her grasp, scattering petals like shattered dreams at her feet. Her tiny heart splinters. Her smile dies, and the coldness in his eyes tells her she was nothing to him. Not then, not ever. Tears well in her eyes now, but they are not the tears of a broken child. They are the tears of injustice. Hot, burning trails down her blood-stained cheeks. I only ever wanted him to see me as his daughter. That's all. Since I was that little girl, that's all I ever wanted. But the memory twists again, revealing those same frozen eyes. Eyes that never warmed. Eyes that dismissed her existence. Eyes that always told her she wasn't enough. Her chest heaves, breaths turning sharp as her rage mutates into something darker. And in her mind, she screams into the hollow darkness. Why? Why do you still look at me with those cold, cold eyes? The cell around her doesn't answer. Only the distant screams of other prisoners echo faintly through the stone, stretching time into something cruel and endless. Each cry is a reminder of her torment. Each breath stokes the wildfire consuming her heart. Alone in her cell, Chelsea's grim silence is broken by the echo of footsteps. A lone gold-ranked pixie soldier steps into view, his armor rigid, his expression colder than the iron bars between them. In his hand is a small loaf of bread. Nothing more, nothing less. The gate groans open with a sharp metallic snap. He doesn't soften, doesn't offer comfort. He simply sets the bread down and says flatly, "Lady Chelsea, your meal." Her eyes drift to the loaf. She doesn't answer. She doesn't move. Inside, a storm claws at her ribs. Rage, humiliation, determination, twisting together into something dark and unbreakable. At last, her blooded hand lifts. Trembling, yet unwavering, she grabs the bread. Words mean nothing here. She rips into it with her teeth, devouring it like a starving beast refusing to die. Yes, this is what survival looks like. Shame has no meaning. Pride is dead. All that remains is the vow burning in her mind. I will live. I will endure. She tears off another chunk, swallowing hard, forcing strength back into her veins. What she doesn't notice is a soldier who hasn't left. He lingers beyond the bars, his eyes locked on her through the dim light. His stare sharpens. His presence thickens. Silent, calculating, almost sinister. Elsewhere, far away from the misery of the prison, a long quiet corridor fills with the sound of Damien rolling his shoulders, stretching away the stiffness of another grueling day. A soft sigh escapes him. Finally, my training at the ruins is finished. Victor appears almost instantly, bowing low. Young master, you've arrived. Then, with a respectful tone, he adds, His Grace, the Duke, wishes to see you. Damien pauses mid-stride, one brow lifting. The Duke again? What could he want now? Moments later, behind ornate doors, the Duke pours deep crimson wine into a crystal goblet. He gestures toward Damien with an eager grin. Go on, drink. Damien accepts. One sip, and a small smile curves across his lips. This is good. The Duke erupts into laughter, loud, delighted, almost boyish. I'm glad you noticed, he exclaims. It isn't expensive, but it's my favorite. He takes a long swig, then lets out a thunderous belch. Excellent, excellent. Damien watches him silently. Something about the Duke feels off. Too cheerful, too loose, almost unnervingly so. Still grinning, the Duke reaches for another delicacy, rich Blanca region cheese. It pays wonderfully with the wine, he insists, urging Damien to try it. Damien nods politely. Thank you. He lifts the cheese toward his mouth, but then the Duke's voice drops, low and deliberate. About Chelsea. I've decided, in the end, to accept help from the church. Damien stops cold. The cheese lowers in his hand. His head snaps toward the Duke, eyes narrowing in genuine surprise. Really? That's unexpected. I thought you preferred to handle the investigation yourself. The Duke lets out a long, weary sigh, his shoulders sinking as if the weight of his choices has finally caught up to him. Yes, but after everything you've done for me, I can't shake the guilt. His tone twists, edged with frustration. And we've lost every single dark mage. Damien's eyes snap open, sharp and alert. All of them. You're telling me we lost all of them? The Duke presses a hand to his forehead, trying to steady the irritation simmering beneath his skin. Yes, we captured all of Chelsea's remaining allies, but not one dark mage was among them. He releases a heavy breath and forces his tone into something steadier. I thought you should at least know where things stand. Damien's thoughts flicker to the dark mags he'd seen surrounding Chelsea. Their faces lurk like shadows at the edge of his memory. His jaw tightens, frustration prickling beneath his calm exterior. Damn it, every last one of them slipped away. Maybe I should have handled this myself. The Duke continues, words firm despite the bitterness lacing them. Even so, I'll leave it to the church. They are better suited to hunting those slippery bastards. I'm not risking drawing their suspicion by poking around myself. Damien nods slightly, then asks, and Chelsea? Did she say anything? Anything at all? About the dark mags? The Duke slowly shakes his head, the motion heavy with finality. No, not a single word. Even under relentless torture, she didn't speak. That woman, she's stronger than anyone expected. He drains the last of his wine, sets the empty crystal glass on the table, and stares into nothing for a long moment. Chelsea wasn't always like this. The room falls into a still, almost eerie silence. The breeze drifting in from the open window stays the curtains just slightly, carrying with it a faint, chilling edge, like a whisper at the back of one's neck. At last, the Duke begins again, his voice weighted by memories long buried. He tells Damien that Chelsea's mother was not a noblewoman, but a commoner, a woman he encountered during a hunt in his reckless youth. A fleeting meeting, followed by an unexpected pregnancy. Bitterness creeps into his voice. Back then, I refused to believe one careless moment could lead to a child. The idea that someone of low birth carried my blood, it was unbearable. He can still see it, the memory etched in his mind. Chelsea is a small child, clutching her mother's skirt with frightened hands. Her mother knocking on his door, pleading, begging for him to acknowledge them. But he had turned them away. Cold, unmoved, merciless. Now, sitting with his regrets, his expression darkens, softened by sorrow. Time passed, he murmurs. But eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I ordered an inquiry into the child I had abandoned. What he learned shattered him. Chelsea's mother had fallen to the plague. The child, the tiny girl he had cast into the cold, had survived alone. His voice lowers, weighted by guilt. With that knowledge, I finally brought her into my household. That's how I came to know her, the Duke murmurs. A bitter, hollow laugh slips from him, sharp, self-mocking. Looking back, it was such an uncharacteristic decision for me. Why? Why did I do it? The question isn't for Damien. It's a confession whispered into the air, a wound reopening. Damien answers simply, steady and calm. Maybe, because she's family. Family, the Duke repeats, stunned. Family. The word sits awkwardly on his tongue, foreign and heavy. He gazes up toward the ceiling as if the answer might be written there. Did Chelsea really want that? Was all of this just so I would acknowledge her as family? A long, regretful sigh escapes him. She could have lived a peaceful life, a simple life as a noblewoman. Why did it have to turn out like this? He pauses, suddenly aware of how long he's been speaking. A faint flush creeps across his cheeks. Listen to me rambling, he mutters with a tired chuckle. The wine must be kicking in. Forgive me, Damien, I've gone on far too long. But before Damien can reply, a voice erupts outside the door, panicked, breathless. Your Grace, are you here? The door crashes open. A man stumbles in, terror etched into his trembling voice. The Duke's expression sharpens. What's the meaning of this disturbance? The messenger gasps frantically. Your Grace, Lady Chelsea, something terrible has happened, she. But he never finishes. The scene fractures, cutting away to the prison. Two soldiers stumble backward, collapsing, horror twisting their faces. Their eyes stretch wide as they stare at the sight before them. In the reflection of one soldier's trembling gaze, the truth becomes undeniable. Inside the cell, Chelsea hangs lifeless. Silence falls, thick, suffocating, final. Later, the estate is still, wrapped in a heavy quiet. Damien and Victor walk down the hallway, a laundry basket bumping lightly between them. Victor, red-faced with irritation, can no longer hold back his complaints. Young master, are you really going to keep doing this? Damien glances at him. Doing what? Victor's voice spikes. I've told you countless times, when you send laundry out, you must separate the undergarments from the rest. Did you? Damien replies calmly, not a hint of concern in his tone. Victor's face contorts. Did you? Yes, I did. I've told you again and again. Do you have any idea what it's like for the person who has to wash them? And another thing, why are your socks always inside out the moment you take them off? But Damien isn't listening anymore. His steps slow. His gaze fixes on a half-open door, a dark slit cutting through the hallway light. Through the narrow gap, he sees the Duke, alone in the dim room, unmoving. He sits hunched forward, staring into a void only he can see. Damien stops walking, a solemn weight settling over him. There are no tears, no cries, only the hollow shape of a father who finally realized the cost of his coldness, and the daughter he pushed too far to save. Days crawl by in the wake of Chelsea Goldpix's death. The inquiry ends abruptly, coldly. Suicide, they declare. Everyone tied to her is interrogated, judged, punished. The retribution is swift, meant to wash the duchy clean of the shame she was branded with. Her grave is unmarked. Flat, bare, a pit in the earth without name or honor. Her final punishment, a silence colder than death itself. The Goldpixie household slowly returns to calm, but Damien feels it in the marrow of his bones. This quiet is not peace. It is the breath held before storm breaks. A sharp, burning light flickers in his eyes as he mutters under his breath, voice simmering with deadly resolve. If it truly is them, then I swear. His vow cut short. Victor suddenly appears beside him, his expression stretched in shock and irritation. Are you even paying attention? He snaps, slicing through Damien's simmering thoughts. Damien answers vaguely before clearing his focus. He throws an arm over Victor's shoulders, grinning with casual ease. I hear you. I hear you. Now stop whining like a spoiled kid. Victor bristles instantly, eyes bulging. Whining. I wasn't whining. Honestly, just this one simple thing, and... But his voice fades as the scene dissolves into night. The moon hangs high and cold, spilling pale light over a desolate alley in the city. So Ernst Hovitz staggers alone through the shadows, a man crushed beneath grief too heavy to bear. The night wind cuts through him, but offers no comfort. His steps falter, his body sways, and then, thud, his shoulder slams into a stone wall. He gasps, clinging to the rough surface as if it's the only thing anchoring him to the world. His strength drains, and he slides down until he collapses onto the filthy ground. A trembling breath escapes him. Lady Chelsea. Her name cuts through the darkness, a wound reopened. And instantly, his memories drown him. She stands before him in his mind, young and radiant, holding a crown of wildflowers she wove with her own hands. Sir Hovitz, she asks, her voice warm and innocent. Do you think my father would like it if I gave him flowers from the garden? Ernst's cheeks flush. He lowers his gaze, embarrassed. I wouldn't know. Lady Chelsea. I've never been given flowers before. Her eyes widen, surprised. Really? Then she twirls lightly, skirt fluttering as she speaks with a quiet joy only she possessed. My mother always told me flowers carry magic, that they bring happiness to people. She holds the flower crown up to her chest, her smile gentle and full of dreams. These flowers, they're the same ones that bloomed when my parents first met. The words strike him straight through the heart, leaving him shaken and breathless, unable to tear his gaze away from her. All he can do is stare, captivated, humbled, lost in the quiet radiance she carries so effortlessly. Her voice lingers in the air, warm and steady. Then my father will be happy too. Hobbit's breath catches. His lips part in a soft, awestruck gasp as a gentle smile finally blooms across his face. Then I'm certain, he murmurs, firm yet tender. The Duke will treasure them. But the warmth of that memory dissolves, swallowed by the cold reality of the alleyway. His expression darkens, grief twisting every line of his face. His voice cracks as he whispers into the emptiness. I failed you, Lady Chelsea. I couldn't protect you. Loneliness drapes over him like a suffocating cloak. His body trembles, each breath shuddering beneath the weight of regret. His muffled sobs slowly break apart, turning into raw, guttural cries that echo harshly off the stone walls. Then, consumed by rage, no, self-hatred, he clenches his fist and slams it into his chest. The thud rings out, hollow and punishing. Idiot, he spits, voice shaking, soaked in anguish. Tears blur his vision, falling in relentless streams as the word repeats over and over, each syllable sharper, heavier than the last. Idiot. I should have died back then. Worthless fool. The curses twist into a fractured roar, tearing straight from his soul. I should have protected her. His scream rips through the night, echoing beneath the cold, indifferent moon until his voice finally collapses. Silence settles in again. His breaths come ragged and uneven as he struggles back from the edge of despair. Slowly, painfully, he forces himself to steady. And then, a presence stares. Someone steps out from the shadows. A figure he never expected to see again, but one impossible to mistake. Rebecca, Lady Chelsea's former maid, now branded a dark mage. Her voice breaks the stillness, unsettlingly calm. There you are. He lifts his head, tear-streaked and hollow. As she steps closer, her face softens, just slightly, almost carefully measured. She addresses him in a smooth, composed tone. Sir Ernst Hovitz. Hearing his full name from her lips sends a jolt through him. His breath stutters, the name slipping out brokenly. Araba. And then fury detonates. He lunges before she can blink. His hand clamps around her throat, slamming her back against the wall with brutal force. His grip tightens instantly, crushing, merciless. His eyes blaze with murderous hatred. He growls, voice shaking with rage. What audacity do you have to show your face, hey? Because of you, Lady Chelsea. His words break off as he squeezes harder, his hand alone promising death. Rebecca chokes, her nails digging into his arm in desperate panic, her face flushing a deep, frantic red. Her voice escapes in fragmented gasps. One last plea for air. Please, Sir Hovitz, listen to me. Her voice is thin, strangled, barely clinging to life. But the storm inside him is nowhere near calm. Rage floods every vein, every trembling muscle, drowning out reason. Silence, he roars, the sound cracking with fury. Shut your mouth, you wretched dark mage, sharing a bed with that demon. I'll crush your neck right here. Her body jerks violently as she fights for air, but even as a vision blurs, she forces out a desperate thread of sound. Help me. Get revenge. The words slice straight through the madness, sharp enough to halt him for a split second. His fingers falter, just barely, hesitation flickering in his burning eyes. What did you say? His voice drops, rough, trembling with barely restrained rage. Revenge. Why would you? Why speak of revenge, Rebecca? Her breaths are ragged, painful, but urgent. Lady Chelsea's death. The Duke said it was suicide, but that was a lie. The claim hits him like a blade of cold steel. He stares at her, stunned, as she forces the truth through tormented breaths. It wasn't suicide. Lady Chelsea, she couldn't survive the torture. Torture. The word detonates inside him. A violent shiver tears through his body, freezing him from the inside out. His grip finally collapses. Rebecca crumples to the ground, coughing violently, her body shaking as air floods back into her burning lungs. Each breath is a gasp, each movement a tremor, but she clings to consciousness. Above her, Hovitz towers, no longer just grieving, but something far darker. His voice is low, brittle, dangerously sharp. What proof do you have to make such a monstrous claim? She doesn't raise her head, but her tone hardens into steel. Think, Sir Hovitz. You know better than anyone. Lady Chelsea was never someone who would take her own life. The words settle heavily between them. Then her voice turns colder, cutting with intention. And more than that, I heard it from the ones who recovered her body. They said it was covered in wounds. Unspeakable wounds. The kind carved through torture. Wounds no one could survive. The weight of her revelation crashes into him, brutal and merciless. Pain spikes through his skull, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Loyalty, grief, rage, everything clashes, tearing him apart from within. Rebecca feels the crack forming in his resolve and strikes again. Lifting her head at last, she meets his gaze with eyes crafted to mirror his grief, reflecting a sorrow she does not feel. The Duke, she whispers, voice soft but venomous. He hid it. He staged her death as suicide, just to bury his own disgrace. A broken, guttural sound escapes Hovitz, half curse, half disbelief. His chest heaves, horror cascading through him as fragments of the Duke's ruthless past flash like shards of glass. The ambition, the cold cruelty. Yes, the man he served could do such a thing. Rebecca watches the truth coil around him, tightening like a noose. She rises slowly, dust falling from her clothes, every movement deliberate, precise, her voice ready to deliver the final blow. It's true, she admits softly, her voice threaded with a carefully crafted sorrow. I first went to Lady Chelsea with hidden intentions. She lets the confession linger, heavy and damning. Then her tone melts, turning gentle. But she was kind to me, kinder than I ever deserved. She treated me like a sister. She reaches out, her fingertips brushing the hand Hovitz still presses against his face, as though he's trying to hold himself together. I can't leave things like this, she whispers. With both hands, she guides his trembling one down, forcing his shattered gaze to meet hers. I will avenge Lady Chelsea. I will make the Duke pay. Her eyes blaze with a fire carefully crafted to look righteous. Then the air around her shifts. The pendant resting against her chest flickers to life, a sinister purple glow pulsing outward. The light swirls around her, whispering malevolent intent as it wraps her in a dark aura. For me to take revenge, she murmurs, voice sinking into a hypnotic rhythm. I need you, Sir Ernst Hovitz. The glow spreads, washing across his face, staining his skin with an eerie violet shine. His body stiffens, breath shallow, his mind drowning under the cold energy that seeps into him like poison. Then, his eyes change. The rage, the grief, the humanity, all vanish, hollowed out in an instant. What remains is a blank, glassy stare fixed straight ahead, devoid of will. The purple aura coils tighter, crushing the last fragments of resistance inside him. His voice emerges empty, drained of everything that once made him who he was. What do you want me to do? Rebecca's reply is smooth, precise, each word a hook sinking deeper. And as she speaks, his grip slackens. The bottle slips free from his hand and shatters on the stone floor, the crash echoing like the breaking of a life. His body tilts, sways, then straightens unnaturally, aligning itself with her command. He moves forward, stiff, lifeless, a puppet carved from despair, his steps leading him straight toward the Duke. From the shadows behind Rebecca, another figure emerges. A hooded man glides into view, his face veiled in darkness. His voice rumbles low, edged with faint amusement. "You've done well," he says. "I wasn't sure the enchantment would take hold on a knight of such modest strength." He pulls back the hood, revealing a face twisted with predatory satisfaction. Rebecca answers with a slow, cruel smile as she trails her fingers across the glowing pendant. "No matter how strong a person looks," she says, dripping with wicked amusement, "there's always a weakness buried somewhere in the heart. And if you feed that weakness long enough, enchantment becomes inevitable." The dark mage hums thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. In Hovet's case, Chelsea Goldpixie was the weakness. Rebecca laughs, soft at first, then rising rapidly into a sharp, spine-chilling cackle. Her head tilts, almost playfully, a sneer twisting her lips. Hovet's is such a fool. He doesn't even know who really killed Chelsea. When the truth comes out, that it was us, the dark mags, who arranged her death, he'll break completely. A flicker of thought interrupts her mirth. She turns to the hooded mage, her tone shifting into sudden contemplation. "Boss, do we really have to go after Damien Harshin? I've never liked him, but still." The question barely forms before his voice slices through it, sharp and commanding. "What choice do we have? You expect us to sit back and watch?" His tone bites, fueled by simmering fury. His expression twists, anger rising like fire as he presses on. "Did you forget what the church's spy uncovered? It was Damien Harshin who killed Agito." His voice grows harsher, each word vibrating with seething indignation. Then his tone shifts, dropping into a cold, predatory calm that chills the air. "And beyond that, Damien interfered with a grand cause entrusted to us. That alone makes him unforgivable." A sinister crimson glint flickers in his eyes. His lips curl into a wicked smile. "He still doesn't know who we are. Even the duchy believes we've disappeared. They'll never see us coming." A low, venomous laugh escapes him, spreading through the alley like a curse. The image of Damien Harshin burns vividly in his mind. He is certain this is a perfect chance to eliminate him for good. Night settles over the duchy. Inside his quarters, Damien sits alone, cross-legged in deep meditation. His breathing is steady, mana threading through his body in controlled waves. Silence envelops him, yet the room is far from empty. From the shadows, three figures watch him like hunting wolves. They wait, patient, biding their time until his focus sinks deeper. Then, like predators unleashed, they strike. Their sudden rush snuffs out a nearby candle flame, plunging the room into trembling darkness. Three wooden blades descend at once, aimed to overwhelm. But before they connect, Damien vanishes. In the blink of an eye, he reappears above and behind them, a silhouette carved from shadow. His eyes glow with cold white intent, his voice slicing through the air with quiet finality. "What a pity." He moves. One attacker barely lifts his sword to block before the blow crashes into him, shattering his defense. The impact sends him flying across the hall. He slams into a pillar, collapsing to his knees with a strangled groan. His hand trembles violently as he struggles to lift his head. But his strength fails him, and he collapses fully, defeated. The remaining two stumble back instinctively, fear draining the color from their faces. Damien lowers his weapon, resting it lightly against his shoulder. His tongue clicks in disappointment, the sound cold and dismissive. "Pathetic." His gaze sharpens. "All three of you, kneel." The low-ranked knights from the Gold Pixie estate freeze, crushed beneath the weight of his presence. The command presses down like iron, leaving them no room to resist. As they kneel before him, Damien speaks with firm authority. "I told you to do whatever it took to land a hit on me, even ambush me, and yet, you still failed." All three bow their heads, shoulders trembling with shame as their voices overlap in a desperate, stammering apology. Damien studies the three kneeling men for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. "It can't be helped. That's enough for today." The knights freeze, stunned. One of them cautiously raises his head, confusion written all over him. "We're done training." Damien arches a brow. "Why? Do you want more?" The knight's eyes widen in horror, and he blurts out far too quickly. "No more training is perfectly fine." But the uncertainty in his expression lingers. To them, these sessions have always felt less like sparring and more like punishment, endless beatings disguised as lessons. "Rest," Damien orders. "In 2 days, you'll face the Marquis family." Their brief relief evaporates instantly, replaced by a collective groan. Oh. Damien continues without the slightest sympathy. There will be no more sparring from now on. Spend the next 2 days resting, and think carefully about what I've taught you. Blank stares meet his words. What is taught us? All they remember are bruises, sweat, and collapsing to the floor. Damien exhales, disappointment dripping from his voice. So, none of you understood. His gaze sweeps across them, sharp, assessing, but not cruel. These sessions were never about strengthening your bodies. That wasn't my goal. The knights exchange uneasy glances, completely lost. But Damien pauses as his eyes fall on one man. Silent, brow furrowed, clearly thinking deeper than the others. A faint smile touches Damien's lips. At least one of you gets it. With that, he reaches for the weighted bag strapped to him and removes them. The knights stare, jaws hanging open as realization slams into them. He'd been holding back the entire time. Damien doesn't wait for their reactions. He turns away, a quiet, confident smile tugging at his lips. Perhaps I can look forward to that match. Days later, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoes across the green plains. A mounted figure rides ahead, Duke Goldpixie. His sharp voice slices through the air the moment he arrives. You're late. Behind him come his personal knight, Sir Gale, Damien Hashin, and several soldiers. They quickly begin setting up camp under the Duke's impatient gaze. Once preparations settle, the Duke turns toward Damien. Sir Hashin, he calls, what is your assessment of the enemy forces? Damien studies the distant troops, gaze keen and precise. They are highly trained, he says evenly. It's not just their equipment. Each soldier has considerable skill. The Duke lets out a short laugh. Right, you mean that bastard from House Lionbloom. If there's one thing he excels at, it's drilling his men. A faint smile curves the Duke's lips. Damien simply watches him, quiet, curious. Sir Gale steps forward, bowing slightly. My lord, a messenger from the Marquis's side has arrived. They request a meeting between representatives before the duel. Is that so? The Duke murmurs, a knowing glint in his eye. So they want to show some sincerity. He nudges the reins lightly, his horse responding with a sharp neigh. A confident smile spreads across his face as he calls to his men. Very well, let's go. Meanwhile, deep inside the Lion Bloom camp, a thunderous voice shakes the walls of a tent. Michael, get up already. Marquis Lion Bloom kicks the side of a bed with enough force to rattle the frame, glaring furiously at his son. We're meeting the Duke's faction soon. How long do you plan to sleep? Michael pushes himself up only slightly, eyes half closed, a yawn louder than the Marquis's temper rolling out of him. Father, you're too noisy. What? The Marquis explodes, fury bulging at his temple. But Michael simply yawns again and stretches lazily. Why'd you wake me? I was having such a good sleep. This is Michael Lion Bloom, the eldest son of House Lion Bloom. True to his nature, he flops right back down and drags the blanket over himself. You little brat, the Marquis snarls. Do you even understand how important your role is in this duel? I'm not interested, Michael mutters, turning onto his side. The Marquis grits his teeth, barely restraining himself. With a sharp click of his tongue, he storms toward the exit. He throws the tent flap open, pausing just long enough to deliver a cutting blow. Fine then. I'll face that damn Damien Hashin myself. The name slices straight through Michael's haze. His hand, reaching for the blanket, freezes. Slowly, he sits up, wide awake now, all traces of drowsiness gone. Wait. His voice cuts clean, sharp. He fixes his father with a cold stare. Why is that bastard with the Duke's faction? The Marquis returns the glare. Maybe you'd know if you weren't sleeping all day. The Duke's side chose Damien Hashin as their representative. A chilling grin spreads across Michael's lips. His thumb slides along the hilt of his sword, pushing the blade halfway free. The metal gleams, dangerous, eager. His eyes flicker with madness. Oh, really? Then that works out perfectly. Outside the camp, Michael and the Marquis stride forward to meet Duke Goldpixie and Sir Gale. The Duke's lips curl into a faint laugh the moment he sees them. Inviting us and then arriving late. The Marquis still lacks courtesy. Marquis Lion Bloom scoffs, entirely unbothered. And for you to make noise over something so trivial, it seems you're still as narrow-minded as ever. Their words bristle with hostility, but instead of erupting, both men laugh, sharp, predatory sounds, like beasts circling each other. Sir Gale steps forward with a discreet cough, cutting cleanly through the tension. The Marquis turns immediately. Sir Gale, it's been a while. It has, Gale replies smoothly. Good to see you again. Lion Bloom extends a hand with a smile far too friendly to be sincere. Don't you find serving the Duke boring? My offer still stands. You be welcome in my house. Sir Gale answers without hesitation. My loyalty belongs to the Goldpixie family. It always will. The Marquis clicks his tongue with mock disappointment. A pearl before swine, then. The Duke bristles, fury flaring. Why, you little. But before he can spit out a retort, Lion Bloom's eyes shift, landing squarely on the young knight standing at the Duke's side. And this one, is he the one? Yes, the Duke replies. The one they call Damien Hashin. The Marquis's stare sharpens instantly. Fury coils inside him as he studies Damien, the boy who humiliated his son, crushed his knights, and now stands here with that calm, almost casual smile. His fists tighten until the veins bulge, anger throbbing beneath his skin. But then, something unsettling creeps into his chest. A strange tension. A chill that should not exist. Why? Why do I feel this pressure? I'm a high-class knight. Why does a lowborn child make my instinct scream? His mind races. Could it be hidden potential? Could this boy truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Michael? The thought hits him like lightning. His head snaps toward his son. Michael's face is shadowed, unreadable for breath. Then he raises his chin, and his crimson eyes lock onto Damien. Sharp, unwavering, cutting straight through the air between them. Damien Hashin. He speaks the name softly, tasting it, testing it. Damien only tilts his head, mildly confused by the intensity of the stare. Then Michael's lips curl. A slow grin spreads across his face. Mischievous, dangerous, itching for bloodshed. His stance shifts, deliberate and poised. One hand grips the hilt of his blade. The other presses upon the sheath. His weight settles. Ready to draw. Ready to kill. The metallic scrape of steel echoes as the sword slides free. Damien blinks, momentarily taken aback, watching in quiet confusion. Michael's crimson eyes blaze, wild and unfocused, as he drops into a perfect combat stance. One hand on the hilt, one on the sheath, his body coiled like a blade about to spring free. Damien hears the sword clank as it draws another inch, gleaming under the light. Still silent, Damien simply watches him, gaze steady. Then, Michael freezes. A hand clamps around his wrist. His father stands beside him, expression hard as stone. The sudden grip snaps Michael back to awareness. His eyes widen, shocked as though waking from a trance. He glances down at the half-drawn blade, at the reflection staring back at him, and realizes with a chilling jolt that he hadn't even known what he was doing. Sir Gale shoots him a fierce sideways glare. Sir Michael, he snaps, voice sharp as a whip. What do you think you're doing? His tone carries the weight of a knight addressing a grave offense. How dare you draw steel in the presence of his grace? The Duke steps forward, calm yet unyielding. Surely, he says, voice edged with warning, you understand that drawing a blade against a noble is a serious crime. Marquis Leon Bloom immediately interjects, rushing to defend his son. He acted foolishly, yes, but only because of his determination to win. But the Duke is unmoved. Oh, so you asked me to overlook such an act, for that reason alone. His gaze sharpens. Then tell me, how do you intend to take responsibility for this? The accusation hangs between them like a drawn sword, the air crackling with tension. Marquis, inwardly cursing the mess his son had created, shot Michael a troubled glance. Did his body move on its own? He wondered. When he shifted his gaze to Damien, calm, smiling, unbothered, and then back to Michael's shaken expression, a cold realization formed in his mind. It's as if he were facing a wild beast. Meanwhile, the Duke rested a hand thoughtfully against his chin. He was already calculating, already plotting. To him, this incident wasn't trouble. It was opportunity. After a moment of pretending to consider it, he gave a thin smile. It can't be helped, he announced. We'll cancel the duel, and I'll overlook the matter, just this once. Marquis stiffened. What? That wasn't like the Duke at all. The man never let anything slide. Something was wrong. His suspicion was confirmed immediately. However, the Duke added casually, I will attach a few additional conditions to the rewards of the duel. Marquis nearly clicked his tongue. Of course. He forced a polite expression and asked what these so-called conditions were. The Duke's smug grin made it clear he knew he had Marquis cornered. By the end of the negotiation, the Marquis's face had hardened bitterly. Every term favored the Duke. Every outcome was a loss for him. But he accepted them all with stiff reluctance. Turning away sharply, he muttered, Michael, we're leaving. Yes, father, Michael replied, subdued for once. The Duke waved with exaggerated cheer. I won't see you out. See you later. Damien, who had quietly observed the entire exchange, let out a soft, satisfied breath. The Duke had played the situation skillfully, far more shamelessly than most nobles would dare. Still, the Duke wasn't finished. He looked directly at Damien. It's strange, he remarked. Why would Michael Leon Bloom draw his sword at you of all people? Damien shrugged, hands spread in an innocent gesture. Who can say? He replied lightly, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Inside, he was impressed. His already awakened his sixth sense at that age. Michael's reaction had told him everything. This duel will be interesting. As they walked away, Marquis tilted his head toward his son, voice low and tense. Why did you draw your sword so recklessly? You could have jeopardized the entire house. But Michael answered with barely contained excitement. Father, did you see it? Marquis blinked, caught off guard by the tone. Michael continued, eyes alight with exhilaration. He knew. Damien knew I was about to draw my sword. Yet he didn't flinch. He just stood there, smiling. Joy pulsed through his words as he spoke. I've never faced anyone like him. I think Damien Hashim may finally be someone who can fight me as an equal. Marcius's worry deepened. His son, starved for a true rival, had changed in that instant. There was something new, something unsettling, in his eyes. Michael eventually calmed, his excitement dimming just enough for guilt to slip in. Father, I'm sorry. Because of me, you were forced to accept unfavorable conditions. His remorse was real, but the thrill burning in his chest was far, far stronger. Marquis, irritated that his son was only now realizing the obverse, held back his frustration with a long, controlled sigh. He waved the matter aside, insisting there was nothing to concern themselves with. With confidence bordering on arrogance, he declared that victory would undoubtedly belong to House Leon Bloom. Finally, the hour of the duel arrived. The Leon Bloom flag rose high, fluttering proudly as both houses gathered at the center field. The announcer stood tall between them, his voice ringing across the grounds as he proclaimed the start of the first match, meant to set the momentum for what was to come. Turning to the Duke, he respectfully asked which knight he wished to send first. The Duke glanced toward Damien. Sir Hashim, who should? Before Damien could answer, another voice stepped in. Your Grace, if I may make a recommendation. The Duke turned, eyebrows lifted in mild curiosity. Standing there was Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, trainer of the dueling knights, the man responsible for shaping the estate's future talent. Sebastian stepped forward with confidence. I can recommend someone far more suitable than Sir Damien. Damien observed him quietly. So this is the middle-class knight, Sebastian Vincenzo. His gaze drifted to the dueling knights, Pable and the other disappointments Sebastian had trained. So he's wary I'll steal his credit. Damien decided to let him have his moment. Outwardly, he nodded politely. Your Grace, let Sir Sebastian choose the first knight. The Duke accepted the suggestion and turned to Sebastian. Very well. Who will go first? Sebastian lifted his chin and declared proudly. Fabian Vincenzo. Fabian strode forward and drove his spear into the ground with a heavy stomp, standing tall as Goldpix's first dueling knight. He turned to his father and gave a confident nod. Sebastian's eyes softened with pride. Fabian, my son, don't worry. I'll reclaim our honor today. And Fabian, in turn, promised silently that he would win, no matter what. The Duke studied him with interest. I've heard of your talent, Sir Fabian. I look forward to seeing it. Damien, however, was unmoved. Something else had caught his attention. His eyes widened slightly as House Lionbloom's representative stepped forward, Ronald. He moved with a lazy, indifferent gait, as if he could hardly be bothered to be here. The first duel began. Fabian dropped into a formal battle stance, spear ready. Ronald didn't even bother. He stood relaxed, posture loose, eyes half-lidded with boredom. Fabian cleared his throat and announced loudly. I am Fabian Vincenzo of House Vincenzo. State your name and house. Ronald gave him a sidelong glance. Ronald. And your house. Fabian pressed. Ronald shrugged. No house. Fabian froze. You a commoner. The realization infuriated him. How dare a mere commoner stand opposite him? Him, who had mastered the secret techniques of House Vincenzo. Ronald stayed back with open disdain. Do all nobles chatter this much? Sounds like you prefer fighting with your tongues like women. The insult snapped every last thread of Fabian's composure. You, he roared, surging forward. His aura exploded around him, swirling like a storm as he prepared a devastating attack. I'll show you the difference between us. But Ronald didn't react. He didn't raise a weapon. He didn't brace. He simply stood there, completely unbothered. Behind them, the Goldpixin knights erupted in cheers. Fabian struck first. Show him, Sir Fabian. Their confidence swelled, convinced their knight had already seized control of the fight. Fabian unleashed a wide, elegant downward slash, beautiful in form, deadly in intent. Ronald slipped away from it with a single, effortless step, as if avoiding a falling leaf rather than a trained knight's attack. A ripple of unease passed through Fabian. He twisted his arm, redirecting his blade mid-motion, then launched into a relentless storm of strikes, slashes, thrusts, sweeping arcs. Ronald barely moved. He parried every blow with insultingly little effort, each deflection casual, lazy, mocking. Then he lifted his eyes, expression dripping with contempt. Pathetic. The word sliced deeper than any blade. Already rattled by his inability to land a single hit, Fabian's fury erupted. He screamed insults, spitting rage, calling Ronald a low-born nobody, a worthless commoner. Fueled by that rage, he gathered every ounce of mana he could muster into one massive strike. His aura surged wildly, unstable and violent, as he roared his declaration of superiority. That was the moment Ronald's expression shifted. He finally grew serious. A thin layer of mana flowed smoothly over his blade, controlled, refined. And then he moved. A blow, a flash of steel, faster than Fabian's eyes could follow, faster than Fabian's own attack. A clean, perfect slice. Fabian's right arm detached from his shoulder, spinning through the air before landing at his feet with a sickening thud. Fabian stared, wide-eyed, watching his severed arm lying on the ground. His mind froze. Then the horror hit. The Duke stood frozen, his jaw slack with disbelief. Sebastian Vincenzo clutched his head and fell to his knees, trembling, the only word escaping him a broken, desperate, "No, no." Ronald sheathed his sword with calm indifference. He sneered down at Fabian, throwing his earlier insult back at him. Status. Nobility. Is this the difference you meant? Fabian collapsed, screaming in agony, blood soaking the dirt. Ronald pointed at him mockingly, striking a ridiculous, taunting pose. Dismissed. A satisfied smile tugged at Marquis Lionbloom's lips, though he forced himself into a stoic expression. The first victory goes to us. The gold pixie banner fluttered high, but beneath it echoed the agonized shrieks of Fabian Vincenzo. Even after receiving immediate treatment, his cries filled the dueling field. Beside him, Sebastian knelt, hands shaking as he tried to comfort his son, urging him to endure the pain. Damien watched from a distance, his expression sour. He clicked his tongue. TCH. I expected this, but he was even weaker than I thought. With a sigh of disgust, he turned away. Beside him, the Duke looked ready to explode, his face twisted with fury. He let out a bitter breath. Why do they always cut arms? This duel is for victory, not mutilation. His gaze shifted toward Damien. Well then, what now? We've already lost the first of the 3 matches. Should you step in next? Damien shook his head calmly. If I win the second match and Michael appears in the third, we'll have no one left who can face him. The Duke paused, then nodded slowly. True, that makes sense. Damien smiled faintly, reassuring. I already have someone in mind for the second match. Hope flickered in the Duke's eyes. Who? The scene shifted. Damien now stood before Pable. You will fight in the second duel. Pable's entire body trembled. Emmy. Yes, Sir Damien, W8. But Damien was already walking away, giving a single, casual wave. Remember your training. Pable's face drained of color as he recalled the brutal sparring sessions. The pain, the exhaustion, the despair. His knees nearly buckled. But Damien didn't look back. He fully intended for Pable to step onto that field. Still trembling, Pable stammered out his doubts. But Damien simply placed a steady hand on his shoulder and assured him, without a hint of hesitation, that he would win. Behind Pable, the other knights scrambled to encourage him. One clapped his back, insisting he was stronger than he thought. Another raised their motto loudly, trying to inject courage into his collapsing spirit. The Duke, however, looked thoroughly unconvinced. He sighed heavily but allowed Damien's choice, though he couldn't help voicing his concern. Pable, he's never shown anything remarkable. Even Sir Gale shot Damien a doubtful look. But Damien only smiled, calm and confident. I've been training him personally for this. Trust me. All 3 turned to look at Pable, who looked like he might vomit at any moment. His knees knocked, his face pale as chalk. Still, Damien remained unshakably confident. He will win. The second duel began. Pable could barely stand. Crouched low, shaking violently, he felt his legs threatening to give out. The gruesome memory of Fabian's severed arm replayed again and again, turning his blood cold. He swallowed hard. What am I even doing here? From the opposite side, Lionbloom's second dueling knight, Huey Saletian, stepped forward with a bold grin. The crowd erupted in cheers as he settled into a polished battle stance, radiating confidence. Pable's jaw dropped. His morale shattered instantly. He whispered, trembling, P. Pable Bermond. Huey frowned in disappointment. He had clearly expected Damien himself. Intent on ending things quickly, Huey infused his sword with mana. His aura sharpened, crackling with deadly focus. He stepped forward, and in the time it took Pable to blink, Huey's blade was already at his neck. A desperate scream tore through Pable's mind. His body moved on instinct. Steel clashed loudly as he somehow deflected the strike. Sparks burst from the contact. Both men froze. Pable stared wide-eyed at his own trembling sword. I blocked it. Huey looked even more stunned and annoyed. The force of the impact had knocked Pable to the ground, but he scrambled back to his feet, chest heaving. Huey clicked his tongue, grudgingly acknowledging him. Not bad. Pable didn't know if it had been instinct or blind luck, but Huey didn't let him think. He attacked again, swift and merciless. Pable panicked, rolling frantically across the dirt to survive. Dust erupted around him in thick clouds, obscuring the field. He regained his footing just in time. A blade flashed from the haze. Pable blocked again. Huey's eyes widened. A strange unease crept into his expression. Even strikes from blind angles, attacks that should have landed clean, were being deflected. For the first time, Pable pushed back, forcing Huey to stumble a step. The crowd gasped. Huey gasped. Is this why Damien was so confident? He muttered, shaken. Damien, watching from the sidelines, smiled with deep satisfaction. You finally realized it, Pable. During training, Damien had used Lionbloom's own Great Lion Sword art against him, brutally, relentlessly, until Pable's body learned the patterns by heart, until his instincts reacted on their own. Now, on the battlefield, those instincts were awakening. Now, out on the dueling grounds, Pable moved on instinct alone. Every time Huey's blade came crashing toward him, His body reacted before his mind caught up, blocking, slipping away, deflecting. The pattern felt familiar, almost like watching Damien's training strikes, only slower, far less crushing. A flicker of gratitude sparked in Pable's chest. Damien had prepared him for this moment. Huey's furious assault raged on, but the longer it continued, the steadier Pable became. His breaths grew calmer, his footing sharper, his fear fading into a rising thrill. For the first time, he could see it, an opening, a chance to step beyond who he was. Planting his foot with purpose, he surged forward, a roar echoing in his heart as if declaring that even the heavens would part before his blade. In a flash, his sword slipped past Huey's guard, stopping at the man's neck, the cold steel grazing his cheek. Huey froze, then collapsed in disbelief, defeated. The Duke clenched his fist, barely containing his joy, while Damien smiled with unmistakable pride. Across from them, Marquis Leon Bloom sat stunned, unable to process the result. Only Michael remained unmoved, his expression calm, almost amused. Straightening his back, Pable declared victory. For a heartbeat, silence swept the grounds. Then cheers erupted like thunder as Gold Pixie Knights roared his name. Pable allowed himself a smug smile, savoring the glory that washed over him. The second duel belonged to Gold Pixie. Then Michael stepped forward, aura unfurling around him like a storm. He laughed softly, genuinely entertained by Huey's loss, admitting he hadn't expected the stronger man to fall so easily. With regal confidence, he proclaimed that everything now rested on the final duel, his duel with Damien. Approaching with unrestrained anticipation, he called Damien's name as though greeting a long-awaited rival. Damien moved to meet him, pausing only to glance at the Duke. A faint nod of confidence was all he needed. Now the two stood face to face on the battlefield. Michael's eyes gleamed with near euphoric excitement. This moment, he said, was the purpose of his life, the battle he had dreamed of. He exhaled a shuddering breath, smiling wildly like someone who had finally found an equal. But Damien only regarded him with cool, smug certainty. Equal? He dismissed the notion entirely. As Goldpix's third duelist, he would prove the gap between them. Michael unsheathed his sword with graceful ease. In the blink of an eye, he vanished forward, cutting through the air faster than sight. His blade rose for a vicious strike, eyes blazing as he inwardly dared Damien. Don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the Leon Bloom camp, moments before the duel even began, Celestian was on his knees before his knight leader, begging for death to atone for his loss. But the leader ordered him to stand, saying he had done everything he could against an opponent far stronger than him. The leader spoke with unwavering confidence, insisting the next duel was already decided. With Michael stepping in, fate itself could not change the outcome. Michael stood silently beside him, waiting for his turn with absolute composure. Huey Celestian bowed his head, agreeing wholeheartedly. Michael was the strongest among them, unmatched, undeniable, and he was also the leader's son. With nothing left to say, Celestian was dismissed and sent to rest, carrying both relief and regret with him. The Leon Bloom leader couldn't shake the unease twisting in his chest. Huey was stronger than a typical ducal knight, by 2, maybe 3 whole levels, so why had it looked as though his every strike had been read in advance? The Great Lion sword art was a treasured family secret, passed down for generations. Impossible to leak, impossible for anyone outside their bloodline to mimic. Yet the uneasiness remained. While he was drowning in possibilities, Michael's voice cut through his thoughts. Michael spoke with a trembling excitement he rarely showed. This, he said, was the first time in his life he had felt such anticipation. He had finally found someone who felt exactly like him, someone who could ignite the spark he had long lost. Even so, he declared confidently that he would defeat that man and win glory for his father. As he walked toward the field, his father clapped his shoulder and encouraged him, telling him he was the best of the best, born for this duel, and should enjoy every moment of it. As Michael stepped forward, memories flickered across his mind, memories of a childhood filled with swordplay. He remembered gripping a wooden blade with tiny hands, laughing uncontrollably as he trained under his father. Swordsmanship had been everything to him, so thrilling that he nearly lost himself in its joy. Back then, the world seemed endless, full of powerful warriors he wished to chase and surpass. But reality had been a disappointment. As his strength soared, rivals dwindled. Even those whispered about as the strongest knights fell before him effortlessly. Victory came too easily, too naturally. The thrill faded, and eventually, he put his sword down, unable to find joy in battles that meant nothing. Until today. Now, standing face to face with Damien Haxon, Michael felt alive again. Eyes burning with passion, he begged Damien, "Don't disappoint me." With those words, Michael launched forward, blade slicing down toward Damien's head with deadly speed. To everyone else, it was a blur. To Damien, it was nothing. Without even drawing his sword, he stepped aside and drove a fist straight into Michael's chest, sending him hurtling skyward. Michael refused to yield. He dashed back in, only to be met with a devastating kick that sent a shockwave ripping through the field. The air pressure alone crushed his momentum, far stronger than Michael's own strength. Skidding back, He slammed a hand onto the ground to hold himself. Then he lifted his head, smiling, laughing. This was it. This was the fight he had been starving for. He charged again, swinging with everything he had, his sword cutting through every angle imaginable. But not a single strike touched Damien. Damien didn't even bother lifting his blade. He simply stood there with one hand in his pocket, watching Michael's flurry with a cool, almost bored expression. Then he mocked him, calling him weak. Michael only grew more exhilarated. Breathless, eyes shining, he shouted that he had known it from the very beginning. Damien truly was the best among them. Michael scoffed, breathless but grinning wildly as he demanded to know how long Damien planned on dodging like this. Was he truly going to avoid using his sword forever? Laughing, he taunted Damien to draw his blade and fight like a real swordsman. At least make the duel worthy of the excitement he felt. Damien finally reached for his sword, and the moment his fingers brushed the hilt, Michael shot forward like lightning, convinced he would strike first, convinced his blade would reach Damien before anything else could happen. But he was wrong. The instant his sword touched Damien, it shattered. He didn't even understand how. Damien had already drawn his own blade in a split-second motion too fast for human eyes to register, and in the same instant, Michael saw, felt, his own head being severed. His vision spun as if it flew through the air, his body collapsing below. Michael died. Or at least, he thought he did. But in the next heartbeat, everything snapped back. He found himself on his knees in front of Damien, his sword broken, courage drained, laughter trembling out of him in disbelief. What he had seen felt so real, too real. He could still feel the phantom slice at his neck, the sensation of his head being severed. His breath shook as he tried to understand how he was still alive. From the stands, his father roared in fury, ordering him to stand, to draw his sword, to fight with dignity instead of kneeling like a coward. But Michael couldn't move. His mind reeled, still trapped in the afterimage of his own death. He looked up at Damien, at the overwhelming aura radiating from him, and shuddered. Damien's voice was cold as he asked if Michael still believed they were equals. Sweat dripped down Michael's face as he let out a strange, broken smile. Only now did he realize the truth. What he had witnessed wasn't death. It was a mirage Damien forced upon him, a fleeting glimpse of what would happen if he dared to continue. The terror of it lingered in every fiber of his body. Lowering his head, he admitted defeat. And with that, the third duel ended. Victory once again belonged to Gold Pixie. The third duel between Damien Haxon of Gold Pixie and Michael of the Leon Bloom Knights concluded decisively. After seeing the illusion of his own death during the clash, Michael surrendered, unable to continue. Later, a grand celebration erupted, hosted by Gold Pixie's leader, Dorgo. The party was loud, triumphant, and unmistakably designed to mock their Leon Bloom rivals. Dorgo raised his cup high, declaring that everyone should drink to their heart's content. Tonight, he announced proudly, they had triumphed over their long-standing enemies. Across the hall, the Leon Bloom leader sat stiffly, his expression tight with anger and humiliation. Yet he had no choice but to attend. He had lost, and this party was a victory he was now forced to witness. Dorgo lifted his glass high, voice booming through the hall as he declared that there were more than enough drinks for everyone. No one should hesitate. The more people in the party, the louder the fun. Laughter echoed around him as he urged them all to drink freely. Across the room, the Leon Bloom Knights endured the humiliation in silence. They forced polite smiles, offering stiff gratitude toward Dorgo even though each of them knew their leader was seething inside. The sting of defeat hung heavy over them. Dorgo eventually strode over to Marquis Leon Bloom, wearing the same broad grin that had mocked them all night. He clapped the Marquis on the shoulder and said they had argued long enough, that everything was settled now, so they should forget the past and enjoy the feast. Then, with exaggerated hospitality, he poured wine into the Marquis's cup, only to twist the knife again by announcing that, in the end, the true victor was none other than himself. The Marquis's jaw clenched. Rage flickered across his eyes. He wanted to strike back, to wipe that smug smile off Dorgo's face. But he couldn't. Not tonight. He had lost, and defeat chained his anger to silence. Meanwhile, Michael had found Damien and chatted with him as though they had known each other for years. He admitted that they were similar in many ways, but Damien's strength far surpassed his own. He hovered around Damien enthusiastically, insisting they should become friends. Damien, staring at Michael's cheerful face, couldn't help thinking how absurd it was that this man was so friendly, especially after the terrible things he had done to his own brother. Michael rambled on, still bewildered by what had happened during the duel. He didn't fully understand the illusion he experienced, but whatever it was, he felt Damien's power without even crossing blades properly. Damien was startled. Even he didn't know why the phenomenon occurred. Back at the table, Marquis Leon Bloom fumed alone beneath the weight of Dorgo's taunts. In his heart, all blame fell squarely on Michael. He still couldn't believe that Michael had surrendered without even drawing his sword. Whether it was bad luck or sheer incompetence, he didn't care. The fury inside him was overwhelming. Damien watched Dorgo from a distance, judging him quietly. Inviting the Marquis's household tonight had been nothing but a cruel spectacle. Though Dorgo pretended to be generous and hearty, the entire banquet existed solely to humiliate the rivals. Damien considered him hopeless, But the victory he orchestrated was undeniable. At least Damien had accomplished what he set out to do. He had secured a win for the Duke's household and ensured Leon Bloom would think twice before provoking them again. Yet despite the celebration, he knew there were still matters he needed to resolve. Later, Michael approached Damien again, smiling brightly. He asked if he could sit beside him, then poured a drink into Damien's glass with earnest respect. Damien stared at him in disbelief. Michael's sincerity, his admiration, even the gesture of pouring him a drink left him momentarily speechless. Damien had always believed he would never meet someone his own age who could stand on the same plane as him. But Michael shattered that assumption. The moment Damien used his mental space, an illusion born from his super senses, Michael had fought him there and lost, completely overwhelmed. And in that realm, Michael understood the terrifying truth. Damien wasn't just strong. He was something beyond, a being whose true scale couldn't be measured by ordinary limits. That raw, instinctive fear had been enough to make Michael surrender instantly. And because of that hesitation, he lived. Damien knew that if Michael had fought him seriously in reality, he would have lost an arm at the very least. Michael tried to steady himself and said the world was far larger than he once imagined. Damien nodded but asked if he could offer some advice. Michael, surprised by his tone yet eager, agreed. Damien told him that although the world was vast and their abilities rare, they weren't unique. Even within the Empire alone, Damien could name at least 3 people with talents far superior to Michael's. So he warned him, don't get conceited, don't grow arrogant, and don't assume you've already reached the peak. He admitted that he once made the same mistake. He believed he was the greatest, until the day he was defeated by another man. Michael blinked, confused. He said that he already lived by such an ideology and didn't think he was invincible. Yet, to him, Damien was being far more arrogant. Damien simply replied that it wasn't arrogance. He was the best now, the very best. Michael stayed at him, completely baffled. He asked if Damien truly believed he wouldn't lose to anyone. Damien answered without hesitation. Right now, he was too strong. And until Michael reached a level even close to his, he should avoid acting arrogant around anyone. Michael finally sighed and said he would remember his advice. As the two continued talking, Dorgo approached with the Marquis at his side. He gave him a broad grin and remarked that he'd noticed the 2 young men chatting for quite a while. Friendship, he said, was a fine thing for men of their age. Then he turned to the Marquis and asked if he agreed. Both Damien and Michael rose to greet him respectfully. Dorgo explained that he had finished his discussion with the Marquis and came to check on them. Curious, Damien asked what the discussion was about. With a smug air, Dorgo revealed the truth. Before the duel, Marquis Leon Bloom had agreed that if Gold Pixie won, Damien would be granted access to the Marquis's vault as a reward for victory. But after losing, the Marquis had been reluctant to honor his promise. So Dorgo had to negotiate rather firmly to secure what was owed. Dorgo couldn't resist teasing the Marquis once more. But this time the Marquis snapped. His composure shattered as he shouted back, demanding how Dorgo dared to mock him over something as valuable as the vault. Its worth, he said, exceeded anything they could imagine. Inside, he was raging. He cursed Damien bitterly for what he had done to Erwin and vowed that he would never forgive him. But with a banquet still in motion and eyes watching, he swallowed his fury, for now. Forcing himself to speak calmly, the Marquis turned to Damien and offered an apology for sending knights to intimidate him earlier. Damien blinked, stunned that the man was apologizing after everything he had done to Erwin. But then the Marquis continued, stating flatly that he still could not allow Damien access to the vault. Instead, he reached into his coat and produced a small box. Opening it revealed a ring nestled inside, a faint glow shimmering along its band. As both an apology and a reward for his duel, he said, this would be given to Damien. Curious, Damien asked what the ring was. The Marquis explained that it was imbued with spatial magic, forged by craftsmen of the White Tower, capable of storing up to 100 kilograms inside its dimensional pocket. Damien was stunned. Artifacts like this were worth as much as a small castle. Although he was frustrated that the original reward had changed, something this valuable softened his irritation. With an inward sigh, he decided to accept it graciously. He told the Marquis that if this was the reward offered, then he accepted it with appreciation. The Marquis nodded and added that although he couldn't open the vault, the household still possessed many excellent weapons. If Damien wanted anything else, he was free to request it. Damien agreed. After all, the Marquis household was the finest knight family in the entire Apple Kingdom. Their army must be overflowing with treasures. Then a thought struck him. There was one thing he needed from them. He looked at the Marquis and calmly asked for a bow. The Marquis blinked, baffled. Why a bow? What did Damien plan to do with it? Damien simply smiled and answered that he needed it to marry off his younger brother. Somewhere far away, a boy sneezed violently while driving needles into a little doll, muttering about the strange weather. After the duel concluded, Damien returned to the Gold Pixie estate and informed the Duke that he would be heading home. The Duke was caught completely off guard. He had expected Damien to stay longer. A grand banquet was being prepared in Damien's honor, so the Duke urged him to stay and enjoy it. But Damien explained that he had been away from his family for too long and needed to return. His tone left no room for argument. Seeing Damien's resolve, the Duke reluctantly agreed. Still, He asked him to wait until the next morning so that a proper escort could be arranged for his journey back. Damien lifted an eyebrow at the mention of escorts, but the Duke simply nodded, insisting it was necessary. Even if Damien was strong enough to handle anything alone, caution was never a bad thing. Bandits, ambushes, opportunists, none of them were impossible. The Duke wanted Damien's journey to be as safe and smooth as possible. Damien didn't need the protection, but he respected the gesture. Bowing slightly, he thanked the Duke for his generosity. Soon after, Damien and Victor departed the Gold Pixie estate, led by 2 knights chosen to accompany them. Victor trudged behind on foot while Damien rode a horse. With a dramatic sigh, Victor muttered that at least their journey here had been easier. Back then, he wasn't the one walking. It was painfully clear who got to ride and who didn't. Damien smirked, noting the extra weight Victor had gained. Inwardly, he decided that once they were back home, he would whip Victor back into proper shape. By the time the sun dipped toward the horizon, the knights suggested they set up camp. Damien gave his approval, and soon the small clearing bustled with activity. When night settled, Victor prepared grilled meat and served Damien first before offering some to the knights on duty. They thanked him but refused politely, saying they would eat once their shifts were over. As the quiet of the night deepened, Damien's thoughts drifted back to his farewell with Pabel and his brothers. He remembered how Pabel had clung to him, eyes overflowing with tears, begging him not to leave so soon. Damien hadn't understood it at first. Only then did Pabel explain. They clung to him because he had shown them a higher path, a glimpse of strength they had never known. For that, they owed him more gratitude than words could express. Damien reminded them gently that everything he gained came from relentless effort, not shortcuts or talent alone. The 3 brothers bowed deeply, declaring that they would never forget his teachings and that, from that day forward, they would acknowledge him as their master. Their sincerity had startled Damien, but he accepted their vow with a quiet, genuine smile. Back in the present, the forest whispered with sudden movement. Leaves rustled, branches trembled. One of the knights offered to investigate. Damien tried to stop him, but the knight insisted. He could not ignore his duty. He stepped forward cautiously. A split second later, a spear wrapped in dark, crackling energy shot from the shadows and pierced straight through him, pinning his lifeless body to a tree. Chaos erupted through the camp. Then a cold, mocking voice drifted from the darkness, remarking on how surprising it was that the Duke had even sent escorts. Though, he said, they were far too feeble to matter. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Sir Ernst Howitz, his eyes hollow, his aura twisted, utterly consumed by the corruption of the dark mags. His entire form radiated menace. The remaining knight stepped forward, demanding answers, but he never finished the question. From the shadows, Mustang Fury and Rebecca emerged beside Ernst, moving like wraiths. A sweet, poisonous fragrance drifted from them, so faint, yet so devastating. The knight's eyes glazed almost instantly, his will slipping away under the bewitching scent. Damien, however, remained unmoved. Knowing Victor had no resistance to such magic, Damien struck him swiftly in the neck, knocking him unconscious before the charm could take hold. Rebecca's voice rang out, sharp and merciless, as she commanded the entranced knight to snap his own neck. Damien lunged to stop him, but he was too late. With a grotesque twist, the knight obeyed, ending his life in a heartbeat. Now only Damien remained. Rebecca's gaze lingered on him with growing fascination. How was he still standing? How had he resisted the charm? Though Damien was ranked as a mere low-level knight, she suspected there was something abnormal about his body. Something rare. Interest replaced mockery as she turned to Mustang, her voice eerily calm as she proposed dissecting Damien alive to uncover the secret behind his resistance. The 3 darkened figures circled him slowly, but Damien didn't flinch. His stance sharpened, his eyes hardened. He was ready. The protagonist's heart tightened as the trio fully revealed themselves, calling him an interesting one. Despite his low-rank status, he had remained unaffected by their alluring spell. Proof, they said, of a unique constitution. Pulling back her hood completely, Rebecca spoke with chilling delight, wondering aloud if they should kill him and peel apart his body layer by layer. Behind Sir Howitz, the 2 dark mags, Rebecca and Mustang, stood proudly, claiming ownership of Damien's life. Their overwhelming power pressed against him like a crushing weight. Damien's body stayed calm, but his thoughts raced. Sir Ernst Howitz finally stepped forward, voice drenched in hatred. He called Damien by name, saying their meeting was long overdue. Then he vowed to tear Damien to pieces and offer him as a tribute upon Lady Chelsea's grave. Without hesitation, he leveled his sword straight at Damien. Damien shifted into a ready stance, but a confident smile spread across his lips. He mocked Ernst openly, calling him pathetic, reminding him how he once soiled himself in fear of Sir Gale, and blaming him for failing to protect Lady Chelsea. Ernst trembled with fury. Veins bulged across his face, and rage twisted his features. Rebecca touched his arm as though calming him, but her smile carried a venom far worse than his anger. With false sweetness, she chided Damien for poking at a wounded heart. Her tone then snapped cold as dark mana surged violently around the trio. She demanded to know where Damien's arrogance came from. Did he truly think he could fight all 3 of them alone? The forest pulsed with killing intent as the air thickened into a battlefield silence. Damien's smile did not fade. Damien's unshaken composure irritated Rebecca. Her eyes narrowed, her voice low as she warned him that he didn't even know who they truly were. But before she could finish, Damien cut her off with a smirk and recited their identities with pinpoint accuracy. Dark mags of Yulon, and not just any rank, but high-level executives. Rebecca froze mid-breath, completely blindsided. Her jaw dropped, her pupils trembling as shock hollowed her expression. Mustang looked just as stunned, unable to hide the disbelief twisting across his face. When Rebecca finally found her voice, she demanded to know how he could possibly know such a thing. Damien simply stuck a pinky in his ear and shrugged. "I've got good hearing," he said lazily, as if it were nothing. Sir Howard snarled and raised his spear, mana roaring through it as the dark mags recovered from their shock. Their hesitation turned to rage. They scoffed at Damien's confidence, calling him delusional. With a screeching chorus of hatred, they promised to end him here, to make him die in agony. Howard charged first, speed blazing with violent energy. Damien didn't so much as blink. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't move. He merely watched the spear streak toward him with cold, unshaken eyes. Then a thunderous clang shattered the clearing. A fully armored knight burst through the trees like a living storm, intercepting the attack in one crushing strike. The collision of steel rang out like lightning splitting the sky. Howard staggered back, startled, retreating rapidly to assess this new threat. Standing at Damien's side, the knight released a wave of mana so dense it warped the air. Damien's smirk returned. He told the dark mags they were mistaken. He was far from alone. The knight's presence swallowed the knight. Sebastian Vincenzo, the middle-class knight of House Gold Pixie. Damien's mind drifted briefly to the moment in the Duke's office earlier that day. He had bowed deeply, thanking the Duke sincerely for allowing him to return home. But before he could leave, the Duke had stopped him. His tone had been heavy, his expression grim as he spoke of Ernst Howitz. Howitz was missing. Damien had stiffened then, immediately grasping what the Duke implied. With sharp intuition, he replied that he understood perfectly. The Duke explained that Howitz bore a deep grudge toward both of them over Lady Chelsea's death. On top of that, the dark mags whose plans Damien had destroyed would not let him go unpunished. The Duke admitted his own safety was guaranteed, but Damien's was not. That was why he intended to assign a knight to guard him. At the Duke's call, the door opened. A figure clad in full armor stepped into the room. Damien recognized him instantly. Sebastian Vincenzo. The Duke explained that every other middle-class knight was away on missions, leaving Sebastian as the only available choice. And now, here he stood, shielding Damien from death itself. With steady authority, the Duke had entrusted Sebastian with Damien's protection. Sebastian bowed deeply that day, vowing with unwavering resolve to guard Damien even at the cost of his own life. Now, in the present, Damien couldn't help the faint smile rising inside him. Of course, that was why Sebastian appeared exactly when he did. The Duke had secretly ordered him to follow from the shadows, protecting Damien without revealing himself until their enemy surfaced. And the moment the trap was sprung, Sebastian had struck. Sir Howitz, realizing he was caught in the Duke's scheme, dropped to one knee, trembling not with respect but with rage. The two dark mags stayed in shock, their composure cracking as fears seeped into their expressions. Damien remembered the Duke's sly grin, a glass of wine in hand. He had disguised this entire escort as a protective measure, but in truth, it was a lure to drag out every hidden enemy in one sweep. Howitz rose slowly, lips twisting into a deranged smile. He greeted Sebastian with a mocking familiarity, as if welcoming an old rival. Sebastian didn't entertain the madness. He demanded to know why Howitz was here. Howitz's answer came cold and bitter. He intended to kill every person connected to Lady Chelsea's death. Sebastian frowned, trying to reason with him, reminding him that Lady Chelsea had taken her own life. But the words triggered an explosion inside Howitz. His eyes flared red with fury as he shouted his denial. Chelsea would never commit suicide. Never. Dark mana surged through him uncontrollably, crawling across his skin like living shadows. He screamed accusations. The Duke must have killed her. She must have died under torture. The dark mags relaxed slightly, relieved to see Howitz completely consumed by their corruption. His body shook with unrestrained power, molten rage twisting his face into something barely human. He vowed vengeance with a voice no longer his own. He would kill Damien Haxon, kill everyone involved in Chelsea's interrogation, and finally, kill the Duke. His glowing purple eyes and hissing breath made the knight feel colder. Sebastian scoffed, unable to hide his disgust. Calling Howitz insane, he reminded him again of the absurdity of threatening the Duke. But Howitz only laughed, a dark, hollow sound, and offered Sebastian a single chance. Abandon Damien, walk away, and keep his life. Sebastian's disappointment hardened his features. His voice cut sharply through the air as he called Howitz arrogant. Mana erupted around him as he ignited his blade and armor, his entire body blazing with fury and determination. Watching from behind, Damien felt heat stir in his chest, as expected of a middle-class knight. Yet Howitz only grinned wider. He admitted Sebastian had once been stronger, but not anymore. With a savage tear of his clothes, he revealed a body grotesquely altered by black magic, muscles swollen unnaturally beneath veins of pulsing shadow. Sebastian's eyes widened, horror coursing through him. He shouted that Howitz was a fool for embracing forbidden magic. But Howitz only beamed with twisted pride, announcing he had reached the same enhancement as Guillermo Blackwing. In exchange for his life force, he had been granted monstrous mana and strength. He stepped forward, sneering, telling Sebastian to open his eyes and witness the power he had seized. A violent surge of dark mana erupted from him, shaking the entire clearing. The atmosphere warped under its pressure, forcing Sebastian to grit his teeth and brace himself just to remain standing. Sweat trickled down Sebastian's brow as he grappled with disbelief. Had Howitz already surpassed middle-class strength? Howitz mocked him, the derision clear in his voice as he asked if Sebastian was surprised. Gathering dark mana into his spear, he grinned, a twisted smile crossing his face. He reminded Sebastian that he had been warned. Then, with a terrifying roar, Howitz released the strike. A colossal surge of compressed purple light shot out from his spear, tearing through the forest with devastating power. The blast carved a path of destruction, the air vibrating with its force. It tore through the trees and the earth, leaving a swath of ruin, before detonating in a blinding explosion that sent a wave of heat and smoke through the clearing. When the smoke began to clear, the scene before them was staggering. The forest had been ripped apart, and yet Damien stood untouched, his sword still sheathed. He had effortlessly avoided the blast, his composure unwavering, as his gaze lingered over the devastation Howitz had wrought. Howitz, still standing at the point of impact, kept his spear poised, his veins bulging, and his grin darkening. His glowing purple eyes flared with madness, and steam hissed from his lips as he seethed with fury. As the smoke slowly lifted, Damien took a step forward, not a scratch on him. He had slipped past the blast entirely, calm and unruffled, his sword untouched at his side. His eyes traced the deep gash of destruction in the forest, then turned back to Howitz, his thoughts sharp and calculating. Howitz's body was bloated with rage. His veins were now visibly pulsing beneath his skin, his grin twisted unnaturally as violet light radiated from his eyes. Steam hissed from between his clenched teeth with every furious breath, his face becoming something almost inhuman. Yet through the growing tension, Sebastian's voice cut through, calm and measured. Impressive, Sebastian admitted, his tone as cold as the blade at his side. But that attack failed. A flicker of disbelief crossed Howitz's face, mirrored by the stunned expressions of Rebecca and Mustang behind him. As the last remnants of smoke evaporated, Sebastian stood tall, a confident smirk tugging at his lips. With a casual flick of his hand, he cleared the air and declared that he was far from weak. Howitz's strike, he said, was nothing but a shallow blow that could never defeat him. But beneath that confident mask, doubt gnawed at him. How much longer could he keep up this act? He crushed the thought quickly, forcing his voice to cut like steel as he commanded Damien to leave the fight to him and get to the Duke's estate for reinforcements. The protagonist paused, startled by the order, eyes locked on the enemy ahead. His hesitation lasted only a moment before his resolve solidified. With a faint nod to Sebastian, Damien lifted Victor onto his shoulder and, in a blur of speed, vanished into the night. The dark mags immediately panicked, their voices breaking as they surged forward, fueled by magic and desperation in an attempt to chase him down. Sir Howitz watched the fleeing figure, his stare dark and intense. Unease flickered in his eyes, but the rage still consumed him. Power surged through his body as he readied a lethal strike. Just as Howitz prepared to unleash his attack, a flash of steel pierced his vision. Damien's blade aimed straight for his neck. Howitz barely reacted in time, catching the strike at the last possible moment. Sebastian's weapon slammed into his, driving him back. Surprise flickered across his face. The collision was fierce, explosive, and they were thrown apart by the force, leaving only a slim gap between them. Their eyes locked. The silence between them crackled with raw intensity. Mana surged through Sebastian's body as he roared, the sound echoing across the battlefield. He vowed that no one would leave this place alive. This battle would end only in death. Howitz bellowed in response, his voice twisted with fury. Dark purple energy surged from him in crushing waves, the weight of his frustration palpable in every pulse. His promise was clear. Sebastian would not survive this fight. The forest trembled as the two warriors clashed, each strike releasing blinding bursts of light that tore through the air. Every impact shook the earth beneath them. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Damien sprinted through the trees, Victor slung over his shoulder. Suddenly, his senses flared with alarm. Dark purple energy rippled through the air, and his eyes snapped up just in time to see two figures descend from above, landing directly in his path. He skidded to a stop, narrowing his gaze as the shadows took shape. Rebecca and her partner, both wearing twisted grins. One of them mocked him cruelly, taunting him for carrying Victor along. They sneered, calling him arrogant for not fleeing alone. Damien's expression remained unreadable, silence heavy in the air. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with a quiet resolve. He exhaled deeply, his voice calm but firm as he responded, calling them the true fools. Carefully, he set Victor against a nearby tree, a flash of anticipation igniting within him. Straightening, he stepped forward, his tone cold and unyielding. He told them that he had only drawn them away, that he couldn't fight at full strength with Sebastian still engaged in battle. With a stretch of his arms, he declared that he would finish them quickly, then return to aid Sebastian. His words hit like a blade. Shock flashed across their faces. Mustang, however, burst into mocking laughter, scoffing at the idea of Damien facing them alone. A wicked grin spread across his face as he raised his hands in a theatrical gesture, signaling Rebecca to step aside. Without hesitation, Rebecca complied, moving back to watch. Then, in an instant, violet light erupted from Mustang's body. Magic circles ignited on his wrists, violet flames swirling around him like a crown. Dark mana engulfed him, his muscles expanding grotesquely as his frame tore through his clothing. His hair whipped violently in the surging energy, and his body morphed into something monstrous. With a final, deafening rip, his transformation was complete. Mustang's form had walked into a towering abomination, a grotesque figure that loomed over Damien, casting a long shadow across the forest floor. Tentacles wriggled from his back, and jagged fangs gleamed within a cavernous maw. The once human figure was now a creature of raw, unrestrained power. Waves of corrupted energy pulsed from Mustang's form, thick and suffocating. The distorted rumble of his voice echoed through the forest as he revealed his name. Mustang Fury, Captain of Yulon, with Rebecca standing calmly at his back as vice-captain. Damien met the monstrous figure with unwavering composure, his mind racing. These weren't mere officers, he realized. Their rank and power far surpassed anything he had anticipated. His eyes locked onto the dark sorcery twisting through Mustang's body, a silent confirmation. These were members of the Frenzy faction. Mustang caught the recognition in his gaze and grinned wider, drunk on his own power. His voice was laced with arrogance as he basked in the terror they inspired, then hurled himself forward with blinding speed. A massive fist plunged toward Damien, but he sensed the strike instantly, bracing himself. The impact was earth-shattering, sending him crashing through the trees. He tore through one after another before smashing into an invisible barrier, the collision resonating like thunder. Mustang let out a low, amused whistle, surprised that Damien had withstood the blow at all. Slowly, Damien rose, his stance firm, his shoulder casually rolling, the very shoulder that had absorbed the force of the strike. Mustang's expression darkened. The rumors of Damien's strength were no exaggeration. But as his gaze lingered, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. There were no injuries, no sign of weakness. Damien was still standing. With a sharp focus, Damien locked eyes with Mustang, his silence speaking volumes. The brute's raw power was undeniable, his speed just as dangerous, far surpassing that of ordinary mid-class warriors. Mustang didn't pause. He lunged again, his tentacles lashing out like a storm, tearing through the forest in a frenzy of destruction. Trees were shredded with each strike, but Damien moved with flawless precision, weaving between the blows. Still, the relentless onslaught forced him backward, and soon, his back met the unyielding trunk of a massive tree. Mustang closed in, his colossal fist swinging forward with a triumphant roar. But in that instant, Damien's eyes sharpened, his focus becoming razor-thin. Time seemed to stretch. The world slowed as if held in suspension. In that frozen moment, Damien shifted his hand with effortless precision, redirecting the oncoming strike. This was the art of myriad insight, a technique that unraveled the very essence of strength. Reality snapped back into place. Mustang's arm wrenched violently off course, his bones snapping under the strain. Shockwaves of pain exploded through his body as he staggered back, disbelief flashing across his face. His once unstoppable strength had been turned aside like it was nothing. A faint smile tugged at Damien's lips. A memory flickered in his mind, himself in the Duke's estate, forcing down bitter elixirs as Victor mocked him from the sidelines. The countless draft from the Duke, the endless, punishing training. What had once been agony was now mastery. Through it all, he had honed myriad insight into a weapon he could wield at will. Fury boiled within Mustang, his monstrous roar shaking the very earth beneath them. Tentacles lashed out in a chaotic storm, ripping through trees and earth with reckless violence. Yet this time, Damien didn't falter. He stood his ground, his stance unwavering, one hand raised in calm defiance. With the cool precision of myriad insight, his parries flowed effortlessly, each deadly strike brushed aside like drifting leaves caught in a breeze. Then, at last, his hand settled on the hilt of his sword. His fingers tightened around it, and in the same heartbeat, a flash of steel split the air, his drawn strike collapsing into a single, seamless motion. The blade whispered across Mustang's body in a blur too fast to track. With a firm step into the earth, Damien stilled once more, his sword resting at his side. A heartbeat passed before the truth of his strike revealed itself. Blood erupted in violent sprays, deep gashes tracing Mustang's grotesque frame. His half-severed neck tore open with a sickening lurch, and his body collapsed into ruin, crumpling to the ground like a broken puppet. Damien turned, flicking crimson from the blade, the silence hanging for only a breath. Then, Ragged Egg gasped through the clearing. Mustang's monstrous eyes snapped open, wide with disbelief. His ruined throat croaked, a strained voice demanding to know how someone of such low rank could wield such terrifying power. Before Damien's eyes, the abomination's body began to shift and twist. Flesh stretched and warped, bones snapped back into place, tentacles sprouted anew, and the torn neck sealed shut in a grotesque display. In moments, Mustang was whole again, his body surging with dark energy, rippling in waves of suffocating power. His grin returned, wider and more mocking as he boasted of his regenerative curse, a twisted gift of black magic. Damien's strikes, he declared, were now meaningless. But Damien's smirk never wavered. His voice was calm, yet tinged with rising excitement. He admitted that for a moment, he feared the battle would end too soon. But now, it seemed, it would finally become something worth savoring. Mustang's grin faltered, his suspicion flickering, as Damien pressed the blunt edge of his sword against his own side. With a flick of his finger, the steel hummed, a low, resonating note that vibrated through the forest like a warning bell. A sharp, devious smile stretched across Damien's lips, his eyes burning with anticipation. This, to him, was what he lived for, the chance to unleash everything he had, to fight without restraint. Elsewhere in the forest, the fierce battle between Sir Howitz and Sir Sebastian Vincenzo rages on. Every clash detonates like thunder, tearing the ground apart. In a brutal exchange, Howitz swings his spear in a murderous arc, aiming to cleave Sebastian straight down the middle. Sebastian dodges by the barest fraction, the gust of death scraping past him as the spear slams into the earth with catastrophic force. He staggers back, retreating 3 desperate steps before Howitz can swing again, clawing for space just to breathe. Finally rooted at a narrow gap, Sebastian bends forward, chest heaving, lungs burning as his eyes lock onto his relentless foe. Howitz notices the faltering breaths and lets a crooked smile creep across his face. His voice drips with mockery. He remarks that Sebastian seems to be struggling badly. Still, he adds, lasting this long against him is worthy of respect. Sebastian's face twists with disgust. Respect, he snarls bitterly. The thought that is being pushed back by someone who clawed his way up through black magic fills him with humiliation. Howitz chuckles darkly, shaking his head. He tells Sebastian that he still doesn't understand his place. Raising his spear, its tip gleaming with malice, he points it straight at him. No matter what words Sebastian spits out, the outcome is inevitable. He will fall, drawing his stance back, body coiled to strike. Howitz challenges him to see how long he can endure. Sebastian steadies himself, shoulders trembling, breath still ragged. Inside, his thoughts churn. It infuriates him, but he knows Howitz is right. All he can do now is hold on. His gaze drifts toward the distant side of the forest, where Damien is fighting his own battle. Please, Sir Damien, he thinks desperately. Hurry. Back on the other side, Damien watches Mustang Fury's regenerating flesh knit itself together with cruel amusement. This is great, he says with a faint smile. I was worried this would end too quickly. The taunt gnaws at Mustang Fury's mind. Damien flicks his finger once more against the sword's edge, sending a low ripple humming down the blade. His grin widens. Even better, he murmurs. That means I can really let loose. Mustang Fury scoffs, masking his unease with a mocking sigh. He calls Damien more arrogant than he imagined. His monstrous maw yawns wide, shadows writhing deep within as dark energy condenses in his throat, swelling with destructive promise. Let's see if he can dodge this. Damien's gaze sharpens as he watches the storm of black mana gather, swelling like an impending dragon's breath ready to devour everything in its path. Yet he doesn't move. He stands there, unmoving as stone, letting the air quake around him as the mass of energy condenses into a sphere of pure annihilation. At its peak, Mustang unleashes the beam. Darkness explodes forward, a roaring cataclysm meant to erase Damien from existence. But Damien remains calm. His fingers twitch once. His sword rises with a casual flick, and from its tip spread concentric ripples of pure energy. The waves surge outward, dense as forged iron, colliding head-on with the torrent. The explosion halts, swallowed whole, crushed and diminished by the rippling wall until nothing remains. Silence falls. Mustang Fury's eyes bulge in horror. His jaw trembles. How did you block that? Damien offers no answer. He launches upward, sword blazing. With ruthless precision, he slashes down. Blades of light rain across the monster's body. One cleaves through an eye, splitting the skull apart. Another hacks away writhing tentacles. 2 more carve deep through the chest. Damien lands as Mustang Fury's form crashes down, torrents of blood drowning the soil. Yet even then, the torn flesh writhes, stitching itself back together. With a shaky grin, the monstrosity snarls. Even so, you won't be able to do that again. Damien still doesn't reply. He charges again, so fast the air screams. In a blink, his sword shreds the monster's body into ribbons. Mustang crashes face first into the ground, groaning. I need to regenerate fast. But nothing happens. Damien steps closer, his shadow swallowing everything. His eyes are lifeless, chilling. Mustang's expression curdles into panic. My regeneration. Damien's voice cuts like a blade. It's not working, is it? Regeneration depends on dark mana. And that is not infinite. Why, you bastard. Mustang snarls through clenched teeth. How do you know so much about us? Damien raises his sword, the tip hovering just above Mustang's neck. His voice is low, unwavering. That doesn't matter. If I sever your head, you won't return again, will you? Suddenly, Mustang's lips twist into laughter. All his fear drains away in an instant. Damien halts mid-strike. You were so focused on me. Mustang sneers, eyes gleaming. You forgot, didn't you? His gaze snaps sideways. Now, Rebecca. Rebecca stands in the shadows, dark mana coiling violently around her hands. A spell circle spins like a burning wheel. With a guttural cry, she completes it. Purple mana erupts outward. Her voice trembles with exhilaration. Seventh circle, black magic, instant death. A towering reaper descends, its vast form materializing above Damien. A scythe arcs toward his neck. Mustang and Rebecca smile with cruel satisfaction. Inside, they whisper together, got him. The scythe drops, slicing through the air, seconds from decapitating Damien. Then the tattoo on Damien's palm ignites, burning with the same violet hue. The light explodes outward, fierce enough to blind. The reaper recoils, its form sizzling as it shrieks, convulsing while the brilliance devours it. In moments, it is reduced to nothing, erased completely by the glow. Within heartbeats, it is gone. Mustang and Rebecca stand frozen, mouths hanging open. Oh. Mustang's face drains of all color. Impossible. How could this be? Damien looks at them with pure disdain, his voice thick with scorn. That pathetic trick. Was that your last card? Mustang trembles, rage boiling over. Ranups. That spell was Yuan's masterpiece. It can kill even a high-class knight or mage under the right conditions. Damien bursts into laughter, manic, unrelenting, the sound clawing straight into their nerves. Then he stops abruptly. His gaze hardens into frust. Disgusting vermin. You cling to black magic as if it were divine. But it's nothing more than a parasite, feeding on stolen souls, fattening itself on corpses. His lips curl into a wicked grin. Still, perhaps I'll indulge. I'll take the very power you worship and use it to butcher you. The bracelet on his wrist erupts, vomiting black energy that crawls up his arm and devours his entire form. The pressure blasts outward so violently it nearly hurls Rebecca into the trees. Darkness twists around him like a second skin. Rebecca screams, Captain, while Mustang stammers, wide-eyed. That's black magic. Yes, Damien answers coldly. But you've never seen anything like this. Reality itself distorts. Space bends. And in an instant they are trapped inside a sealed void of darkness. His voice echoes from everywhere at once. Ninth circle, black magic. Pitch darkness. A single finger, coated in black mana, tethers him to the sphere. Inside, Rebecca clutches Mustang, trembling. Mustang's voice cracks, almost childlike in terror. Ninth circle. That's impossible. Outside, Damien lowers his finger. The sphere contracts, slowly at first, then violently. Pressure mounts, crushing everything within. Screams rip from their throats as their eyes bulge. Bones snap, bodies swelling grotesquely under the force. Inside the shrinking void, Rebecca and Mustang gasp and strain, faces twisted in agony as they are pressed into an impossible density. Their veins, muscles, and eyes bulge as the darkness tightens around them. Then a sickening pop shatters the silence. The sphere explodes, spraying shards of darkness mixed with blood across the trees. The volatile remnants of their existence hiss through the air. Nothing remains. Damien stands amid the wreckage, eyes narrowed, a vicious smile spreading across his face as he sweeps his mana-imbued finger downward, the tether to the void finally snapping. Vibrant purple blood rains around him, splashing onto Victor's hands and body. Just then, Victor wakes with a yawn, his mind sluggish. He blinks around, mumbling, asking where he is. Damien turns to him, noticing something, then calmly points to his own face, wordlessly letting Victor know there's something splashed across his. Victor, still nauseous and barely conscious, rubs his face with both hands, unknowingly smearing the dark, sticky blood splashed across him. He answers Damien in a sluggish voice, thick with confusion, asking what's wrong with his face. Then he pulls his hands away and looks down. Blood. For a moment, the dizziness and grogginess dull his senses, and the sight doesn't fully register. His mind lags behind reality. But the next second, as he stares at his blood-covered palms, the truth crashes down on him. A scream rips from his throat. Blood. Raw terror floods his body. The shock is so sudden and brutal that his strength gives out almost instantly. His eyes roll back as he collapses to the ground once more, consciousness slipping away. In a weak, sleepy, defeated mumble, he mutters, I never would have thought this is how I die, after following Sir Damien around. The pitiful surrender leaves Damien utterly dumbfounded. He stares at the unconscious Victor, genuinely confused. His cold facade cracks as he tries to explain himself, words tumbling out awkwardly. No, I was just going to tell you that the dark mage blood got on you. But, he stops mid-sentence, going silent as Victor is already deeply passed out. Damien exhales sharply and looks down at the pool of blood. With a sharp shank, he sheathes his sword. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face as he sighs. I almost forgot to ask those Yulin guys about Dorgo before I killed them. He extends his hand toward the bloodstained ground. Dark, oily mana begins to pour from his bracelet as his voice drops into something grim. I didn't want to use this method, but it can't be helped. The dark mana snakes forward and connects with the pool of blood. A violent ripple runs through it. The blood begins to spin, bubbling aggressively as the mana digs in, tearing out the essence of the dead. Suddenly, two dark orbs bulge upward from the pool, wrapped in churning black magic. As they rise, faint, ghostly voices leak out, one screaming in muffled terror, the other releasing a raw, endless moan. With absolute control, Damien guides the orbs toward him. As they float closer, they twitch and flicker, visibly terrified by his presence. His voice is low and dangerous. I'll have to get the information I couldn't while you were alive, from your summoned souls. He addresses them with a single word. Hey. The two orbs vibrate violently, frozen in silence. Damien reaches out as if to grab them, his glare promising excruciating pain. Spill everything you know. Far across the forest, Sir Vincent continues to struggle, gasping for air as he clashes with Sir Ernst Howitz. Then a crushing, bone-jarring blow slams into his chest. The force sends him flying like a rag doll, his body hurtling through the air until his back smashes into a thick tree, snapping it in half with a deafening crack. After crashing into the tree, Vincenzo's body goes limp, his balance slipping away. His chest plate shatters into useless fragments from the devastating blow Howitz landed, and the damage inside him is far worse. A violent cough tears from his throat, spraying bright blood onto the ground. His knees buckle, and for a moment it looks like he will fall outright. But a fierce will rejects defeat. With a hoarse grunt, he stomps one armored foot into the earth, barely forcing himself upright again. His body trembles violently as he struggles to stay standing. Exhaustion crushes him, and waves of agony flood every nerve. The effort is too much. His defiance finally breaks. He collapses heavily to the ground, falling into a fit of pain-racked coughing. Meanwhile, Howitz stands tall, wrapped in dark, intimidating majesty. He advances slowly, each step filled with calm, arrogant confidence. When he draws close, an excited smile of mockery spreads across his face as he savors the moment. This is the end of the road, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, he says, voice dripping with condescension. I'll make it quick for you. Vincenzo pants, desperately trying to draw a steady breath. Is this truly it? His spirit refuses to break. I won't let Howitz reach Grace, the Duke of the Gold Pixie Estate. Even if I die, I'll bring him down with me. Then a calm, cold voice cuts through the tension. It remarks that Sir Vincenzo held out impressively long against his foe. Vincenzo's eyes snap open. He turns his head at once. So Damien walks calmly toward them. Both men stare at him in quiet astonishment. Then Howitz's eyes gleam with manic excitement. He roars Damien's name, calling him a bastard, his voice thick with murderous glee. I was already planning to find and kill you. But you walked straight into your own grave. Damien lifts his hand, revealing two flickering souls held before him in their orb-like forms. A slow, sarcastic smile spreads across his face. Is that so? He asks coolly. We'll see about that. Inside, his thoughts sharpen. One more step from Howitz, and he'll be the one who dies. Howitz snarls, grinding his teeth in furious rage at Damien's provocation. I don't know where your confidence comes from, he growls, but that's enough talk. He charges. Dark mana surges violently around his spear as he lunges straight at Damien, shouting that it's time for him to die. Damien doesn't move. He stands perfectly still as the spear closes in, the blade stopping mere inches from his face. A faint, utterly confident smile rests on Damien's lips. In that instant, he clenches his fist. The two souls, Rebecca and Mustang, are crushed beneath his palm. They vanish with a soundless pop, snuffed out completely. All of a sudden, Sir Howitz's spear stops mid-attack, freezing completely less than an inch from gouging Damien's eyes. Howitz stiffens in shock, his entire body beginning to tremble with violent, uncontrollable spasms. His lips quiver as he struggles to form words, finally choking out, "How is this happening?" Damien only watches him with that terrifyingly serene smile. From the ground, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, clutching his life-threatening wounds, stares in stunned disbelief at the impossible scene unfolding before him. Damien slowly opens his clenched fist, releasing the residual dark energy left behind by the pulverized souls. As the dark magic disperses into the air, Howitz's mouth stretches wide as a primal roar of agony erupts from him. The sound forces the dark mana stored inside his body to violently spill outward. As the magic is expelled, the black crystals embedded directly into his skull for body modification begin to crack, then shatter. Within a few agonizing seconds, nearly all the dark mana within him is ripped out completely. His once muscular, imposing frame withers, collapsing into a frail, bony shell. Staring at Damien with eyes burning with pure hatred, Howitz gathers what little strength remains and spits out a single word. Bastard. His thin, trembling body drags itself forward inch by inch, claws scraping uselessly against the ground as he hisses that he will kill him. Damien doesn't move. He simply waits. Just before Howitz's hand can touch Damien's boots, his strength gives out. His body slams into the dirt with a sickening thump, collapsing at Damien's feet. Damien looks down at him with grim excitement flickering in his eyes. With a sigh, Damien clicks his tongue in mild irritation. Foolish man. Howitz clearly hadn't known. When the soul of the dark mage controlling a body is destroyed, every spell tied to it vanishes as well. He continues to stare down at the helpless, trembling Howitz sprawled before him. So Sebastian Vincenzo finally finds his voice. Raspy and strained, he asks Damien what this horrifying sight even is. Damien blinks, momentarily remembering his injured companion. He turns to Vincenzo and explains that it looks similar to what happened to Gumo, likely a side effect of the dark mana leaving his body too quickly. Vincenzo groans as he tries to push himself upright, his body screaming in protest. With no better explanation that makes sense, he nods weakly in agreement. It does seem that way. Then his expression hardens as he asks, in a serious tone, what happened to the dark mags? Damien ignores the question entirely. Instead, he steps forward and offers Vincenzo a steadying arm. Vincenzo freezes, staring up at him in genuine surprise. Damien flashes an excited smile, and tells him they should return to the Duke's estate. He promises to explain everything along the way. Gold Pixie Ducal Estate, from inside. Duke Gold Pixie speaks with certainty, his voice firm. It is just as I thought. Inside stood Duke Gold Pixie himself. He walks forward and offers Sir Sebastian a grateful nod. Placing a firm hand on Vincenzo's shoulder, his voice carries genuine appreciation as he thanks him for protecting Sir Damien just as he had asked. Vincenzo immediately shakes his head, correcting his lord. It wasn't like that at all. He tells him plainly that it's only thanks to Sir Damien that he's still alive. The Duke looks away from him and toward Damien, his expression softening. Vincenzo is right. Turning fully to face Damien, he says this means he owes him his gratitude as well. He bows deeply, heartfelt and sincere, thanking Damien for dealing with the dark mags. Damien stiffens, clearly uncomfortable with the praise. He tries to brush it off, saying he only did what was necessary and that, fortunately, the dark mag's abilities weren't as formidable as he feared, which is why he was able to eliminate them. Changing the subject, he turns to the servant Shinzenzo and remarks that since they were killed, the dark mana affecting Howitz should have dissipated as well. Shinzenzo shakes his head. No. Before Damien can react, the Duke turns back to him, his tone firm. No, he shouldn't underestimate himself. There are many who could never accomplish what he so casually calls necessary. His voice carries solemn respect as he adds that it's thanks to Damien that the monsters threatening this house were purged. Then his tone dulls, heavy with sorrow. Perhaps now, the souls of those who fell to them can finally rest. As he speaks, the image of his daughter, another victim of the dark mags, flickers through his mind. Damien notices the shift immediately and watches in silent understanding, giving the Duke space to grieve. After a moment, Damien finally speaks. Since the matter has been resolved as the Duke wished, he says he'll be returning home. The Duke forces an awkward smile, his voice apologetic as he asks him to stay a little longer. There's someone he absolutely must meet. Damien blinks, completely lost. Someone I must meet, he repeats, brow furrowing. Right on cue, the door gently opens. Damien's head snaps toward the sound. The moment his gaze meets the person entering, his entire body jolts, a cold sweat breaking along his cheek. She greets him softly, saying it's been a long time. As she steps inside, her eyes gleam with excited delight, and she calls him by his full name. Sir Damien. In the garden of the Gold Pixie estate, Damien and Agnes sit alone, quietly drinking tea. Somewhere nearby, driven by pure curiosity, Duke Gold Pixie and Victor hide, watching the two from afar. The Duke leans closer and whispers to Victor that it's hard to believe what he's seeing, even with his own eyes. He asks if that tiny, frail-looking girl really is from the church. Victor whispers back that it's true and adds that she's acquainted with his young master, Damien. Sir Jael stands nearby, silent, keeping watch. The Duke murmurs that this is nothing like what he imagined. Now he understands that appearances aren't everything, and that she's truly a terrifying person in her own way. After observing them for a while, he admits he's felt it since earlier. From his point of view, it looks like the two are sharing some sort of romantic exchange. He tells Victor there's a strange tension hanging in the air between them. The reality, however, couldn't be more different. Agnes is relentlessly interrogating Damien, pressing him for every detail about the incident with the dark mags. After a long explanation, Damien finally concludes by telling her that's how he severed the dark mags' heads. Agnes nods, saying it all makes sense now, though she adds with clear disappointment that it's a shame she couldn't witness it herself. With the tension eased, she jokes that it seems he has quite the history with dark mags. Damien lets out an uneasy chuckle, trying to brush it off. He raises his cup for a sip, then looks at her with curiosity and remarks that while he knows she's here as an investigator from the church, he hadn't expected to meet her again so soon. Agnes' face turns red as she blushes, admitting that she volunteered for this assignment after hearing he would be here. Damien freezes, forcing an awkward laugh as she stares at him with eyes practically glowing. Suddenly, she remembers something and asks if he managed to find out which group the Dark Mags belonged to before killing them. Damien is about to answer when he pauses. If he tells her the truth, things could get complicated. He decides to lie. He says he didn't get any information and adds that since they weren't particularly strong, they might not have belonged to any organization at all. Hearing this, Agnes lowers her head and lets out a resigned sigh, saying she understands. She adds that she was wondering if they could have been connected to Yulon. That catches Damien's attention. He calls her Lady Agnes and remarks that it seems she's been pursuing Yulon for quite some time, asking if she doesn't mind telling him why. She stiffens, unease washing over her. Gripping her teacup with both hands as if to steady herself, she keeps her gaze lowered and answers that, to be precise, she's after a particular dark mage who was once associated with Yulon. Damien asks who this person is. Just thinking about him makes her bite down hard on her lip as dread fills her expression. She says is a murderer infamous for slaughtering thousands. With the image of the man vivid in her mind, she tells Damien the name. A monster known as corpse play. The moment Damien hears it, his body jolts. He knows exactly who that is. He repeats the name, asking if that's correct. Agnes nods, saying yes, and adds that she's certain he must have heard it before. Her fist clenches tightly, veins standing out as mana begins to seep from her hand. The hatred she feels toward corpse play is unmistakable, her mana spreading across her body as her emotions leak through. Forcing herself to contain it, she says that no one knows corpse play's real name. A flash of a burning city crosses her eyes. That strange title, she explains, became infamous after a single horrifying event. Her voice carries her back into the past as she recounts how, one day, a noble's territory was completely overturned overnight by the undead. By the time the knights arrived and exterminated the creatures, they found something far worse waiting in the center of the town square. A grotesque structure built entirely from the corpses and entrails of the townspeople. Etched across it, spelled out in bloody flesh, were the words corpse play. As she finishes, Agnes raises a hand to cover her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit as the memory resurfaces. Her anger sharpens as she adds that the demon committed the massacre for one reason alone, to announce his name to the world. Damien watches her body tremble with rage and disgust. Even now, he thinks, her true reason for chasing Yulon still isn't entirely clear. And yet, there's something else there. Something unfamiliar stirring beneath her anger. He studies her quietly, then concludes that this is something he can't tell her, because he already knows corpse play's real name. His thoughts drift back to his time as a death knight before aggression. In that distant future, corpse play earns the trust of Dorgo, the Grand Lich, and rises to the rank of Legion Commander. His undead army marches on the front lines, mercilessly slaughtering millions of humans. Lost in that memory, Damien is jolted back to the present when Agnes suddenly calls his name. He stiffens slightly. Having regained control of herself, Agnes tells him that if he ever learns anything about corpse play, she asks that he please inform her. Damien stays silent for a moment. Then he lowers his head with a resigned sigh and says it's all right. He will. Rising from his chair, he tells Lady Agnes that this is all the testimony he can offer regarding the Dark Mags for now, and asks if she's satisfied enough to end the interrogation here. She smiles calmly and tells him that of course it's fine, thanking him for his cooperation. He replies that it's nothing. Turning away, his gaze shifts toward the flowers where Duke Gold Pixie and Victor are hiding. He speaks toward them, stating that the questioning is complete. Both the Duke and Victor freeze, stunned that he noticed them. Before the Duke can respond, Damien asks if he may now return to his original schedule. With a resigned chuckle, the Duke steps out of hiding, no longer bothering to conceal himself. Victor follows behind him, smiling awkwardly. The Duke nods and gives his answer. There's no longer any reason to keep him here. As Damien prepares to leave, the Duke wishes him good luck and reminds him to be careful on his way back. Outside the Harshin estate, Damien Hayden's elder sister stands quietly, lingering near the entrance. Her thoughts are interrupted when a voice calls out, asking if she's really standing outside again. Startled, she turns and finds Abel, her younger brother. She asks what he's doing there. Abel tilts his head, replying that she suddenly disappeared, so he came looking for her. With a faintly annoyed look, he asks if she really believes standing out here will make Damien return any faster, suggesting they wait inside instead. She answers with a playful smile, saying it's all right and that she'll head back in after a little while. Abel sighs, realizing there's no point arguing, and asks if she's really that worried about him. She answers immediately, without hesitation, that she is. She explains that Damien is such a gentle boy, and now has gone alone to the Duke's estate. As she speaks, Abel recalls countless moments of Damien's brutal decisiveness and wonders if she's truly talking about the same person. She continues, voicing her concern about what if the knights at the Duke's estate treat him poorly, imagining how frightening that must be for Damien. Abel, worried about her innocence, thinks that if anything, Damien would be the one terrifying them, not the other way around. Still, he keeps those thoughts to himself and simply stands beside her. After letting out all her worries, she clasps her hands together and prays with an anticipatory smile. hoping Damien will return safely. As if on cue, her eyes suddenly widen. She freezes in place, causing Abel to frown and call out to her. She doesn't respond, her gaze locked straight ahead. In the distance, two silhouettes begin to take shape. In a confused voice, she murmurs if that could really be them. As they draw closer, one of the figures lifts a hand and waves, now close enough to be clearly seen. It's Damien and Victor. Damien calls out to his sister, telling her he's back. The moment she recognizes him, her face lights up with a radiant smile, and she hurriedly wipes away the small tears of joy welling in her eyes. Count Paul Haxon stands outside with his wife, Marilda Haxon, both staring in disbelief at the many gifts laid out before them. He asks if the Duke truly gave them all of this. Damien Haxon, still presenting the gifts with a proud smile, answers that yes, the Duke gave them these as he was leaving. He turns, maintaining that same confident composure, and reaches toward the pile. With quiet pride, he says the first gift is for his father. He hands him a book and gestures toward a cart filled with books and various items, explaining that he purchased everything at the bookstore in the duchy, even picking up titles that are currently trending in the capital. His father stares at him, stunned, his voice trembling as he asks if Damien really means it. As his father receives the gifts, he suddenly bursts into joyous praise. His eyes shine as he recognizes Lady Delphinel's newest poetry collection and Viscount Dac's latest novel. He exclaims in awe, almost calling out to the heavens in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sight of such treasured works in his hands. Damien then turns toward his mother, calling her attention gently. He tells her that the next gift is for her. She freezes in place, caught between shock and eager anticipation. Damien presents her with a beautifully crafted wardrobe, its design precise and elegant. She blushes instantly, recognizing the scent at once. Cedarwood. Her delight deepens when she notices the matching table beside it, made of fine rosewood. She can't help but admire both pieces, her praise flowing freely as her joy spills over. Next, Damien shifts his gaze to his eldest sister, Louise, and tells her that her gift is over there. She blinks, surprised, then asks with open anticipation if he really got something for her as well. Abel remains silent nearby, though his expression clearly shows he's impressed. Damien smiles proudly and confirms that of course he did. He leads her attention to a grand piano. It's an exquisite instrument, handcrafted by the renowned artisan Barclay himself. One of the Duke's personal treasures, now entrusted to Damien. Louise's face flushes red as she stares at it, breath escaping her lips in pure amazement. Emotion surges all at once, and she rushes forward to wrap her arms around him, thanking him over and over. Damien laughs softly, still smiling with pride, and tells her the soldiers will help carry it inside. She continues to praise him, rubbing his head affectionately and celebrating him like the cherished brother he is, before turning back to admire her piano. Damien then turns to his younger brother, Abel, who immediately looks away in embarrassment. Damien clears his throat and asks what's wrong. Abel glances back, confused, asking what he means. Damien tilts his head, genuinely curious, and asks why he's making that face. Abel fakes indifference, replying that there's nothing wrong with his face and that he always looks like this. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Damien asks if for sure he's not sulking just because his big brother didn't get him a gift. Abel stiffens, caught off guard, and quickly stammers that he doesn't care about something like that at all. Without another word, Damien raises his right hand, showing the spatial storage ring on his finger. The air in front of him ripples and opens, revealing a pocket of space. Abel's eyes widen as he stares at the impossible sight, asking what that even is. Damien explains proudly that it's a spatial storage pocket, a space where he can store items and carry them around with ease. He raises his left hand and reaches into the void. When he pulls it back out, a bow rests in his grip. He tells Abel that this is his gift, something he picked out just for him. Abel stays at it nervously, unsure how to respond. Damien closes the spatial space as casually as if it never existed, then leans in with a grin and whispers into his brother's ear, asking if Lady Copperhead wouldn't love it if Abel gave this to her. He advises him to keep it and present it to her when the time is right. Abel's face turns bright red in an instant. Damien exhales with pride, clearly satisfied with himself. He says that since his little brother is already thinking about marriage, it's only natural for his big brother to lend a hand. Abel immediately shakes his head, waving both hands in panic, asking what on earth is even talking about. Damien keeps teasing, asking why, and whether he doesn't like Lady Copperhead. Abel's protests slowly lose strength. He tries to deny it, but in the end, he lowers his head and admits quietly that Lady Olivia doesn't even know who he is. Damien hums thoughtfully, then a confident smile spreads across his face. He tells Abel not to worry about something like that. As his big brother, he already has a plan. Abel looks up, shy but curious, and asks what he means. Resting a hand on his chin, Damien explains that while he was at the Duke's estate, he heard the Copperhead family will soon be hosting a martial tournament to celebrate the lady's birthday. He tells Abel that he'll enter that tournament and use it as his chance to approach her. Abel blinks, stunned, and asks if a martial tournament isn't a competition when knights display their swordsmanship. Damien nods, confirming it is. Abel grows even more confused and reminds him that he can't fight at all. Damien doesn't seem concerned in the slightest. He tells him not to worry about that part. Then, hooking a thumb toward himself, he grins. Abel stays at him, completely puzzled. Damien keeps pointing at himself and says, with absolute confidence, that he'll be taking Abel's place in the tournament. A few days later, in the small town of Regresses, the night air inside a lively tavern is filled with laughter and the clinking of mugs. Barrels of ale line the walls as several knights gather around a table, drinking and talking loudly. One of them leans forward and asks if the others have heard about the martial tournament being hosted by the Copperhead family. Another replies that he has, adding that the prize is enormous and that the winner might even earn the lady's favor. A third chimes in, saying he's heard she's unbelievably beautiful and maybe he should try his luck. The table erupts in laughter, one of them telling him not to embarrass himself because he'll just get his ass handed to him. The man grumbles, telling them to shut up. Then one of them suddenly remembers something. He says that Viscount Haxon's eldest son is joining the tournament as well. He pauses, searching for the name before saying it. Damien Haxon. At a nearby table, a man and a woman fall silent the moment they hear it, listening closely. The first knight continues, saying there's a rumor that Damien Haxon defeated Lion Bloomsheir without even drawing his sword. Another scoffs, saying there's no way that's true and that it's impossible for him to have beaten the Lion Bloom prodigy. The first knight smirks and says that's not all. He adds that people say Damien is just as handsome as he is strong. The others stare at him blankly, one of them thinking he might just kill him for saying something like that. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter erupts from the nearby table. The woman laughs uncontrollably, pointing toward the knights while glancing at the man sitting beside her. She asks him if he heard that just now. And the man, Jackson, finishes his drink slowly, eyes half closed, a smug smile tugging at his lips. He lets out a short laugh. What a joke. The knight who had proudly called himself handsome snaps to his feet and strides over, fury written all over his face. He demands to know what they just said, glaring straight at Jackson as he asks if he really laughed at Rivercross's most handsome knight. One of his companions hurriedly tries to calm him down, but Jackson doesn't even spare them a glance. The woman, still wearing that playful smile, casually explains that they misunderstood. She says they weren't talking about him at all. They were talking about Damien Haxon. Jackson remains seated, silent, as if waiting for something inevitable. The knight scoffs, insisting she shouldn't try to talk her way out of it, claiming he heard everything clearly. Before he can finish his sentence, Jackson stands. His voice drops, cold and sharp, as he asks whether the man is flirting with his fiancée right now. The knight freezes, bewildered, asking what kind of nonsense that is. Jackson repeats the question, calmly pressing him. Aren't you talking to her right now? The knight starts shouting back in confusion, but his words are cut short. Jackson's fist slams straight into his mouth. Teeth explode, blood sprays, and the knight is launched backward with brutal force. The entire tavern falls dead silent. Jackson, seething with rage, glares at the remaining two knights and calls them bastards for daring to flirt with Jackson Cutter's fiancée. One of them panics and draws his sword, demanding to know what he's talking about. The other draws his blade in anger, yelling that Jackson dares provoke him and his squire, declaring that he's dead meat. Jackson only sighs, disappointment clear on his face. He calls them arrogant fools who clearly have no idea who they're dealing with. They rush him, shouting to know who the hell he's supposed to be. Jackson answers by calmly drawing his sword, his movements precise and unhurried. The fight erupts in an instant. Steel clashes, screams echo, and chaos fills the tavern. The lady remains seated, calm, almost bored. She yawns as blood splatters nearby, stretching lazily while one knight crashes to the floor beside her, missing teeth and bleeding badly. Moments later, both knights are sprawled out, beaten and broken. She begins clapping slowly as Jackson walks over to one of the fallen men. He stomps the floor, squats down in front of the half-conscious knight, and points to himself with a grin, asking if he still doesn't recognize him. The knight groans weakly, asking who the hell he is. Jackson's smile vanishes. He smashes his fist into the man's face again, shattering more teeth and drawing fresh blood. Irritated, Jackson straightens up and calls out to the woman by name, Sophia, asking if she can believe this. Sophia approaches carefully, stepping over bodies. Jackson runs a hand through his hair and grins, asking if these idiots seriously think that pathetic Damien Haxon is more famous than Jackson Cutter, the Ogre Slayer. Low-class knight. Estimated title, Ogre Slayer. Jackson Cutter. Sophia wraps her arms around him from behind, smiling faintly. She tells him that's not it, then casually kicks one of the unconscious knights as she adds that these idiots just don't know any better. Still holding him from behind, her smile slowly fades as a simmering anger rises within her. In her thoughts, she curses Damien, recalling how he had been a complete nobody not long ago. And yet, somehow, he had turned into a celebrity overnight. The image of his calm, indifferent face flashes through her mind, stoking her resentment even further. She wonders what kind of trick or scam he pulled this time. Damien Haxon's former fiancée, Sophia Russell. Outside the Haxon Viscounty estate, the entire Haxon family stands gathered before the gates to see Damien and Abel off. A carriage waits ahead of them, reins taut and ready. Damien's mother lets out a weary sigh, murmuring that it feels far too soon. It's only been a few days since her son returned, and already he's leaving again. The thought makes her heart ache. Louise calls out their names. Damien and Abel turn back, and she waves with a bright smile that trembles despite her effort to stay strong, urging them to be careful out there. Damien answers her with a warm grin, telling her not to worry, while Abel tries to nod along, his face already crumpling as tears threaten to spill. Then their father steps forward. His mere presence silences the surroundings. When he finally stops before his sons, he says that he approved this journey because it's a good chance for the Haxan name to shine. Even so, he admits that he's worried, since they'll be traveling far from home. Turning his gaze to Abel, Paul Haxan adds that Damien already told him everything. If he had known Abel was interested in the Copperhead family's young lady, he would have arranged a formal proposal long ago. His tone softens as he apologizes, saying he's sorry. Abel panics, waving his hands in embarrassment and insisting that it's fine. But Paul continues as if he never heard him, saying that while victory would bring honor, what he truly wants is for both of them to return safely. That must be their top priority. Understood. The brothers answer in unison, their voices steady. Yes, father. Paul's expression hardens once more. His eyes settle on Abel as he reminds him not to forget what he was told. That single line leaves an odd silence hanging in the air. Abel stiffens and glances sideways at Damien, who looks back at him in mild confusion. Adjusting his glasses, Abel forces himself to stay composed and replies, "Yes, father. Don't worry about it." Damien tilts his head slightly, clearly puzzled by the exchange. After that, Paul pats both their shoulders and turns them toward the carriage, wishing them a safe journey. The coachman snaps the reins, and the wheels creak as the carriage lurches forward. As it rolls away, Damien leans halfway out the door, waving back with enthusiasm. The family waves in return until the estate slowly disappears from sight. The journey stretches long across the countryside, fields and roads blurring together, until they approach a street near the outskirts of Copperhead County. Inside the moving carriage, the air feels heavy and stifling. Damien sits beside Victor, while Abel sits opposite them, a book raised in front of his face. The steady clatter of the wheels only makes the silence feel louder. Victor shifts uncomfortably, glancing back and forth between the two young masters. It has been hours since anyone spoke. Victor finds himself wondering why the air has grown so unbearably quiet, and how much longer he can endure this suffocating tension. Damien feels no better. He notes inwardly that this is the first time he and Abel have ever been alone together like this, and he has absolutely no idea what he's supposed to say. The silence feels thick enough to wrap around his throat. Across from them, Abel sinks deeper behind his book, pretending to read even though his eyes haven't moved a single line in nearly half an hour. At last, Victor resigns himself to the role of sacrifice. He clears his throat and asks if he may pose a question to young Master Abel. Abel flinches and peeks out from behind the book, his voice tight as he asks what it is. Forcing a smile, Victor says he's simply curious about how Abel came to fall for Lady Copperhead. Abel's face reddens instantly. He stammers in disbelief, demanding to know why Victor would even ask something like that. Victor laughs it off, saying it's a long journey and someone has to start a conversation. Watching his brother's flustered reaction, Damien finds himself quietly amused. In his previous life, he never actually learned how Abel's feelings for her began, and to his own surprise, he realizes he's curious as well. Leaning back, he joins in, telling Abel that since there's nothing else to do, he might as well tell them the story. Abel's gaze flickers between the two of them. His voice wavers as he tries to dodge the question, but Damien presses him, saying that after all the trouble he went through to prepare for this trip, he deserves at least that much of an explanation. With no way out left, Abel lets out a long sigh and mutters that this is all Damien's fault for being so persistent. Then he begins. He says it happened 4 years ago, at a social gathering of Western nobles he attended with their father. The hall had been bathed in the warm glow of chandeliers, filled with laughter and the constant hum of noble chatter. And that was when he saw her, Lady Olivia Copperhead. Under the golden light, she stood at the center of every gaze. Her green A-line gown complemented the brown of her hair perfectly, and she was surrounded by admiration from all sides. To him, she looked like something pulled straight from a painting. As he recalls that moment, Abel's voice softens, and he mutters quietly that she was beautiful. That single word lingers in the carriage. Victor stares at him for a moment, expression blank, before slowly shaking his head. Beside him, Damien suppresses a sigh. Victor remarks dryly that it sounds as though Abel fell for her simply because she was pretty. Damien adds aloud whether his brother might be the type to judge purely by appearances, even as his own thoughts drift elsewhere. Whatever bond Abel and Olivia shared, one thing was certain. In their previous lives, they had been lovers. And Damien remembers all too clearly how the Count of Copperhead rejected Abel's marriage proposal, not just refusing it, but openly insulting the Harshin name itself. After that day, Abel lived quietly and alone until his death. Unmarried, forgotten, and ultimately killed by Damien himself, the corrupted knight of that past life. Sitting across from him now, cheeks flushed in embarrassment, Abel looks nothing like the man from those memories. And yet, the sight makes Damien's chest ache with a dull mix of pity and regret. The weight of that future presses down on him, and in silence, he makes a vow. This time will be different. No matter what, He will not let Abel walk that same miserable path again. When Abel notices the steady, burning gaze fixed on him from the other side of the carriage, he begins to fidget, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. 3 days later, they arrive at Copperhead County. The surroundings are bright with decorations, colorful banners fluttering as people hurry back and forth in celebration. Damien, Abel, and Victor stop before the grand entrance, where a massive happy birthday banner stretches across the gate, swaying gently in the breeze. Victor looks around in awe, muttering that the scale of the place is incredible. Damien chuckles, remarking that the Copperheads must have spent a fortune on this. Before they can take another step, a man emerges from the entrance and raises a hand, stopping them. His voice is firm as he asks who they are. Still riding the excitement, Victor steps forward and announces that they've come from the house of Viscount Haxon. The man glances down at the guest list in his hand, repeating the name quietly. Then his eyes lift to Damien, and his expression changes. After a brief pause, he asks carefully if he might be Sir Damien Haxon. Damien drapes an arm around his younger brother's shoulder and nods, confirming his identity, and adding that he's arrived with his younger brother, Abel. At once, the man bows deeply, apologizing for his earlier tone and introducing himself as Connor, the head butler of House Copperhead. With respectful gestures, he invites them inside, anticipation flickering across their faces. Later, inside a large, softly tinted lodging within the venue, Connor shows them in and explains that this will be their room for the duration of their stay. Victor slowly turns in place, eyes wide, marveling at how enormous the space is. Connor bows once more near the exit, telling them not to hesitate to call if they need anything at all. Then he slips out, drawing the curtain closed so smoothly it's as if he was never there. Abel looks around and nods, saying the lodging is more than fine, adding that the Count must be a generous man to host them with such comfort. Victor agrees, pointing out that even he has his own separate room arranged. Damien, however, remains silent, his gaze sweeping slowly across the room. The Count, he remembers, was never this careless. A faint unease settles in his chest. He suspects the man is trying to curry favor now that his reputation has grown, and the thought leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Pulling the curtain aside, Damien tells Abel and Victor to stay and rest, saying he'll go take a look around. Victor waves him off without concern, but Abel stiffens. Abel suddenly calls out for him to wait, insisting that he'll come along too. Damien turns back, puzzled, asking why. He tells Abel to stay behind and rest, but Abel shakes his head firmly, saying he can't. He made a promise to their father. Damien pauses, brows knitting, and asks what promise that could be. Adjusting his glasses, Abel explains that their father told him that if it ever looked like Damien was about to cause trouble, he was to stop him. Damien lets out a quiet chuckle, asking if Abel truly sees him as some reckless child. Still wearing that amused smile, he turns away again, ready to leave, but Abel doesn't budge. Out in the open, Damien finally sighs in resignation and tells him to do whatever he wants. The moment he turns fully around, someone walks straight into him. The collision knocks the other person off balance, sending her tumbling to the ground. Damien looks down in surprise. From a short distance away, a man's voice shouts her name, Sophia, and comes running toward them. He reaches them in seconds, grabs Damien by the collar, and yells at him to watch where he's going. Damien doesn't react. He stands there, calm and detached as ever. The man's anger falters as he looks closer, recognition creeping across his face. Then his expression twists into a mocking grin as he speaks Damien's name aloud. Damien Haxon. The woman gets back on her feet, brushing dust from her dress as embarrassment colors her face. Under her breath, she mutters about why it had to be him, and why here, of all places. Then, forcing herself to compose, she looks at him and greets him awkwardly, murmuring a quiet, long time no see. Damien finally responds. He lets out a faint, tired sound before asking who they are, and whether they know him from somewhere. The question leaves both of them frozen in silence. The woman standing before him is Sophia Russell, his former fiancée, and the man gripping his collar is her current betrothed, Jackson Cutter. Damien parts his lips slightly, his voice low as he repeats the question, eyes narrowing while he studies the two of them. Who are you? And do I know you? The words alone are enough to twist Jackson's face with irritation, while Sophia stiffens, disbelief flashing through her eyes. Feeling humiliated, Sophia bites her lip as anger swells in her chest. She wonders what is wrong with Damien, whether he's truly pretending not to recognize them at all. Suddenly, Damien's hand clamps down on Jackson's arm. He pries his shirt free from the man's grip, his voice steady as he tells Jackson to let go first. After that, they can talk things through. At that moment, Abel and Victor step out from the tent. Abel calls out, asking what's going on, while Victor follows closely, his tone formal as he addresses him as young Master Damien and demands an explanation. Abel takes one look at the people standing before Damien, about to greet them, only for recognition to strike and choke the words in his throat. Victor freezes as well. Upon recognizing them, Abel clenches his jaw and lets out a faint, uneasy sound. He turns toward the woman, his voice tight as he calls her name. Sophia. Damien glances at his brother, puzzled, and asks if Abel knows her. Abel stares at him as if struck dumb, then repeats the name again, as though that alone should be explanation enough. Sophia's cheeks burn red with embarrassment as she averts her gaze. Abel finally reminds Damien that Sophia was once his fiancée. Damien looks back at the pair. His expression remains unreadable, his eyes settling on Jackson with detached curiosity. Jackson meets that stare with a sharp glare, barely restraining his anger. As Damien continues to look at him, echoes of the past begin forcing their way back into his mind. He remembers being dragged outside by security guards, rain pouring down as desperation consumed him. He had shouted Sophia's name again and again, pleading for her to talk to him, begging her not to do this. He remembered yelling that she couldn't just abandon him like that. Then another voice had spoken from the porch, asking who he even was. That memory is Clay. Jackson had been standing there that night, one arm wrapped around Sophia's waist as she calmly explained that Damien was the ex-fiancé she had mentioned before. Jackson's response had come fast and dismissive, saying he remembered. Damien was that good for nothing. The words cut deeper than any blow. Damien had stammered in disbelief, asking what he had just said. When the guards finally released him, he stood drenched beneath the rain, eyes locked on Sophia as he called out to her once more. He demanded to know who the man beside her was, asking how she could end their engagement so one-sidedly. His voice cracked as he insisted it had to be a lie, that it couldn't be real. Sophia had only sighed. She had spoken his full name, Damien Haxon, and asked if he still didn't understand the situation. Holding on to Jackson, she explained coldly that their engagement had existed only because of a promise between their grandfathers, and that it was all already in the past. She asked if he truly believed anything she said was false. Rain mixed with tears as she continued, questioning whether any of it made sense at all. She reminded him of who she was, Sophia Russell. Each word cut deeper as she asked how a good-for-nothing from a minor noble house could ever be compatible with her. He had sobbed there in the rain, asking how she could say such things. Jackson had then led her away, telling Damien he'd let him off quietly out of respect for Sophia. She had chuckled at that, calling the good-for-nothing embarrassing. Jackson warned Damien not to appear before them again, his arm resting casually around her waist as they walked away together, smiling like lovers at the start of something new. He told Damien that if he understood the situation, he should disappear, and Damien had been left standing alone in the rain, head bowed, chest hollow. Then his trembling hands had clenched tight. Heartbreak gave way to rage. He had charged forward, shouting, determined to land at least a single blow. Jackson hadn't even turned at first. Hearing the rush behind him and recognizing it, he had only sighed. Then his fist snapped out like a blur, smashing straight across Damien's face. Punches rained down without pause. Damien crashed to the ground, coughing up blood as the world spun violently around him. Even then, Jackson had stepped closer, seized him by the collar, and mocked him. He said he had tried to show mercy, but Damien simply didn't know his place. Filth, he had called him, grinning as he beat him until everything faded into blinding white. And through it all, Damien's eyes had searched for Sophia. She had stood there with her arms folded, silent, unmoving. The image still lingers when Damien returns to the present, his eyes narrowing just slightly. It had been raining that day too, when he was beaten into the mud and discarded like trash. Now, Jackson calls out to Sophia, asking if she's all right, checking whether she's been hurt. She answers calmly that she's fine. Damien watches them without a word, his anger tightly restrained. Deep down, though, it hasn't faded. Even now, after all this time, the fury still burns. Sophia scoffs, her voice sharp as she says she understands now. He must be embarrassed about what happened back then, pretending to be calm and composed. Damien frowns faintly, unsure what she means. She continues, accusing him of acting like he doesn't know her, saying he hasn't changed at all, that he's still just as pathetic as before. Jackson lets out a loud, mocking laugh, asking if that's what this is about. He says he thought maybe Damien had become someone important and was trying to cut ties. Then a flicker of mischief glints in his eyes as a cruel idea takes shape. He smooths his expression and extends his hand, saying he never thought he'd see Damien again, but that it's good to see him. Damien studies the outstretched hand in silence before asking what kind of act this is supposed to be. Jackson feigns confusion, insisting there's no act at all. He just wants to shake hands, he says, since he's happy to see him. Inside, however, Jackson sneers, mocking Damien for thinking he's famous now. He decides it's time to teach this fool a lesson he'll never forget. Damien looks at the offered hand a moment longer, his face unreadable. Then he lets out a short, quiet chuckle and agrees, saying that if this is what Jackson wants, then so be it. Jackson's grin widens as his aura shifts, his body bracing to strike. For a heartbeat, triumph fills him, until his feet leave the ground. Damien's grip tightens, his cold eyes locking onto him. Sophia gasps, horror flashing across her face as she sees Jackson hanging helplessly in the air. The atmosphere grows heavy, saturated with killing intent. Damien's eyes burn icy and bright. Then, in the next instant, he slams Jackson into the ground with brutal force, the impact cracking through the dirt. Wearing a falsely clumsy smile, Damien apologizes lightly, saying he couldn't quite control his strength. Inside, a darker voice laughs quietly, admitting that he wanted to beat Jackson anyway. He thanks him for the opportunity, calling him a bastard in silence. Sophia, shaken by the sudden display, covers her mouth and calls out Jackson's name, her voice trembling with fear. Jackson's hand twitches against the ground. Then his body jerks upright. Blood drips from his nose, but rage drowns out the pain. Seeing him rise, relief flickers across Sophia's face. Jackson lets out a low, dangerous laugh as he grips the hilt of his sword. Abel sees the motion and tenses instantly, panic flashing through him. Mana surges violently from Jackson as he begins to draw his blade, shouting furiously and calling Damien a son of a. Damien only laughs softly. He tilts his head, almost amused, and casually points at Jackson's face, teasing that whoever bleeds first loses. Abel's eyes widen in horror. Sweat trickles down his temple as he stammers Damien's name. Before Jackson can move another step, a voice cuts through the tension. Deep, commanding, telling him to stop. The authority in that single word freezes Jackson mid-motion. He turns toward the source, and the fury drains from his face. His voice falters as he calls the man master. The figure approaches, each step heavy with oppressive dark energy. His tone is calm, yet carries the weight of death as he speaks. It's remarkable that Damien, the useless brat, has become this strong in such a short time. Damien remains composed, though his gaze sharpens. He hadn't expected Jackson to have someone like this backing him. Still, with measured confidence, he asks whether this man knows him as well, scoffing faintly under his breath. Inwardly, he acknowledges the power radiating from the stranger. It's formidable, at least mid-class. The man stops in front of them, eyes narrowing as he studies Damien, asking just how strong he's become. Then he turns to Jackson and tells him that if he's done fooling around, they are leaving. Jackson bristles, shouting that the bastard hit his face, but the man's glare silences him before the words can finish. Without another look back, he orders Jackson to follow. Jackson clicks his tongue, shoves his sword back into its sheath, and mutters curses under his breath. As he turns away, he sends Damien a final venomous glance, silently promising, "Just wait and see." Damien watches them retreat, his voice light and teasing as he wonders aloud what's wrong with them, asking if they are really just going to leave like that. The man halts mid-step and turns his head slightly. He speaks his name, Jacunwa, and tells Damien to remember it. Then he walks on, leaving nothing behind but the lingering pressure of his dark aura. Abel, Victor, and Damien stand quietly as the figures disappear into the distance. Jacunwa's final words hang in the air, promising that they will meet again soon enough. Damien's gaze follows them, his lips curling into a faint, curious smile. He repeats the name softly to himself, Jacunwa, telling himself to remember it well. And as something fierce stays behind his eyes, a slow grin spreads across his face. Victor and Abel exchange a look, both of them sensing the shift in Damien's mood. Something has clearly been stirred. Damien, his thoughts already ignited by the weight of that name, murmurs softly that he has a feeling something interesting is about to happen. Later, elsewhere within the camping grounds prepared for Lady Olivia's birthday, Jackson storms into their tent, tearing the entrance aside as he calls out for his master. Inside, his master remains still, calmly removing his hat with an unhurried motion. That quiet indifference only fuels Jackson's frustration. He demands to know why he was stopped, insisting that he could have handled that bastard easily. Before his breath can even settle, his master moves. In a sharp, sudden motion, a hand clamps around Jackson's throat. The air is ripped from his lungs in an instant. Shock crashes through him. He never even saw it coming. Jackson coughs violently as is hoisted off the ground, legs thrashing uselessly as he struggles for balance, full breath, for anything at all. His master's gaze is cold, lifeless, like a corpse frozen in winter. Jackson trembles beneath that stare as his master speaks quietly, dangerously. He reminds him that he had already warned him not to draw attention here, not to make noise. Then he asks if his words mean nothing to him. Color drains from Jackson's face as he forces out a strangled apology, his voice barely audible. His master studies him in silence, a stillness sharper than any blade. Then a short, mocking sound escapes him, and he releases Jackson without ceremony. Jackson crashes to the ground, hacking and gasping as his lungs finally suck in air. His master turns his head slightly, as though Jackson isn't even worth a full glance, and calls him a fool. He states plainly that if he hadn't intervened, Damien Haxon would have killed Jackson without effort. Still breathing unevenly, Jackson stays up at him in disbelief, asking what he means. He insists such a thing is impossible, but his master answers calmly, the image of Damien clear in his mind. It is the truth, he says. Jackson has no idea what that boy has endured. His power has long since surpassed Jackson's reach. Without looking back at him, he warns that if Jackson ever encounters Damien again, he must not provoke him. Then he asks if Jackson understands. Jackson hesitates, then forces out a quiet acknowledgement. Only then does his master turn fully. His gaze carries intent heavy enough to crush bone. He tells Jackson to remember this clearly. Their sole purpose here is to win the martial tournament. His focus must remain there, and no way else. Jackson answers at once. Yet confusion gnaws at him, and he calls for his master again, asking why they are even participating in this tournament, especially when his master instructed him to win Lady Olivia's favor despite already being engaged to Sophia. Annoyance ignites instantly. His master turns toward him, his presence shifting violently as murderous pressure floods the air. Jackson freezes under its weight, unable to move. His master's voice cuts like steel as he reminds him that he raised Jackson all the way to the rank of a low-class knight, only for him to question orders over a woman. Jackson's body trembles as sweat gathers along his spine. He looks away and forces out a stuttered denial. His master slowly reigns in his presence, composure settling back over him as he states that winning the tournament and forming a connection with Lady Olivia are essential to fulfilling his wish. Jackson frowns, confusion tightening his expression as he asks what he means by that. His master turns his back to him and answers plainly that yes, he has a wish. He raises one hand, mana coiling tightly around his fingers, then clenches it into a fist as a wicked smile creeps across his face. His wish, he says, is simple, to ascend to the peak realm. Unease spreads across Jackson's face as he repeats the word under his breath. Peak. His master places his hat back on his head and walks past him toward the exit without another glance. He says he'll gather information on Count Copperhead and the other participants, while Jackson is to focus solely on preparing for the tournament. Jackson nods stiffly, forcing out another shaky, "Yes, master." The moment he steps outside, Sophia notices him leaving the tent. Her gaze follows him, curious, and then she rushes inside with sudden excitement, calling his name. Jackson turns at the sound. When she reaches him, her eyes go straight to his neck. She hurries closer, worry flooding her face as she asks what happened, asking if he's all right. Relief washes over Jackson at her concern. He smiles warmly, assures her that is fine, and calls her name with affection. As he pulls her into a hug, fury coils deep inside him. In silence, he curses his master, calling him a wretched old man. If he wanted something done, the least he could do was explain it properly. Jackson scowls inwardly, wondering what winning the tournament could possibly have to do with reaching the peak realm. Then anger glints behind his eyes. Once he surpasses the middle-class rank, he vows he'll show that bastard exactly who he's dealing with. Later, near the tournament grounds outside the massive arena, crowds gather in restless clusters. Some glare toward a figure approaching, whispering sharply as they ask if that isn't him. Another confirms it, saying he looks just as vicious as the rumors claim. Tongues click in quiet distaste. That man is Damien Hashin. He walks forward with unshaken confidence, a light smile on his face despite the murmurs around him. Victor and Abel flank him, both visibly tense. Victor leans closer and speaks in a low voice, calling him young master and remarking that he's become quite the celebrity. Many people seem to recognize him now. Damien's grin only widens, amused. It seems so. A heavy drum suddenly booms across the arena, silencing the crowd. From the observation post, a man clears his throat and announces that today marks his daughter's birthday, to be celebrated with a grand event. Count Chester Copperhead, host of the tournament, thanks the distinguished guests for attending. Abel barely hears a word. His attention is completely locked on Lady Olivia. The Count's speech fades into nothing as Abel takes in her appearance. Standing beside the Count is his daughter, Olivia Copperhead. The Count continues proudly, declaring that the bravest knights of the Western Apple Kingdom have gathered here, and that the winner will earn fame not only in the West, but across all regions. Damien looks up, excitement sparking through his eyes. It's finally beginning. The Count's voice booms across the arena as he declares that alongside glory, the champion will receive a reward worthy of their valor. As his words settle, Sophia leans closer to Jackson, her lips curving as she asks whether Lady Olivia is prettier than her. Jackson lets out a soft scoff and answers without hesitation that no one in their right mind would say something so absurd. The Count continues, announcing that the tournament will span 2 days, divided into team battles and individual matches. He reassures everyone that healing magicians are stationed and ready, so no one should hold back their strength out of fear of injury. As he speaks, Jackson's master stands quietly at the edge of the arena, eyes sharp, watching everything without a word. The Count declares that the first match will begin in 2 hours and orders the knights to prepare themselves. He spreads his arms wide, his voice rising as he says he looks forward to witnessing their valor. The crowd erupts at once, cheers crashing like waves. Damien folds his arms, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Abel watches with visible tension, while Victor stays at the arena in open awe. Damien steps away, then pauses, turning back to wave at Abel and Victor, telling them he'll see them later. Victor immediately calls out, urgency thick in his voice, addressing him as young master and telling him to be careful. Abel only nods, saying nothing. Hours before the match, as the Count waits beside his daughter, his eyes settle on Olivia with suspicion. She notices and shoots him a resentful sideways glance. He tells her the event was arranged for her sake and asks if she can at least pretend to be pleased. Her glaze sharpens instantly. She asks if he truly believes this spectacle is for her, reminding him that she never asked for any of it. Turning away, she says he did this only to flaunt the family's prestige and that she has no interest whatsoever. Her words hit their mark. His jaw tightens, a curse nearly slipping out before he forces it back. With a sharp exhale, he scoffs dismissively and turns his attention toward the arena, telling her that whether she's interested or not, the crowd certainly is, and she should watch. Once the matches begin, he says, they'll all be cheering. The first event is announced. A team battle, monster hunt. The arena stays as contestants take their positions. Tom arrives. The crowd begins chanting names, voices stacking over one another. Andrew Graydon, Jerevan. The echoes roll endlessly through the stands. Damien stands at the center, expression hardened, focus unbroken. Abel and Victor shout his name with unrestrained excitement. Not far away, Jackson stands stiffly, bitterness flickering across his face as he realizes he's been placed in the same group as Damien. He clicks his tongue in irritation, cursing his luck. From above, Sophia's voice slices through the noise as she cheers loudly for Jackson. He snaps his head up at once, a smile spreading as he meets her gaze. He declares confidently that with the first event being a monster hunt, this suits him perfectly. Inside, a vow forms, cold and firm. After today, everyone will remember his name. He blows Sophia a kiss, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The knights brace themselves as a massive gate begins to rise. The moment the creatures step through, the arena falls into dead silence. Shock freezes every face. Sweat beads along foreheads. Two enormous, violent trolls thunder into view, charging forward with brutal momentum. Terror splinters the air. Someone shouts in raw disbelief, recognizing the monsters instantly. Trolls. A knight tries to shout orders, telling everyone to stay together and face them head-on. But before the command can fully leave his mouth, one of the trolls slams into him, crushing his body into the ground. Flesh and bone explode into a red smay. Blood sprays across the arena as the crowd screams. A warm drop lands on Damien's cheek. He inhales slowly, and a twisted smile creeps across his lips. Reaching up, he wipes away the blood and murmurs that he hadn't expected that. His eyes lift toward Count Copperhead, dark amusement flickering within them as he notes the man's apparent fondness for dangerous hobbies. Even as the trolls charge straight toward him from the front, that smile never fades. His gaze remains fixed upward, watching Count Chester Copperhead revel in the chaos below with unsettling delight, his body almost trembling as if he were savoring every second. The man frozen in fear can do nothing but stare as the troll barrels toward him. In the very next heartbeat, the creature slams him headfirst into the ground with overwhelming force. The impact bursts his body apart, sending a violent spray of blood fanning across the arena. A single warm drop flicks against Damien's cheek. The crowd recoils as one, breaths hitching, throats tightening as collective disbelief grips them at the horror unfolding. Blood continues to arc through the air, and one streak lands squarely across a noblewoman's eyes, the metallic stench reaching her nose before the wetness even registers. Terror floods her face and she lets out a shrill, shaking scream as the man beside her scrambles to restrain her and wipe the crimson from her lashes. Panic fractures the stands. Scattered voices tremble through the chaos, some stuttering in disbelief, asking if that thing is really a troll. Others repeating the word with growing desperation as if saying it aloud might make sense of it. Several people fixate on the crushed knight, blurting out broken questions about what in the hell is happening and whether he's actually dead. From her seat, Lady Olivia raises a hand to her mouth, grief and revulsion swelling in her eyes. Beside her, her father clicks his tongue, displeasure tightening his expression as he mutters that a knight dying so easily is pathetic. Olivia wipes at her tears, having heard him all too clearly, and turns toward him, heat surging in her chest. She calls him father and demands to know what he was thinking, how he could release a troll for something that was supposed to be a simple match. He responds with nothing more than a dismissive breath, waving off her distress and insisting there's no need for such fuss. They must do this to weed out the chaff, he tells her, so that a true winner can emerge. His indifference cuts deep. She draws in a breath, ready to argue again, but her words are drowned out as the crowd suddenly explodes with cheers for someone named Andrew Graydon. The roar rolls through the arena with wild exhilaration. Count Copperhead's eyes narrow with dark satisfaction as he gestures toward the sound, urging his daughter to look. The audience always wants something thrilling and stimulating, he says, watching the battle below as if lecturing her. The more intense the spectacle, the better. Then he asks her if she knows why. Down in the arena, Jackson cutter darts low, sliding with precision beneath the troll's swing and carving a clean slice across its massive leg. Still crouched from the motion of the cut, he tilts his head toward the stands, trying to strike a bold, gleaming pose for the crowd. Count Copperhead answers his own question. Someone else risks their life while the spectators remain safely above. The troll bellows, rage vibrating deep within its chest. Yet even as its roar tears through the air, the torn flesh along its body quivers and knits itself back together, crawling and writhing in a grotesque display. Jackson's expression hardens. He clicks his tongue, thinking that as expected, a troll's regeneration is truly monstrous. An attack like that was nowhere near enough. A low curse grinds out between his teeth. Damien stands at the far rear of the battlefield, silent, eyes fixed on the clash unfolding before him. As his thoughts sink deeper, he recalls the strange waiver they had forced him to sign before the match and mutters inwardly that it all makes sense now. Of course they would pull something this reckless. One of the trolls, driven into a frenzy, heaves both arms high before smashing them down toward the ground. Beneath it is Jackson, who jerks backward as a sharp breath claws at his throat, realizing that facing such a monster alone would push even him into a disadvantage. still retreating. He thinks that with someone backing him up, the odds of victory would be more than enough. A female knight suddenly charges past him, boots pounding into the soil as she closes the distance. She meets the troll head-on, unleashing a flurry of rapid slicing strikes along its massive arm. Blood sprays upward, splashing into its eye and forcing it to swing wildly, losing control. One of its blind swings crashes into her. She blocks, but the sheer force drives her backward until she drops into a crouch, skidding across the dirt. The troll locks onto her and lunges. Another knight takes the opening. Charging from the side with a spear, he reaches the troll and carves deep, furious cuts into both of its legs, hacking relentlessly until thick streams of blood burst outward and rain across his armor. The troll collapses forward onto both knees, releasing a heavy, guttural groan of misery. The knight leaps high above its head, body coiled for a finishing blow, thinking it's time to end this. That thought never finishes. The troll's enormous hands clap together around him mid-air. A wet, suffocating crunch follows. His attempt to beg dies within the fold of its palms as his body liquefies, bursting into a spray of blood that jets out between its fingers. Jackson seizes the opening. Focusing, he surges forward with a roar, mana flooding his limbs. At the end of his charge, his mana-laden blade sweeps once, clean and decisive. The troll's head severs in a single arc. It lands with a heavy thud that echoes throughout the arena. A wave rises from the crowd. Shouts explode outward, voices screaming about the fallen troll and demanding to know who that knight is. From above, his fiancée Sophia gazes down at him with breathless admiration, murmuring his name with warmth. Jackson. Jackson stands tall before the fallen head, lungs burning as he catches his breath. A satisfied smile tugs at his lips as he thinks that it's done and asks himself, with quiet pride, whether the crowd saw it clearly. He lifts his sword high, exhilaration surging through him, declaring inwardly that if they want to know who he is, then he is the man who will become the strongest knight. The thought shatters as a massive shadow engulfs him. Another troll looms behind, its fist already crashing down. Reflex alone saves his life. With no space to dodge, he snaps his mana-coated sword upward, letting the blunt of the blade take the impact. The blow launches him across the ground, his body tumbling and rolling as pain rips through his ribs. Sophia's voice cuts through the chaos in a terrified scream as she calls his name, tears flooding her eyes. The troll advances relentlessly, and Jackson scrambles to his feet on shaking limbs, cursing under his breath as the realization hits him that he completely forgot there was another one. His body trembles as he tries to brace himself. Damien's voice slices across the battlefield, calm and composed. He remarks that it seems he has no choice. For the first time since the fight began, he steps forward. His hands remain tucked casually into his pockets as he passes Jackson, thinking that even if watching something like this is a ridiculous hobby, he might as well play along properly. The troll charges with a vicious roar, eyes blazing with murderous intent, but Damien doesn't waver. From the ground, Jackson watches, calling him an idiot in his mind, convinced that charging a troll alone is suicide. The troll's punch rockets toward Damien's face. He doesn't flinch. In the breath before impact, he invokes his secret art, Myriad Insight, letting the technique guide him as he slips the troll's fist aside with effortless precision. He leaps lightly onto the troll's shoulder, one hand still resting in his pocket. Pushing off, he draws his sword mid-air, positioning himself behind the creature's neck as mana floods the blade in preparation for the strike. The troll roars, fangs bared, beginning to turn. It never gets the chance. Damien's blade cleaves straight down from skull to groin in a single merciless line. His secret art, Blade of Death, splits the monster cleanly in two. Blood erupts in a violent sheet. Some of it splashes across Jackson's face, freezing him in place, breath trapped in his lungs as he stares at Damien in stunned dread. Damien stands behind the collapsing body, eyes cold, posture locked in the finishing stance as blood rains over him. In the stands, his brother Abel stays wide-eyed, whispering the name Haxon under his breath before suddenly erupting, shouting Damien Hashin at the top of his lungs with his hand raised. Those around him hesitate, confused, asking if that really is Damien Haxon, if that's truly the knight's name. Then the moment catches, and the chant spreads like fire. Damien! 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 Count Copperhead claps rapidly, exhilaration pulsing through him as astonishment flickers in his gaze. So this is Damien Haxon. Perhaps the rumors weren't exaggerated after all. Damien clicks his tongue and flicks his blade once to shed the blood. The spray strikes Jackson again, sharp and deliberate, leaving him stinging with a mix of irritation and disbelief. Turning away, Damien opens his subspace and drops the sword inside without sparing it a glance. He asks aloud, almost lazily, why anyone would struggle against a troll of all things. Behind him, the crowd continues to chant his name, the sound rolling endlessly through the arena, while Jackson remains sprawled on the ground. Fury crawls up his spine as Damien's name echoes again and again. His body trembles harder, his jaw clenching so tightly that the grinding sound leaks out between his teeth. Beautiful melodies drift through the Copperhead estate that evening, their gentle notes gliding along polished floors and gilded pillars. Inside the banquet hall, noble ladies stare with flustered fascination, whispering sharply among themselves. Oh my, he looks even more handsome up close. I agree. Is the one beside him his younger brother? The two of them are quite handsome. Their attention is fixed entirely on Damien and Abel. The brothers walk in with poised steps, dressed with care and wearing bold, composed smiles. Abel, far less confident, leans closer to his brother, nervously adjusting his clothes as he fidgets. He wonders aloud when Damien ever found the time to prepare something so elegant. Damien answers with a calm smile, picturing the storefront in his mind, telling him there's a famous clothing shop in Landwork called Moonlight Wave and that he bought it there. Abel stutters at the name, startled, admitting that it looks extremely expensive. His voice softens as gratitude wells up, and he thanks Damien sincerely, clearly moved. Damien, steady as ever, simply tells him not to worry about it. As they continue forward, the ladies abandon whispering altogether, speaking openly with excited smiles. So that's Damien Haxon, huh? He's so manly. Some giggle lightly, declaring that he's so handsome he'll be their top choice from today onward. Suddenly, a wine glass shatters in someone's bare hand. The sharp crack cuts through the hall, freezing the women in fearful silence before they scatter quickly. Jackson stands there with his fist clenched, muttering under his breath that he can't listen to this nonsense any longer. Sophia remains beside him, unbothered, her gaze fixed elsewhere. Still glaring toward Damien, Jackson grumbles, demanding why anyone would recognize that loser when they don't even recognize him. His jaw tightens as the memory of the troll battle flashes through his mind, Damien looking down on him, humiliating him with every move. He turns to Sophia, expecting agreement, but she doesn't respond. Her eyes are focused ahead, lost in the image of Damien Haxon, a faint flush warming her cheeks. She isn't hearing Jackson at all. Her gaze stays fixed on Damien as he moves through the hall, radiant beneath a candlelit glow, and she wonders quietly if he has always been that handsome. Her drifting thoughts shatter as an announcement rings out, declaring that Count Copperhead has arrived. The banquet hall straightens instantly. The doors open and the Count strides in with proud steps, his daughter Olivia moving quietly at his side. After he takes his seat, a pot of fire is lit, filling the hall with flickering warmth. The Count rises with his arms spread wide and addresses the gathered guests, thanking the knights and esteemed attendees who have come to honor the martial tournament held in celebration of his daughter Olivia's birthday. Sophia, Jackson, Damien, Abel, and everyone else keep their eyes fixed firmly on him. He continues, saying that after witnessing the bravery and fierce spirit displayed by the young knights in the tournament, he feels inspired for the first time in a very long while. He adds that he hopes tomorrow's final match will reflect the same level of excellence. Then he announces that it is time to reveal the prize awaiting the victor. He steps away from his seat and approaches the pot of fire as whispers ripple through the hall. What could it be? Who knows? Whatever it is, it must be tremendously valuable. Without hesitation, the Count plunges his fist directly into the flames. Damien watches sharply, his thoughts racing, while Abel recoils in horror. Murmurs sweep across the hall, some gasps of shock, others struck completely speechless. The Count laughs calmly, telling everyone not to be startled. He withdraws his hand from the fire and holds it up, completely unharmed. Someone blurts out how such a thing is even possible. Slowly, the Count opens his palm, revealing a glowing sphere pulsing like a living ember. Damien's eyes widen as recognition strikes him hard. Wait, isn't that? Across the hall, Jackson's master leans against the wall, silent and watchful, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes as a smile curls inwardly. Just as I suspected, it really was hay. Only he and Damien understand its true value. Both silently name it the same thing. The Spirit Heart. The Count explains that the treasure protects its owner from flames and maintains body temperature, a feat even mags cannot replicate. His face reflects faintly in the smooth, glowing surface as he declares that it is undeniably of immeasurable value. He raises it high to stir excitement and announces that this will be the prize awarded to the winner. The whole erupts in awe. What an incredible prize. Damien watches with a slow, growing smile, thinking that using the Spirit Heart as a mere tournament reward proves they have no idea what it's truly worth. He admits to himself that he hadn't been interested in the prize before, but now it's a different story. Now, it's tempting. Count Copperhead concludes his announcement, expressing hope that everyone enjoys the banquet to their heart's content. He snaps his fingers and the musicians resume playing, their melodies warm and lively. As the music swells, a massive birthday cake is revealed to the guests. Not long after, a young man approaches the seated Count Copperhead with practiced politeness. He bows deeply and says it's an honor to meet him, introducing himself as a friend of House Nason. The Count's eyes narrow slightly with curiosity. Recognition follows swiftly as he recalls the family name, House Nason. He remembers that the region is famed for its apples and asks if that is not so. Still bowed, Franz replies that his house is honored to be remembered by the Count. He opens a small box on his palm and says respectfully that, in celebration of the young lady's birthday, he has prepared a modest gift. The Count lets out an amused "oh." Olivia, however, remains unmoved, her expression flat and distant. Franz presents the item, explaining that it is a cosmetic crafted by alchemists of the Mishu school using refined spirit powder. He recalls a rumor that even an old woman's skin becomes like a newborn's after using it. Inwardly, The Count clicks his tongue at the mediocrity of the offering, thinking that it truly lives up to being modest. Outwardly, he gives a light laugh and thanks France politely. Before France can retreat, another youth steps forward and brusquely shoulders him aside, insisting that the Count allow him to greet him as well. He introduces himself as Charlie of House San. The Count repeats the name with mild interest, recognizing it at once. Charlie nods proudly and says that he, too, has prepared a gift for the young lady. Holding up a slim tube, Charlie explains that inside is a necklace made from a 7-color crystal, a rare jewel said to drop only once after slaying 100 golems in rocky regions. The Count initially sounds impressed, repeating the words, a 7-color crystal, and Charlie eagerly confirms it. Then the Count casually remarks that the Copperhead storage is already full of such items. Hooking his thumb to the side, he tells both Charlie and France that their gifts may be handed over to the steward. From below, Damien watches with calm assurance, thinking that this was only natural. The competition to win the young lady's favor has already begun. But for a man as wealthy as Count Copperhead, ordinary gifts will never be enough. Next, Jackson steps forward and bows deeply, offering his greetings. He introduces himself as Jackson Cutter. The name draws only confusion from the Count. Curious, the Count repeats it, and Jackson confirms it with forced steadiness, announcing that he is known as the Ogre Slayer. The Count responds bluntly that he has never heard of him and asks flatly what it is he wants. The words sting, but Jackson swallows his irritation and states that he has prepared a gift for the Count. The Count blinks, mildly surprised, and asks if the gift is for him. Jackson reveals it with a flourish, declaring it to be an elixir of condensed vitality. He explains that with just a single sip of this legendary potion, one can go an entire day without feeling fatigue. The Count's interest ignites instantly, and he lets out a long, pleased "oh." Behind his composed expression, Jackson grins viciously inwardly. His master entrusted him with this priceless elixir for the sole purpose of presenting it to the Count, and he thinks triumphantly that targeting the Count instead of the young lady was a cunning choice. The Count accepts the elixir personally, staring at it with genuine astonishment. He calls Olivia over to look, remarking aloud that it isn't bad at all. Olivia, still indifferent, doesn't even bother turning her gaze fully toward him. She murmurs that she supposes so, at least for him. Below in the hall, Damien turns toward Abel and calls his name, telling him their turn is coming and that he should prepare himself. Abel startles, his fragile confidence wobbling as he answers shakily that he understands. Above them, Count Cuphead tells Jackson that the gift is very good and that he will remember his name. Still bowed, Jackson declares that the honor is his, laughing inwardly as satisfaction blooms. Everything worked exactly as planned. Moments later, Jackson and Damien cross paths on the staircase. Jackson descends while Damien ascends. They pass without exchanging a single word. Jackson glances back, studying Damien with deep suspicion, while Damien keeps his attention fixed upward on the Count, thinking that although Jackson's attempt was decent, he still failed to win the young lady's favor. The Count's face brightens the instant he sees Damien. He calls out warmly, declaring that this must surely be Sir Damien Haxon, and praises his performance in the team battle as truly impressive. Damien and Abel bow respectfully. Damien replies that he is honored, but the Count waves it away, insisting that the honor is his and remarking that Damien's reputation has been spreading rapidly. Damien smiles with measured confidence and says it's nothing more than empty praise, earning a laugh from the Count, who calls him modest. As Damien observes Olivia, he notes inwardly that she shows absolutely no interest in the banquet arranged in her honor. Her tastes, it seems, are far more difficult than expected. Still, when he glances subtly at his anxious brother, he reassures himself that Abel has nothing to fear. Once she sees their gift, surely even she will react. Calm and composed, Damien addresses the Count and announces that he and his brother have prepared a gift for the young lady. The Count's eyes light up at once, curiosity sparking as he wonders what someone of Damien's caliber could have brought. Damien affirms and opens his spatial space. The Count recognizes it instantly, nodding with amused approval as he remarks that it's a spatial magic tool. Damien reaches inside and begins to draw something out. For the first time, Olivia's attention sharpens. She turns slightly, curiosity stirring. Damien pulls free a wooden bow and lifts it, declaring it to be their present. The Count's expression shifts, uncertainty creeping in as he studies it. Then Olivia reacts, eyes widening, lips parting as she leans forward in open astonishment. Damien fully draws out the bow and presents it, stating with unshaken confidence that this is their gift. Count Copperhead stays at it in puzzled silence, unable to complete the thought forming in his mind. Olivia's eyes, however, sharpen with vivid, almost hungry interest. Nearby, one guest leans toward another and whispers in uneasy confusion that they don't understand it, that it looks like an ordinary bow. Another smirks and mutters that it looks cheap, as though Damien picked it up from some street vendor. The Count's expression visibly deflates. He lets out a quiet sigh, thinking that Damien has brought something utterly unimpressive, something there's no way his daughter could possibly appreciate. Yet suddenly, Olivia springs up from her chair in a burst of excitement, calling it an amazing bow and leaving her father frozen in stunned silence. Color rushes to her face as heat blooms across her cheeks, and she asks eagerly if she may touch it. Seeing how deeply she's already drawn in, Damien allows pride to carol into his smile, thinking that it worked exactly as he expected. He grants permission at once and tells Abel not to just stand there but to bring the bow to her. Later that same evening, inside the banquet hall of the Copperhead estate, Olivia pulls back the string with all her strength. Sweat beads along her brow, her hands trembling under the bow's fierce elasticity. Damien watches her test it, that satisfied smile still lingering, and realizes he sees the truth now. The information about her love for hunting wasn't exaggerated. To win someone over, he thinks, one must first understand what they truly need. After testing it thoroughly, Olivia lowers the bow and stares at it with breathless delight, declaring that its elasticity is truly formidable. She turns to Damien and asks if it's made from the horn of a minnow. He answers yes, calmly admitting that he knew she would recognize it. He then adds that the bow was crafted from the horn of a minotaur that once led an entire group. Jackson stiffens at that, frowning as he wonders if they are really talking about a monster that even a middle-class warrior would struggle to face alone. Olivia peers closer at the inside of the bow and notices an inscription. She stutters as she reads the artisan's name, August. Clutching the bow to her chest, she asks if it's truly made by the blacksmith known as August. Her father snaps upright at the name, shouting in disbelief. Damien, warm and composed, confirms it without hesitation. The Count rises abruptly and snatches the bow from Olivia's hands, inspecting it with near reverent awe as he asks if this equipment is really August's work. He recalls aloud that August is the finest blacksmith in the entire Apple Kingdom, and that a shield forged by him once sold for an astonishing sum at auction. His voice trembles as he clutches the bow close, overwhelmed with joy, thinking that never in his life did he expect to receive something so precious. Olivia immediately yanks it back, calling him father and insisting that it's hers. Hugging the bow protectively, she turns toward Damien with glowing gratitude, calling him Sir Damien and thanking him sincerely for such a priceless gift. Damien gently redirects the praise, saying that he wasn't the one who obtained it. She blinks, confused, and asks who did. He gestures toward Abel and explains that it was his brother, that Abel went to great lengths to acquire it for her. Olivia fixes her gaze on Abel and asks if it's true, if he really did all of that for her. As Abel trembles with nerves, Damien answers in his stead, confirming that yes, it's true. Olivia looks at Abel with growing admiration and says she's genuinely curious how he managed to obtain something so valuable. Damien nudges his brother forward and asks Olivia if she would like to hear the story directly from Abel himself. She answers eagerly, her gaze locking onto Abel without hesitation. Damien then turns to the Count and asks if such an arrangement is acceptable. The Count responds at once with enthusiasm, saying of course, adding that he himself is curious but will hear the story later from his daughter. Damien turns back to Abel with a coaxing smile and softly calls his name. Abel startles, stammers, then forces out a reply. His face burns red, nervous sweat clinging to him as he struggles to gather the courage to move. He takes one shaky step forward. Damien watches quietly, pride settling deep in his chest. This is right, he thinks. Abel has to seize this moment with his own hands. Abel finally reaches her and, in a trembling yet sincere voice, addresses her as Lady Olivia, saying it is an honor to meet her. Seeing him up close, Olivia lets out a small, astonished oh my. From the side, Damien watches with absolute satisfaction, declaring inwardly that tonight's true protagonist is Abel. As Abel gently takes Olivia's hand and lifts it, moving to kiss it, the atmosphere subtly warms, edging into something undeniably romantic. From the corner of the hall, Jackson's master finally steps forward. Reaching Jackson, he mutters that it seems their plan has run into a problem. Jackson jolts, startled by his master's sudden appearance. The man's thoughts linger on the name Damien Jackson. He admits inwardly that while he expected Damien to be strong, he never anticipated this level of competence. It's clear now. Damien has won over both the Count and his daughter. Frustration coils tight in his chest, teeth grinding as he realizes that if this continues, the Jackson brothers will claim both the tournament victory and the Count's daughter. Turning away, he decides he can't allow things to progress any further. He tells Jackson to follow. Jackson responds in confusion but quickly falls into step. Before leaving, he turns to Sophia and tells her to wait there. She smiles and agrees. As they slip away, the music continues to flow through the banquet hall. Damien stands with his back to them, appearing unaware, but a heartbeat later he glances over his shoulder, a knowing, mischievous smile flickering across his face. Morning arrives at the Copperhead estate. Damien, Abel, and Victor walk together toward the arena when Abel suddenly notices Damien staring at him strangely. Abel demands to know why he's being looked at like that. Recalling the sight of Abel speaking so freely with Olivia the night before, Damien replies casually that he was just thinking Abel seemed unusually fluent yesterday, that the atmosphere between him and Lady Olivia looked quite good. Abel freezes on the spot. His face flames red as he stammers, forcing himself to sound confident while insisting that of course he can do it too, as long as he puts his mind to it. Ahead of him, Damien and Victor burst into laughter. Damien calls back that that's good, adding that he's looking forward to hearing good news from him soon. Victor sends a distant fist bump Abel's way, grinning as he tells him he's got this. Then, with a casual wave, he wishes Damien's young master, Haxon, the best of luck in today's match. Damien answers with nothing more than a simple thanks, already turning his attention forward. Abel lingers behind, hesitating before blurting out his gratitude in a flustered voice. Damien stops mid-step and turns sharply. Suspicion flickers across his face as he pauses, eyes narrowing. Abel hurriedly explains that he means thank you for creating this opportunity in the first place. Damien doesn't buy the sudden show of gratitude. In one smooth motion, he draws his greatsword as if reacting to a threat, demanding to know who Abel really is and where the real Abel went. Abel jumps back in panic, waving his hands and begging him not to tease him like that, insisting his being sincere. Damien scoffs, saying that this much is only natural. He turns away and tells Abel that it's only right for a brother to look after his brother, so Abel should stop overthinking and focus on doing his best to get along with Lady Olivia. Abel freezes for a moment, then a quiet smile spreads across his face. A heartbeat later, he breaks into a sprint after Damien and Victor, shouting for them to wait. The second one-on-one tournament match erupts in the arena with Damien's flying fist. His expression remains completely unbothered as he swings once. The punch shatters his opponent's sword mid-air before smashing straight into their face. The sheer impact sends the opponent flying across the arena, crashing into the surrounding wall with a thunderous crack before slumping unconscious to the ground. Damien doesn't move an inch. He stands exactly where he landed, his fists still humming with dense mana. The crowd explodes. Abel, Victor, and countless others cheer wildly, chanting Damien's name as his growing fame echoes through the arena. The match ends decisively. Damien advances straight to the finals. Damien smiles faintly and asks if the next match will be the last. Abel and Victor shout his name along with the crowd. From within the stands, however, an unknown hooded figure watches him intently. The figure steps closer and calls out to Abel by name, asking if he's there. Abel looks up, confused. The stranger shifts their hood back, revealing their identity. Olivia. Abel stutters her name in shock, asking what she's doing here. She speaks with breathless urgency, stumbling over his title as she calls out, "So Damien." She tries again, her eyes tightening with worry, and tells him that his brother is in danger. The night before the match at the Gold Pixie Estate, Olivia walks alone through the hallway, humming a soft, melodious tune that rises and falls with her light steps. She suddenly pauses, her face brightening as a smile blooms on her lips. Her thoughts drift to Abel, and she admits to herself that their conversation earlier had truly been enjoyable. She calls his name silently. "Abel, I really would like to meet you again and talk some more." A maid approaches and calls out to her, announcing that the count is asking for her. Olivia turns, brows lifting with curiosity, and straightens her posture. She asks in mild surprise whether her father is truly calling for her at this hour. Later, seated in the dining room, she abruptly rises from her chair. Her voice flares with disbelief as she demands to know what her father is suddenly saying. But the count remains composed. He asks calmly if she failed to hear him, then tells her that he meant every word. His voice hardens as he repeats it with finality. She will marry Sir Jackson Cutter. At the table sit Jackson, Count Copperhead, Jackson's master, and Olivia herself. Olivia refuses to take her seat. She snaps that her father should not spout such ridiculous nonsense, insisting she has never even held a proper conversation with that man. Yet he is already speaking of marriage. Across from her, Jackson stiffens, irritation crawling up his spine. Inwardly, he curses his master as a damned old geezer. Jack had suddenly ordered him to follow without explanation, and he had rushed here without hesitation, only to be blindsided by this absurd declaration. None of this had been discussed beforehand. Not a word. He wonders what in the world this is all supposed to be. Olivia presses on, her voice sharp as she demands how her father could make such a decision without consulting her even once. The count listens in hard, contemplative silence. Then he lowers his wine glass to the table. The sound is soft, but the pressure in the room spikes. He turns to her with a dominating glare and calls her by name. He tells her not to delude herself. She is the eldest daughter of the house, and marriage is not a matter she is free to decide. It is a decision that must be judged and made by him, the head of the family. Olivia's brows knit tightly as she fires back, asking on what grounds he is making that judgment. He meets her eyes without the slightest hesitation and answers plainly. On profit. On what the Copperhead house stands to gain from her marriage. He explains that Sir Jacques, a middle-class master, has promised that the moment the marriage is formalized, he will lend his strength to House Copperhead. He tells her she understands exactly what that means. Among the great noble houses of the West, only two possess a middle-class warrior at their core forces. Gold Pixie and Limebloom. Only those two. If this marriage goes through, the Copperhead house will gain a fighting force comparable to theirs. And that is not all. Jacques has also promised to provide weapon techniques and mana cultivation methods to their knights. Techniques used by a masterclass. Jackson nearly jolts out of his seat. Fury surges through him. Jacques has never taught him those techniques. Not once. And yet he is willing to hand them over to another house as bargaining chips. Olivia feels her arguments crumble one by one. She exhales a frustrated sigh and glares at her father before forcing herself back into her chair. Under her breath, she mutters that he is selling her off for the sake of the family. The count shoots her an irritated glare, calling her a brat and telling her to watch her tongue. At last, Sir Jacques speaks, asking whether the proposal will be accepted. Count Copperhead considers it briefly and replies that the conditions themselves are satisfactory. However, there is one small problem. Zack asks what that problem might be. The Count's gaze sharpens as he states it plainly. Jackson is a completely unknown knight, a man who has never made a name for himself. And after all the trouble of hosting a tournament, taking in a nameless knight as their son-in-law would only tarnish the honor of the Copperhead family. The Count clears his throat, letting the words settle. Jacques considers this quietly, noting inwardly that, in simpler terms, it means Jackson's status is unfit. He lifts his chin and tells the Count not to worry. In tomorrow's match, his disciple will be the one who wins. The Count's expression tightens with uncertainty as he asks if Jacques is truly certain. With Damien Haxon present, he points out, it will not be easy. Jacques remains calm. He says it is possible, adding that it will work as long as the Count offers just a little help. The Count's eyes narrow with curiosity, and he warns that he cannot provide unreasonable assistance. A slow grin spreads across Jacques' face. He says it is simple, with a smile steeped in devious intent. He explains that the Count need only do one thing. Not interfere, even if Damien Haxon dies. The words crash into the room like a freezing wind. Silence falls instantly as everyone stares at him in stunned disbelief. Olivia whirls toward her father, about to protest, but the words die in her throat when she sees him actually considering it. Her voice breaks as she calls out, "Father." After a long, suffocating moment, the Count lifts his glass and slowly swirls the wine. He drinks, then speaks quietly. "Very well." Olivia stares at him with burning, helpless anger. Her fists tremble as she clenches them on the table, powerless to stop any of it. Back in the present, Olivia stands before Damien and Abel, her expression strained and apologetic. After recounting everything to Sir Damien Haxon, she bows her head and says she is truly sorry, admitting she could not stop her father with her own strength. Damien remains calm, fingers resting thoughtfully against his chin as he absorbs her words. Then he nods slightly and says that is what happened. Beside Victor, Abel trembles. Fear tightens his voice as he says they have to run away, that no one knows what Sir Jacques might do. Victor, just as shaken, agrees while addressing Damien as young master. But Damien stays composed. His thoughts drift to Jacques Noir, and he admits inwardly that he had assumed Jacques merely gave off a bad impression. He did not expect him to pull a stunt like this. And when he thinks of Count Copperhead, he sees it clearly. The Count is acting no differently from Damien's previous life. A man who will do anything if it benefits his house. At last, Damien speaks. No, he will not run away. Abel jolts in disbelief and demands to know what he means. Fear floods back into his trembling voice as he insists that Jacques Noir is middle class, far too powerful even for Damien. Victor shakes just as violently at his side. Still, Damien smiles. He tells them not to worry and assures them that he has a plan. Turning his gaze toward the arena, he says that for now, they should simply finish the match. Moments later, Damien walks into the fighting grounds with unhurried composure. His hands are tucked casually into his pockets, his steps steady, each one carrying a quiet, undeniable force. Inside, he finds the other fighters gathered tightly together in a single formation. As he closes the distance, every head turns at once, their gazes locking onto him with wary, sharpened eyes. A heartbeat later, a drum is struck from above, signaling the start. The drummer continues until the Count raises a hand, stopping the rhythm mid-beat. The Count glances toward Olivia's empty chair and grumbles inwardly. Annoyed that the finals are about to begin and irritated at not knowing where she has gone, he pushes the thought aside. Lifting his face, he puts on a bright expression and begins his speech. He announces to the honored guests that the final match of the martial tournament will soon commence, congratulating the knights who have made it this far. He explains that there will be only one victor, that the last person standing will be crowned the tournament's champion. With a graceful bow and an extended hand, he declares that there are no additional rules and tells them to fight as they please. His head remains lowered, but his eyes sharpen with hidden mischief. Inwardly, he tells Damien not to hold this against him. For Jackson's victory, this is the only way. The drum resumes. Each strike echoes across the arena. The audience erupts into whispers and shouts, calling it a death match, their excitement fueled by the danger. Victor turns pale and asks Abel whether the young master will be all right. Abel swallows and answers that he believes so. Damien said he had a plan, so all they can do now is watch. Damien stands calmly at the center of the grounds, unbothered. Inwardly, he grasps the true meaning behind the Count's words. No rules. The air around him reeks of something filthy. Steel flashes. Swords are drawn and angled toward him from every side. Before he can even blink, he is completely surrounded. Someone in the crowd shouts in disbelief, questioning what kind of turn this match has taken. Hidden among the spectators above, Jacques watches with a satisfied smile as the crowd roars. Just outside the tightening circle, Jackson slowly draws his sword, frustration etched clearly across his face. He curses under his breath, admitting inwardly that he hates this, but he cannot deny it. Everyone else is thinking the same thing. His resolve hardens. He fully unsheathes his blade and points it forward, reminding himself that to survive a match like this, the rule is simple. Take out the strongest one first. He steps forward and leaps into the air along with the others, all of them charging toward Damien with blades raised. Damien watches them rush in. He does not move. He simply smiles. The night before, outside a tent near the Copperhead estate, Jackson storms inside in a fury, shouting for his master and demanding to know why he is doing this. Jack removes his hat without even glancing his way, utterly unbothered. Jackson's anger spills over as he yells about the marriage, demanding how Jack could suggest something like that without even asking him first. In the next instant, Jack spins sharply and drives a straight kick into Jackson's gut. The blow folds him in half. A ragged cough is ripped from his lungs as he crashes to the ground. Jackson crouches there, hacking and gasping, while Jack glares down at him with cold contempt and orders him to shut his mouth. He tells him flatly that if Jackson had been skilled enough, there would have been no need to make such a suggestion to the Count in the first place. As Jackson trembles in pain, Jack continues without pause, saying there would have been no need for him to waste his time or his knowledge at all. Through the agony, Jackson curses his master inwardly, calling him bastard. Jack's glare only hardens. He tells Jackson that if he understands, then he should shut up and do exactly as he is told. Jackson slowly forces himself upright, his body shaking as he clutches his stomach. In a strained, broken voice, he stammers that he already has Sophia. Jack turns his head slightly, his voice completely devoid of emotion, and tells him to throw Sophia away. He declares that she is of no use anymore. Jackson freezes. He stutters in disbelief, asking what his master is saying. Without even looking, Jack uses telekinesis to lift the cup from atop a barrel behind him, drawing it neatly into his hand. He explains calmly that the only reason he ever allowed Jackson to date Sophia Russell was to secure the support of House Russell. Facing Jackson now, cup in hand, he states that thanks to that relationship, he obtained the swordsmanship manual he needed, as well as the elixir Jackson will require when he ascends to low class. Jackson straightens fully, still clutching his gut, as Jack raises the cup to his lips and smiles faintly. He says that House Russell no longer has anything to offer. It is time to gain support from a new house. Reluctantly, Jackson asks if that new house is House Copperhead, his voice shaking as he questions whether this is just another attempt to use them the same way he used House Russell. Jack answers calmly that it is not merely their support he wants. He intends to use this marriage to rule over their house entirely. Jackson is stunned. His words stumble out as he asks why Jack would go that far. Jack responds coolly, asking if he has not already explained it to him. He takes a drink from the cup and states flatly that this is for the sake of his long-awaited wish. Still, Jackson resists. He begs him, just this once. He pleads with his master to think it over one more time, insisting that he truly loves Sophia. Jack pauses. He looks down at him and calls him an idiot. He asks whether Jackson still does not understand. Then, without mercy, he explains Sophia's nature. She is the kind of woman who abandoned her former fiancé, Damien Haxon, simply because he was not good enough, and chose Jackson instead. That means Jackson can be discarded just as easily. He asks him quietly whether he truly failed to see that himself. The moment Damien Haxon started doing even a little better, her attitude had flipped instantly. Those memories flashed through Jackson's mind one after another, rubbing him of his voice. He tries to object, stammering that it isn't like that, but the word crumbled before they can leave his mouth. Vac produces a ring and holds it out. He tells Jackson to take it. Jackson looks up, eyes widening as he asks what the ring is. Jack meets his gaze coldly and answers that it is a ring that pushes power beyond its limits. Jackson jolts in shock, disbelief blowing his eyes wide. Jack steps closer. Tomorrow, he says, Jackson will use the ring exactly as instructed and fight Damien Haxon. And when Damien Haxon loses his mind and goes on a rampage, Jackson is to pretend it was an accident and kill him. Jackson stands frozen, staring at his master. Inwardly, he curses him, realizing all too clearly that Jack is not someone who will ever listen. For now, he agrees silently to follow the orders. Reaching out, he takes the ring from his master's palm, adding inwardly that while he is at it, he will also get rid of that I saw Damien. Holding the ring, Jackson stays at it for a long moment before forcing out the words that he understands. On the day of the match, Sophia sits among the audience, cheering loudly. She chants Jackson's name over and over, urging him to win. Jackson hears her voice and frowns, thinking she should just wait. Today, he will kill Damien and prove it. He finishes drawing his sword and faces Damien head-on. In the next instant, Jackson launches into the air along with the other fighters, swords poised for devastating strikes. As he surges forward, he thinks that he will show Sophia that he is the man who suits her best. All the blades crash down on Damien from different angles, each sword carving its own arc through the air. Damien keeps smiling. With barely any movement at all, he slips between the strikes, dodging every blow without even taking a single step. Another knight charges from behind, blade thrusting straight toward Damien's back. At the last instant, Damien jumps, evading the stab and landing lightly on the knight's head. Using it as a foothold, he launches himself higher, twisting mid-air and aligning his body perfectly. He descends with a crushing elbow strike that smashes directly into the knight's head, shattering the helmet. The knight collapses face first into the ground, blood pouring from his nose. Damien lands smoothly beside him, still frozen in his striking posture. The audience erupts. Cheers explode across the arena as Abel and Victor shout Damien's name with wild excitement. Amid the roar, Damien lets out a short chuckle and looks at the remaining knights. He remarks that it seems they thought sheer numbers would let them force their way through and somehow make it work. Lifting one hand casually, he beckons them forward, asking what they are waiting for and telling them to come at him. Jackson scowls, disbelief twisting his features as he watches Damien fight several low-class knights without even drawing his sword. Behind him, another knight mutters that Damien is a monstrous bastard. In that instant, a chilling realization dawns on Jackson. Could it be that Damien has already surpassed low class? His eyes sharpen at the thought. A female knight suddenly bursts forward from behind Jackson, mana coating her blade as she shouts that she will show Damien the swordsmanship of House Altar. Her charge snaps Jackson out of his thoughts. At the same time, another knight rushes in from behind Damien, sword raised high as he bellows for the glory of House Saint Troller. Seeing the two attacks converge, Damien finally draws his sword from his subspace ring. He scoffs, his expression flat, remarking that ganging up on someone while talking about house and glory is ridiculous. They strike together, the man from the left, the woman from the right. But before their blades can reach him, Damien's sword flashes. His strike is faster than either of them, meeting both blades head-on and batting them away. He activates his secret art, Myriad Insight, Parry. A sharp ripple of sound erupts at the points of impact. The force twists violently through both weapons, wrenching the knight's hands at unnatural angles and tearing screams from their throats. Damien does not stop. Without changing his expression, he raises his sword again. In a single follow-up strike, he disarms them both, knocking their swords free and sending the female knight flying through the air. The two barely remain standing, bodies shaking as they clutch their ruined hands. Damien tells them calmly that they all signed the agreement. Didn't they? Then he moves. In a single flash, he vanishes, leaving behind only the cutting light of his sword. He reappears at the end of his strike, poised and still, as the knights behind him collapse one after another, all felled by the same blow. He tells them to consider meeting him an unfortunate accident. The arena explodes into deafening cheers. Damien's name is chanted again and again. Caught in the frenzy, Abel looks nearly unhinged as he proudly tells a stranger beside him that Damien is his brother. From above, Count Copperhead stays in shock, managing only a stunned, "What?" Jacques frowns deeply, irritation and calculations churning behind his eyes. Damien turns toward Jackson with a casual smile, making him jolt. He remarks that it looks like Jackson is the only one left and asks if he isn't coming. Jackson lowers his head, teeth grinding as curses pile up in his throat. Then, without warning, he straightens and bursts into manic laughter, making Damien stare at him in confusion. The laughter cuts off abruptly. Jackson raises his hand and plucks a pill from the ring, sneering as he tells Damien that he has shown off enough. His fingers tremble as he holds the pill, hesitation flickering across his face. Then, as if forcing the thought away, he tosses it into his mouth. Damien watches and asks what he is suddenly eating. The effect is instant. Jackson's heart begins to thunder violently, pain tearing through his chest as he grits his teeth and swallows back groans. Damien's eyes narrow as he traces an unfamiliar mana pattern spreading outward from Jackson, crawling along the ground behind him like branching veins. Damien turns fully, following the flow of that mana as it reaches one of the fallen knights and seeps into his body. The knight suddenly screams, a sound of unbearable agony ripping through the arena as the strange energy invades him. The mana does not stop there. It spreads farther, infecting not just one body, but every fallen knight at once. The sight leaves Damien frozen, stunned by what he is seeing. Jackson smiles. Mischief glitters in his eyes as he faces Damien. The same eerie aura now rises from Jackson himself, as though he is being fueled by it. Sensing something deeply wrong, Damien turns back toward the fallen knights. What he sees makes his breath catch. Their bodies are grotesquely dissolving, consumed as the mana devours them from within. Damien stays in horror and demands to know what the hell that thing is. Jackson grins wide, a low chuckle rumbling out of his throat as he tells Damien that what he's witnessing is something known as a mana rampage. Inside Damien's mind, the definition surfaces instantly. A mana rampage is a phenomenon where the mana within a body breaks free from its owner's control and runs completely wild. When it happens, not only is there massive loss of mana, but the body itself can suffer catastrophic damage, often leaving the victim permanently crippled. After that realization settles, Damien speaks coldly, his gaze locked on Jackson as he asks if this is the power of the gem Jackson just swallowed. Jackson takes his first step forward and answers without hesitation, saying yes. He calls it the trump card his master personally gave him. As he keeps walking closer, he explains that the object triggers a mana rampage in everyone around him. His grin stretches wider with every step, excitement flashing in his eyes as he tells Damien that he really shouldn't have been running his mouth this whole time. Closing the distance completely, Jackson leans in until his face is only inches from Damien's, still grinning as he tells him that now he'll have to crawl on the ground like the worm he is. He spits the insult out, calling Damien a worthless piece of trash. Jackson stands directly in front of him, energy pouring out of his body like thick fog, swallowing the space around them both. Seconds pass. Then more time passes. And yet, nothing happens. Damien remains standing there, unmoving, not even twitching. Suddenly, Damien lets out a muffled sound, as if he's been holding back laughter for far too long. In the next moment, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter, slapping his face with his palm as the sound echoes wildly through the arena. Just as abruptly, the laughter stops. Damien lowers his hand, revealing eyes gleaming with mocking malice. The symbol etched into his hand, the one that nullifies all dark magic used against him, glows faintly. He calls Jackson a low-life piece of trash and says that this was more or less what he expected. Then he asks if this is really all Jackson could come up with, casually remarking that Jackson must have been getting help from black magic. Jackson snaps back in furious denial, shouting that it isn't black magic and demanding to know what Damien is talking about. He yells again, more desperately this time, asking how Damien is still completely fine. But before the question can fully leave his mouth, Damien drives a brutal kick straight into Jackson's gut. The impact is devastating. Jackson instantly coughs, his eyes going blank as the force launches him backward. Damien keeps his leg extended, smiling calmly as Jackson slams into the ground, bouncing 3 times before crashing violently into the arena wall. The collision sends another wave of agony ripping through Jackson's body, forcing a hoarse grunt from his throat. From the stands, Sophia screams his name in panic. Jackson finally slides down the wall and collapses onto the ground with a dull thud, groaning helplessly. Damien steps forward, looks down at him, and calmly tells him that it's a shame. His expression sharpens into grim excitement, eyes gleaming with cold malice as he finishes the thought. But that kind of thing doesn't work on him. High above, Jacques looks down from the audience seats in seething fury, his face twisting as his thoughts stumble over themselves in disbelief. What just happened? The ring's power should have activated. His gaze locks onto Damien below as the crowd erupts into a mix of cheers and uneasy murmurs, a chill crawling up his spine. Don't tell me a mana rampage doesn't work on Damien. Down in the arena, Damien feels the sharp weight of Jacques' stare pressing down on him from afar. He scoffs inwardly, realizing that Jacques has teamed up with the Count to get rid of him and even use his own disciple to do it. Then a realization strikes him. Wait. A calculating smile forms on his face as he considers that if he plays this opportunity right, he might be able to make all those bastards choke on it together. That thought is cut short as Jackson suddenly appears right in front of him, rage twisting his face as he brings his sword down in a furious, mana-imbued downward strike meant to crush him. Damien sidesteps effortlessly, the blade smashing into the ground and pulverizing it. Jackson whirls instantly to follow up, but Damien pulls back just as cleanly, creating distance in the same heartbeat. Jackson plants his feet and takes a battle-ready stance, mana flooding over his body and sword as fury pours out of him. He screams that Damien is a son of a bitch and declares that since it's come to this, he'll kill him with his true strength. He launches forward, exploding off the ground in a violent charge. Damien clicks his tongue, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he brings his sword forward and tells Jackson to remember his place. His blade begins to hum, rippling waves of mana surging along its edge. He swings upward in a clean arc, sending those waves blasting outward in a wide spread. The attack strikes Jackson before he can close the distance, ripping the sword from his grip and stopping him dead in his tracks. Jackson screams in searing agony as the mana waves engulf him, light flaring blindingly. In the next second, a massive explosion tears through the arena with a thunderous roar, the ground trembling violently beneath everyone's feet. Panic erupts in the stands as dust, smoke, and debris surge upward. Spectators scream, shielding their eyes and shouting in confusion, demanding to know what's happening. Jackson crashes down onto both knees. He clamps a hand over his mouth, gagging as if about to vomit while dark mana begins leaking slowly from his body. Then, all at once, he throws his head back as a torrent of black energy bursts violently from his mouth. The audience freezes in horror, every familiar face staring with eyes wide and mouths agape. Jackson collapses face first onto the ground, unconscious. Damien stands calmly, looking upward as the dark energy drifts through the air like thick fog, spreading across the arena. The atmosphere turns heavy, suffocating, and deeply ominous. Someone in the crowd feels it first and shouts in dread that this black energy is unmistakable, and in the next instant voices erupt all at once. Black magic. The Count jolts in sheer terror, fists clenching as panic ripples through the stands. Shouts explode from every direction, questioning how a knight could possibly be using black magic and whether this should be reported to the church immediately. The Count trembles, teeth grinding together as sweat pours down his face. Damn it! Why did this have to happen in my domain? He whips around just as his butler rushes toward him in panic, shouting his title and demanding to know what they should do. He warns that the crowd is growing restless and that at this rate, word will reach the church before they can stop it. The Count's mind races wildly. Then, all at once, he strides forward and orders the butler to stop the match immediately and silence everyone before this spreads any further. Meanwhile, Damien calmly opens his subspace and returns his sword, thinking that for now, everything is proceeding exactly as planned. A flicker of suspicion rises, and he shifts his gaze toward where the Count should be sitting, only to find the seat empty. He scoffs aloud, calling him a rat bastard and accusing him of trying to run already. Elsewhere, the Count rushes through the estate grounds with his guard knights, hurrying toward the carriage he had prepared in advance. Frustration boils over as he curses Jacques Noir, calling him a crazy bastard and snarling that he trusted him, only for Jacques to smear black magic all over him. As he reaches the carriage, he clings desperately to hope, convincing himself there's no proof tying him to any of this. If I play dumb, everything will be fine. Just as he moves to step inside, Damien's voice slices cleanly through the air, asking where he thinks he's rushing off to. The Count jolts violently. He and the guard spin around to see Damien standing there with his hands in his pockets, wearing an easy, almost relaxed smile. The Count forces himself to calm down and stutters out Damien's name, asking what the matter is. Damien tilts his head and asks why he's pretending not to know, stating plainly that the Count must have something to say to him. Panic detonates inside the Count's chest. No way. Does he already know? He rejects the thought immediately, insisting it can't be possible. Still struggling to maintain composure, he stammers that he has no idea what Damien is talking about and hurriedly claims he's busy, suggesting they speak later. Damien hums thoughtfully and asks if that means he's going to play dumb. Then he says that in that case, he won't have much of a choice either. Fear cracks through the Count's voice as he demands to know what Damien is doing and orders him not to come any closer. The guards tighten their grips on their swords, raising their free hands to stop him. Damien's fists crash into their faces before they can even react, blood spraying as they collapse instantly. In the same blink of an eye, his fist punches straight through the carriage door beside the Count's head, splintering wood and making the Count shriek in terror. Damien stands right beside him now, that carefree smile still in place. In a dark, almost playful tone, he asks what he thinks. His eyes sharpen as his voice turns grim, and he asks whether the Count remembers what he needs to say now. The Count nods frantically without hesitation, trembling as his thoughts completely collapse into panic. Inside the chamber, a furious shout suddenly erupted as Chester demanded to know if Olivia was responsible for what had happened, and the maids, startled by the explosive tone, quickly slipped out of the room while murmuring to each other that everything had descended into utter chaos. Standing there with her arms folded, Olivia paused for a moment before calmly admitting to her father that she was indeed the one who had informed Sir Damien. The answer instantly ignited Chester's temper. Grinding his teeth, he pointed at her and roared that she must have lost her mind, accusing her of betrayal after all the years he had raised and sheltered her, and demanding to know how she could dare to turn against him. Before his tirade could continue, Damien abruptly slammed his heel down onto the table, the sharp impact echoing through the room. The sudden movement startled Chester so badly that he instinctively pulled back, lowering the hand he had been pointing with as his voice died in his throat. Damien fixed him with a cold, cutting stare and warned that he was still in the middle of speaking. Beads of sweat began forming on Chester's face as he nervously replied that he understood, then cautiously asked how far the situation had progressed. With a quiet sigh, Damien explained that investigators from the cult would soon arrive, then shot Chester a mocking look and stated that they would inevitably uncover the fact that Chester had attempted to arrange his assassination by striking a deal with Jacques Noir. Continuing without pause, he asked Chester what he thought would happen once the cult learned about that arrangement, especially considering that the scheme had even involved the cult's most forbidden practice, black magic. Panic immediately seized Chester, and he hurried to protest that he truly had no idea Jacques would go as far as using black magic, insisting he had never imagined anything like that. Damien merely scoffed at the explanation and asked whether Chester seriously believed the cult would accept such an excuse. Realizing how desperate his situation had become, Chester pleaded with Sir Damien for forgiveness, openly admitting his mistake while begging him not to report the matter to the cult. After taking a brief moment to think, Damien responded in an indifferent tone that even if he personally stayed silent, Jackson Cutter would reveal everything anyway. He then reminded Chester about the horrific methods of torture used by the Inquisitors and asked whether he had ever heard of them. The mere mention of those interrogations caused the color to drain completely from Chester's face. Watching his reaction, Damien narrowed his eyes slightly before straightening his posture and announcing that there might be another solution. He explained that he possessed certain connections inside the cult, and that protecting a single Count would not be especially difficult. Stunned by the suggestion, Chester immediately asked if something like that was truly possible. A faint smile appeared on Damien's face as he answered that it was, though several conditions would have to be met first. Without hesitation, Chester urged him to state them, swearing he would agree to anything within his ability. Damien calmly began with the first requirement, saying that Chester must allow the relationship between his younger brother Abel and Lady Olivia. Chester's eyes widened, yet he quickly replied that such a request was simple and accepted it on the spot. Damien then hooked his thumb toward himself and declared the second condition, that Chester must officially announce him as the victor of the martial tournament. Hearing this, Chester responded in surprise that such a matter went without saying and asked if those were the only terms. Damien paused briefly, then stated that there was still a third condition. At that moment, Olivia suddenly spoke up, stating that as compensation for the entire incident, Chester must pay 300 gold to Haxon County. The number alone made Chester cry out in disbelief, clearly shaken by the amount. Damien shot Olivia a startled look, silently realizing that this demand had never been mentioned to him before. Yet after a brief pause he turned back toward Chester with visible interest, remarking that the proposal sounded excellent and suggesting that it should be included as well. Chester's hands tightened into fists as resentment surged through him. But despite the anger burning in his chest, he reluctantly agreed. Olivia, however, was not finished. She continued calmly, announcing that there was still one last condition. Chester immediately snapped in irritation, demanding to know why she kept interrupting and what new demand she intended to make this time. With unwavering resolve, Olivia declared that before the year came to an end, Chester must transfer half of the territory to her. The statement stunned Damien for a moment, leaving him silently wondering if he had heard her correctly. Chester's expression darkened as he asked her to repeat what she had just said, and when the words were confirmed, he slammed his palm against the table and exploded in fury, accusing Olivia of being completely insane and questioning why she was the one constantly imposing terms. Olivia answered him with chilling calm, explaining that she had personally witnessed the entire matter from beginning to end and therefore stood as the key witness. The response left Chester speechless for a brief moment before he accused her of attempting to abandon her own father. Without the slightest hesitation, Olivia confirmed that this was exactly her plan, declaring that she would take the portion that belonged to her and walk away from the suffocating family that had bound her for so long. Chester stared at her in stunned disbelief, barely able to form words as shock overwhelmed him. Still composed, Olivia continued speaking, stating that throughout her life he had treated her as nothing more than a tool, and at this time she would be the one to use him as her tool instead. Chester's teeth ground together as blind fury overtook him, and all he could manage was a trembling accusation that she truly dared to push things this far. Nearby, Damien stood momentarily stunned, realizing inwardly that he had never imagined the situation would escalate to this degree, and that Olivia was far more terrifying than he had originally thought. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind as he quietly wondered whether Abel would truly be able to handle someone like her. Olivia then gently turned toward Damien and asked if he had any additional conditions to add. With a warm smile, Damien replied that the existing terms were already more than sufficient. After hearing that answer, Olivia cast Chester a cold, indifferent glance and stated that if her father had no objections, she would interpret his silence as agreement. The words made Chester tremble with fury, yet in the end he had no choice but to swallow his rage and endure the humiliation. Several days later, a sharp scream suddenly echoed through the area. The sound made Chester's face turn pale with panic. At that moment, Damien calmly placed a hand on Chester's shoulder and announced that the truth would now be revealed. Speaking in a gentle voice, he declared that Count Copperhead, who was present there, was completely innocent. Chester immediately forced a stiff smile onto his face and repeated the same claim. Thomas, the cult's second-rank holy knight, frowned thoughtfully as he stroked his chin, then remarked that the situation seemed strange because they had already obtained a confession from the criminal Jackson Cutter, who had admitted that he conspired with the Count to take Damien's life. Hearing the accusation, Chester quickly rushed to defend himself, insisting that the supposed conspiracy was nothing more than a facade. He explained that all he had done was instruct those men not to interfere with the outcome of Damien's duel, claiming that he had absolutely no knowledge of what they actually intended to do afterward. At that moment, Damien pressed his hand firmly onto Chester's shoulder and confirmed that the Count's words were true. He continued by explaining that, on the contrary, the Count had secretly come to see him beforehand in order to warn him about the possible danger, even advising him to avoid participating in the duel altogether because the Count himself had no idea what those men might attempt. Still unconvinced, Thomas asked whether that explanation was truly accurate. Damien responded with a friendly smile and assured him that it was, adding that if the Count had genuinely intended to have him killed, there would have been no reason for him to offer such a warning in the first place. He then turned toward Chester and asked him to confirm the statement. Beads of cold sweat formed on Chester's forehead as he quickly nodded and affirmed that everything Damien had said was correct. He explained that after meeting those suspicious men he had begun to feel uneasy, so he had secretly gone to warn Damien himself, and he insisted that if he had known from the beginning that black magic was involved, he would have stopped them personally. Thomas stroked his chin while murmuring uncertainly, clearly still doubtful about the matter. Seeing this hesitation, Damien suddenly adopted a solemn and compassionate expression, then earnestly asked Thomas to trust him, swearing in the name of God that not a single word spoken by either him or the Count contained any falsehood. Standing beside him, Chester could only force out an awkward, helpless smile. The scene deeply moved Thomas, and tears began to well up in his eyes as he spoke with emotion, declaring that Damien's words must surely be the truth. Clasping his hands together, he murmured that there was no way a devout man like Damien, someone who enjoyed Lady Agnes's absolute trust, could ever speak a lie. Hearing that statement, Damien simply laughed awkwardly while silently repeating the words absolute trust in his mind. Thomas then announced that the investigation would end there and that the Count would be cleared of all charges. The moment those words were spoken, Chester felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over him, weakly thinking to himself that he had managed to survive this ordeal. Damien gently placed a hand on his shoulder and commented that he truly was fortunate. Then, leaning closer, Damien quietly whispered that he had already fulfilled his promise, and now it was the Count's turn to fulfill his own. The whispered reminder sent a chill running through Chester's entire body, while Damien merely smiled with quiet satisfaction. 1 week later, Victor guided a carriage along a road that cut through the forest. Inside the carriage, voices spoke with clear astonishment, remarking that none of them had expected to be heading toward Halkenvik County so soon. Another voice agreed, saying it was hard to believe he would be introducing Lady Olivia to his parents this quickly. He then asked Damien how much longer he planned to keep speaking so formally, suggesting that Damien should simply speak more comfortably with him instead. Damien responded with slight awkwardness, asking whether that would truly be acceptable. Listening to the conversation unfolding between the two of them, Damien thought to himself that although he had pushed them together in the hope that things would work out, the situation was developing in a way completely different from what he had originally expected. Across from him, the mood between Olivia and Abel had become unmistakably sweet. Olivia spoke with bright enthusiasm, saying how much she liked it and insisting that from now on Abel should continue addressing her in that familiar way. In response, Abel shyly called her by name. Watching this open display of affection unfold right in front of him, Damien could only think with tired resignation that the sight was rather difficult to endure. Crossing his arms, he quietly reflected that despite the various obstacles they had encountered along the way, the original goal had ultimately been accomplished. After a week had passed, the cult's investigation finally came to an end. Their conclusion was that no one besides Jackson Cutter and Jack Noir was involved, and as a result a wanted notice was issued for the fugitive Jack Noir. The Count, meanwhile, was completely cleared of all accusations. However, by that time Olivia had already fallen into serious conflict with him. As Damien looked at the pair sitting across from him, he reflected inwardly that Olivia had ultimately chosen to leave together with Abel rather than remain in her father's household. Abel had finally obtained Olivia's love, exactly as he had long desired, while Damien himself had managed to obtain something else. With that thought in mind, he pulled out a red-colored orb. Seeing the object, Abel immediately asked with suspicion whether that was not the prize given to the champion of the tournament. Damien calmly replied that it was indeed the reward. He explained that the situation at the time had been somewhat awkward, which was why there had been no proper award ceremony, but he had taken the item anyway. Curling his lips slightly, Damien concentrated on the orb while thinking to himself that the Count had been completely unaware of its true value, whereas he understood perfectly what it was. It was a spirit heart, a substance that could appear with an infinitely small decimal probability when a high-ranking spirit died, leaving behind a condensed mass of its power. Damien reasoned that if the mass were melted down and absorbed, it would grant not only an enormous amount of mana but also the power of the spirit itself, making it an incredibly priceless treasure. As he clenched the orb tightly in his hand, excitement surged through him when he realized that this particular heart carried the abilities of a fire spirit. It was the first time he had ever seen such an item with his own eyes, and he concluded that simply absorbing it would greatly accelerate his return to the realm he had once reached in his previous life. Inside the moving carriage, Damien's figure holding the glowing red orb was faintly reflected in the window as the vehicle continued down the road. High above, perched on the branch of a tree, Jack silently watched the carriage grow more distant with every passing moment. His expression was cold as ice, and from him radiated a violent intent to kill. As night deepened, the world around them fell into complete silence. Outside near the campfire, Abel and Victor slept soundly in their sleeping bags, while inside the carriage Olivia rested peacefully beneath a blanket. Then, not far from the campsite, a figure descended lightly onto the ground. His face was filled with murderous intent as he quietly drew his sword. At that moment, Damien, who had been sitting casually on a tree branch above, suddenly remarked that he had almost begun to worry his neck would snap after waiting there for so long. The moment his words ended, the branch beneath him was abruptly cut apart. Damien dropped down with lively enthusiasm and commented with amusement that this must be what people meant by the middle class, because his opponent's reactions were indeed quite fast. Jacques narrowed his eyes and asked whether Damien had known he was being followed. In response, Damien raised the red orb in his hand and, with a faint smile, answered that he had known from the very beginning and had also been aware that Jacques had come specifically to obtain that item. The sight made Jacques, who had been gripping his sword, suddenly freeze in place. In a cold voice, he stated that as expected, the spirit heart had truly been in Damien's possession. Damien replied with casual interest that this was only natural since he was the winner of the tournament. Jacques frowned with irritation and demanded to know how Damien had figured out that he was after it. With a look of open disdain, Damien tapped his own head and explained that the conclusion had been easy to reach. He elaborated that if Jacques' only goal had really been arranging the marriage between Jackson and Lady Olivia, then he would not have been so obsessed with forcing that foolish Jackson to win, nor would he have taken the risk of using something as dangerous as black magic. At those words, Jacques' expression twisted slightly with discomfort. Damien then pointed at him in scorn and continued mockingly that Jacques' real objective had always been the prize given to the champion, adding with ridicule that chasing such a long-decayed promise was truly chilling. Jacques lifted his sword slowly, his expression dark, and said that in that case everything had worked out well. He explained that with the cult searching everywhere he had assumed sneaking back in would be difficult, but following Damien just in case had proven to be the correct choice because now he could simply kill him and take the prize. Damien responded with a sneer, saying that if Jacques truly believed he could accomplish that, then he should go ahead and try. At the same time, Damien drew his own sword and openly challenged him to take it. Without hesitation, Fac swung his blade and released a twisting slash. Damien reacted instantly, lifting his sword to intercept the incoming strikes as they came from several angles. Suddenly, Jacques' blade thrust straight toward Damien's eye. Damien quickly raised his weapon into a circular guard, and when the swords collided, the impact forced him to slide back a short distance. As Damien noticed the tear that had appeared along his sleeve, he silently evaluated his opponent and concluded that even among the middle class, Jacques stood at the top tier, his movement containing no wasted force and every strike carrying razor-sharp precision. Jacques looked slightly surprised and remarked that it was astonishing for someone from a low class to endure his attacks to this extent, but he declared that this was as far as Damien would go. Immediately afterward, a strange purple energy began to envelop Jacques' entire body. He stepped forward, causing Damien's eyes to narrow in sudden shock as he realized the technique being used. It was the return sword technique. On the opposite side, the energy split into several floating shadows, each one identical to Jacques himself. The clones spoke at the same time, their voices perfectly synchronized as they asked whether Damien found the sight astonishing, explaining that this sword art was a swordmaster technique that Jacques had painstakingly restored over the course of his entire life. Twisting the tips of their blades, they continued by declaring that every sword among them was both false and real, and that with Damien's level of perception he would never be able to identify which one was the true body. Finally, they pronounced that within Damien Hawkins' ignorance, he would meet his death right there. The next instant, the entire group rushed forward together, launching a perfectly coordinated attack while simultaneously unleashing techniques known as the return sword and the false true mirage sword. Facing them, Damien calmly tapped the body of his blade with a finger and silently poured energy into it. Soon afterward, a tremendous force began spreading outward from the sword's tip, and using the blade as a center point, that surge of power swept forward and erased every single one of Jacques' clones in an instant. Watching the scene unfold, Jacques stared ahead in stunned disbelief. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, only two figures remained standing across from each other, Damien and Jacques. Terror suddenly overtook Jacques, and he cried out in shock, insisting that what he had just witnessed was impossible. Deep inside, panic rose as he realized that the technique Damien had just used was the very same one that had once blocked Jackson's blade. Damien looked at him with cold mockery and remarked that Jacques was making an absurd amount of noise over something as trivial as such a simple sword technique. Those words caused Jacques to grind his teeth in rage, and he snapped back angrily, unable to accept that the technique he had mastered through an entire lifetime was being dismissed as something trivial. In response, Damien merely showed a faint, contemptuous smile and casually asked whether that had truly been the correct way to use the technique. Then Damien stepped forward. The moment Jacques saw that movement, his eyes widened in horror. From the opposite side, shapes began forming in the air, and within moments thousands of figures identical to Damien appeared proudly before him. Trembling uncontrollably, Jacques pointed ahead and demanded to know how Damien had managed to use the false true mirage sword. Damien answered with complete nonchalance, explaining that he had simply tried copying Jacques' technique, and to his own surprise it had worked. Jacques felt his scalp tingle as he shouted in disbelief, asking whether Damien was seriously claiming that he had merely copied it. At that instant, memories began flooding through Jacques' mind. Since childhood he had believed himself to be a genius, but the moment he had once encountered a true genius, that belief had been shattered instantly and completely. As those memories resurfaced, Jacques clutched his chest in pain. In utter disbelief, he cried out that this could not be happening and demanded to know how Damien was able to defeat him so effortlessly. Damien simply glanced upward with an indifferent expression and gave a vague, non-committal reply. That single reaction made Jacques feel as though his heart had briefly stopped. Damien then spoke again in the same calm tone, repeating that he had simply done it, and it had worked. After confronting that reality, Jacques slowly fell into despair, realizing at last that he had never been a true genius at all, but merely someone slightly more talented than ordinary people. Jacques reached a bitter conclusion that this realization was likely where everything had truly begun. In order to make up for his lack of natural talent and somehow catch up with those who were called geniuses, he had searched everywhere for elixirs and master-level techniques, and if gaining strength required it, there had been nothing he was unwilling to do. After more than 10 grueling years of relentless struggle, he had finally managed to climb into the middle class. Thinking back on that long journey, Jacques tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, his eyes bloodshot as anger surged through him, and he demanded to know how the techniques he had barely managed to master after a lifetime of hardship could be dismissed so casually as something Damien had simply copied. Standing across from him, however, Damien paid no attention to the accusation. Instead, he lazily waved the sword in his hand and complained that the entire exchange had been nothing more than a waste of mana. The sight of that indifferent reaction drove Jacques into uncontrollable fury, and he began screaming hysterically, hurling curses at Damien while shouting with every ounce of strength he had left. In response, Damien calmly walked past him and swung his blade in a single effortless motion, cleanly severing Jacques' neck. With complete indifference, Damien muttered that he had no idea what Jacques had been rambling about, adding that by Jacques' own logic he had merely imitated something that already existed. As Jacques stood there in utter shock while his head separated from his body, Damien spoke again in a light, detached tone, remarking that there was no reason to waste time listening to such a pathetic story. With that, Damien turned his back and began walking away, his figure gradually fading into the distance as he muttered tiredly that he should simply go to sleep. Then suddenly, Damien stopped. He turned back with a provocative smirk and added that when someone defeats an enemy, they should farm them. Beneath the moonlight that bathed the night sky, Damien calmly wondered aloud whether there might be anything useful worth taking. 1 month later, inside a mansion, Olivia carried a wash basin while wiping the sweat from her forehead, letting out a quiet sigh of relief after finishing her task. Seeing her working like that, the maids rushed toward her in alarm and insisted that she should leave such chores to them, reminding her that it was their duty to handle such work. Olivia replied calmly that it was fine and that she was capable of managing at least that much herself. From a short distance away, another voice called out, telling her to let them handle the work and go get some rest instead. When Olivia turned and saw who had spoken, she reacted with surprise and addressed the woman as her mother, then gently asked where she was heading. Her mother answered kindly that she had heard the stableman's wife was pregnant and planned to go visit her. Hearing the news, Olivia's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed that it was wonderful and suggested they bring along some food that would help with her health. Her mother smiled warmly and agreed that it was a good idea, then asked whether Olivia would like to come along as well. Olivia returned the smile and replied that she would love to. The two of them continued their cheerful conversation as Olivia mentioned that the previous day she had noticed the blades of the windmill were already quite worn, suggesting that it would be better to repair them before winter arrived. Her mother listened thoughtfully and agreed, saying that they should mention it to Olivia's father later. Nearby, inside by the window, Pavel and Damien stood quietly watching the scene unfold. Pavel spoke with clear appreciation, remarking that thanks to Olivia, managing the territory had become far easier. Damien nodded in agreement and added that the servants were also grateful because Pavel handled everything in the territory with such careful attention. Thinking back to the moment when he and his wife had first looked at Olivia in amazement, Pavel spoke with a nostalgic tone, saying that she had adapted incredibly quickly. He reflected on how surprised he had been when the daughter of a count had personally arrived carrying half of a family's territory and boldly declared that she would marry Abel. As he said this, the image surfaced in his mind of Olivia smiling warmly while greeting everyone for the first time. Pavel then continued softly, saying that in just a single month she had naturally blended into their household and become part of the family, adding that she truly was someone extraordinary. Stroking his chin with a rather sinister smile, he remarked that thanks to Olivia they had managed to crush the pride of those people who used to look down on their family during social gatherings, calling her nothing less than a blessing. Watching his father speak like that, Damien could only respond with a helpless and awkward smile. Pavel suddenly called out Damien's name, and Damien immediately answered in a serious tone that he was listening, addressing him respectfully as father. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, Pavel casually suggested that Damien should begin searching for a partner as well. Damien froze on the spot and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering why such a topic was suddenly being brought up. Without another word, Pavel reached forward, grabbed the curtain beside the window, and pulled it open, revealing a board completely covered with information. With clear enthusiasm, he explained that it was not sudden at all, saying that Damien had recently become quite famous and that matchmaking proposals had begun pouring in from everywhere, urging him to look through the list. He even asked what kind of style his son preferred. Left speechless by the sight, Damien thought to himself that he had been wondering all morning why his father had called him over, and now he finally realized this must have been the reason. After a moment of hesitation, he apologized and said that marriage still felt too early for him. Pavel immediately reacted with confusion and asked what kind of nonsense that was supposed to be. Shaking his head firmly, he insisted that there might be marriages that happened too late, but there was no such thing as one happening too early. He then launched into a long explanation, emphasizing that above all else a man needed to settle down in order to achieve stability. As he spoke, he even reminisced about his own younger days, claiming that he had rejected countless noble ladies before ultimately choosing Damien's mother. And after clearing his throat he concluded that Damien should also find a good partner soon. Finally, he added that if Damien's younger brother ended up getting married while Damien himself remained single, it would not look good in the eyes of others. Faced with that situation, Damien could only remain silent while forcing an awkward, stiff smile. Suddenly, Pavel called his name again, this time with clear irritation in his voice. At that exact moment, Damien smashed straight through the window and leapt outside, thinking to himself that the holidays were still a long way off. After landing at a spot not far from the mansion, Damien wiped the sweat from his forehead and released a long sigh, muttering that he could not believe his father had suddenly started talking about marriage. He scoffed bitterly at the idea of himself getting married, then sighed once more and admitted to himself that he had never even imagined something like that happening. His expression slowly darkened. Rising slightly onto the tips of his toes, he stared at the dark stain on the ground and reflected that even worrying about such matters was a luxury for someone like him. The memory of his previous life surfaced vividly in his mind. Back then he had existed as a death knight, slaughtering countless people while his sword remained constantly drenched in blood. His thoughts continued drifting as he acknowledged that even if those actions had not been his own will and had been carried out under Dorgo's control, the undeniable truth was that he had still killed someone's children, someone's siblings, and someone's parents with his own hands. For a murderer like himself, he believed there was no way he deserved happiness like that. With hatred rising inside him, Damien clenched his teeth and made a firm vow in his heart that above all else he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible, because killing Dorgo had to come first. At that moment, A book suddenly appeared in his hands. Flipping through its pages, he murmured quietly that it was the Bolong Jigwang medicine, also known as the Felling Nature Madness drug, a new cultivation method he had obtained after defeating Manhwa. He observed that unlike ordinary techniques, where a practitioner remained seated while absorbing mana, this method was unique because it allowed mana to be absorbed even while the body was in motion. Although the principles behind it were extremely complex and it had the drawback of only drawing in small amounts of mana, Damien considered that if he combined it with the cultivation methods he already possessed, he might be able to produce something highly effective. Continuing his calculations silently, he thought that if he could properly absorb the spirit heart on top of that, then within a short period of time he would definitely be able to grow stronger at an astonishing rate. He tugged lightly at his arm and wondered whether he should stretch his body a little after such a long time. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Damien paused slightly when he heard it. Victor came running toward him in a hurry, calling out "Young Master," and reporting that a guest had arrived. Damien immediately felt suspicious and wondered how the visitor had known he was there. Turning his head, he asked what kind of guest it was, his brow already furrowing as he sensed that the situation might develop badly. Back at the mansion, the door to the room opened slightly as Damien and Victor quietly stepped inside. The person waiting inside greeted him in a calm voice, saying that it had been a while. Hearing that greeting, Damien sighed inwardly, thinking that this was exactly what he had expected. Agnes hurriedly rose to her feet and apologized for arriving so suddenly. Damien answered with an awkward tone, then leaned closer to Victor and quietly whispered that next time he should simply say he was not there, which left Victor staring back at him in confusion. Turning serious again, Damien asked Agnes what had brought her here so unexpectedly, while inwardly noting that the atmosphere surrounding her felt somewhat unusual. Agnes hesitated for a moment before explaining that she had come because she needed to ask him for a difficult favor. Hearing that, Damien repeated the words with surprise, asking what kind of difficult favor she meant. Lowering her gaze slightly, Agnes revealed that they had finally discovered the location of the dungeon belonging to the man known as Corpse Play. Damien's expression immediately tightened into a frown as he repeated the name in disbelief, realizing that they had continued tracking the man all this time and had now finally located him. Agnes suddenly grasped Damien's hand firmly and spoke with sincere urgency, saying that this was exactly why she had come to see him. Still confused, Damien questioned what she meant, prompting Agnes to look at him with pleading eyes as she earnestly begged him for help. She implored him to lend them his strength so that together they could subdue their archenemy, Corpse Play. The window stood half open. Damien crouched and slipped out, landing lightly on the ground as his eyes moved quickly across the surroundings while he carefully checked for anyone nearby. Suddenly, a voice called out and addressed him as "Young Master." Damien's eyes widened in shock. Not far away stood Victor, gripping a broom like a weapon while radiating an intimidating presence as he stared directly at him and demanded to know where he thought he was going so early in the morning. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Damien turned his gaze aside and awkwardly explained that he was simply going out for some early morning exercise. Victor immediately rejected the excuse, bluntly accusing him of lying and stating that he was obviously trying to sneak away because of Lady Agnes's request. He then asked whether Damien was truly planning to join such a dangerous subjugation squad. Seeing no reason to deny it anymore, Damien calmly admitted that Victor was correct. Victor hesitated for a moment before speaking again in an earnest tone, saying that he sincerely hoped Damien would reconsider and not go this time. Although he acknowledged Damien's abilities, he explained that the dungeon of a necromancer was infamous for being extremely dangerous, and more importantly, the Viscount would never approve of such a decision. Damien remained silent briefly before stroking his chin and admitting that Victor was right. His father would absolutely never allow it. With a light and evasive smile, he explained that this was precisely why he was sneaking out and suggested that Victor simply pretend he had seen nothing. Victor immediately shouted in frustration, calling out "Young Master," as he rushed forward and raised his broom to block the path. He insisted that he could not allow Damien to go and firmly declared that he would never send him into a place that was practically a death trap, adding that Damien absolutely could not. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp blow struck the back of his neck. Victor collapsed instantly, losing consciousness. Lifting Victor's limp body, Damien casually commented that Victor was surprisingly heavy, then jokingly added that perhaps he should consider losing some weight. After dragging him over to a nearby wall and propping him up, noticing the faint foam forming at the corner of his mouth, Damien calmly dusted off his hands and assured him there was nothing to be concerned about, confidently declaring that something like Corpse Play would never be enough to bring him down. Then, wearing a wicked grin, he added that this situation actually presented the perfect chance to sever one of Porgo's limbs, and there was no way he intended to let such an opportunity slip away. As he turned to leave, he waved in a carefree manner and reminded Victor to be sure to say something favorable about him to his father. Several hours later, a woman stepped forward, extending her hand toward Damien as she introduced herself as Margata, a second-class paladin from the Order of the Burning One, adding that it was a pleasure to meet him. While looking at her, Damien could not help but note inwardly just how massive she was. He responded with courtesy, returning the greeting while introducing himself as Damien Haxon. Though the moment their hands clasped he felt the surprising strength in her grip. Inwardly, he considered that a second-class paladin possessed combat ability comparable to a mid-tier fighter, and the aura surrounding her was anything but ordinary. Margata spoke in a friendly tone, admitting that this might sound somewhat rude. Yet she honestly had not expected Damien to appear at all, particularly since the dungeon in question had been created by Cops Play. Zeke interjected at that point, explaining that refusing a request from Sir Agnes had not really been an option for him, and besides, he carried quite a serious grudge against necromancers. Hearing that, Margata leaned closer to Agnes with a playful expression and teased that she had been worried earlier since Agnes understood absolutely nothing about men, though it seemed she had ended up choosing quite well after all. Agnes, her face turning red, shyly protested and told her senior to stop saying ridiculous things and just give Sir Damien that already. Margata drew her sword in an easy motion, clicking her tongue as she remarked that it was somewhat wasteful, but since things had come to this there was nothing to be done. She then held the weapon out toward Damien and told him to take it. Accepting it with a blank expression, Damien asked what exactly it was. When he slowly pulled the blade from the scabbard and saw it radiate a brilliant, dazzling light, his eyes widened in unmistakable shock. Margata smiled and explained simply that it was a holy sword. Staring at the weapon in a dazed state, Damien reflected that a holy sword was crafted from rare metal, repeatedly forged and refined by dwarven masters before being imbued with divine power through years of blessings performed by priests, and merely holding it in his hands made the exhaustion in his body feel as though it were melting away. Clearly delighted, he remarked that, just as expected, it was truly incredible. Margata burst into hearty laughter and revealed that Agnes had pleaded with their master to allow her to bring it along, insisting that if Damien was going to participate in the subjugation, then he absolutely deserved a proper reward. Hearing this explanation, Agnes lowered her head shyly. Margata continued speaking, noting that even so, lending a holy sword to an outsider so casually was extremely rare, before teasing that their junior disciple was completely head over heels for Sir Damien. Before she could finish the remark, Agnes responded by delivering several quick, affectionate kicks in succession. Agnes' face flushed a deep red as she leaned closer and whispered that she had already warned Margata to stop speaking such nonsense. Watching her reaction, Margata immediately burst into booming laughter, then admitted that she should probably quit before Agnes genuinely lost her temper. With an easy shrug, she added that although the weapon was not among the highest ranks, it was still an item of immeasurable value, advising Sir Damien to put it to good use. Hearing that, Damien expressed his sincere thanks. Still a little embarrassed, Agnes quietly addressed him as Sir Damien, and said she was once again grateful that he had agreed to accept their request. Damien answered calmly that it was nothing, then asked whether she could explain the current situation in more detail. Agnes nodded and replied that she would go over everything once they were inside the carriage. Soon after, the group climbed aboard, and as the carriage began rolling forward, Agnes started recounting what had happened several weeks earlier in the No Mountains. She described how a pair of knights had been walking along a forest path while talking among themselves, one of them uneasily mentioning that this was already the third person to disappear, and wondering aloud what could possibly be happening in such a peaceful countryside village. The other knight admitted he had no explanation either, expressing frustration over the strange situation. Suddenly, the dog leading their path reacted violently and backed away. Seeing the animal trembling uncontrollably, both knights called out in alarm, asking what had suddenly gotten into it. At that exact moment, a pained voice echoed through the forest, repeating that it hurt. One knight frowned and asked the other if he had heard it too, pointing out that it sounded like a human voice. The groaning continued, repeating the same words about the pain, and at the same time a huge, shadowy figure slowly emerged from the direction ahead. The knights froze in stunned silence, barely able to react. Then the creature spoke again, muttering in broken, chilling words about playing with corpses, and both knights began trembling uncontrollably with fear. When they finally saw that its grotesque body was covered with the twisted, suffering faces of numerous people, the two of them screamed in absolute terror. As their cries echoed through the woods, a flock of crows burst into the air, wings beating loudly as they scattered. Back in the present, as the carriage continued along its route, someone explained that the location of the dungeon had eventually been discovered by local soldiers who had been searching the area for the missing farmers. Damien rubbed his chin thoughtfully, sensing that something about the situation did not add up. He reasoned that for Cops Play to lose their test subject so easily, especially when they had never left a trace before, simply did not make sense. Margata agreed with his conclusion, explaining that headquarters also suspected the possibility of a trap. Damien then asked with curiosity whether they were still planning to send a subjugation force despite that risk. She answered firmly that they were, though she stressed that headquarters was not acting carelessly. If the situation truly was a trap, they had prepared accordingly by assembling elite members from 3 separate orders. Hearing this, Damien questioned the decision further, pointing out that the combined elites of 3 orders represented a level of strength capable of bringing down an entire nation, then asking why they had still felt the need to request his assistance as well. Agnes paused for a moment before quietly confessing that the reason was her. Hearing that, Damien turned toward her with a suspicious look. With her eyes lowered, Agnes explained that her master had originally refused to send them on the mission because he considered it far too dangerous, but she had begged him repeatedly, insisting that she had to take part no matter what. Damien listened without interrupting. Margata then continued the explanation, saying that since the decision had been made so suddenly, their order could only send the two of them. Their master had therefore suggested that they could be permitted to join the operation if they strengthened their numbers somehow, even if that meant bringing in an outsider, and she stated frankly that if Damien had declined their offer, she would never have allowed Agnes to participate either. After hearing the entire explanation, Damien finally said that he understood. His gaze briefly shifted toward Agnes, and within his thoughts he admitted something he could never reveal aloud. He already knew how this subjugation would end. In his previous life, a massive suppression force had been assembled in almost the exact same way, and the outcome had been complete annihilation. As that memory resurfaced, he recalled how the truth had eventually come to light through the testimony of a single paladin who had barely survived the disaster. Staring quietly out the carriage window at the passing scenery, Damien reflected on what that survivor had said. One by one, the faces of the squad members appeared in his mind, and after considering them carefully, he arrived at a grim conclusion. Among the members of the subjugation squad, there had been a traitor. Thin clouds drifted across the sky as distant mountains blurred into pale mist while dense green forests stretched endlessly across the surrounding land. When they finally arrived, Mangata excitedly announced that they had reached their destination and confirmed that this was indeed the location. At the encampment of the subjugation force, Damien silently swept his gaze over the knights moving busily throughout the area ahead. As he studied the expressions on their faces, he thoughtfully concluded that most of them appeared reasonably well trained. After observing for a little longer, he also noticed that quite a number of paladins seemed to belong only to the lower class. That realization weighed on his mind, leading him to reflect that the Order had clearly mobilized everything they could for this operation. Just then, Mangata raised her voice and called out to Damien, telling him to come over. Damien immediately responded and followed behind the two women with long strides. Once they entered a tent, Mangata greeted the people waiting inside with cheerful familiarity, announcing that they had arrived and adding that it was good to see them again after such a long time. Gamal, a second-class paladin from the Order of the Swirling Blizzard, stood there with his arms crossed as he voiced his irritation, complaining that Mangata had shown up late yet again. Dionysio, a third-class paladin from the same order, awkwardly tried to step in and ease the tension. Mangata simply took a seat and laughed it off in a reassuring manner, explaining that she had made a brief stop along the way while joking that she would make sure not to be late next time. Gamal responded with obvious skepticism, dismissing it as the same excuse she always used and questioning whether she had any intention of keeping that promise. Mangata responded with booming laughter, teasing Gamal by saying that his foul temper was a real issue and warning him that if he kept scowling like that all the time, his forehead would soon be full of wrinkles. Gamal's irritation only deepened, and he snapped back that instead of offering an apology she was spewing nonsense, which was exactly the sort of behavior he expected from members of the Scorchers, whom he described as ignorant and uncivilized as ever. The remark immediately sparked Mangata's anger, her expression hardening as she sharply told him to watch his mouth, declaring that while he could insult her personally as much as he wished, she would never tolerate anyone speaking disrespectfully about her sect. Gamal shot back with equal fury, asking whether he had said anything incorrect and arguing that if her sect's teachings were truly worthy of respect, she would not be acting in such a disgraceful way. Mangata continued provoking him, casually remarking that although Black Snow had been thoroughly defeated by her master, it seemed rather petty for Gamal to still be holding a grudge about it. That comment pushed Gamal over the edge, and he slammed his hand down on the table before shouting angrily, demanding to know when exactly his master had ever suffered such a humiliating defeat. Watching the escalating argument, Damien turned to Agnes with a puzzled expression and asked who that man was. Agnes leaned closer and quietly explained that he was Gamal, a disciple of Black Snow and a second-class paladin belonging to the Order of the Swirling Blizzard. Hearing that, Damien simply nodded and replied that he understood. Meanwhile, Mangata puckered her lips and mockingly repeated that regardless of anything else, the undeniable fact remained that Black Snow had lost to her master. Gamal roared back in outrage, insisting that his master had only been exhausted at the time after completing an important mission. Seeing that neither of them showed the slightest intention of backing down, Damien thought helplessly to himself that the two sects clearly harbored deep hostility toward one another. At that moment, another person stepped forward in an attempt to calm the situation, urging everyone to stop arguing. Sanus, a second-class paladin of the Dazzling Agony Order, spoke in a calm and gentle voice, advising them not to waste their anger fighting among themselves and reminding them that such fury should instead be reserved for tearing apart the filthy black mags hiding inside the dungeon. Mangata turned toward him with a bright expression and warmly welcomed him, remarking that it had been quite a long time since they had last seen each other. Nearby, Agnes quietly introduced him to Damien, explaining that the man was Sir Sanus, a disciple of Radiant and a member of the Dazzling Agony Order. After taking a seat, Sanus glanced toward Damien with curiosity and asked who that gentleman over there was, commenting that the man did not appear to be a paladin. Noticing the attention, Damien simply returned his gaze with a calm, indifferent expression. Mangata then looked at Damien and introduced him to the group, stating that he was Sir Damien Haxon. Gamal froze in visible shock and blurted out in disbelief, asking whether this was a knight who had defeated a UN executive. Sanus showed equal surprise, asking if this was the same Damien Haxon who had fought two black mags simultaneously. Mangata responded enthusiastically that it was indeed impressive, proudly adding that Agnes had personally recruited him. Then joking that although she had once thought Agnes completely clueless, it seemed she was actually quite skilled at charming men. After which she burst out laughing. Hearing Magata's teasing, Agnes immediately flushed with embarrassment and hurriedly protested, calling out to her senior sister in an attempt to stop her. Just then, someone raised a hand and asked them to wait a moment. Dionisio reacted with visible surprise and asked if they were saying that an external force was being added to the subjugation team. Magata quickly clarified that Damien was not simply an outsider, explaining that Sir Damien had rendered significant service to the Order and had therefore been officially designated as an associate. The man frowned with clear disdain at that explanation and remarked that, in other words, Damien was still just a mercenary. Agnes' expression instantly showed her displeasure at the remark. Gamal then spoke in a calm voice, stating that his junior did have a point, in questioning whether it was truly wise to accept an outsider so casually into an operation of such importance. Agnes clenched her fists tightly and demanded angrily what he meant by calling it dangerous. Standing with his arms folded, Gamal answered that an outsider might easily harbor hidden motives, adding that there had been past cases where black mags had planted spies within the Order. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the tent grew heavy with tension. Magata slammed her fist down on the table and shouted furiously for Gamal to watch what he was saying, warning him that he was crossing a line. Observing the situation, Damien silently reflected that Gamal was simply exercising caution. Sanus then calmly voiced his own opinion, apologizing first but admitting that he agreed with Gamal, since bringing an unverified individual into such a mission did indeed carry certain risks. Magata frowned and asked if even Sanus truly felt that way. Gamal then shifted his gaze directly toward Damien and coolly asked if he could ask him something. He explained that the paladin standing there had joined the expedition in order to purge heretics and demonstrate the greatness of God, then asked what reason Damien had for participating in the subjugation. Damien fell silent for a moment, thinking carefully that if he wanted their trust he would have to answer wisely, wondering what he should say. After a brief hesitation, he began to reply that as for his reason. Before he could finish speaking, the tent flap burst open as someone rushed in and shouted urgent news, reporting that the scouts had encountered a flesh golem halfway up the mountain. At that announcement, everyone's faces immediately filled with shock. Elsewhere, a grotesque sight unfolded as the face of a child wailed in despair, crying and screaming while calling for its mother and asking where she was. Nearby, a bald knight muttered a curse under his breath in frustration. The monster continued its mournful howling, repeatedly calling for its mother while complaining that everything was dark, that it hurt terribly, and begging desperately for someone to help it. The knight stared at it in horror and cried out, unable to comprehend how such a horrifying creature could possibly exist. Suddenly, a streak of blue energy lashed out and struck directly into the monster's body. The creature recoiled violently and snarled, screaming that it hurt and demanding to know why they were tormenting it, warning them not to touch it. The knight froze where he stood, terrified by the sight. In the very next instant, the monster lashed out and struck him, sending him flying as it screamed that it would kill him. The knight's cry of agony rang out. At that moment, Magata suddenly appeared and intercepted the attack, blocking it while shouting for the knight to get a hold of himself. Gamal rushed forward at the same time and urgently called out to her, telling her to look ahead. Right before them, the monster's body began releasing a strange blue miasma that rapidly spread through the surrounding area, and wherever the vapor passed, grass and plants shriveled and died instantly. Magata cried out in alarm that it was poison and immediately ordered everyone to shield their bodies with holy power. The others reacted at once and followed her command. Gamal cursed loudly, realizing how overwhelming it was, and shouted that the poison was too strong, instructing everyone to concentrate on defense until the attack subsided. But as he looked ahead, he suddenly noticed Damien standing directly in front of him and reacted with confusion. Everyone else quickly turned their eyes toward the same sight, and shock spread across their faces as they shouted Damien's name. Unable to believe what they were witnessing, he was forcing back that overwhelming poison using nothing but his own aura. As Damien calmly stepped forward through the toxic mist, the monster let out a low growl and asked if he was going to hurt them as well, repeatedly telling him to stay back. In the next instant, it opened its grotesque mouth and fired a barrage of thousands of poisonous needles straight toward him. Seeing the attack coming, Damien did not retreat and instead continued stepping forward. The moment the monster raised its massive fist and swung down to crush him, Damien lifted his sword and drove it forward, piercing directly through the creature's hand. With a cold voice, he asked whether this was the answer they wanted when they had asked why he was here. Under Gamal's stunned gaze, Damien continued speaking, explaining that Ajido, that cursed black mage, had once placed a curse on his family's estate and had attempted to slaughter every member of his household. After suffering something like that at the hands of a black mage, he said, killing just one of them would never be enough to satisfy him. As those words left his mouth, Damien pushed his sword even deeper, the blade plunging straight into the monster's core while its enormous hand froze in mid-air. He continued, declaring that until every single one of those black mags was dead, he would never stop. Hearing that, Gamal's expression filled with fear. In the next moment, Damien split the monster apart with a decisive strike and added coldly that he would never stop. Inside a dark chamber where skulls were scattered and human corpses hung suspended from iron chains, Delran sat quietly in front of an enormous mirror. Just then, someone stormed in and angrily demanded to know why he had exposed their location, pointing out that the Order's holy knights were already camped right outside. Another person raised his voice as well, accusing him of trying to destroy their final lifeline with his own hands when only the three of them remained in urine. Ignoring their outrage completely, Delran remained seated and responded with mocking calm, saying that he was merely carrying out his master's command. His master had ordered that the kingdom be shaken, he explained, and if that was the case, then wiping out the Order's military strength first was the obvious step. The man with the scar across his eye angrily questioned him again, asking if he truly intended to keep spouting such nonsense about that person, and whether he even remembered the last time that master had ever responded to him. At those words, Delran slowly turned his head and glared at him with a warning in his eyes, asking whether he was mocking his master and wondering aloud if his master would be pleased if he turned a dark mage into a flesh golem. The scarred man faltered for a moment, grinding his teeth in frustration, while the man with teal hair stammered anxiously, asking what exactly Delran was talking about. Before either of them could react further, a shadow suddenly emerged, seizing both of their heads and smashing them violently into the ground. Delran remained completely composed and calmly gave his next order, stating that the procedure would begin immediately, then instructing Kite to take the scarred man up to the chamber on the ceiling and asking if he understood. Without saying a word, Kite grabbed the scarred man by the hair and began dragging his limp body away. Left alone, Delran fixed his gaze on a glowing purple sphere and spoke with mounting excitement, declaring that this time he had to create a true masterpiece worthy of satisfying his master, adding that the corpse of an exceptional holy knight would surely earn his master's response once again. Afterward, he manipulated the monster from the earlier battle by controlling it through invisible threads, forcing the creature to rise once more. Suddenly, Delran's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Through the sphere, he saw Damien standing opposite the monster, his body radiating a blue aura, and he muttered in astonishment that there was someone among them who was not even a holy knight. Moments later, the scene of Damien's sword piercing straight into the monster's core appeared within the glowing sphere. Watching that moment unfold, Delran exclaimed in disbelief, marveling that Damien had managed to locate the core and pierce it in a single strike. He voiced his amazement that someone who was not even a holy knight had dismantled the trial he had prepared so effortlessly. Raising a trembling hand, he covered his face in trembling excitement while wondering aloud what kind of exquisite material Damien must be. Then, waving his hand eagerly, he declared that he wished to be granted a little time, promising that he would certainly capture Damien and turn him into the finest material imaginable. As he gazed at Damien's reflection within the mirror, Delran proclaimed with excitement that Damien would become the greatest masterpiece of his life. The following day, deep within a forest, Gamal stood atop a large rock and called for everyone's attention, telling them to listen carefully. Leaning against his spear, he spoke with seriousness, stating that if they wished to succeed in this subjugation, every one of them had to carry out their assigned role and responsibility without fail. He then laid out the battle plan, explaining that he would personally lead the charge while the blended snowstorm division would cut open the path ahead. The burners division, he continued, would remain at the rear in order to guard against any ambush from behind, while the blinding pain division would move through the center, supporting both the front and rear lines through their divine authority. Watching this arrangement, Damien silently reflected that it was a well-structured deployment that took excellent advantage of each sect's unique authority, and he found it quite impressive. Nearby, Agnes clenched her hand and remarked bitterly that it was unfortunate she had been assigned to rear support, insisting that she should have been positioned to the vanguard where she could personally execute heretics. Just then, someone stepped forward and declared that he would handle the minor enemies and clear the path ahead. Recognizing him immediately, Agnes called out in surprise when she saw that it was Dionysius. Dionysius simply extended his hand toward her and told her to save her strength for the greater battle ahead. Dionysius then turned toward Damien, placing a hand over his chest as he praised Damien's performance from the previous day, calling it truly remarkable. Damien responded politely, saying that Dionysius was flattering him. However, Dionysius' expression soon hardened as he warned that even though everyone else seemed to acknowledge Damien after witnessing that display, he himself was not completely convinced. Hearing this, Damien quietly noted to himself that Dionysius' gaze carried an unnecessary level of wariness. Dionysius frowned and continued, cautioning that an outsider would always remain an outsider, and added that he intended to keep watching Damien closely until the very end. Damien lowered his eyes with indifference and simply replied that he would keep that in mind. Agnes, clearly displeased with the exchange, abruptly ordered Dionysius to stop his idle chatter and return to his position. The two of them quickly fell into another argument, with Dionysius insisting that he was only concerned about her safety, while Agnes sharply criticized him for remaining immature no matter how much time had passed. Watching the scene unfold, Damien allowed a faint smile to form as he reflected that before capturing the corpse puppeteer, hunting down the traitor hidden within the order might actually prove rather amusing. While this thought lingered in his mind, he turned and gently asked Agnes whether they should set off to hunt the corpse puppeteer. When he noticed her expression darken slightly, Damien found himself wondering if, along the way, They might also uncover the true reason behind Agnes' seemingly endless hatred. Some time later, a creature was seen trapped within thick layers of blue ice, its warped face screaming from inside the frozen prison. In the next instant, Dionysiо and Gamol rushed forward together, thrusting their spears as they carved through the monster's body even while it remained encased in ice. They continued their relentless assault, cutting the creature apart again and again until its body was reduced in numerous scattered pieces. As soft snowflakes drifted slowly through the air, Damien extended his hand and watched them fall, absent-mindedly thinking that no matter how many times he witnessed it, the power was still fascinating. When a snowflake settled on his palm, he quietly acknowledged that even he could not replicate such an ability, recognizing it as a divine authority possessed by the Order. At the same time, Damien silently recalled that each sect's authority carried its own unique nature, and that in the past he had once clashed fiercely with the 5 saints who stood at the very peak of those powers. Just then, Sanus casually approached and leaned closer, asking what Damien thought while remarking that the blended snowstorm was considered one of the strongest sects within the Order. Casting him a meaningful glance, he added that although their pride tended to be excessive, perhaps it came from the fact that they were still conscious of what had happened the day before and the suspicion that had surrounded him. Damien replied in a relaxed tone that he did not particularly mind. Sanus then continued with a mocking remark, commenting on how cleanly they killed their enemies in order to show mercy to the creations of filthy heretics, before adding that if it had been her, she would have torn out their entrails one by one and minced them before finally ending them. Hearing this, Damien carefully thought to himself that such behavior was exactly what one would expect from a disciple of Radiance, the most fanatical among the 5 saints, and that even this one seemed rather unhinged. Sanus then calmly added that when she had witnessed Damien's skill the day before, along with the expression in his eyes, she had immediately known with certainty that his hatred toward dark mags was genuine. Her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as she added that their blinding pain sect always welcomed individuals as sacred and powerful as he was. Hearing this, Damien immediately broke into a cold sweat, wondering with alarm whether she was suggesting exactly what he feared. Sanus, clearly thrilled, then asked whether he would consider devoting himself to their sect. Damien remained unmoved, standing firm like a wall as he calmly replied that he would have to decline. Looking disappointed, Sanus asked why he would refuse, arguing that if he became one of their holy knights he would serve as the most faithful servant of the glorious god. At those words, Damien shifted his gaze aside and let out a quiet sigh of tired frustration, thinking to himself how many more times he would have to endure this same pattern whenever he dealt with holy knights. Sanus continued speaking, insisting that above all else, even Damien's limited mana capacity would be solved. The moment he heard that, Damien's expression changed to one of surprise as he admitted inwardly that an increase in mana capacity was undeniably tempting. Resting her chin lightly on her hand, Sanus leaned closer and attempted to persuade him further, explaining that holy knights could receive divine power depending on the depth of their faith, and that every time they executed a filthy heretic, the merciful god granted them additional divine power. She then asked whether that did not sound appealing. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Damien reflected that there was still a problem, then replied with quiet certainty that he was satisfied as he was and that he was not yet worthy to serve as a vessel for divine wrath. While speaking those words aloud, he was simultaneously calculating in his mind that his shortage of mana capacity would be resolved once he completed the mana circulation method and fully absorbed the spirit's heart, and therefore he had no intention of becoming the Order's hound for such a trivial benefit. Afterward, as they continued walking together, Damien added that for now he wandered the world simply in pursuit of the footsteps of God. Seeing this, Sanus covered her face in admiration and exclaimed that he possessed an exceptionally noble heart and spirit. Further ahead, Margata turned around and teasingly called out to Agnes, telling her to look and suggesting that at this rate they might end up losing Damien to them instead. Agnes immediately began stammering in response, insisting that Sanus had only been preaching and that it had merely been ordinary preaching, nervously asking whether that was not the case. Suddenly, Sanus spoke again in a soft, sweet voice, remarking that Sir Damien was becoming more and more desirable. Hearing that, Damien felt a wave of pure horror wash over him. Sanus then added in a low, coaxing tone that failing to obtain something she desired was simply not to her liking, and suggested that perhaps the two of them might slip away together later. As she said this, she slightly parted her clothing. Damien saw the gesture and remained completely silent. Then, without a word, he slowly raised his hand and summoned his sword. In the next instant, he lunged forward and slashed straight through Sanus's body in a single decisive strike. The sight caused Agnes and Margata to freeze in shock. But as Damien rushed forward with the strike, the truth of the attack revealed itself. Sanus stood frozen while the blazing, icy soul energy surging from Damien's blade tore through the chest of an invisible monster that had been standing directly behind her. After the strike landed, the creature let out a piercing shriek of agony. Sanus turned around in astonishment. Staring at the empty air, she wondered aloud whether a golem capable of concealing its form actually existed. Damien stood ready with his sword drawn, frowning as he remarked that the creature's armor was unexpectedly durable and that he would finish it off. Before he could continue, Sanus suddenly lifted the book in her hand and waved it once. In an instant, a violent surge of power erupted directly from the monster's body. Maintaining the same pleasant expression, She calmly explained that she was currently in the middle of proselytizing and politely requested that he refrain from interrupting. Watching this unfold, Damien was momentarily stunned, realizing that she possessed enough divine authority to subdue a high-tier flesh golem using nothing more than a single book. At that moment, Agnes and Margata rushed over, shouting almost simultaneously that an enemy raid had begun from the rear and that they were moving to respond, while also calling out for Sanus to return to her assigned position. Hearing the urgent report, both Damien and Sanus turned around in surprise. After the monsters had been subdued, Sanus spoke in a leisurely tone, remarking that it was rather unfortunate and suggesting that they find time to continue their discussion on another occasion. Not far away, Agnes stood watching them with an intense gaze. Meanwhile, Sanus cheerfully raised 3 fingers and mentioned that their sect also offered a 3-month intensive scripture program specifically designed for outsiders. Damien responded with a polite refusal. Yet under Agnes's watchful eyes, the atmosphere between the two seemed strangely tinged with a faint pink mood, causing her to purse her lips with quiet bitterness. At the same time, Margata landed beside them and immediately asked with concern whether Sir Damien had been injured. He calmly assured her that he was fine and added that he would assist as well. Margata placed her hands on her hips and glanced toward the approaching enemies, confidently insisting that they could simply leave it to her. At the same time, Agnes slowly stepped forward to stand opposite the incoming monsters. Noticing the overwhelming presence radiating from her, Margata casually remarked that it seemed they would indeed have to lower the blood pressure back at their estate afterward. Stopping in front of the group of monsters, Agnes gradually gathered blue energy into both of her fists, and the creatures visibly recoiled. Watching the scene unfold, Damien calmly reflected that she had once been the foremost disciple of the Azure Flame. Moments later, Agnes's eyes gleamed brightly as she clenched her fists and charged straight forward. Blue energy exploded around her arms, shaping itself into razor-sharp slashes that tore through the monsters. Their eyes rolled back as several heads were cleanly severed from their necks, and blue flames immediately engulfed the remains, reducing their bodies to ash. Looking at Agnes standing within the glowing blue light, her slender frame filled with undeniable power, Damien reflected that among the 5 great saints, if Luminance had been the most troublesome opponent, then Azure Flame had unquestionably been the strongest. Before long, the cave returned to its former quiet stillness. Gamal suggested that they should sweep each entrance together, but before he could even finish explaining his plan, Margata immediately objected, arguing that such a method would be far too inefficient. Sanus supported Margata's view and added that the better option would be to divide their forces and advance separately. As the debate continued without resolution, Damien watched them with clear boredom and finally remarked that the discussion was dragging on. Noticing that the wait might take some time, Agnes softly suggested that she go and bring back some food. Yet just as she finished speaking, someone approached and calmly remarked that there was no need for that. Agnes and Damien immediately turned toward the voice, only to see Dionysios stepping forward as he presented what he carried, explaining in a gentle tone that he had already prepared a meal for his sister. Agnes accepted the food and politely thanked him, but when Dionysios turned toward Damien, his expression shifted into clear displeasure as he coldly remarked that Sir Damien should take one as well. Damien gave a half-hearted reply of thanks, and with the food handed over, Dionysios quickly turned and left, though not before throwing a sharp, resentful glance back at the two of them. Meanwhile, Agnes sincerely reminded Damien that a major battle lay ahead and urged him to make sure he ate properly. Hearing this, Damien asked if she was referring to Corpse Revelry, and she answered firmly that she was, stating without hesitation that they had come all this way to kill him. As Damien watched Agnes angrily bite into the meat, he fell quiet for a moment, then asked with curiosity why she seemed so fixated on Corpse Revelry. Agnes immediately widened her eyes in surprise and, flustered, remarked that he asked about personal matters far too casually, adding that he seemed strangely indifferent and even questioning whether he was a capital T type. Inside the cave, their conversation continued, as one of them remarked that she did not have to tell him, while the other responded that he had come here because she asked and that it would be discourteous of her to keep it hidden. Agnes then gently asked whether she had previously mentioned the village that had been ravaged by Corpse Revelry. Damien nodded, saying that he remembered and that every resident of that village had been killed. Agnes then revealed with quiet sadness that she had been one of the survivors from that day. Hearing this, Damien was completely stunned and could scarcely believe what he had just heard. Agnes continued, bitterly recalling that on that day her older brother, who was a holy knight, had returned home while on leave, and whenever he came back, she would always stay up through the night listening eagerly to his stories about the Order, but that day they had never gotten the chance. At that time, Agnes's brother had been standing inside the house, slightly opening the door as he watched what was happening outside, where the entire area had already been overrun by undead wandering through the neighborhood, pacing back and forth and refusing to leave. Inside the house, her brother placed his hand gently on Agnes's head and urgently told her to hide there, warning that she must not come out no matter what happened and asking if she understood. Feeling uneasy, Agnes nervously stammered as she called out to him, but he repeated his warning, telling her that until someone came to open the door for her, she must never step outside and must not make even a single sound, once again asking if she understood. Agnes then explained that this moment had been the last time she ever saw him. By the time the Order's subjugation squad finally arrived and rescued her, Both the villagers' corpses and the undead had already been burned down to ashes, and after the order later informed her that the one responsible for the incident that day had been corpse revelry, she decided that she would become a holy knight herself. As Agnes spoke, it was as though her past self and present self overlapped in that moment. And hearing the story, Damien quietly reflected with bitterness that she carried such a painful past. Just then, Margata approached with her usual bright energy, cutting into the heavy mood as she cheerfully asked whether they had been waiting long and informed them that the meeting had only just ended. Damien replied with quiet understanding, remarking that the matter must have been a delicate one. In response, Margata casually gestured behind her and explained that they had been discussing whether the 5 entrances should be inspected together one after another or whether the subjugation force should split into separate units and enter simultaneously. Curious about the outcome, Damien asked which decision they had reached, and Margata answered with lively enthusiasm that it had, of course, been the latter. Thinking back on the earlier argument, Margata complained that Gamal had insisted they should move together as a single group, but both she and Sanus had opposed the idea. She added that the stubborn man had continued to stand firm, which caused the meeting to drag on far longer than necessary, remarking with mild exasperation that he had always been overly cautious. Damien listened with a thoughtful expression and commented that it sounded as though they had known each other for quite a long time. Margata simply grinned at that and replied that it was something like that before letting out a laugh. Not far away, Gamal stood silently, staring in their direction with a focused gaze. After a moment, he raised a hand to cover his mouth and gave a light cough, then lifted his voice and called for the units to assemble, announcing that from that moment forward the subjugation force would divide into 5 squads and advance. Hearing the sudden commotion, the 3 of them quickly turned their attention toward him, while Dionycio and Sanus also turned their heads to listen. Planting his spear firmly into the ground, Gamal loudly ordered that each unit was to break through at maximum speed and join with any squad that began to fall behind, declaring that today would finally become Urin's last day. In that very instant, the cloak behind him suddenly flared upward. Sensing the overwhelming aura that erupted at once, Damien's brow tightened slightly. The one wielding the dark sorcery revealed a chilling grin, and the ground beneath everyone's feet fractured violently before shattering apart. In the next moment, the entire area collapsed, sending everyone losing their footing and plunging straight down into the abyss. As the ground split open and the collapse began, Damien remained completely calm, sliding his hands into his pockets while lightly kicking off the falling chunks of rock to gain momentum as he descended. Looking straight down into the abyss below, he observed that the drop was incredibly deep and vast. Turning his gaze to the side when someone nearby screamed in panic, he quietly noted that the fierce gale unleashed by the sudden detonation was scattering everyone in different directions. Watching them tumble through the air, he mockingly thought that holy knights were as persistent as cockroaches and had probably managed their own landings already. His thoughts then shifted more seriously as he considered that hollowing out an entire mountain to create a trap would explain why the dungeon entrance had been positioned halfway up the slope. A sinister smile slowly spread across his lips as he coldly mused that corpse revelry had prepared quite a magnificent grave for himself. After finally landing, Damien noticed Dionycio sitting ahead of him in meditation, which caused a flicker of confusion to cross his mind, and he called out with uncertainty, addressing him by name, Dionycio. Startled by the sudden voice, Dionycio spun around and exclaimed in shock that it was Damien Haxon. A moment later he shut his eyes and focused, drawing divine power through his body as a radiant aura wrapped around him. Watching this, Damien shot him a look of open disdain and silently thought that this was exactly why he called him cockroach-like. Self-regeneration fueled by divine power. Meanwhile, Dionysio's body trembled as he cursed under his breath, angrily muttering that of all the people he could have fallen with, it had to be Damien Haxon. Damien immediately noticed the change in tone and coolly observed that now that only the 2 of them were present, Dionycio had conveniently dropped the honorifics. With complete indifference, he suggested that if Dionycio hated the situation that much, he was free to go his own way, since Damien himself intended to move forward regardless. Saying that, he gave a casual wave of his hand and turned to leave. Seeing him walk off, Dionycio panicked and quickly gripped his spear, his blue eyes flashing beneath sharp lashes as his gaze tightened with resolve. In the next instant he buzzed forward at blinding speed, the radiant blue spear slicing through the air in a brilliant thrust. Yet the strike was not aimed at Damien, but at an invisible creature floating directly in front of him. Without lowering his guard, Dionycio warned Damien not to relax his vigilance, reminding him that they were inside the dungeon of a dark mage where acting alone was dangerous, and insisting that they move together instead. Damien lowered his eyelids slightly, reflecting in a leisurely manner that he had left Dionycio alone simply because he was curious to see how the man would behave, and he had never expected Dionycio to act for his sake. With faint curiosity, he asked whether Dionycio did not hate him. Dionycio immediately turned his face away, resting the spear over his shoulder, and bluntly admitted that he did hate him. However, he declared that if Damien died, Agnes would be heartbroken, so he intended to keep him alive. Momentarily taken aback, Damien fell in step behind him and teasingly remarked that Dionycio must be fond of Dame Agnes. The comment made Dionycio jolt violently, his face turning bright red as he shouted at him to shut up, snapping that he should stop talking nonsense and just follow. Turning his head away, He muttered through clenched teeth that he truly could not stand him. Watching the reaction, Damien quietly thought that for some reason Dionycio reminded him of that bastard ale. Suddenly, Damien sensed something and his expression hardened. Above Dionycio's head, a terrifying red-eyed head slowly materialized. Dionycio froze instantly, cold sweat running down his back. Just as a massive punch came crashing down, Damien moved in a flash and yanked him backward. Stunned, Dionycio stammered in disbelief and asked what that thing was. As the dust settled and the silhouette became visible, Dionycio hesitantly wondered whether it was human. Damien dismissed the thought at once, telling him to look carefully, explaining that it was one of Corpse Play's creations. As he stared at it with a frown, he reflected that the more effort its creator invested in shaping a flesh golem, the more human it appeared. A humanoid flesh golem, what Corpse Play proudly referred to as his masterpieces. The moment the creature lunged forward, Dionycio charged ahead with his spear, his face twisted with disgust as he declared that he would purify it through the power of God. Filled with fury, he drove the spear straight into its body. Yet the instant the blade pierced the creature, the ice coating around the spear shattered apart. Watching the creature continue its wild charge, Dionycio gasped in alarm as he realized that the divine power surrounding him was dispersing. In the next instant, the monster's fist slammed directly into him, hurling his body backward until he crashed violently against the rock wall. Dropping heavily to the ground, Dionycio forced himself upright, his body trembling as disbelief filled his face while he realized that his divine power was no longer working. Hearing that, Damien stared at him in stunned silence before exclaiming in shock. Unwilling to accept the situation, Damien stepped forward and summoned his sword, gripping it firmly as he launched himself ahead and brought the blade crashing down across the monster's body in a powerful slash. As the cut exposed the core hidden inside, Damien coldly remarked that Corpse Play must have already known about this by this point in time. Fixing his gaze on the exposed orb, he immediately recognized it as a magic artifact and silently declared that he knew exactly which son of a bitch had crafted it. Dorgo. Reaching in without hesitation, he snatched the orb free, and the monster instantly released a shrill scream. Annoyed by the noise, Damien glared upward and ruthlessly swung his sword again and again from multiple directions, reducing the creature's body to shattered pieces. When the battle ended, Dionycio saw Damien standing there with a blood-soaked hand gripping the orb, and the sight made him instinctively recoil, his face turning pale as sweat streamed down his skin. After a brief silence, Damien casually tossed the orb toward him and told him to take it. Confused, Dionycio caught it and asked what exactly it was. Damien answered coldly that he should hand it over to the Order for examination, explaining that it would reveal the reason his divine power had scattered. As the words left his mouth, Damien recalled his previous life and reflected that the Order had discovered this countermeasure far too late back then, when the damage had already become catastrophic. This time, however, he had taken action first, meaning they would uncover the solution much earlier. The corner of his lips curled faintly as he calculated with quiet satisfaction that such a splendid opportunity to completely ruin that bastard falling straight into his hands was truly delightful. Turning his attention back to Dionycio, he asked whether he was able to move. Startled, Dionycio immediately straightened his posture and quickly replied that he could. Their voices echoed through the cavern as Damien questioned why he had suddenly become so polite, and Dionycio awkwardly answered that it had simply felt like he should. As the two of them continued walking deeper into the cavern, Dionycio looked around and asked how large the place actually was, addressing him as Sir Damien while remarking that it resembled an enormous underground cavern. Damien replied thoughtfully that if the space had been carved out from within the mountain itself, then it must be immense. At that very moment, a soft and delicate voice called out playfully from somewhere ahead. Both of them immediately turned toward the sound. Standing across from them, Sanus waved cheerfully as she greeted them, asking whether they were both still alive and remarking with delight how glad she was to see them again in one piece. Dionycio stared at her in shock, while Damien calmly addressed her as Lady Sanus and remarked that she had managed to arrive safely. However, his tone quickly turned cold as he asked about the object she was holding in her hand and demanded to know exactly what it was. Gamal, whose neck was tightly gripped by Sanus, struggled painfully as he gasped for breath. Seeing this, Dionycio cried out in alarm for Brother Gamal. Fixing Sanus with an icy stare, Damien demanded that she explain herself. Elsewhere, Agnes gently touched the badge resting on her chest and activated her divine power, allowing the sacred energy to spread and envelop her entire body. From ahead of her, Margata turned back with concern and anxiously asked whether Agnes had fully recovered. Agnes answered wearily that she had recovered, addressing Margata as senior before asking what had happened to the others. Margata could only shake her head, her expression helpless as she looked toward the body scattered among the rubble, explaining that it was useless and that the regular holy knights were already dead. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed through the cavern, casually asking whether the materials had already arrived. Hearing it, both women instantly turned around in alert vigilance. From the opposite side, Delran slowly approached, remarking with mocking amusement that they had landed exactly where he was and that the two of them must have truly terrible luck. With a smile, he wondered aloud whether the other man had fallen somewhere else. Margata's expression hardened as she frowned and shouted, demanding to know who he was and telling him to show himself properly. Delrance responded with a sneer, complaining that asking who he was wounded his feelings, then coldly reminding them that they had come there intending to kill him. Had they not? At those words, Margata's voice rose with suspicion as she asked whether that meant he was. The man gave a crafty smile and introduced himself without hesitation, confirming that he was the one they called Playing Dead, and remarking with clear delight that it was a pleasure to meet his new materials. Hearing this, Agnes clenched her teeth in fury, her eyes blazing with anger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dionycio cried out in alarm the moment he saw Gamal being strangled, calling out urgently to Senior Gamal. Damien, however, kept his gaze fixed coldly on Sanus and demanded that she explain what exactly was going on. She simply raised an eyebrow with indifference and replied that Sir Gamal had been ambushing members of their sect while everyone had been scattered, so she had subdued him. Dionycio immediately stepped forward in protest, insisting that such a thing was impossible and asking why his senior would ever do something like that. Sanus answered coolly that she had no idea, adding that a traitor appearing in a hellhole like this was a cliché anyway. Dionycio quickly insisted that it must be a misunderstanding, but Sanus provocatively asked whether Sir Dionycio was perhaps involved as well. He denied it at once and urgently argued that if they truly doubted them, they could arrest them and bring them before the Order's trial. While the exchange continued, Damien glanced aside and silently thought that something about the situation was wrong. In a cold voice, he pointed out that 2 second-class Holy Knights, both at the middle-class level, had supposedly fought each other there, yet the surroundings were not completely destroyed. He added that compared to Gamal, Sanus looked far too unharmed. Observing that her body carried neither injuries nor even the grime of battle, he narrowed his eyes before firmly declaring that the real traitor was her, Suze. She responded with a smile that was both embarrassed and sly, admitting that she supposed she could not fool him after all. Dionycio, confused and alarmed, demanded to know what she was talking about, but before he could react further, she suddenly turned and drove her fist straight into his face, sending him crashing violently into the rock behind him. After striking him, she calmly remarked that it should already be obvious she was ambushing them like this. Releasing her grip from Gamal's neck, she added lightly that both he and Sir Gamal were terribly weak, and that weaklings like them had no business representing the Order's main sect. Raising both hands in a fervent, almost fanatical gesture, she proclaimed that Dazzling Pain should represent the true face of the Order. Damien asked coldly what she intended to do after becoming the leading sect. With clear disdain, she replied that the current Order had grown far too soft, sneering that the so-called Heretic Inquisition had become nothing more than a joke. Swaying slightly with a sinister air, she continued that heretics deserved nothing but immediate execution, declaring that they would correct the Order and restore the glory it once held in the old days. Damien casually lifted the hand holding his sword and asked whether that meant she would kill her own comrades for such a cause. She answered calmly, saying, "Of course not. The subjugation teams simply died in battle inside the dungeon, and with that, our sect would naturally become the heart of the Order, since we would be the only ones left possessing real power." The moment her words ended, the subordinates behind her drew their weapons and advanced. Damien lowered his stance and frowned, thinking that everything she said was complete nonsense, and recalling that even this so-called grand betrayal of hers had ended in total annihilation in his previous life. At that instant, 2 attackers rushed him simultaneously, one swinging an axe while the other charged with a shield. Seizing the brief opening between their movements, Damien released Crushing Wave in a swift motion, driving his sword forward in a single decisive slash that cut them both down at once. Watching this, Sanus stared in stunned disbelief, realizing that he had just defeated paladins reinforced by authority with a single strike. In the next moment, Damien dashed forward and appeared directly before her. The tip of his sword pressed against Sanus's throat as he unleashed Sword of Calamity. Yet the instant the blade merely grazed her neck, Damien's expression twisted with sudden horror. Sanus looked at him calmly and asked whether he truly intended to test her. At the same time, the ring on her hand began to glow intensely. She swung her arm in a wide arc, sending a direct attack straight toward him. Damien immediately leapt into the air to evade. But even so, the stone wall behind him shattered the moment the blow struck it. Frowning, Damien thought to himself that whatever defense protected her had been strong enough to block Sword of Calamity, and it clearly carried lethal offensive power as well. Sanus then asked calmly how much he knew about the authority of Dazzling Pain, explaining that the authority they wielded was enhancement. She elaborated that it could increase physical abilities, raise the density of objects, and even sharpen weapons, allowing them to strengthen nearly any concept itself. As she spoke, the ring in her hand rapidly sprouted a sharp blade. Her voice carried unmistakable excitement as she added that the higher one's level became, the more the effects could be stacked and used repeatedly, before asking whether he had known that. Waving the weapon eagerly, she declared that she could stack the enhancement up to 30 times. While weaving through Sanus's relentless barrage of attacks, Damien reflected inwardly that he was already well aware of it, because in the past he had fought Radiance, one of the 5 great saints. He remembered clearly that during that battle, Radiance had crushed thousands of undead simply by applying gravity 100 times over. As Sanus pressed forward with continuous attacks, She remarked that she had heard Sir Damien possessed a special technique capable of deflecting incoming magic and questioned why he was merely dodging instead of using it. Hearing that, Damien casually sidestepped another strike and replied with open mockery that although she had reinforced herself, her attacks were painfully predictable. At the same time, he calculated inwardly that inside of all flows consumed more mana depending on the strength of the attack it handled, and with the amount of mana he currently possessed, maintaining it was becoming increasingly difficult. Suddenly, Sanus pulled back her weapon and stepped forward. In the next instant, she slammed her foot down with violent force, the ground shattering beneath the impact as the shock sent Damien flying backward. As he crashed against the stone wall, she looked at him with a mocking expression and declared that she was finished with all the dodging now. Watching her carefully, Damien quietly concluded that it was time to gamble a little. Without hesitation, he brought his hand to his chest and clenched it tightly with all 5 fingers. Sanus stared in confusion, unable to understand what he was doing. At the same moment, his hand tightened as though gripping his own heart within his chest. A crimson surge of energy suddenly erupted from Damien's body. Sanus froze in shock, first wondering if it was aura before realizing that his mana levels were rapidly changing. Fixing her gaze on his chest, she scowled in anger and concluded that he must have pulled some kind of trick. Without wasting another moment, Sanus poured power into her weapon, her thoughts racing as she decided that even if she did not understand what he had done, she would finish him before it became dangerous. Just as her attack was about to land, Damien's lips curled into a faint smirk. He released his sword and activated inside of all flows, causing Sanus's attack to slide off course and veer to the side. Seizing the opening instantly, Damien drove a powerful kick straight into her body while Gamal and Dionycio watched in stunned disbelief. The impact sent Sanus flying backward from the force of Damien's kick. Remaining perfectly composed, Damien remarked that if cutting her did not work, then he would simply have to get a little rougher. Pale and visibly shaken, Sanus stared at him in bewilderment as she sensed his mana suddenly surging upward and demanded to know how such a thing was possible. Standing across from her, Damien released the energy raging through him, his fury rising along with it as he declared coldly that it was time for a beating. Clutching his chest tightly, Sanus felt a wave of relief knowing the impact had been absorbed at the last possible moment. Yet he remained frozen in shock, staring down as if trying to confirm whether what he held was truly some kind of spirit heart. His fingers squeezed around it while blood slowly began to drip downward. Not far away, Damien curled his hand into a fist and thought about melting the thing down before consuming it bit by bit. Though a smirk soon crossed his face as he realized that if he had arrived even slightly later, the situation could have turned dangerous very quickly. Calm now that the issue with his mana had finally been resolved, Damien started walking directly towards Sanus while gathering aura, thick red energy leaking outward around him. Seeing this, Sanus could only stare back with wide eyes, unable to understand what Damien intended to do next. But within moments Damien ripped the weapon free and drove a crushing punch straight into Sanus' stomach, a blow that felt like it struck the soul itself. And in that instant Damien understood that it was time to deal with the traitor. Elsewhere, Agnes frowned as she slowly drew power into her palm. Grinding her teeth, she muttered in disbelief that the corpse puppeteer's strength far exceeded anything the Holy Church had anticipated, especially the humanoid flesh golem standing there. Only moments earlier someone had shouted at the corpse puppeteer, declaring in God's name that he would be erased, and Kite along with the others had rushed forward together, but the puppeteer instantly formed a barrier that halted them completely. Agnes sensed something was wrong and stammered that divine power was not working. Before anyone could react, the corpse puppeteer struck back, sending both girls crashing away. Struggling to regain her balance, Agnes glared at him and insisted it couldn't be real, while Kite continued pressing his attacks. She called out to her senior for help, yet the woman, blinded by fury, charged straight into close combat anyway, shouting at Agnes even then to run and call for reinforcements. Watching from nearby, the corpse puppeteer chuckled with clear amusement and remarked that they were planning to escape, as if he would ever allow such a thing. Suddenly, creatures appeared behind Agnes, and a shiver of terror ran through her as she wondered when they had been surrounded. The corpse puppeteer calmly reassured her that he intended to spare her life, explaining that the rarer the specimen, the more important it was to keep it alive. The meaning of his words made her expression darken with fear, and to make matters worse, she saw that her senior had already been defeated by Kite. In that moment of despair, Agnes realized that divine power had absolutely no effect on him. The corpse puppeteer let out a quiet laugh, amazed that the artifact was actually canceling divine power, and thought to himself how insane it was, though exactly what he had expected from the artifact he had created. Then he casually asked Agnes whether they should take her away to the sewing chamber. Agnes slammed her palm against the ground, releasing a burst of blue energy, and bitterly wondered if this was where her story would end. With the enemy standing before her while her body trembled, she cursed the cruel timing of it all, realizing that this had happened right when she had finally managed to track down the murderer of her brother. The corpse puppeteer tilted his head with curiosity and asked whether Agnes truly considered him an enemy, remarking that there seemed to be some sort of connection between them, though he could not remember exactly where it came from since he had slaughtered far too many people to keep track. Agnes erupted in fury and shouted that it was Palmer Village, the place he had destroyed purely for his own amusement. His expression twisted with interest as the memory surfaced, and he repeated the name Palma village, the settlement he had wiped out entirely, before casually asking if she had family there. Trembling with rage, Agnes revealed that she was one of the few survivors and demanded to know why he had committed such a massacre and what possible purpose it had served, declaring that because of him the villagers, and her brother, a devoted paladin, had lost their lives. At those words, the corpse puppeteer fell silent for a brief moment before his excitement only grew stronger. Suddenly he burst into laughter, describing the event as a masterpiece, and admitted that there had indeed been a paladin in Palma village who fought with extraordinary resistance, adding that the man had been excellent material. Agnes stared at him in horror and demanded to know what he meant by material. With unsettling cheerfulness, the corpse puppeteer explained that he never wasted lives carelessly. Instead, he removed the finest parts first and then revived them afterward as undead. Turning his back as though the matter were trivial, he casually asked whether she wanted to greet him. Still confused, Agnes demanded to know what he was talking about. He then revealed that her brother was standing right there and asked if she had truly forgotten him already. Tears began to gather in her eyes as Kite slowly reached up and pulled down his mask. The sight before her felt impossible, leaving her able to do nothing but gasp in disbelief. Inside her mind flashed memories of the gentle face and bright, cheerful smile of a younger brother. And now, standing before her, Kite's face was unmistakably that same brother. She collapsed to her knees and screamed, while behind the scene the corpse puppeteer leaned back laughing, remarking how delightful the sound was. He began recalling that day, saying that watching Kite struggle alone had been so remarkable that even God must have noticed and placed a mark upon him. The corpse puppeteer added that he had nearly lost every flesh golem he had brought there and then asked if she wanted to know how he had solved that problem. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that it was enough. Dianio turned and saw a massive monster looming behind him, demanding that if he wanted the surviving villagers to live, he should surrender himself. The villagers cried out desperately for rescue, while a woman bound to a pillar screamed and begged to be saved. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to hold them back, power beginning to gather within his palm, while the corpse puppeteer simply sat there watching the chaos unfold with a twisted smile. He commented that just as he had expected, Kite truly had been exceptional grade material. Returning to the present, the corpse puppeteer grabbed Kite by the face and praised him as his finest masterpiece, calling him her elder brother while wondering aloud what should be done with Agnes, whether he should craft sibling flesh golems from them or perhaps fuse her together with Kite instead. He mulled over the possibilities for a moment, then finally pointed toward Agnes and ordered his monsters to seize her, and they immediately began advancing. Yet something in Agnes suddenly shifted. Through the tears running down her face, she swore that she would never forgive the corpse puppeteer and demanded that he give her brother back. In the next instant, an immense force erupted from her body, energy surging outward as a blinding radiance flooded the cave, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire space. A cross-shaped mark appeared upon her forehead as the power she had long kept hidden finally awakened. The corpse puppeteer stared at the sight with wide eyes before breathing out in awe, calling upon God and tearfully thanking him for blessing him with yet another piece of supreme material. It was then revealed that stigmata was a state granted to those who received extraordinary favor from a god, allowing them to wield overwhelming strength, and Agnes had just unlocked that terrifying power. Agnes frowned deeply and declared that the corpse puppeteer was the one person she could never forgive. Instead of fear, the corpse puppeteer burst into excited laughter and remarked that it sounded fascinating, suggesting that perhaps it was time to begin the second round of tests for his masterpiece. He immediately ordered the monsters to attack her. The creatures rushed forward together without hesitation, but flashes of light erupted as Agnes tore through them, smashing them apart with blows so powerful that brilliant streaks of light trailed behind every strike. Watching with clear delight, the corpse puppeteer exclaimed that the power of stigmata was truly astonishing and noted that the stigmata itself was a form of divine power. Margata was suddenly thrown toward Agnes, and she caught her instantly. At the same moment Kite charged toward them, declaring that they were facing power granted by him. Agnes quickly moved Margata out of harm's way before rushing forward and delivering a devastating punch that slammed directly into Kite. The corpse puppeteer watched in surprise and observed that the divine power was not fading, wondering if the magic tool's influence meant nothing against stigmata. He speculated that bearers of stigmata must be extremely rare, meaning the creator likely lacked sufficient information about them, before asking if any other troublesome people were still alive. Suddenly the cave began shaking violently as chunks of rock broke loose and crashed down from above. The corpse puppeteer immediately used his power to shatter the falling stones before they could strike his head. At the same time, Agnes used her abilities to heal Margata. Stammering in confusion, he demanded to know what was happening. High above, Damien looked down with equal confusion and asked the same question. Holding Sanus by the collar while his own body was soaked in blood, Damien demanded to know if everyone was present. Agnes looked at him in disbelief and asked why he was with Sanus. Damien responded by tossing Sanus onto the ground, explaining that he had defeated him because the man had committed betrayal, even while he himself had been blinded by pain. Hearing this revelation left both Agnes and Margata stunned. Damien then noticed Agnes's condition and called out her name, quickly realizing that she had gained a new power and asking if she had awakened his stigmata. Dionio loudly confirmed that it was true while calling out to his sister. Gamal then addressed her as Sir Agnes, remarking that her appearance was unbelievable. Damien smiled faintly and asked Sir Gamal whether he wanted to escape first together with Sir Agnes, saying that he himself would handle the corpse puppeteer alone. Gamal's voice trembled as he replied that such a thing was impossible. Damien frowned and asked what Gamal could possibly accomplish by staying there, thinking that they needed to leave immediately so he could question Dorgo for more details. With no room left to argue, Gamal was supported by Dionio, who stated that Sir Damien was right. The two of them then lifted Sonny's and began carrying him away, apologizing as they said they would leave everything in Damien's hands. Watching them go, the corpse puppeteer smirked and asked who had given them permission to take his subject away. His body began to shift as he called out to Kite. In response, Kite transformed into a monstrous form, and the corpse puppeteer ordered him to release his strength and drag them all back. The sight left everyone staring in stunned silence. Breathing heavily with nervous tension, Gamal muttered that there was no chance, noting that the aura now radiating from Kite matched that of a high-tier being. Sensing the danger, he shouted a warning. At that moment, Agnes stepped forward and drove a powerful punch into Kite, the shock of the impact cracking the ground around them. She ordered everyone to follow Sir Damien's command and leave immediately. As Damien struggled to stop Kite's incoming fist, he smiled faintly and remarked that, just as he had expected, he would not need to interfere. Agnes then called out to him and asked Sir Damien to leave this fight to her. Damien questioned the golem and asked if there was a reason. Tay slid down Agnes's face as she answered that it was because Kite was her brother. Damien froze in disbelief at those words and repeated the word brother. Realizing that her brother's body was trapped inside that golem, he muttered that the corpse puppeteer was just as disgusting as ever. Meanwhile, the corpse puppeteer watched with amusement and ordered Kite that, if possible, he should capture them all alive. Gamal seized the moment and shouted that this was their chance, telling Dionio they were useless in that fight and urging his sister to run as fast as possible. Seeing them flee, the corpse puppeteer's mood instantly turned furious as he demanded to know where they thought they were going without his permission. Complaining that he had only a few flesh golems remaining, he crushed an egg that had a human mouth, and from the opening a horse suddenly emerged. Mounting it at once, he ordered Kite to take responsibility and drag those two to the sewing room, especially that man no matter what. Damien watched the scene with confusion, wondering what exactly was happening, but when he attempted to follow the others, Kite blocked his path. Agnes immediately rushed in and kicked Kite straight in the head, the impact smashing his skull into the ground as she told Sir Damien to go. After a brief pause, Damien said he understood and that he would meet her later, then dashed past Kite. The creature roared in fury while Agnes clenched her teeth and continued striking him to keep him pinned down. Even as Kite tried to push forward, she planted her feet firmly and used her body to hold him in place. Pouring every bit of strength into her stance, Agnes drove her feet deeper into the ground and whispered an apology to her brother. Her eyes squeezed shut as she bit down hard and admitted she had come too late, hadn't she? Meanwhile, the corpse puppeteer was already closing in on Gamal's group, laughing loudly while shouting for them not to escape. Damien leapt across the rocky walls and rapidly caught up to him, and with a single clean strike he sliced through the horse's legs, sending the corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Stepping forward, Damien slammed his foot down hard onto the corpse puppeteer's chest and said that now they were finally alone, there was something he needed to say. With a blade pressed against his throat, the corpse puppeteer showed clear excitement and remarked that Damien had actually managed to get past Kite, his ultimate puppet, then laughed as he added that Damien truly was the rest. Damien halted for a moment before coldly demanding an answer, his fist tightening as he angrily asked who had given his opponent that magic tool, then released a wave of killing intent while pressing him again about where he had obtained it and where all those flesh golems had come from. Even before the question finished leaving his mouth, the giant spider, lurking behind, lunged at him. Yet Damien avoided the strike with ease and continued interrogating him about the source of the undead. Corpse Puppeteer answered with a twisted smile, asking whether the undead had frightened him, then mockingly wondered if Damien had ever thought about how he managed to transport so many undead creatures there without leaving behind any trace at all. Raising the object in his hand, he finally exposed the answer and gleefully declared that everything had been possible because of a subspace magic tool. As countless monsters started emerging behind him, he proudly stated that while they were nowhere near Kite's level, he still had plenty more to use. Damien watched in silence and immediately recognized it as a subspace pouch, his eyes hardening with resolve as he decided he would simply kill the man and take it for himself. Overflowing with pride, Corpse Puppeteer remarked that Damien was still less polished than Kite, though with a sinister grin he added that Damien would surely become a masterpiece even greater than him someday. He then ordered the monsters forward, commanding them to seize the child alive. Damien lowered himself into a combat stance while observing that his mana had increased enough for him to finally accomplish it. Pouring mana into his sword, he reflected that until now he had only scratched the surface of 1,000 sword art, but at this moment he could finally unleash its real strength. Locking onto the charging monsters, he released his ultimate technique, and a devastating slash erupted forward with a roar powerful enough to crush mountains, instantly sweeping away every creature in its path. Corpse Puppeteer froze in shock at the sight and cried out in disbelief over the destruction of his treasure puppets. Damien casually flicked his hand, causing him to flinch before mockingly asking whether that pathetic surprise performance was already over, then added with a satisfied smile that they should continue their little question-and-answer session. Except this time Corpse Puppeteer only needed to answer while Damien asked the questions. Fear became visible across Corpse Puppeteer's face as he realized the situation had turned disastrous and that Damien's combat ability far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Clenching his hand nervously, he thought that it still was not completely stabilized, but he no longer had any choice. Damien, sounding almost bored, commented that it appeared his opponent still had one final puppet left to reveal. However, the next moment caught even him off guard as Corpse Puppeteer declared that he had never imagined he would be forced to use this method during his lifetime. His body transformed into a massive, monstrous beast, far larger than before, and he bitterly lamented having to lower himself to such a state. Elsewhere, Agnes was already fighting against the transformed Corpse Puppeteer, and although she lifted her shield to block the swipe of his claws, the impact still blasted her backward and sent her crashing into the wall behind her. Despite being pushed into a disadvantageous position, Agnes refused to yield and rushed forward once more with weapons gripped in both hands as the two prepared to collide again. This time, Corpse Puppeteer's strike failed to connect because she instantly dashed forward and her mana-covered fist slammed directly into his hardened body. A tremendous impact erupted as blue light flooded the area, blasting him into the wall while fragments of debris scattered in every direction. Corpse Puppeteer screamed in agony, while Agnes herself appeared close to reaching her limit. Suddenly, he began calling out her name, his shattered voice weakly crying, "Agnes!" and the sound immediately caused her to freeze in place. As he continued repeating her name, realization slowly dawned on her, and in shock she asked if he was her brother. His image flickered as he desperately begged for help and pleaded with her to kill him. Agnes hesitated, anguish spreading across her face as she cried out to her brother. After a brief silence, she shut her eyes as though forcing herself to make a final decision, then delivered a direct blow to end his suffering. Even as she struck him down, grief filled her heart because she understood that the words spoken by humans transformed into flesh golems were the final lingering thoughts they carried while they were still alive. As Corpse Puppeteer collapsed, he continued weakly calling her name, and Agnes reached toward him while assuring him that she was there. Once more, he begged her to kill him, and she realized how unbearable his suffering must have been, trapped inside a body incapable of dying while endlessly crying out for release. Tears streamed down her face as she acknowledged how painful it must have been for him to endure all of that. His remaining strength gradually faded, and as he slumped against her shoulder, he thanked her while softly calling her his little sister. Agnes's expression trembled at those words, and he gently apologized before telling her to continue living bravely from now on. Through sobs, she promised that she would live well. As he softly stroked her head, she tearfully called him brother, and little by little his body began fading away while he quietly said goodbye. Agnes stared upward at the remnants of him disappearing before her eyes, tears still falling endlessly even as a faint smile appeared through the pain on her face. Her body shook uncontrollably with emotion, and later, within the darkness of the cave, she finally collapsed completely as uncontrollable sobbing echoed through the silence. Corpse Puppeteer transformed into his ultimate combat form and remarked that he had never imagined he would be forced to resort to such a method while still alive. The moment Damien saw this appearance, confusion filled his face as he questioned what exactly that form was and wondered if merging with a flesh golem was even possible. He reflected that this was a transformation he had never witnessed in his previous life, then reasoned that because he had always fought on the front lines, that shut-in creator had never possessed any reason to turn into something like this. Corpse Puppeteer formed a sphere of magic in his hand and declared that Damien was the very first person to force him to reveal his trump card, adding that he absolutely had to obtain him. Streams of magic immediately shot toward Damien, but he reacted at once and leaped aside to evade the incoming attack. Watching the technique unfold before him, Damien remarked that it was magic from the School of Ruin, then speculated that Corpse Puppeteer had likely transformed other dark mages into flesh golems as well. Corpse Puppeteer immediately closed the distance, bringing his hoof crashing down with tremendous force and kicking up a massive cloud of dust the moment it struck the ground. However, the grin on his face gradually shifted into confusion when Damien burst through the smoke gripping a sharp blade and rushed straight toward him. Damien's strike sliced across Corpse Puppeteer's shoulder and severed his arm completely, yet the limb regenerated almost instantly. Seeing that, Damien reacted in surprise and questioned whether the frenzy school had been mixed into him too. Corpse Puppeteer, retaliated with another attack to force distance between them, blasting Damien backward before gathering power into his hand and declaring that resistance was pointless and that Damien should obediently become material to be offered to him. Grinding his teeth together, Damien placed his hand against his blade just as corpse puppetery released an overwhelming torrent of magic. Bursting into manic laughter, corpse puppetery proudly asked how it was, boasting that it was incredible and impossible for Damien to withstand while proclaiming himself the ultimate culmination of dark magic and a genuine masterpiece. Damien clenched his fist and activated the glowing bracelet on his arm, remarking that those fools from Euron believed their dark magic was supreme despite not even understanding its fundamentals. In the next instant, an enormous surge of power engulfed his entire body. Corpse puppetery stared in complete shock, stammering as he recognized the energy as dark mana, then demanded to know how someone belonging to the Order's subjugation force could possibly wield it and questioned Damien's true identity. Forming a magic circle before him, Damien calmly stated that he would show him what real dark magic looked like. Corpse puppetery gazed at the formation in disbelief, admitting that he had never seen dark magic like this before and that an ominous sensation was spreading throughout his entire body. Sweat ran down his face as panic overtook him, and while gritting his teeth, he launched another attack, shouting that it was dangerous and insisting that whatever Damien was using had to be high-tier dark magic, meaning they needed to kill him before the incantation was completed. However, the attack struck an invisible barrier and failed to break through. Alarmed, corpse puppetery exclaimed that the dark mana was dispersing, then questioned whether Damien possessed an artifact similar to his own before immediately rejecting the idea and demanding to know what he truly was. Meanwhile, Damien continued his chant uninterrupted as countless chains burst forth from the magic circle, shooting outward and tightly binding corpse puppetery's body. Forcing an uneasy smile onto his face, corpse puppetery dismissed them as nothing more than restraining chains and claimed he could break free without difficulty, though internally he realized in horror that his body would not move at all. As Damien slowly walked toward him, he stated that not only was his body restrained, but even his mana could no longer be used. Trembling uncontrollably, corpse puppetery demanded to know who Damien really was to wield dark magic of this level. With a small motion of his finger, Damien slammed corpse puppetery face first into the ground. Keeping a cold expression, he said none of that mattered and demanded to know where Dorgo was. The moment he heard that name, corpse puppetery became utterly stunned and questioned how Damien knew it, wondering if he too was one of Dorgo's contractors. Damien's eyes sharpened as he raised his finger once again and ordered him to simply answer the question. Struggling against the restraints, corpse puppetery burst into laughter and replied that he did not know how or why a contractor would betray their master, then mockingly asked whether Damien truly believed he would reveal anything just because of this situation. Damien answered without hesitation that he could simply kill him and interrogate his soul directly afterward. Hearing that, corpse puppetery admitted with a sneer that such a method was exactly what one would expect from a dark mage, though he added that it was unfortunate because his soul was already bound by restriction. Damien's expression darkened at those words as he immediately questioned what he meant. Laughing loudly, corpse puppetery explained that he had personally placed a restriction upon himself to prevent any information regarding Dorgo from being spoken, and the instant anyone tried to question him about it, his soul would destroy itself. Internally, Damien cursed him as a complete madman for willingly doing something so extreme. Meanwhile, corpse puppetery only became more excited, declaring that Damien now understood he would never learn anything from him, then urged him to hurry and kill him, adding that although it was regrettable, he could not turn Damien into a puppet. Dying for his master was still an honor. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Damien replied that he certainly intended to kill him, though not with his own hands, but with theirs instead. Confused, corpse puppetery looked upward and demanded to know what he meant by that. In the next moment, countless souls began appearing before him, and Damien explained that they were the spirits of the dead corpse puppetery had killed, adding that the dead always lingered around dark mages, but normally remained hidden beneath dark mana. He further explained that because all of corpse puppetery's mana had been sealed by his technique, he was now able to see them clearly, then reminded him of the most agonizing execution spell among dark mages, the one where a person's soul was devoured by vengeful spirits. Terror instantly overtook corpse puppetery as his body shook violently, and he desperately begged Damien to stop, insisting that such a technique was too cruel. In complete panic, he pleaded to simply be killed instead. Damien, however, remained completely cold as he stated that the agony of being torn apart by spirits was said to be dozens of times more painful than being burned alive, then told him to experience every moment of it himself. As the spirits slowly opened their mouths, Damien declared that they carried the resentment of thousands of the dead. The vengeful souls immediately descended upon Corpse Puppeteer and began devouring his body, while horrifying screams of agony echoed everywhere. Elsewhere, inside a dark room littered with piles of human bones, a figure sat silently within a magic circle, their eyes glowing with a deep crimson color like fresh blood as they stared quietly into the emptiness ahead. Damien coldly stated that he wanted Corpse Puppeteer to feel every bit of it. As he spoke, a set of sharp teeth suddenly emerged from nowhere, causing Corpse Puppeteer's pupils to shrink in terror. The resentment of countless dead souls overwhelmed him as innumerable vengeful spirits surrounded his body and relentlessly tore into him. Even while his consciousness gradually faded away, tears continued streaming endlessly down his face. Damien eventually walked toward him and, with a single clean strike, severed his head from his body. He remarked that the spirits seemed dissatisfied with what he had done as they began complaining around him. But Damien ignored them completely and impatiently asked how much longer he was expected to wait. He added that everything needed to appear as though the church members had been the ones killed there, then declared that none of it mattered because he intended to achieve ascension immediately. Raising his bracelet, Damien explained that the paladins would return soon, and before they arrived, he had to erase every remaining trace of dark mana usage as he gradually sealed the power back into the artifact. A sly smile spread across his face as though he were already planning something else, and he added that he would finish farming while he was at it. After cleaning up the area outside, he slowly stepped into the room, taking in the damp and stale air, the skulls scattered across the floor, and the human corpses hanging from iron chains overhead. Glancing toward the spirits following behind him, he remarked that this must have been that man's research room. He questioned why the spirits had still not achieved ascension and why they continued trailing after him instead, then recalled that if his memory was correct, the mirror positioned in the center of the room had once functioned as a magical tool connected to Dorgo. Reaching out to touch it, Damien considered that if communication with that man was still possible, he might be able to estimate Dorgo's current location. However, after making contact and sensing absolutely no response, he concluded that communication had likely been severed long ago and immediately questioned why that would be the case. He reasoned that Dorgo had valued that man highly enough to elevate him to the position of general and was not the type to discard someone so easily. Remembering their previous battle, Damien wondered whether, unlike before, Dorgo had chosen to cut off the tail this time, then questioned whether it was because Yulon had been taken down too early. Frustrated by the realization, Damien destroyed the mirror and cursed that meticulous bastard. Yet immediately afterward, he noticed something hidden behind it. There was a concealed door. Finding it suspicious, he decided to investigate and carefully pushed it open while wondering whether another mana storage bracelet might be hidden inside. The moment he stepped through, his eyes landed on something hanging along the wall, and he realized it was a map. Reaching toward it, he decided he would take it with him for now. Suddenly, he sensed glowing eyes staring at him from within the darkness, and in the next instant a figure lunged straight at him. Damien reacted immediately and blasted the attacker away with a single punch. Looking toward the creature before him, which was half human and half beast, he expressed surprise that it could still move despite its creator already being dead. As he watched it regenerate from the wound he had just inflicted, Damien observed that it possessed regenerative abilities and speculated that this was likely why there were no stitching scars visible on its body. Studying it with growing curiosity, he remarked that the creature seemed to possess self-awareness and could even create magic circles on its own. He concluded that the obsessions of the dead had probably intertwined together to form a single consciousness. Though judging by the way it had been confined, he doubted that outcome had originally been intended. Even so, despite finding the existence of the creature interesting, Damien calmly maintained that undead were still undead and declared that he would help it achieve ascension as well. However, the next moment he suddenly froze in shock after seeing two spirits standing protectively in front of the creature, causing him to immediately demand to know what they thought they were doing. One of the spirits stepped forward and pleaded with him, addressing him as Sir Knight, while explaining that the child had been born while hating the dark mage responsible for creating it. The spirit begged Damien to take the child with him and use it against dark mages, insisting that the child's abilities would surely prove useful to him. Regaining his composure, Damien cautiously raised his sword toward them and asked whether they were connected to her, though there was no real hostility in his voice. He then asked for the child's name, and the spirit answered that her name was Mia. In the next instant, two flashes of light sliced through the air and severed the chain wrapped around Mia's neck. Even then, Damien still refused to trust her completely, so he laid down a condition, stating that if she ever attacked humans or failed to prove her usefulness, he would personally kill her himself. However, Mia and the two spirits were so overjoyed at finally being freed that they barely paid attention to his warning at all. Damien then asked whether there were any objections left, and after turning away, he led them outside while remarking that he had finished farming there and suggesting they head back. Meanwhile, Dionysaio and Gamal had reportedly been leading reinforcements in order to assist Damien. When they finally encountered him, Gamal was said to have frozen in place, staring in shock with widened eyes the sight of Damien calmly holding a severed head in one hand. It was later recounted that when Gamal and Anisaio returned alongside the reinforcements, they had come across Damien together with Agnes and the head of corpse puppeteering. Although both of them were visibly surprised, they chose not to question him too deeply about what had happened. Even though they could hardly believe he had defeated such an enemy without suffering a single scratch, Damien still managed to avoid being excessively interrogated over it. Reports also reached Damien that the traitor Sanus had been safely transported to the church's trial court and that his comrade Emargarda, despite having sustained severe injuries, had recovered safely as well. Everything was described as proceeding smoothly, and it was noted that the church's main combat forces, which had been completely wiped out in his previous life, had survived this time around. Several days later, the reinforcements began preparing to depart, and Damien made ready to leave together with them. Before setting out, he expressed his gratitude toward Agnes and stated that he owed her a great debt. Agnes noticed that he was preparing to leave and asked if he was departing already, then offered to escort him by carriage. Damien politely refused, explaining that there was somewhere he needed to go first and that he planned to head there immediately. Curious, Agnes asked whether he was not planning to return home. Looking somewhat embarrassed, Damien admitted that he had left home without saying a word and that his father was probably extremely angry by now. It was implied that, as the eldest son of the household, disappearing into danger without any notice would naturally provoke his father's anger. So Damien intended to travel around for a while until things calmed down before returning home. Agnes responded with an awkward smile before suggesting that he should visit the church again in the future. Damien appeared slightly surprised by the invitation and questioned her about it, prompting Agnes to explain that they had only managed to complete the subjugation because of his help. Agnes added that Damien had also helped deal with Dame Sanus, and because of everything he had accomplished, the reward prepared for his contributions was so great that the church's main headquarters wished to present it to him personally. Damien accepted immediately without the slightest hesitation, saying that he would definitely visit when the opportunity came. However, it was implied that he already had plans of his own, as he silently thought that there was no reason to refuse such an offer and began wondering what exactly he should request from them. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what he was thinking, Agnes warmly welcomed the idea and told him that she would personally show him around when he came to visit. She then sincerely thanked him once again, explaining that thanks to him, she had not only been able to take revenge, but had also managed to save her brother as well. After saying that, she lowered herself into a deep bow and expressed her gratitude earnestly. Seeing Agnes like that, Damien was said to have smiled with satisfaction, believing that the greatest result of the entire subjugation had been stopping Sanus and saving Agnes. He looked forward to what the future would bring, thinking that now that her stigmata had awakened, Agnes would eventually become one of the greatest forces in the apocalypse war that Dorgo would soon unleash. Deciding not to remain there any longer, Damien bid farewell to Agnes and told her that they would meet again another time before finally setting out on his journey. As he traveled, he reflected that even now his current strength was still far from enough to confront Dorgo's forces directly. He then pulled something from his storage space and examined it, while stating that he needed to eliminate as many enemies as possible before they had fully prepared themselves. The object turned out to be the map he had obtained earlier. Damien decided that the next target would be a dark and ominous mountain region, remarking that they would begin there, specifically at the Ulan headquarters hidden within the Ranguis Mountains. Deep inside a castle concealed within those mountains, several black-cloaked figures were gathered in the middle of an internal meeting. They discussed how the church had eliminated corpse puppeteering, cursed their terrible luck, and lamented that all of the executives had died, leaving only them remaining behind. Suddenly, the door behind them exploded apart, and from within the smoke a voice asked what dark mages and rats had in common. Panic immediately spread through the group as they shouted in fear, demanding to know who had discovered their location and how they had been found. Damien then emerged while holding a grotesque object resembling a giant mouth in his hand, continuously compressing it as it absorbed surrounding dark energy. With a cruel expression, he declared that both dark mages and rats hid in darkness while spreading plague everywhere, then questioned how he could possibly leave creatures like them alone. It was also revealed that Damien had brought Mia along with him. One of the cloaked figures recognized her in complete shock and identified her as the number 9 creation that Corpse Puppeteering had been making. Mia glared at them with overwhelming hatred, looking as though she wanted to devour every one of them alive. Wearing a merciless smile, Damien called out to her and declared that it was time to clean up those rat bastards, signaling the beginning of the battle. People inside the tavern were excitedly exchanging rumors, asking one another whether they had heard about the dark mage who had recently been active throughout the empire. Someone answered that they had and clarified that it was the dark mage known for hunting down other dark mages exclusively. Another person confirmed that it was indeed the same individual, adding that according to rumors, he had lost his family because of dark magic and eventually become a dark mage himself. Hearing that, someone remarked that they finally understood and commented that he sounded almost like a tragic hero. However, another person immediately scoffed at the idea and argued that calling him a hero was absurd, insisting that no matter what, he was still a dark mage in the end. That statement prompted someone nearby to warn them to watch their mouth, while another questioned what dark mana truly was before answering that it was power gained through tormenting souls. They concluded that, regardless of his targets, he was ultimately no different from the rest, though someone else speculated that perhaps he gained his power specifically from the souls of dark mages instead. Soon, the topic shifted toward his nickname as someone recalled that he had earned it because he chopped dark mages apart like firewood, leading people to call him Wood Chopping Victor. At that very moment, Victor himself entered the tavern, immediately drawing everyone's attention toward him. Calmly introducing himself, he stated that Victor was indeed his name and explained that he had come to collect luggage left behind under that identity. Afterward, he cautiously glanced around the room. The people present instantly panicked, screaming in terror while insisting they had said nothing wrong and frantically urging each other to run while shouting for the order to be called. In only a moment, the entire tavern emptied out, leaving Victor standing there completely alone. Looking utterly confused, he wondered what was wrong with everyone and tried making sense of it himself, explaining internally that he had only come because he received a letter after 3 months. Yet now people were terrified simply from hearing his name. His attention then shifted toward the luggage as he questioned whether it was the belongings the young master had left behind for him. At that moment, a man dressed in a black cloak suddenly spoke up and asked whether his name truly was Victor. Victor turned around and hesitantly confirmed that it was. The cloak man then brought up the title Wood Chopper, prompting Victor to casually reply that he simply happened to be good at chopping wood. Suddenly, the man released a violent burst of dark mana and shouted that it really was him, mockingly commenting on Victor's appearance while declaring that he would avenge all the firewood Victor had chopped apart. Before he could do anything else, however, a sword slash flew in from the distance, and Damien instantly cut the man cleanly in half, leaving Victor stunned in shock. Damien casually greeted him and remarked that Victor had become quite a famous figure since the last time they met. Victor immediately shouted in disbelief as he addressed him as young Master Damien. Smiling faintly, Damien asked whether he had been doing well. Later, beneath sunlight shining across the rooftops, Victor walked beside Damien while laughing awkwardly about the nickname Wood Chopping Victor and complaining that it had gone too far, especially the part where people had started calling him a dark mage. Victor helplessly agreed and said he hoped they would catch that person soon, then angrily added that he truly wanted to see what kind of face that wicked dark mage had. Meanwhile, Damien silently thought to himself with slight guilt that he himself was actually the very person Victor was talking about. Changing the subject, Damien then asked whether his father had finally calmed down. Victor replied that he had settled quite a bit and now spent most of his days staring out through the window, most likely waiting for Damien to return home. Damien immediately asked whether his father held anything in his hands while staring outside, and Victor smiled in surprise before asking how he had guessed, confirming that he was always carrying something. Letting out a sigh, Damien concluded that it meant his father was still angry after all. He then asked whether the rest of the family was safe and if anything unusual had happened during his absence. Victor reassured him that everyone had been worried but was otherwise doing fine, though he mentioned that there was still one more thing Damien should know. The moment he heard that, Damien became alert and immediately demanded to know what had happened, already suspecting it might involve dark mages again. Instead, Victor revealed that Lady Louise would soon be getting married. Damien froze in shock, while Victor happily explained that Sir Ballard Hugo had finally returned from his lengthy overseas assignment and that the wedding ceremony would probably take place as soon as he arrived back. He jokingly added that once she married and left, only the young master would remain behind. Damien reacted in disbelief as the realization struck him that it was truly happening, and he silently thought that the love he had destroyed in his previous life had finally been protected this time. Excited, he declared that Victor should have told him such incredible news first and insisted that they return home immediately. Victor, however, sounded exhausted as he questioned why Damien suddenly wanted to leave so quickly when they had only just arrived and were supposed to rest for at least a day. At that exact moment, Damien ran past the girl just as a faint trace of dark mana brushed past him. He immediately turned his gaze toward her and remarked that although it was weak, it was definitely dark mana, then calmly concluded that perhaps they should stay there for one more day after all. Victor, now confused and out of breath, demanded to know why Damien had suddenly changed his mind again. Damien simply replied that he was not finished exterminating the rats yet. The scene later shifted to a fortress located on the outskirts of town during the night. Mia was shown slaughtering the guards entirely by herself, even breathing fire as one of the men screamed horribly in agony. Damien calmly approached with his hands tucked into his pockets, while praising her work and mentioning that he had heard the goods those men transported earlier were being stored there, noting how heavily protected the place was. Curious about what they could possibly be hiding, he continued forward until his eyes landed on a warning label stating that the contents were property of his name and had to be handled carefully. Damien questioned what exactly that name referred to before speculating that it might belong to the figure the dark mages constantly spoke about. The moment he realized it referred to Dorgo, he declared that he had finally found it, explaining that after chasing him for 3 entire months, he had at last uncovered a trace of him. Damien sliced open the box, only to freeze in shock the moment he saw what was hidden inside, immediately recognizing it as the weapon he had once wielded during his time as a Death Knight, the demonic sword Erebus. He reflected that Dorgo's goal had not only been the destruction of the Empire, but also the collection of Erebus's scattered fragments in order to restore the blade completely. Damien noted that when he had used the sword in the past, it had already been half restored, and he wondered whether this incomplete state was all it amounted to at the current point in time. Suddenly, Erebus began floating upward as a brilliant glow erupted from it, flooding the surroundings with blinding light. Damien stared in astonishment as he realized the sword appeared to recognize him as its master. He recalled that even back when he had been a Death Knight, it had taken him half a year before the blade finally acknowledged him, and he questioned whether it somehow remembered him now, though he quickly rejected the idea as impossible. At that exact moment, a beastman appeared behind him and coldly declared that touching the property of his name meant Damien would have to die. The beastman also recognized him as the dark mage who had been attacking them alongside a strange undead creature, accusing him of going too far while mockingly referring to him as with chopping Victor. Damien gritted his teeth the instant he recognized the face from his previous life and immediately warned Mia to stop because this opponent was far beyond anything she could handle. The woman seemed surprised that Damien knew her and asked if he really did. Damien answered that he knew enough and identified her as Slara, one of the executives of Pandemonium, the continent's largest organization of black magicians. Unnoticed by either of them, it was also revealed that someone inside the box was still asleep. Slara appeared entertained and commented that Damien had clearly done his research, then added that he must also know exactly what she was capable of. As she summoned 2 figures beside her, Damien realized that she was an archmage. A massive surge of dark mana burst outward from her body as she challenged him, questioning whether he truly believed he could stand against her. Damien silently judged that her strength was comparable to that of a master-class knight, while he himself had only reached the upper high-class level, making this encounter far too early for him. He briefly considered using dark mana again or drawing upon Erebus itself, but ultimately concluded that the confined space was too small to unleash the sword's true power. Just then, a loud yawn echoed out from behind them, causing both Damien and Slara to stiffen in surprise. A lazy male voice complained about all the noise and wondered aloud when exactly he had fallen asleep. Damien immediately reacted with unease while the man casually asked where he had ended up this time. Confused, Damien wondered why that man was there at all. Karl Hopper lazily scratched his stomach and stretched through another long yawn while complaining about how noisy everything was, then questioned where he currently was and why those people were standing there. Hearing him speak, Damien stared in confusion and wondered whether the commotion from the battle had accidentally woken him up. Karl Hopper then casually lifted Mia's chin and questioned what kind of cat she was before adding that. Unless he was mistaken, the lizard standing over there should be Slara. Slara, completely startled, immediately stepped backward and questioned how this was even possible, realizing in disbelief that she had spent an entire month poisoning him with sleep incense just to barely keep him unconscious, while also understanding what he had intended to do to her. In the next instant, Karl Hopper suddenly sprang to his feet while Damien silently thought that, if his memories were correct, then what happened next was exactly what he expected. Almost instantly, Karl Hopper appeared directly in front of Slara with overwhelming killing intent blazing in his eyes as he asked whether she had a death wish, then introduced himself as the mercenary king, Karl Hopper. Damien inwardly reflected that even in his days as a Death Knight, Karl Hopper had been an opponent he barely managed to defeat after battling continuously for an entire week. He was the leader of the strongest mercenary group on the continent and a half-dragon superhuman. Slara immediately flew around him while constructing a binding trap that wrapped tightly around Karl Hopper's body in an attempt to restrain him. Filled with irritation, Karl Hopper cursed angrily before shattering the restraints almost at once, then launched himself directly towards Slara's head while calling her an annoying brat. At that exact moment, an enormous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the entire night. Slara was utterly defeated. Watching the scene unfold, Damien silently thought that crushing a masterclass opponent truly was no different from breaking apart an old worn-out toy, exactly as expected. Karl Hopper stepped down onto Slara and remarked that he had only humored her because she looked pretty, yet now she was acting arrogant toward him. Meanwhile, Damien continued thinking about how there were only 3 transcendent beings in the entire world. Karl Hopper then gathered lightning into his hand and asked Damien who exactly he was supposed to be. A moment later, recognition crossed his face, and he cheerfully stated that Damien was Damien Haxon, the honorary knight of the order. Damien responded with a smile and explained that he had merely been passing through while chasing after a black mage, only for the entire situation to escalate into what it had become now. Still smiling, Karl Hopper laughed and remarked that he had nearly killed the very person who had saved his life without even realizing it. He then introduced himself properly as Karl Hopper, 72 years old, a grandmaster, and a commander of the Fafnir Mercenary Corps. Looking puzzled, Damien questioned how someone of Karl Hopper's level could possibly end up trapped in a place like this. Karl Hopper explained that he had known Slara was a black mage from the moment she approached him, but after seeing how beautiful she was, he thought he might as well have some fun before things somehow ended up like this instead. Damien maintained a polite smile outwardly, though internally he judged Karl Hopper to be an utterly impossible old man, recalling the rumors from his previous life claiming that the man had once had 100 wives, while also admitting to himself how dangerously close the situation had actually been. At the same time, he questioned why Dorgo had attempted to kidnap the mercenary king and why even Erebus had become involved, thinking that he wanted to search through Slara's soul memories, but realizing he could not while Karl Hopper was standing right there watching him. Just then, several cloaked figures appeared in the distance while calling out for their commander and father, asking whether he was there. Karl Hopper glanced upward and casually remarked that they only bothered showing up after seeing his lightning. Damien then brought up the matter of cleaning up the aftermath, but Karl Hopper immediately refused, insisting that he could not possibly allow the person who saved his life to handle such work himself. Instead, he declared that he should reward Damien properly by opening his treasury and sending everything inside directly to Damien's house. Elsewhere, Dorgo cheerfully remarked that this was all it had taken and that something so simple had caused inspiration to start ringing inside his head. Log approached him and reported that Slara had failed to capture the mercenary king and had ended up dead. Dorgo merely responded that it was unfortunate because she would have served as an excellent foundation for creating a Death Knight, then calmly concluded that he would simply find someone else instead. Log then informed him that the demonic sword Erebus, which had been transported earlier, had disappeared as well. The moment he heard that, Dorgo suddenly froze in place, his eyes sharpening instantly as he demanded to know what had happened. Several days later, on the outskirts of the Apple Kingdom, Damien lazily stretched his body and remarked that they had finally arrived. Victor excitedly commented that it would only take half a day before they reached home. Damien silently reflected that after parting ways with the mercenary king, he had attempted to search through Slara's soul, but just as expected, it had already been sealed, leaving him unable to obtain anything useful. Meanwhile, Victor happily looked forward to the family reunion, saying that because everyone would finally be together again after such a long time, there would definitely be a grand feast that night. Damien questioned whether things would really turn out so peacefully, inwardly thinking that his father would never simply let everything slide and angrily calling Victor a brat inside his thoughts. Victor explained that their father had become angrier than ever after Damien left on the church mission, though he believed most of that anger came from worry, then added that Damien was at least bringing back plenty of gifts this time. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Damien concluded that ordinary presents would never be enough to calm his father's anger, and that he needed something greater instead, something capable of raising the family's honor itself. At that moment, nearby citizens began discussing whether this year marked the return of the Hellion tournament. Damien noticed a crowd gathered around an information board while listening to people comment that even if the tournament was being held, there was little point because the kingdom's high-class fighters had already become too old to participate. Others argued that there were still plenty of low and middle-class competitors left. Hearing this, Damien began thinking about the Hellion tournament and recalled that it was a grand competition held within the Helios Empire, protected by the Empire's strongest swordsmen and conducted once every 4 years, drawing knights from all across the continent to test their abilities against one another. The victor would obtain enormous wealth, while also bringing tremendous honor to both themselves and their homeland. Every division had strict age limits, and although the Apple Kingdom's high-class fighters had already surpassed them, that division still offered the greatest rewards. Suddenly, Damien stopped walking as realization struck him, and he understood that he had finally discovered the perfect way to calm his father's anger. Turning toward Victor, he declared that they needed to prepare an even greater gift. Completely confused, Victor asked what could possibly be better than him getting married. Damien smiled as determination seemed to ignite throughout his body, then firmly declared that they were heading to the Helios Empire because this was the only way forward. Victor was left completely stunned and shouted in disbelief at Damien's sudden declaration. At that exact moment, a carriage driver passed nearby, while loudly announcing an express carriage headed directly to the Empire for anyone planning to attend the Hellion event. Hearing that, Damien immediately rushed over and remarked that the timing could not have been more perfect, then urged Victor to hurry and follow him so they could take the express carriage. The driver politely welcomed them aboard. Victor trembled while forcing out an awkward smile, commenting that this behavior was exactly what one would expect from their young master, all while internally thinking that Damien was completely insane as he hurried after him anyway. Elsewhere, Weapon asked about the current growth level of the demonic sword's user. Gray, who stood before a mirror in order to communicate, reported that the growth had been progressing steadily and that the user had already reached the high-class level. Weapon, however, sounded dissatisfied and remarked that the progress was far too slow, pointing out that an entire year had already passed since the sword had been bestowed and questioning the reason for such disappointing results. Gray explained that if the growth accelerated too quickly, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Weapon dismissed that explanation as meaningless and stressed that the true priority was completing the demonic sword itself. He explained that the weapon had been granted by a higher being and possessed the ability to grow stronger by absorbing the blood and souls of defeated opponents, while also granting their talents directly to its wielder. He further described it as a growth-type demonic sword in which both the blade and the user evolved together, adding that Gray's untalented son had already reached the high-class level solely because of the sword's influence. Gray immediately bowed his head and expressed deep gratitude. Weapon then stated that Gray's long-awaited wish to meet that higher being had been designated as the reward for successfully completing the next mission. Hearing that, Gray became visibly agitated and eagerly declared that he would accomplish the mission even if it cost him his life, then respectfully requested his orders. Weapon calmly commanded him to spread blood throughout the Empire's festival during the Hellion tournament. Gray loudly swore that he would carry out the task without fail while addressing Weapon as master with absolute determination. Damien walked lightly along what felt like an endless road and remarked that they had finally arrived within the Helios Empire. Victor followed behind him and commented that they had truly made it, then looked over the scenery ahead and added that it had been quite a long time since he last saw the place. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he asked whether Damien had visited the Empire during his travels, addressing him respectfully as young master. Damien answered somewhat awkwardly that he had visited briefly before, then laughed it off and pointed ahead while suggesting that they head in that direction first because he would find them somewhere to stay. Victor enthusiastically agreed and proposed that they meet up again later at the registration desk. As Damien continued walking through the streets, he quietly fell into thought, reflecting on how strange it felt to walk through the very city he himself had once destroyed in the past. Just then, something caught his attention, causing him to wonder whether that was the place he had been searching for. At that moment, Michael noticed him and excitedly shouted Damien's name. Surprised, Damien turned toward the voice while Michael called out to him once again. Damien stared in disbelief before asking whether it was really Michael standing there. Michael lit up with excitement as he said he had known Damien would show up, explaining that he had a feeling they would run into each other and that seeing him again was great, while Damien replied that it was good to see him too, though inwardly he admitted Michael had startled him badly enough that, for a brief second, he thought his father had appeared instead. Michael kept talking excitedly, saying it had been such a long time and that he'd already heard all the recent rumors surrounding Damien. Then he pointed toward the registration area and asked if the desk was over there before proudly adding that he had followed Damien's advice, trained hard without letting arrogance consume him, and finally advanced into the middle-class division. Damien looked genuinely surprised and congratulated him. But Michael immediately puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction and complained that the reaction felt far too dull because he had been hoping they could fight each other again. Damien asked what exactly he meant by another duel and reminded him that they now belonged to different divisions. Hearing that, Michael cried out in complete shock and asked if Damien had already reached high class, and Damien calmly confirmed that things had simply turned out that way. With his voice shaking, Michael pointed out that Damien had been low class alongside him not that long ago, only for Damien to correct him by explaining that he had actually already entered middle class back then. Around them, Nearby spectators began murmuring to each other, questioning whether this was really the famous Damien Haxon and wondering if he had not still been low class until recently. Michael, unable to accept it, shouted in disbelief and demanded to know how something like that was even possible, asking how anyone could climb ranks that quickly within only a few months. But Damien reminded him that Michael himself had advanced just as fast before telling him to stop yelling and go get something to eat instead. From somewhere in the distance, an unseen shadow silently watched the entire exchange. The scene shifted to Helion Arena on the day of the finals, where Victor asked Damien, whom he addressed as Young Master, whether there truly were no Masterclass matches that year. Damien responded by asking if Victor believed Masterclass battles happen often, then explained that the average age required to reach Master level was 65, meaning most Masters were probably already beyond the tournament's age restriction. Victor nodded in understanding, but still questioned whether the audience would truly remain safe while monsters stronger than middle-class fighters clashed below. Damien explained that the Magic Tower would establish protective barriers around the arena and assured him that as long as the match did not involve Masterclass combat, there would be no issue. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Michael stretched and loosened his body before exhaling slowly as a grand announcement rang throughout the stadium, declaring that the Hellion Tournament Middle-Class Battle Royale would soon begin and explaining that 100 knights would fight until only a single victor remained standing. Michael quietly surveyed the competitors around him and wondered whether the rival Damien had mentioned was somewhere among them. Then he drew his sword and expressed his hope that the person was indeed present, because that would give him the perfect chance to show Damien exactly what he was capable of. The moment the announcer declared the start of the battle, chaos exploded across the arena, and as Michael stepped into the fight, a single slash from his blade nearly crushed the opponents before him. Watching from above, Victor stared in amazement and declared that at Michael's level, no ordinary middle-class knight could possibly rival him, though Damien calmly replied that this would only hold true if his opponents were truly ordinary. Just then, someone stepped toward Michael and addressed him directly, confirming that he was Michael Lionbloom before introducing herself as Rachel Rightower. She explained that she had heard he was the only middle-class knight capable of matching her and asked whether he would agree to spar with her. The instant Michael heard her name, excitement spread across his face as he recognized her as a member of one of the prestigious high noble families famous for producing master swordsmen, and he remarked with growing enthusiasm that things had suddenly become interesting. As time passed, the scene shifted to the arena waiting room, where Damien asked Michael whether he was all right. Michael answered in a trembling voice while forcing out an awkward laugh, insisting that he was fine, yet he admitted that Damien had been completely right about how vast the world truly was. He confessed that ever since meeting Damien, he had never encountered another monster like Rachel, then explained that considering both their reach and weapon compatibility, he should have been able to land a decisive strike. But she had blocked the attack by coating her body in aura, a technique that only high-class knights were capable of using. Michael concluded bitterly that he had been utterly powerless against the counterattack that followed and acknowledged that the fight had ended in total defeat. Hearing this, Damien folded his arms and reflected that there had truly been nothing Michael could have done, then explained that in his previous life, Rachel had stood among humanity's strongest warriors alongside the Empire's greatest swordmaster. He revealed that she carried the title of Sword Queen and specialized in full-plate aura, a technique that wrapped an aura blade around her entire body, making her an exceptionally dangerous opponent. Suddenly, a voice from outside ordered everyone to rise and announced the arrival of His Imperial Majesty. Helios appeared before the crowd and waved as he greeted the arena. Damien responded politely, observing that if even the Emperor himself had come to watch, then the real spectacle was clearly about to begin. Michael agreed and added that the high-class division was starting now. At that same moment, a strange pressure swept through the air. Victor commented that from this stage onward, the tournament used an entirely different format and mentioned hearing that the Emperor would personally congratulate the victor. Damien answered indifferently that there were not many competitors in that division anyway, while Victor immediately encouraged him to win and once again addressed him as Young Master. Damien looked at his enthusiastic companions with faint exasperation before confidently assuring them that he would obviously win. Nearby, another participant nervously bit his finger and admitted that he had only joined the tournament because his father had ordered him to, but everyone present looked overwhelmingly strong, including several famous fighters, and he questioned how his father could possibly expect him to win against opponents like these. At that moment, another voice answered him firmly, insisting that he had to succeed for his father and for someone else as well, before the tone of his voice suddenly turned unsettling as he declared that he would do it for him. The Helios Empire Helen Tournament stood as one of the most prestigious events on the continent, a gathering where high-class fighters from every nation came to display their strength, and with only a handful of overwhelming powerhouses rapidly crushing their opponents. The round of 16 ended almost immediately and the competition advanced straight into the quarterfinals. The announcer excitedly declared that student Damien remained completely unstoppable and had successfully advanced into the semifinals before moving on to announce the next match. Hearing this, Michael grinned with excitement and said he had known it all along, proudly praising his older brother as incredible, while the boy beside him shouted admiringly that the young master had done an amazing job. A sudden noise erupted from the arena and drew their attention, causing Michael to notice that another fighter had also ended his match with a single strike. The announcer then proclaimed that Joshua had secured yet another swift victory and had now advanced into the semifinals as well. Hearing that name, Damien quietly wondered to himself whether that person had also reached the semifinals, finding it odd that someone who appeared to lack proper combat sense was nevertheless participating in a high-class division. At that moment, someone approached Damien hesitantly and greeted him, saying that it had been a long time and asking whether he had been doing well. After noticing her, Michael asked if she was Sangra and whether his brother knew her, but Damien answered that he did not know anyone by that name. The girl then shyly admitted that she was actually Agnes. As Damien began saying her name aloud, Agnes immediately covered his mouth and urgently told him to keep his voice down, explaining that her appearance there was supposed to remain secret. Confused, Damien asked what she was even doing there and questioned why she had revealed herself if it was truly meant to stay hidden. Agnes awkwardly explained that she was currently carrying out a secret training mission and wanted to test herself against many different experts. So she had taken a leave of absence and entered the tournament in disguise, then added that the Order would become furious if they discovered the truth and asked him to keep it confidential. Michael, growing curious, wondered who she really was, while the boy beside him silently speculated that this might somehow be an opportunity and cautiously asked whether it was really acceptable for her to reveal her identity to him too. Agnes hesitated, clearly unsure how she should answer him. Damien then remarked that now that he thought about it, he had originally planned to visit the Order but still had not found the chance, so after the tournament they should go there together because he still needed to collect his reward. Agnes reacted with visible shock and asked if they would really be going together, and Damien calmly confirmed it, reminding her that she herself had promised to personally guide him, while implying even more intimately that she would become his bride. Hearing those words, Agnes hurriedly pulled her veil back over her face and nervously replied that she understood. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena once again, calling for the next participants to prepare for their match. Agnes stated that it was now her turn and promised that she would return shortly, while Damien answered with complete indifference. Blushing beneath her veil, Agnes nervously stepped into the arena, while replaying Damien's earlier words in her mind and wondering to herself whether that had actually been an invitation for a date. Falling completely into her own delusion, Agnes remained distracted while the announcer enthusiastically introduced the final quarterfinal match as a battle between two queens, Sangra and Athene. Standing within the arena, Athene remarked that covering one's face like that must feel suffocating. Yet Agnes gave no response at all. Athene then commented that she was disappointingly quiet and casually announced a deduction in points. Meanwhile, Agnes remained trapped in her thoughts, internally replaying the moment when Sir Damien had seemingly asked her on a date, though she quickly tried forcing herself back into focus by reminding herself that she could not allow him to see her looking pathetic and that she absolutely had to reach at least the semifinals. Athene summoned a spear in her hand and remarked that perhaps Agnes preferred letting her body speak instead, then cheerfully awarded her points for that as well. Watching from afar, Damien observed that Agnes had altered her combat style and was relying primarily on kicks in order to conceal her identity, noting that even he himself had failed to recognize her at first glance. The moment the announcer declared the start of the match, both fighters rushed forward simultaneously. Agnes attacked fiercely, her eyes shining intensely, prompting Athene to praise the dodge before casually awarding even more points. As Agnes pressed the assault, Athene continued slipping around every strike while freely handing out additional points between counterattacks, even warning that failing to block properly would result in another deduction. From the distance, Damien quietly reflected that Agnes was being held back because she needed to suppress her divine power to avoid exposing her identity. Athene then expressed disappointment and stated that the only participant truly worth watching might be Damien Haxon. At that moment, Agnes's fist suddenly began to glow before she drove it toward Athene hard enough to damage her hair. Realizing something instantly, Athene remarked that Agnes appeared to possess a unique mana affinity and rewarded her with even more points. Irritated by her constant chatter, Agnes finally snapped and told her to be quiet. Athene immediately answered with a frenzied barrage of attacks. Damien continued watching carefully, acknowledging that Agnes had unquestionably improved since the last time he had seen her fight, yet he still concluded that she had no chance of winning while concealing her divine power, and that even if she released her stigma, she would still lose regardless. Smiling confidently, Athene admitted that she could not understand why Agnes continued holding back and openly challenge her to reveal her real strength. Already exhausted, Agnes silently endured the relentless pressure. As Athene intensified her assault and leveled her weapon directly at Agnes, she declared coldly that Agnes could never defeat her while fighting like this. Struggling desperately to block the attacks, Agnes inwardly admitted that her opponent was unbelievably strong, but at the same time feared that if anyone discovered a member of the Order had entered the tournament for personal reasons, her master would either excommunicate her or beat her to death. Resolving herself to win using only the fundamentals, she unleashed a powerful kick. Noticing this, Athene questioned whether Agnes truly had no intention of becoming serious before declaring that she would end the match herself. In the very next instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down onto Agnes as Athene coldly announced another deduction in points. Agnes absorbed the full impact head-on, her body instantly stiffening while her eyes lost focus. Slightly surprised, Damien quietly remarked to himself that he had expected the match to conclude exactly like this. Down in the arena, Athene proudly declared her final score and, seeing Agnes standing there motionless, dismissed her as a failure. The announcer loudly declared Athene the winner and announced that she would advance into the semifinals. Smiling confidently, Athene turned her gaze toward Damien and stated that they would finally have the chance to fight each other, directly calling him by name. Damien met her eyes and answered with nothing more than a cold smile. Still grinning brightly, Athene remarked that he was the man her father had spoken about and wondered aloud what kind of score he would receive once they finally crossed weapons. Inside the arena, the announcer introduced the first match of the high-class semifinals and presented Jalizua Haribo as a swordsman possessing the strength of an emperor. Javier Joshua silently studied his opponent and reflected that Jalizua Haribo was the knight who had ended every previous match in a single strike. As the announcer continued by introducing Javier Joshua as the wielder of the one-hit kill swift sword, Jalizua Haribo focused on Javier Joshua's blade and thought to himself that although the swift sword was undeniably fast, his eyes had gradually adapted to its speed after observing the earlier matches. So unlike the others, he refused to be defeated in a single blow. The announcer declared the beginning of the match. Yet the instant the words left his mouth, Javier Joshua's blade was already resting against Jalizua Haribo's neck. Shocked beyond belief, Jalizua Haribo wondered what had just happened and immediately realized that compared to the previous round, Javier Joshua had become even faster than before. In the very next moment, Jalizua Haribo's head was severed cleanly. Javier Joshua frowned inwardly and thought that it still was not enough, that he needed just a little more blood for the Empire, or rather for the sake of satisfying that person. He resolved that during the winner's ceremony, he would claim that person's head as well, believing that only one final step remained before everything was complete. On the scoreboard, the names of the previous winners appeared while the announcer declared that only one match remained before the finals of the high-class tournament. Damien's friends loudly cheered for him from the crowd, shouting about victory and love while insisting that the Viscount adored him and urging him to avenge their future sister-in-law. Completely speechless, Damien wondered what nonsense they were even talking about. The announcer then introduced Damien Haxon as the invincible knight who had yet to draw his weapon even once throughout the tournament. The moment Damien stepped onto the stage, Athene immediately scolded him for arriving later than she had and jokingly announced a deduction of 10 points. Confused, Damien asked what exactly she meant by minus 10 points. Athene casually explained that it was simply something she enjoyed saying before asking whether the rumors Damien's friends had been shouting were actually true. Damien questioned what she was referring to, and Athene clarified that she meant to claim that Sangra was supposedly his future sister-in-law. Damien frowned and pointed out that she ignored other people's questions while expecting them to answer hers. Athene simply responded that he was not denying the accusation. Damien told her flatly to believe whatever she wanted. Athene then summoned her spear and remarked that none of those details would affect Damien's score anyway, because the only thing that truly mattered was his ability. Damien scoffed at her words and sarcastically asked whether the daughter of the mercenary king had suddenly decided to start evaluating him. Smiling brightly, Athene admitted that Damien had correctly figured out her identity and stated that although she had no idea how he managed to uncover it, she intended to keep things casual by using only 20% of her strength. The moment she finished speaking, Athene lunged forward and unleashed Dragon Tail, while lightning coiled violently around her spear. Damien silently watched the incoming strike just as a massive bolt of lightning exploded across the arena floor, instantly sending the audience into an uproar as spectators shouted that lightning was appearing from the very beginning and declared that the fight was guaranteed to be exciting. Damien calmly stepped backward and avoided the attack with complete ease. Athene questioned whether he still had no intention of drawing his weapon even against her before awarding him another 10 points for his spirit and announcing that she would now raise her power to 40%, bringing his total score to 60 points. Damien smoothly evaded every attack she launched and casually thanked her for the generous score while effortlessly closing the distance between them. Once he stood directly before her, he coldly informed Athene that she was nowhere near strong enough to evaluate him. The sudden proximity caught Athene completely off guard, causing her to panic and swing her spear recklessly. Because the attack was riddled with openings, Damien avoided it effortlessly, prompting the audience to erupt in excitement as they exclaimed that Damien Haxon was still playing around with Athene without even bothering to draw a weapon. Meanwhile, from a corner of the arena, Javier Joshua silently observed the battle and concluded that no matter which of them reached the finals, both competitors were complete monsters. At one point, lightning grazed Damien's collar. Smiling confidently, Athene declared that she would now award him 80 points and finally show him an attack worthy of such a score. Lightning engulfed her entire body as she activated Dragon Thunder. Watching carefully, Damien admitted inwardly that the technique looked fairly dangerous. With electricity surging around her spear, Athene explained that she had wanted to meet Damien ever since hearing her father praise him so highly and added that she was the kind of person who only trusted what she personally witnessed with her own eyes. Calling this her final grading, she challenged Damien to endure the attack barehanded as well. Sangra widened her eyes in shock the instant she sensed the overwhelming power gathering around Athene, realizing immediately that this lightning was on an entirely different level from the attack she herself had previously endured. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped mass of lightning appeared in the sky before unleashing an overwhelming breath attack known as Thunder Dragon's Extinguishing Breath. Javier Joshua narrowed his eyes in silence, momentarily unable to react, while Damien's companions stared in utter disbelief at the terrifying technique unfolding before them. At last, Damien spoke, saying that since Athene intended to attack him with such force, he would show her something as well, his own mana cultivation technique, the limitless harmony art. The arena floor cracked apart beneath his feet as he activated the first ring. Athene's eyes widened visibly in shock. In the next instant, Damien burst forward with overwhelming speed and appeared directly in front of her before calmly asking how many points that deserved. Then, with terrifying force, Damien slammed Athene into the arena wall, hard enough to create a massive crater behind her. Her eyes nearly rolling back, Athene weakly raised his score to 100. Completely exhausted, Athene collapsed onto the ground and admitted that Damien's performance deserved a perfect score before officially conceding defeat. As the match concluded, the announcer loudly declared Damien Haxon the victor and informed the crowd that the long-awaited final match would begin following a 10-minute break. Damien walked over to Athene and offered her a hand, while joking that he had heard the old man treasured her more than any of his other children. So hopefully the mercenary corps would not invade Haxon Viscounty simply because he had bullied their daughter a little. In a somewhat nervous tone, he added that he would prefer if the reward were simply delivered instead. Athene burst into laughter and asked whether that was truly how Damien viewed her father before casually deducting 1 point from his score. She then assured him that the Fafnir Mercenary Corps would not be occupying Haxon Viscounty. Relieved, Damien admitted that hearing that made him feel much better. Athene then rose to her feet and declared that she would now present Damien with a reward for obtaining a perfect score before asking whether he intended to accept it. Curious, Damien replied that he would never reject a reward and asked what exactly she meant. Smiling brightly, Athene pointed at herself and boldly declared that the reward was Athene Hopper herself. Damien stared at her blankly in confusion and asked what she was talking about. In a flirtatious tone, Athene explained that if the two of them had a child together, there would be no problem with that child eventually becoming the next mercenary king. Instantly panicking, Damien stammered in disbelief and demanded to know what nonsense she was saying. Athene then directly proposed marriage to Damien Haxon, while Sengra, who had witnessed the entire exchange, became absolutely furious. Athene teasingly repeated that she and Damien Haxon should get married, leaving Damien completely flustered as he asked again what she was even talking about. Nearby, Michael glanced towards Sengra with both anger and fear mixed on his face, while stammering that his sister-in-law had apparently been hiding her true strength all along. Damien immediately made a disgusted expression and flatly declared that he refused such a ridiculous proposal, grumbling that the very thought of becoming the son-in-law of that lecherous old man was unbearable. Completely shocked by the rejection, Athene cried out in disbelief that Damien Haxon had actually rejected her before angrily deducting 50 points from him. Damien merely shrugged and commented that they should probably never meet again because there did not seem to be a single normal person anywhere in that family. The announcer then informed the audience that the finals would be held the following day at the same time for for the contestants who had advanced through the matches that day. Elsewhere, within one of the arena's inner passageways, Michael wondered aloud what in the world Damien had even been doing during the past 3 months. Damien casually explained that he had completed requests, discovered and consumed elixirs, and gathered mana cultivation techniques. Hidden quietly within a corner, Javier Joshua observed Damien in silence and thought to himself that he had finally arrived. Javier Joshua resolved that he absolutely had to defeat Damien in order to accomplish his goal, and because of that, he needed to witness Damien's true power from as close as possible. However, as Damien walked past him, Javier Joshua suddenly sensed that something about him was abnormal. Javier Joshua's body stiffened instantly, and he trembled in disbelief as he wondered what exactly that overwhelming pressure was. The aura Damien emitted reminded him of his father, Silva Javier Joshua, the very peak of the Deline Kingdom's military strength and a true masterclass warrior. Bitterly, Javier Joshua reflected on how he himself had always lacked talent compared to his father and had done nothing but stain the man's reputation until he received that person's grace. In order to repay that favor, he had made victory in the tournament his highest priority. Yet now, realizing that the opponent waiting for him in the finals resembled a monster, he understood that winning would never be simple. Gripping the sword in his hand tightly, Javier Joshua desperately thought that he had to find some way to overcome this obstacle. As night fell, a voice echoed through a house and praised Damien for successfully completing his own mana cultivation technique. Inside Damien's lodging that evening, Damien calmly explained that the method reduced the burden placed upon the body by using an external independent organ to manage the mana flow instead. Hearing this explanation, Michael became incredibly excited and admitted that he genuinely could not comprehend how such a thing was even possible. Damien then looked toward the young boy and assured him that with his natural talent, he would learn the technique quickly and that he could teach it to him later. Michael's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly begged Damien to teach him. Damien quietly chuckled to himself and inwardly resolved that this time he would make Michael even stronger than he had been in his previous life, so that he could continue fighting once the Apocalypse War eventually began. Sangra then asked whether she would also be able to learn the technique, causing Damien to frown thoughtfully as he admitted that he was uncertain whether it could function properly alongside divine power. Still full of energy, Michael suddenly remembered that Damien needed proper rest before tomorrow's final match and announced that he would head out for the night. Damien casually waved him off and told him they would see each other again tomorrow. Meanwhile, atop the roof, Mia lazily lay sprawled out while silently watching Michael walk away into the distance. She let out a sleepy yawn as the spirits reminded her that she was supposed to properly stand guard over the familiars Damien had gathered during the past 3 months. As Michael continued walking away, he quietly muttered to himself that perhaps he should also attempt creating an independent mana cultivation technique of his own. Suddenly a shadow emerged from the darkness. Javier Joshua instantly rushed forward with his sword already drawn. Although Michael reacted quickly enough to dodge, a slash still tore across his chest, causing him to groan in pain as he realized he had failed to evade the strike completely. Javier Joshua stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe that a mere middle-class fighter had managed to react to his attack at all. Michael immediately drew his sword and angrily demanded to know who Javier Joshua was. Javier Joshua ignored the question entirely as he wondered to himself whether Michael had actually grown even stronger through the experience of today's battle despite such a short amount of time passing. Feeling insulted at being completely ignored, Michael furiously declared that if Javier Joshua intended to treat him that way, then fine, because he had already been feeling restless ever since his match ended anyway. Meanwhile, Javier Joshua continued analyzing Michael internally, wondering whether he possessed some kind of extraordinary sense that instinctively reacted to danger. Whatever the reason might have been, Javier Joshua admitted to himself that it was an incredibly enviable talent. Frustrated by the silence and hostility, Michael shouted and charged straight toward him. Javier Joshua immediately lowered himself into a battle stance, while wondering whether Michael was simply reckless enough to ignore the fact that he was facing a high-class opponent or whether he genuinely believed he could handle someone like him. Either way, Javier Joshua mockingly concluded that Michael's lower guard would only make everything easier. A massive explosion suddenly shattered the silence of the night. Later, people would say that dozens of middle-class fighters were either killed or seriously injured during that incident. Fortunately, Mia arrived quickly after investigating the disturbance and managed to save Michael's life. Damien blamed himself bitterly for everything that had happened, admitting that it had been a mistake to only have the spirits monitoring the area around the lodging. He swore that he would find the person responsible and take revenge for what had been done to Michael. The following day, the announcer enthusiastically proclaimed that the long-awaited finals of the Hellion tournament had finally begun. Standing within the arena, Damien suddenly noticed that something about Javier Joshua seemed different and quietly wondered whether he had always looked like that. Grinding his teeth together, Javier Joshua declared that now he knew for certain that if he fought Damien again today, he could defeat him. Already in a foul mood, Damien coldly told Javier Joshua to stop acting up while inwardly recalling that Javier specialized in swift swordsmanship and deciding that the first thing he needed to do was analyze the flow of Javier Joshua's mana. The announcer loudly declared that without further delay, everyone would finally witness who would become the glorious champion of the tournament. As Javier Joshua prepared to draw his sword, he arrogantly laughed and remarked that Damien truly was arrogant. Yet the instant the announcer shouted for the match to begin, Javier Joshua exploded forward with blinding speed and roared that everything would end today. Damien remained perfectly still as the sword rushed toward him. Fresh blood suddenly sprayed into the air, causing the audience to gasp in shock, while even Athene widened her eyes in disbelief. A small cut had appeared across Damien's cheek. The announcer exclaimed in astonishment that for the very first time, Javier Joshua's opening strike had failed to finish the fight instantly. Veins bulging across his face, Javier Joshua demanded to know whether Damien had actually seen the attack. Damien calmly touched the blood on his cheek and admitted that he should have analyzed the movement of Javier Joshua's mana first. Javier Joshua smirked confidently and warned Damien that it was far too early to be surprised because he still had much more to show him. The audience watched in amazement, stunned that Javier Joshua possessed techniques like these and realizing they were witnessing attacks never before seen in the tournament. Damien calmly blocked the incoming strikes with his bare hands while internally analyzing that this was not some hidden technique at all. Although the power behind the attacks was certainly impressive, the movements themselves felt awkward, almost as if the strength did not truly belong to Javier Joshua in the first place. Javier Joshua praised Damien for successfully parrying his attacks without even drawing a weapon, but mockingly questioned whether Damien would still be able to stop the next attack with his bare hands as well. Immediately afterward, Javier Joshua unleashed a powerful technique while roaring its name aloud, Fierce Roaring Lion Sword Strike. The moment Damien witnessed the attack, he could not completely hide his surprise. A tremendous explosion erupted throughout the arena as thick smoke spread in every direction, obscuring the audience's vision completely. Through the smoke, Damien instantly recognized the technique as the Fierce Roaring Lion Sword Strike and realized that even the current Michael would not have been capable of producing such destructive power. Meanwhile, Javier Joshua, having nearly exhausted all his strength from the attack, panted heavily in disbelief when he saw Damien still standing alive before him. A pale blue aura slowly enveloped Damien's sword as he coldly pointed out that Michael had been attacked and left collapsed the previous night. Yet Javier Joshua was somehow using Michael's great lion sword art, a technique that should never have been leaked to outsiders. Damien immediately concluded that Javier Joshua was the bastard responsible for what had happened to Michael. At the same time, he activated the first ring of the Limitless Harmony art. Grinding his teeth together, Javier Joshua burst into wild laughter and shouted that Damien was finally becoming serious. However, before he could even finish speaking, Damien instantly closed the distance between them and coldly reminded him that he had already warned him not to act up.